War 4, a blueprint for the Trump administration by Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Lass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 1. Why Neoconservatism was and is right for restoring American power in the world.
Every congressperson looks in a mirror and sees a senator, and every senator sees in his reflection a president. When politicians reach such echelons of power, they seek new credentials for which to strive. For many, this is a Nobel Peace Prize. It is a nonsense credential. While other Nobel Prizes are based on lifetime achievement in science or literature, the Nobel Peace Prize is often given solely on aspiration. The Norwegians choose someone who fits their liberal worldview or through whom they can symbolically virtue signal. Consider Thorbjorn Jagland, who in 2011 headed the 5-member Norwegian committee that selected Tawakkol Karman, a Yemeni activist, as the recipient. He explained to the press that he sought both a woman and a Muslim Brotherhood activist. He wanted to counter the perception in the West that the group was a threat to democracy. "I don't believe that," Jagland said. "There are many signals that that kind of movement can be an important part of the solution." It was the ultimate diversity, equity, and inclusion hire. Karman herself subsequently used the Nobel's imprimatur to normalize terrorism. She even remained silent when Muslim extremists shot then 14-year-old Malala Yousafzai, herself a future Nobel laureate, for demanding female education. Many American politicians have won the Nobel Peace Prize. Few have stood the test of time. President Woodrow Wilson won the prize in 1919 for creating the League of Nations, even though the Senate rejected membership. Senators understood the League was idealistic, ineffective, and an assault on sovereignty. Wilson's agenda, however, enabled Europeans to play him like a fiddle in ways that often contradicted American interests. A decade later, it was U.S. Secretary of State Frank Kellogg's turn. He took the prize for the Kellogg-Briand Pact outlawing war. Adolf Hitler's rampage through Europe was on the horizon, but Kellogg's work gave sustenance to those who argued robust military deterrence was no longer necessary. In 2002, President Jimmy Carter won the prize for decades of untiring effort to find peaceful solutions to international conflicts, to advance democracy and human rights. In effect, the Nobel Committee sought to launder Carter's legacy of doing the opposite. Any tally sheet shows that Carter's sympathy for the leftward and violent fringe cost more lives than it saved. Just ask the Zimbabweans who suffered under Carter's friend Robert Mugabe, the North Koreans whose oppression Carter normalized, or the Israelis victimized by the Palestinian terrorism Carter justified. Former Vice President Al Gore won the 2007 prize for his environmental polemics. The fact that the megamansion where he keeps the prize is not underwater is proof of the committee's error. The committee based its 2009 award to former President Barack Obama almost entirely on his rhetoric. Obama's naivete, especially toward Iran, did more to advance conflict than resolve it. Not only did he paper over Iran's warhead design work, but he actually legalized its missile work. Many other American politicians, former Secretary of State John Kerry, former National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, and former President Joe Biden, had Nobel Prize ambitions, although perhaps not as openly as President Donald Trump, who has repeatedly written and spoken about how he deserves the prize. After a meeting with Pakistani Field Marshal Asim Munir earlier this month, Pakistan nominated Trump for the prize. Islamabad understood that, short of gifting Trump an airplane, this was the best way into the president's heart. For too many ambitions to become a Nobel laureate color decisions. Trump's meeting with Munir, a man personally responsible for terrorism sponsorship, is just the latest instance. Almost every leader who seeks a Nobel ends up letting ambition cloud judgment and undermining American security. Perhaps for the sake of U.S. national security, it is time to demand that all aspirants to office publicly declare they will neither seek nor accept a Nobel Prize. Presidents should serve the American people, not assuage 5 random Norwegian liberals. President Donald Trump is adamant that Israel and Iran must end their 12-day war. He reportedly telephoned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to demand that Israel recall bombers en route to targets in Iran as Israel sought to retaliate for an Iranian missile strike on northern Israel. Trump is sincere about diplomacy. When Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei emerges from hiding, Trump hopes to work with him on a deal to end Iran's nuclear program. This is the major reason why Trump opposes any Israeli effort to kill Khamenei. To do so would deprive Trump of a partner capable of signing the agreement to surrender the Iranian nuclear program. Trump's actions today are reminiscent of President Barack Obama in the wake of Iranian post-election unrest in 2009. After Khamenei ordered fraudulent election results released to throw victory to the unpopular hardliner Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, Iranians poured into the streets across the country. While there had been protests in 1999 and 2001, the 2009 unrest was the most severe since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. For more than a week, Obama remained largely silent. Frustrated Iranians chanted Obama, Obama, ya biyeuna, ya biyema, Persian for Obama, Obama. You're either with them or with us. When Obama did issue a statement, it was milquetoast. Only afterward did Khamenei leak word that Obama had sent letters begging him for talks. Speaking on the 30th anniversary of the seizure of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, Khamenei mocked Obama. This new president of America said beautiful things. He sent us messages constantly, both orally and written. Come and let us turn the page. Come and create a new situation. Come and let us cooperate in solving the problems of the world. It reached this degree. Ultimately, Khamenei did authorize talks, but only on Iran's terms. Their result was an exculpation of decades of Iranian nuclear cheating and normalization of an industrial-scale enrichment program upon which restrictions would begin to lift this year. Khamenei now hopes to repeat history. Another analogy looms large. At a February 15, 1991, campaign stop in Ohio, President George H.W. Bush called upon the Iraqi people to take matters into their own hands and force Saddam Hussein, the dictator, to step aside. They heeded his call and took to the streets. Bush did nothing initially as Saddam dispatched his Republican guards to mow down thousands of protesters, though he subsequently created a small safe haven and a larger no-fly zone to prevent millions of Iraqis from fleeing into Turkey. Ultimately, it was the elder Bush's inaction that bred the cynicism in Iraq that came back to haunt the younger Bush while president. Ordinary Iranians are aware of Bush's betrayal of Iraqi Shiites and Kurds, and they fear Trump's desire to pose with Khamenei will come at the cost of even more Iranian lives. Many officials now trot out the risk of regime change as a bogey to justify inaction. This is nothing new. European diplomats and even the State Department wrung their hands about allowing Hamas to wither and opposed unraveling Hezbollah's control over southern Lebanon. Civil war in Iran would be devastating, but that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy if U.S. reticence leads to a free-for-all scramble rather than a managed transition. If Trump does not want to be remembered as Obama version 2.0 or George H.W. Bush, rather than preserve Khamenei, he should simply tell him, Kota Hafiz goodbye. 35 years ago, the United States of America had won the Cold War against the Soviet Union and thus remained the only superpower on the globe. U.S. defense policy makers and military strategists now had to answer the question, what armed forces does a superpower still need when it no longer has an equal opponent? In 1990, the USA had around 2 million soldiers, 23,000 nuclear weapons, around half of them intercontinental missiles, and 15 aircraft carriers, as well as a threatening number of fighter planes, warships, submarines, artillery pieces, tanks, etc., which cannot be broken down in detail here. During Ronald Reagan's presidency, the entire arsenal was generously modernized in the 1980s, and medium-range and cruise missiles equipped with nuclear warheads were stationed in Germany to reinforce the front along the Iron Curtain. An armed force of this size no longer seemed necessary after the looming collapse of the Soviet Union and the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact. However, America still had national interests and enemies around the globe, and nowhere could its allies feel secure without the military backing of the USA. Its armed forces could therefore not simply be reduced in number. At the same time, their technological superiority had to be maintained and they had to be regrouped for deployment on future battlefields. It was in the nature of things that there was some uncertainty as to where the future battlefields would be and what kind of battle scenario could be expected there. In short, you had to expect everything and not overdo the armament. Of course, nobody could have imagined at the time what state the world would be in a quarter of a century later. On August 2, 1990, U.S. President George H.W. Bush gave a speech to a select audience of military officers, military scientists, and those in his administration who were involved in such matters. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was there as a surprise guest. The U.S. president had peppered the speech with Kantian idealism in order to convince the audience of the correctness of his decision to reduce the American armed forces by a quarter in the coming years. Quote, "The decades-long division of Europe is coming to an end and the era of democracy has begun. We are entering a new era. The defense strategy and military structure necessary to secure peace can and must be different. The threat of a Soviet invasion of Western Europe, carried out with little or no warning, is now more remote than at any time in the post-war period, and the spread of democracy in Eastern Europe means that the Warsaw Pact has lost its military relevance. And after 4 decades of dominance, Soviet troops are withdrawing from Central and Eastern Europe, in a world no longer defined by an immediate threat to Europe and global war, in a world where the size of our armed forces is increasingly determined by the demands of regional conflict and peacetime presence. We know that our forces can be smaller. Secretary of Defense Cheney and General Powell are working hard right now to determine the exact combination of forces we need. But I can tell you this much, we calculate that by 1995 our security requirements can be met with a force 25% smaller than we have today." End of quote. The night before, a force of 100,000 Iraqi soldiers had invaded the militarily hopelessly inferior Emirate of Kuwait. On the afternoon when the American president gave his speech on the reduction of U.S. forces in the age of democracy and peace, which was obviously largely conceived before this invasion, the Kuwaiti emir had already fled to Saudi Arabia and the Iraqi troops had long since conquered Kuwait City. At that time, Iraq had around 1 million soldiers, battle-hardened by the war against Iran that had lasted almost the entire 1980s, plus 500,000 paramilitary troops, as well as a considerable arsenal of relatively modern weapons, mainly Russian and partly Chinese. Over 700 fighter planes and helicopters, 5,000 tanks, 3,000 artillery pieces, a powerful air defense system, and a large number of Scud missiles that could be equipped with chemical or biological warheads. At the time, the Iraqi armed forces were considered to be the 4th strongest armed force in the world. In contrast, the USA did not yet have sufficient military resources on the ground to protect Kuwait from such an enemy. Similarly, its allies in the region, above all Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, would have been overwhelmed if they had tried to do so without the help of the USA. In fact, if this Iraqi aggression was not repelled, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia itself was likely to be the next victim of Iraqi expansionism. A force capable of repelling Iraq first had to be brought in at great expense, partly from the American military bases in Western Europe, but mostly across the Atlantic. The deployment began immediately. When Saddam Hussein declared Kuwait to be Iraq's 19th province on August 8 and appointed one of his cousins as its military governor, the first American soldiers and fighter planes had already arrived in Saudi Arabia, from where the counterattack was to be launched. The first 2 American aircraft carriers had positioned themselves in the Persian Gulf and would later be joined by 4 more. However, the entire deployment took 5 months. The USA used this time for diplomatic maneuvers and managed to get the planned military operation covered by the United Nations Security Council. The USA also succeeded in gathering an international coalition of 34 countries behind it, so that in January 1991, a force of almost 1 million soldiers equipped with the latest weapons was finally ready to attack in Saudi Arabia and on warships in the Persian Gulf, including over 500,000 Americans, 100,000 Saudis, 50,000 Britons, 20,000 Egyptians and 20,000 French, 15,000 Syrians and 15,000 Moroccans and 10,000 Kuwaitis, to name just the larger troop contributors. On January 16th, the UN Security Council's ultimatum demanding the withdrawal of the Iraqi army from Kuwait expired. On January 17th, the coalition attack began with a week-long aerial bombardment that destroyed large parts of the Iraqi armed forces, before the ground offensive from Saudi Arabia began on February 24th, which ended after just 4 days with the liberation of Kuwait and Iraq's surrender. Thus, Secretary of Defense Cheney and General Powell finally had a real-world scenario by which they could determine the exact combination of forces that the post-Cold War United States would need to defend its national interests, i.e. the global interests of a superpower that had to be able to lead the West and protect its allies. Operation Desert Storm thus served from then on as a template for measuring the size of the American armed forces. But a superpower could not be content with being able to defeat a single opponent of this magnitude. What if a second crisis of a similar magnitude had escalated elsewhere during the Iraq crisis, which lasted 6 months, in a way that would have required U.S. military intervention? For example, an invasion of South Korea by North Korea, whose armed forces were hardly less dangerous than those of Iraq. Or even a successful coup d'état by the old party apparatus in the Soviet Union, which had not yet been wound up, combined with an attempt to prevent the reunification of Germany, which had also not yet been formally completed by force of arms. In such a case, the USA could hardly have relied on its allies, the Western Europeans or South Korea, being able and willing to overcome such a crisis on their own. The Pentagon therefore developed the military strategic formula that the USA would have to have an armed force that could, if necessary, win 2 wars simultaneously in different places according to the Iraq template. However, such a trial of strength did not initially materialize. The Soviet coup attempt of 1991 unfolded not as a tragedy but as a farce, and North Korea was currently concentrating on the development of a nuclear missile program, the realization of which U.S. President Bill Clinton was able to delay for so long with the help of a deal in 1994 that the issue no longer bothered him during his term of office, similar to what U.S. President Barack Obama is currently planning to do with the Iranian nuclear missile program. The Yugoslav War of Secession, on the other hand, which was politically fomented by Germany and could not be pacified by the UK and France, did require U.S. military intervention twice in Bosnia in 1995 and in Kosovo in 1999, but the scale of the intervention did not come close to that of the Iraq template, as Serbia capitulated in both cases after an aerial bombardment. Thus, by and large, the 1990s seemed to justify the idealism with which George H. W. Bush had justified the reduction of U.S. forces at the beginning of the decade. However, during the presidency of Bill Clinton 1993 to 2001, who wanted to reward his voters with an extra peace dividend, the American defense budget shrank to such an extent, from over $550 billion towards the end of the Cold War to under $400 billion in 1995, where it remained until 2001, that the modernization of the armed forces was also neglected. The European NATO allies neglected their military obligations even more, most drastically the reunified Germany, where every war was abhorred since they had lost 2 world wars and where it was assumed that the Cold War had been won by the social liberal détente policy of the 1970s and the demonstrations of the peace movement in the 1980s. General Colin Powell, then chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, joked at a hearing in the U.S. Congress in 1991, "I'm running out of demons. I'm running out of enemies. I've come down to Castro and Kim Il-sung." George W. Bush appointed him Secretary of State in January 2001. Dick Cheney, then Secretary of Defense, had justified the decision in 1991 not to press ahead with Operation Desert Storm until the fall of Saddam Hussein by saying that it was not worth sacrificing the lives of even more American soldiers. 150 U.S. soldiers had already died in the liberation of Kuwait. In January 2001, Dick Cheney became vice president. It was now 10 years since the end of the Cold War, but the New World Order, which had been much talked about at the beginning, was only now revealing its hostile face, and when Islamic terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center on September 11th, they also threw the strategy papers that had been piled up in the Pentagon over the previous decade overboard. Colin Powell now had his demons back and Dick Cheney had a second opportunity to bring the Iraq campaign to its logical conclusion. But the strategic challenges that the U.S. armed forces had to overcome after September 11th had not yet been considered in the old threat scenarios. More specifically, the previous template for measuring the required size of U.S. forces, being able to win 2 wars on the scale of Operation Desert Storm simultaneously in different locations, proved to be no longer realistic, not because the possibility of such a challenge had become unrealistic, but because this threat scenario only represented part of the reality. With the war against international Islamic terrorism, the previously identified trouble spots did not disappear from the face of the earth. The new threat merely overshadowed the old one. This soon became clear when, after the military interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq, where in both cases a regime change was enforced in a short space of time, another unforeseen problem was added. The new and still weak regimes were unable to survive on their own. America had to help them to assert themselves against the armed resistance of large sections of the population. However, none of the scripts written in the Pentagon up to that point contained the means to prevail in Afghanistan against a well-organized guerrilla war of Islamic gangs supported by powerful tribes, or how to end the civil war between Sunni and Shiite militias in Iraq. As a result, the U.S. forces were tied to these theaters of war for much longer than had been envisaged when the respective operation was planned. And while in 2006, just as the intra-Islamic religious war terrorized by al-Qaeda in Iraq reached its first climax and the Taliban in southern Afghanistan reorganized for massive counteroffensives, one of the old demons resurfaced. North Korea's first nuclear bomb test took place in October 2006. In 2002, when the USA was already militarily involved in Afghanistan and preparing for the Iraq War, Kim Il-sung had already terminated the nuclear deal negotiated with Bill Clinton in 1994. The USA only responded at a diplomatic level. 3 wars at the same time. That was not part of the Pentagon's strategy games. In Iran, where the nuclear missile program began in August 2002 with the construction of a uranium enrichment plant, these events were undoubtedly followed with the greatest attention and satisfaction. The restraint shown by the U.S. government here was certainly not based on an incomplete threat analysis. In his famous State of the Union address on January 29, 2002, George W. Bush explicitly named North Korea and Iran, in addition to Iraq, as the states that form an axis of evil, and warned them that America would not tolerate them arming themselves with weapons of mass destruction. Quote, "Some of these regimes have been conspicuously silent since September 11th, but we know their true nature. North Korea is a regime that arms itself with missiles and weapons of mass destruction while starving its people. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror, while a small, unelected group suppresses the people's hope for freedom. Iraq flaunts its hostility to America and support for terror. The Iraqi regime has spent over a decade trying to manufacture anthrax, nerve gas, and nuclear weapons. States like these and their terrorist allies form an axis of evil and arm themselves to threaten the peace of the world. In each of these cases, the price of indifference would be catastrophic. We will work closely with our coalition to deny terrorists and their state sponsors access to the materials, technology, and know-how to produce and deploy weapons of mass destruction. And all nations should know, America will do what is necessary to ensure our nation's security. We will not stand by while the danger draws closer and closer. The United States of America will not allow the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most dangerous weapons." End quote. And this was certainly no idle chatter, as was soon realized in Baghdad. For the regime change in Iraq, Operation Iraqi Freedom from March 19 to April 18, 2003, the USA once again mobilized a force roughly the size of Operation Desert Storm 10 years earlier, almost 500,000 American soldiers, a third of the military personnel still available after the reduction in the 1990s, plus 40,000 Allied troops, mainly from Great Britain. The alliance's air force consisted of almost 2,000 fighters, bombers, transports, and tankers. The U.S. Navy took part in the operation with 5, at times 6 aircraft carriers, more than half of the remaining fleet of this type of weapon, warships, and submarines. It can be assumed that the deployment in Tehran and Pyongyang was carefully studied for 2 reasons. Firstly, they realized how dangerous it could be for a regime to take on a superpower, and secondly, they wondered about the U.S.'s ability to carry out a second operation of this magnitude at the same time in a different location, while U.S. forces were still deployed elsewhere, for example, in nation-building in Afghanistan, in the Middle East, and in the Middle East. For example, nation-building in Afghanistan, hunting terrorists in Pakistan and Somalia, on maneuvers as military advisors, or in the day-to-day routine work on American military bases around the globe. This question was not easy to answer. The Pentagon asked itself the same question. After the regime change, the majority of the troops could be withdrawn for the time being, but it then became clear that the remaining occupation troops were not sufficient to enforce law and order in either Iraq or Afghanistan. In order to do this job as well, troops had to be replenished later in both cases. As a result, at the height of both military operations, around 150,000 U.S. soldiers were deployed in Afghanistan and Iraq alongside Allied troops and national military and police forces that were still being formed. However, several years of continuous active deployment meant that considerably more personnel were tied up here, as the armed forces had to be regularly refreshed with new personnel after a certain period on the front line, say after 6 months. In addition, there was another factor limiting the military capabilities of the USA, which was well known not only to Dick Cheney but also to America's enemies. The willingness of the American public to accept casualties in the ranks of its soldiers is extremely limited. The Iranian regime, therefore, did what it could to drive up the number of American casualties by equipping its allied Shiite militias in Iraq and even the Sunni Taliban in Afghanistan with the most suitable weapons, in particular IEDs, improvised explosive devices, a weapon responsible for almost 2/3 of the U.S. soldiers killed and wounded. In total, more than 8,000 U.S. soldiers were killed and more than 50,000 wounded in Afghanistan and Iraq. Today, the increase in casualties on both sides of the front is a characteristic of hybrid warfare, which combines military operations conducted with modern conventional weapons and asymmetric forms of combat, such as firing rockets at civilian targets from residential neighborhoods. The moral superiority of Western public opinion, affected by the number of victims on both sides, is clearly recognized as a military limitation and thus confirmed. Modern hybrid warfare was first practiced in a professional and systematic manner by Hezbollah against the IDF in the summer of 2006. Currently, IS offensives demonstrate once again the progress that terrorist organizations have made in carrying out complex conventional military operations. Meanwhile, a new confrontation is already brewing along the old Cold War front line. After Islamic gangs took control of Chechnya and Russia was hit by a series of terrorist attacks, Russian troops invaded Chechnya in October 1999. At this time, Vladimir Putin, director of the Russian Secret Service until August 1999, was already prime minister under President Boris Yeltsin, who resigned in December of that year to pass the office on to the prime minister. A year later, Vladimir Putin won the presidential elections in Russia. However, the war in Chechnya, which was intended to quell an inner-Russian flashpoint that had been smoldering throughout the 1990s and was closely linked to Vladimir Putin's political rise, could not yet be clearly understood as an anti-Western maneuver by Russia, as it could also have been interpreted as an indication of an overlap between Russian and Western interests in the fight against international Islamic terrorism. Just remember that a not insignificant number of the more important IS commanders come from the Caucasus. On the other hand, the Chechen War was a first step towards restoring Russian self-confidence, which had been damaged after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It already contained the tendency that would later lead to the attempt to restore the lost sphere of influence in Eastern Europe by military means. A few years later, there could no longer be any question of ambiguity. The military intervention in Georgia in August 2008 had to, and should, be clearly understood as a demonstration of power directed against the West. It was planned after the NATO meeting in Bucharest in April 2008, where George W. Bush had invited Georgia and Ukraine to participate in the so-called NATO Membership Action Plan. Participation in this program would usually have led to NATO membership within a few years, as was the case with Albania and Croatia, which joined NATO in 2009. In Bucharest, Germany and France were opposed to inviting Georgia and Ukraine to join the program back then, but in December of the same year the issue would have been on the agenda again and the admission of the two states would only have been a matter of the foreseeable future, if the war in Georgia had not postponed it to a now unforeseeable time. Moscow was able to draw interesting conclusions from the fact that the USA had only reacted to the crisis at a diplomatic level. The war in Georgia was merely a prelude to the war in Ukraine. And it was perhaps no coincidence that Vladimir Putin made this rehearsal in 2008, at a time when the U.S. forces in both Iraq and Afghanistan were struggling with the greatest difficulties since the start of the wars for victory. In November of that year, Barack Obama won the U.S. presidential election. In his first State of the Union address on February 24, 2009, he said of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, "We are in the process of carefully reviewing our policies in both wars, and we will soon chart a path forward to leave Iraq to its people and end the war responsibly. And together with our friends and allies, we will develop a new and comprehensive strategy for Afghanistan and Pakistan to defeat al-Qaeda and fight extremism. We will show the world in words and deeds that a new era of engagement has begun." End quote. That should probably mean something like, "Dear Iraqis, dear Afghans, please mind your own business in future." After years of war, such an attitude seems somehow understandable, but for the commander of the armed forces of a superpower, again somewhat weak. Certainly, not so many U.S. soldiers were needed in Iraq, because America had won the war against al-Qaeda and the Shiite militias supported by Iran at this point, after almost 6 years of bitter fighting. This was made possible by the troop reinforcements ordered by George W. Bush in 2007 and the alliance with those Sunni tribes in Anbar province, which drove the al-Qaeda gangs out of their cities with American weapons and the help of American Marines, arranged by General David Petros on the ground. Barack Obama later sent David Petros with a troop reinforcement to the south and east of Afghanistan to try something similar again in the Taliban strongholds. Here, too, they were initially successful. But a U.S. president who elevates America's understandable war weariness to an ideology instead of counteracting it can only talk up the disaster that he thinks he is talking away, and that will sooner or later force the superpower to act. This is what happened in Iraq after the last U.S. soldiers left the country in December 2011. Barack Obama was not responsible for the Arab Revolution, even though it may have been entirely to his liking, but leaving 25,000 or 50,000 American soldiers in Iraq could perhaps have prevented IS from destroying what 150,000 U.S. soldiers had already built up. that was already little enough compared to the revolutionary idealism with which the wars were initially justified. But in the age of IS, it was no longer possible to say that more could be achieved with fewer soldiers. After the withdrawal from Afghanistan, 10,000 to 15,000 U.S. soldiers are therefore to remain in the country from next year. Whether this will be enough remains the secret of the U.S. president for the time being. Thus, every U.S. military disengagement, the Obama engagement, is bought with a widening and deepening of the front line between the West and its enemies. But this didn't all start with Barack Obama's presidency. The fact that North Korea is now a nuclear power and Georgia is not a NATO member can be traced back to earlier failures. In the case of Ukraine, it is the weakness of the Western European leading powers that is encouraging Russia to launch new offensives. And as far as the Iranian nuclear missile program is concerned, the current U.S. administration with its nuclear deal may succeed in getting out of the affair by the time it is replaced in January 2017. The next U.S. president will then be the third in a row to decide whether the supposed superpower will bomb Iran after all or accept that Iran will follow North Korea's example. The war against IS in Iraq, Syria, and North Africa, on the other hand, cannot be put on the back burner and will once again require U.S. engagement if at least the minimum level of peace within society that has already been achieved against the diverging interests of Sunni, Shiite, and Kurdish tribes under American occupation is to be restored. While the current military challenges in the Middle East and North Africa, where the Europeans should actually also feel compelled to act, are less a military problem than a challenge of political will, Russia's offensives in Ukraine are once again bringing the question of the limits of the military capabilities of the USA, and therefore of the West as a whole, to the fore. States such as those in the Baltic states and Poland appear to have the political will to defend themselves against a Russian attack, but lack the military means to do so, while Western Europe seems to lack both. Russian nuclear weapons also make Russia an enemy for the USA that is worlds more dangerous than an opponent using the old Iraq template. The prospects would be completely obscured if one were to come up with the seemingly ludicrous idea of testing the viability of the military doctrine, so fundamental for a superpower, of being able to win two wars simultaneously in different places against Russia and China. However, the provocations undertaken by China in the South China Sea this summer at the same time as the IS offensives in Iraq and Syria and the Russian offensives in Ukraine show that such a horror scenario is perhaps not too far-fetched, at least if you think ahead a little and want to be prepared for anything, as you should expect from the people in the Pentagon. After all, China, whose armed forces can be roughly compared with Russia's today, has been pursuing an armament program for several years that surpasses anything the USA is used to from any of its other enemies, including Russia. While Russia currently spends $100 billion on its armed forces, China is currently financing the modernization of its People's Liberation Army with $250 billion, which means that the Chinese military budget is already half that of the US. If the trend of annual increases in the Chinese military budget continues, while the American military budget tends to stagnate or decrease, China will catch up with the US in 10 to 15 years. It remains to be seen how the United States of America and the non-unified states of Europe will react to this threat in the future. There is little enthusiasm for war among the Western public and little understanding of the need to win a war. Flashpoints across the planet are signaling the return of great power conflicts of the kind many in the West imagined had been left behind generations ago. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is stretching into its second year. A ferocious, deadly assault against Israel by Hamas and a wider regional conflict with the Iranian regime. China's appetite for Taiwan looms large and menacing across East Asia. Africa is once more a site of competition between East and West. These developments have pitted liberals against so-called realists, who, in truth, are better described as restrainers. Yet both schools misunderstand the nature of modern power politics and thus risk disserving the nation as it confronts this new age of great power rivalry. Liberals in the Wilsonian tradition straddle both political parties. They hope that power politics can be replaced by international law and international organization. And they tend to interpret great power rivalries as part of a larger ideological confrontation between liberal democracies, the wave of the future, and authoritarian regimes, the relics of the past. Foreign policy liberalism identifies the American interest with a larger group of nations, united by free trade and democratic government. As President Woodrow Wilson told Congress in his war message in 1917, a steadfast concert for peace can never be maintained except by a partnership of democratic nations. Only free peoples can hold their purpose and honor steady to a common end and prefer the interests of mankind to any narrow interest of their own. Meanwhile, restrainers, who often call themselves realists, tend to fall into three groups: leftists who see America as a force for evil in the world, libertarians who dream of a world of free trade and minimal military budgets, and socially conservative isolationists yearning to restore the kind of decentralized, localized, rural society whose destruction they attribute not to the dynamic of industrial modernization, but rather to the alleged conversion of the American Republic into an empire during the sequence of major conflicts spanning the Civil War to the Cold War. Start with the restraint camp. Many of these thinkers agree that the United States and perhaps the world would be better off if Washington unilaterally dissolved some or even most of its alliances and downsized its military. Some favor a minimally interventionist policy of offshore balancing, according to which the United States would wait until the very last minute, as in World War I and World War II, to tip the balance against aggressive would-be hegemons in Europe or Asia. Bottom line, for restrainers, U.S. foreign policy should promote America's narrow national interest, defined in terms of security from invasion or attack, rather than relative economic power or diplomatic influence. Neither liberals nor restrainers can justly claim the mantle of realism. A genuine realism rejects the idea that any countries can or should be altruistic armed charities that prefer the interests of mankind to any narrow interest of their own. At the same time, genuine realists reject a strategy of restraint that reduces the purpose of American military power to nothing more than protecting U.S. territory from attack. For true realists, building and maintaining a defensible multinational military economic bloc of its own is essential for a modern great power. But all of the members of the great power bloc needn't be liberal democracies, and the bloc needn't practice free trade, either within itself or with the rest of the world. The bloc is the informal modern version of an empire, a geopolitical and geoeconomic entity made up of a number of nominally independent states subordinated to a single great power. Some blocs are flexible and informal, like China's Belt and Road system of economic dependencies. Others are formalized, like the Washington-led NATO and the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, the successor to NAFTA. Russia's post-Soviet Collective Security Treaty Organization and Eurasian Economic Union are likewise formalized blocs, as is the European Union, led by its co-hegemons, Germany and France. The term nation-state itself is baggy and loose to the point of being meaningless. The same word is used to describe India, China, and the United States, the three most populous countries in the world. Small countries like Sweden, with its 10 million souls, 3 million fewer than the population of the Los Angeles metropolitan area, and tiny but formally independent countries like Tuvalu, with its 11,000 inhabitants. With its 26 million people, the city of Shanghai alone is more populous than each EU member save for 5: Germany, France, Italy, Spain, and Poland. The United States, with 332 million inhabitants in nearly 4 million square miles, isn't the equivalent of a particular European country. It is the equivalent of the entire European Union, with its population of 448 million and 1.6 million square miles. As well as differing radically in scale, the countries of the world are functionally specialized to various degrees. Some are manufacturing powerhouses like Japan, South Korea, and Germany. Some are specialized financial service centers like Britain and Switzerland. And others are commodity exporting economies like Saudi Arabia, Australia, and Brazil. The smaller a country, the less diversified its economy can be, and the more dependent on exports and imports it is likely to be. The share of trade in the economy is much lower in the case of giant, relatively self-sufficient countries like China and the United States than in the case of Spain or Singapore. This is because internal American trade between Texas and California is the equivalent of cross-border trade between post-Brexit Britain and France. Countries are specialized militarily, as well as economically. Only a few countries have the combination of high productivity, diversified manufacturing, and large population that defines a great power in the modern world. Great powers like the United States specialize in providing security for allies and clients, which in turn spend less on their own defense than they might if they were strategically independent, rather than subordinate to their protector. This seems irrational to many of today's realists, who assume that all countries always seek to maximize their independence and relative power. Why should Washington extend unilateral security guarantees to rich countries in East Asia and Eastern Europe and the Middle East? China or Russia or Iran isn't going to invade and occupy Florida or California. Why doesn't Germany spend more on its military to become less dependent on America? The answer to these questions is that both sides are satisfied with the unequal arrangement, though there may be complaints, as in any marriage. The great power gets deferential protectorates that don't threaten it and don't augment the economic or military strength of great power rivals. The protectorates, as free riders, can spend money on things other than their militaries. Members of the restraint school frequently quote President George Washington in his 1796 farewell address, drafted by Alexander Hamilton. The nation which indulges toward another an habitual hatred or an habitual fondness is in some degree a slave. But realists ignore the passage in the address where Washington noted that with a common federal union, the American states will avoid the necessity of those overgrown military establishments, which, under any form of government, are inauspicious to liberty, and which are to be regarded as particularly hostile to republican liberty. In this sense, it is that your union ought to be considered as a main prop of your liberty, and that the love of the one ought to endear to you the preservation of the other. In other words, thanks to military and industrial economies of scale, a bigger military alliance can enjoy lower overhead costs for defense than it is possible for smaller independent units to have on their own. These military-industrial cost savings are the necessary, though not sufficient, condition for a less militarized society, limited regimentation of the economy, and more individual liberty. What is true of federal nation-states like the United States can be true of shared security blocs of various kinds, hegemonic alliances or imperial federations or multinational commonwealths. This explains why it is rational for policymakers in Sweden and Finland, frightened by the Kremlin, to seek American protection by applying for membership in NATO, rather than separately arming themselves to the teeth at greater cost. No U.S. official of the left, right, or center who takes part in formulating foreign policy would agree with taking apart America's system of military alliances and economic blocs. While Trump reportedly speculated about pulling out of NATO as president, he followed in the footsteps of his predecessors going back to Richard Nixon in insisting that the Europeans pay more of their fair share of the transatlantic alliance. Likewise, he wanted Japan to buy more American goods but not to abrogate the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty. For Washington's bipartisan elite, U.S. foreign policy is made not in the narrowly defined interest of the American nation-state, but in the interest of the American bloc or alliance system, ranged from Okinawa to now Ukraine. Just as British foreign policy up to a few decades after 1945 was imperial and Commonwealth foreign policy, not the foreign policy of the home islands considered by themselves in isolation, so U.S. foreign policy today seeks to preserve and strengthen and sometimes expand the Pax Americana inherited from the World Wars and the Cold War. From this perspective, the preservation of the American bloc as a whole is the foremost U.S. interest in foreign policy. No bloc or empire lasts forever. But in the foreseeable future, restrainers who advocate a policy of radical retrenchment, in which Washington dissolves NATO and abrogates its formal alliances with Japan and South Korea and its informal alliance with Taiwan, will continue to be ignored by U.S. leaders of both parties. Restrainers, then, go wrong when they want to jettison the foreign allies and bases that the United States has accumulated since 1945, or since the Spanish-American War in 1898. Which brings us to the liberals. Unlike restrainers, liberals like Fukuyama have nothing against an American-led bloc. The difference between neoconservatives and liberals is that neocons want to establish an ever-expanding democratic bloc under U.S. hegemony through unilateral American wars of regime change to topple autocracies, while liberals are drawn to the idea of a transnational and post-national federation along the lines of the European Union. This explains why so many liberal Atlanticists experienced shock and grief over Brexit. The European Union, as the model for the post-national human future, was supposed to expand and never contract. Some neocons fail to see that the United States, despite its many economic advantages and global military reach, isn't powerful or rich enough right now to create a unipolar world by brute force and diplomatic intimidation, given the long-term rise of China and India and their resistance to foreign domination. Americans may be tired of war, but war is not tired of us. Thousands of people around the world wake up every morning and think about how to kill Americans and destroy the American way of life. At most, Washington, at the head of its bloc, can aspire to be primus inter pares in a world of multiple blocs. Hasty exits and broken alliances litter America's recent history. Reflecting on the chaotic scenes in Kabul in 2021, it is hard to ignore the growing danger of a repeat in northeastern Syria. Despite calls for withdrawal, some from President-elect Donald Trump supporters, and others from voices critical of endless wars, Abandoning the Syrian Kurds could be Kabul 2.0 and derail Trump's broader agenda. What happens in Syria will not stay in Syria. To remove the small force of U.S. advisors embedded with the Syrian Kurds could embolden Turkey to strike Kurdish-held areas. Tens of thousands of Islamic State detainees guarded by Kurdish partners could walk free, risking a fresh wave of terror in the Middle East, Europe, and North America. Some critics say the Kurds could ally with Russia or Iran as a plan B for their protection. The Kurds understand this would be a fool's choice given both the Russian and Iranian track records, as well as Iran's own domestic problem with Kurds seeking autonomy. Nor would Kurds be the only victims. Jihadists backed by Turkey would see the Kurds' abandonment by Trump as a green light to target other ethnic and religious minorities across the region, from the Druze to the Armenians and myriad Christian groups. Some supporters of withdrawal cite Trump's America First promise. America First need not mean isolationism. Rather, it should mean wisdom in assessing which overseas investments benefit America. A small U.S. deployment will be an efficient bulwark against extremist resurgence. If a prison escape allows the Islamic State to go global, or if an unchallenged Hayat Tahrir al-Sham uses Syrian territory to destabilize Egypt and Jordan, Americans will feel the repercussions. A future large-scale intervention, far costlier in lives and funds, could become inevitable. Concerned voices like Director of National Intelligence designee Tulsi Gabbard highlight the need for a responsible timeline so that an exit will not strengthen jihadists. Representative Thomas Massie, Republican Kentucky, argues that no constitutional mandate exists to stay, but Congress can refine the mission to ensure clarity and legality without dismantling it. In Iraq, a premature U.S. exit enabled the Islamic State to seize 1/3 of Iraq within weeks. In Afghanistan, an abrupt departure led to the collapse of the entire state. Why repeat such a pattern in Syria, especially when the cost to maintain stability is so low? A nimble approach can keep extremist groups from gaining ground. Keeping America's word to allies is not just about moral obligations. It also protects the credibility necessary for future coalitions. Allies worldwide watch whether the United States upholds its commitments. Exiting Syria right now would cause them to question American resolve. That invites trouble elsewhere, from renewed aggression by adversaries to diminished leverage in negotiations around the globe. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and President Donald Trump deserve credit for attempting a diplomatic initiative with Syria. Their May 23, 2025, decision to waive Caesar Act sanctions reflected a willingness to take risks for peace and stability. The administration recognized that perpetual sanctions could push Syria deeper into the orbits of Russia, China, and Iran. Their effort to provide Syria's government an opportunity to demonstrate responsible governance was strategic. Unfortunately, interim President Ahmad al-Sharaa has squandered this opportunity with sectarian violence. The massacres of more than 200 Druze civilians between May and July 2025, including 21 executed by government forces on July 15, prove that sanctions relief has failed to moderate the regime. These atrocities occurred after the waiver took effect, suggesting that the government interpreted American generosity as weakness rather than incentive for reform. The timeline reveals a pattern. Rubio certified on May 23 that waiving sanctions served U.S. national security interests. Within weeks, Syrian government-affiliated militias escalated attacks on Druze communities in Suwaida province, employing anti-Druze slogans and mutilating bodies. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights and Amnesty International documented these as deliberate sectarian killings rather than random violence. The government's July 15 ceasefire announcement came only after international outcry reached a crescendo. This violence builds upon the March 2025 massacres that killed more than 1,000 Alawites in coastal cities. The Syrian Network for Human Rights documented 803 extrajudicial killings between March 6 to 10 alone, including 39 children and 49 women. These systematic attacks targeting religious minorities reveal the true character of al-Sharaa's government, led by former commanders of al-Qaeda-affiliated Hayat Tahrir al-Sham and Jabhat al-Nusra. The question now concerns who comes next. Syria's Christian community, 10% of the population before 2011 and less than 2% today, faces existential threat. Kurdish populations in northern and eastern Syria remain vulnerable to both government forces and Turkish-backed militias. The pattern established with Alawites and Druze suggests these communities may face similar persecution once the government consolidates power. While the Trump administration's calculated engagement could moderate extremist elements, prevent state collapse, and block adversaries from filling the vacuum, effective diplomacy requires adjusting to facts on the ground. The post-waiver massacres demonstrate that Syria's government views American engagement as license for sectarian consolidation rather than opportunity for inclusive governance. Former terrorist leaders like al-Shara and Foreign Minister Assad al-Shaibani have not abandoned their extremist ideologies, despite Western outreach. The national security rationale for maintaining the waiver has evaporated. Sectarian violence destabilizes the region by driving refugees into Jordan and Lebanon. Religious persecution strengthens extremist recruitment narratives. American credibility as a defender of religious freedom and human rights suffers when U.S. policy enables documented atrocities. Rubio retains authority to revoke the 180-day waiver based on changed circumstances. The July massacres provide compelling justification for immediate action. Reimposing sanctions would demonstrate that American policy responds to evidence and holds governments accountable for their actions. This flexibility represents strength, not weakness, in diplomatic engagement. The stakes extend beyond Syria's borders. Regional minorities watch whether the United States will defend vulnerable populations or prioritize expedient arrangements with former terrorists. Christian communities throughout the Middle East need tangible evidence that religious freedom remains an American priority. Kurdish populations require assurance that their safety matters in U.S. calculations. Moving forward requires balancing pragmatism with principle. The administration should reimpose sanctions while maintaining diplomatic channels for future engagement contingent on measurable improvements in minority protection. The U.S. Department of the Treasury should designate officials responsible for the massacres as specially designated nationals. Congress should examine how future waivers can include stronger accountability mechanisms. The time to act is now. In light of this, far from intimidating Beijing and Moscow, the withdrawal of United States troops from Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan must have delighted policymakers in Beijing and Moscow. The Syrian government under Ahmed al-Shara and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham may very well prove itself as bad as the Assad regime it replaces, but its decision to revoke the Russian lease over its naval base in Syria's Mediterranean port of Tartus is a net positive for the United States. An American effort to take over the Russian lease could be an even greater positive. True, President Donald Trump won election promising to be discerning about U.S. dispatch of forces abroad. Trump argues, and most Americans agree, that the United States has too willingly deployed U.S. forces abroad without regard to legality or broader wisdom. Growing near-peer competition encouraged America's expanding footprint and created a self-propelling dynamic. Russia and China expanded their presence abroad, justifying expansion of American presence. Rather than simply engage in a base race to expand presence, perhaps a better focus for the age of Trump would be either compelling the closure of competitors' bases, obviating the need for more robust U.S. presence, or simply taking over their strategic landscape. After all, what better way to acquire a base than for free? And while the public does not want U.S. forces engaged in war, filling vacuums make the likelihood of conflict less likely. Deterrence requires deployment, while withdrawal encourages adversaries. The Russian history at Tartus reflects the ups and downs of Russian power. In 1967, the Soviet Union formed the 5th Mediterranean Squadron, both to counterbalance the U.S. 6th Fleet operating in the Eastern Mediterranean and to support Soviet ambitions in Egypt. The Russian Navy briefly exited the Mediterranean after the Soviet Union's collapse, but Russian President Vladimir Putin created a 16-ship Mediterranean task force in May 2013, basing it in Tartus. Russia's current exit from the Eastern Mediterranean, at least temporarily, makes the region far safer. Russian warships can still ply its waters, but sustained operations will be difficult absent any nearby logistical hub. Tartus and the Khmeimim Air Base were Russia's only remaining bases outside the borders of the former Soviet Union, with Russia's base in Cuba closed in 2002 and its Vietnam base shuttered 2 years after that. Russia still seeks bases in Sudan and Eritrea, but these remain largely on the drawing board. Indeed, whenever the Russians appear close to landing a base deal on the Red Sea, astute diplomacy and funds channeled through Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates sways Sudanese and Eritrean officials away from any lease. Nor is Tartus the first base Russians have lost. The Soviets built the Berbera airfield and deepwater port in the mid-1970s, only to lose them when later that decade, Somalia flipped sides in the Cold War. Transfers of bases are more common than many Americans realize. Italy built the Mellahah field just east of Tripoli, Libya in 1923. The Italians and German Luftwaffe used it during their North Africa campaign until the British occupied Libya. Recast Wheelus Air Force Base, it was a Cold War mainstay for U.S. forces in the Mediterranean until Libyan leader threw the Americans out in 1970. The United States lost the base it built at Cam Ranh Bay, Vietnam to the Soviets after North Vietnam conquered South Vietnam. The following year, the U.S. Navy was the beneficiary of shifting geopolitical winds when the British left Bahrain, turning its base over to the United States. Today, Bahrain hosts the Fifth Fleet in a facility the British built. The Taliban now controls U.S. bases in Afghanistan up to and including Bagram Airfield, and may lease the facility to China. China also expands its presence elsewhere. The People's Liberation Army, Navy built its first overseas naval base in Djibouti in 2017, which China has leveraged to interfere with U.S. forces and to hamper regional security. It has fired lasers as American pilots, for example, and allegedly supplied weaponry to the Houthis in exchange for immunity from attacks on Chinese shipping. Americans can celebrate Russia's loss in Syria, but a Russian victory tomorrow or American loss elsewhere could blunt any advantage the West gains or disadvantage the Kremlin suffers. Dominant powers rise and fall, acquiring and losing bases as their fortunes change. The questions for American strategists are threefold. First, how can the United States compel states to shutter adversaries' bases? A new Syrian government gave Russia the boot. Is there anything short of regime change in Djibouti that can do the same trick with the Chinese? Second, how can the United States prevent adversaries from seizing existing or moribund bases? Russia left its Lourdes Sigint station in Cuba in 2002. What policy exists to prevent China from now moving in? Trump may focus rightly on the challenges China poses in the Panama Canal, but a Chinese base off Florida's coast could be even more threatening. Finally, what calculations exist to gauge the merits of U.S. bases? Seeking a lease in Berbera, Somaliland ticks all the strategic boxes. So too does Guam. Maintaining bases in Qatar and Turkey, however, brings significant costs in terms of immunizing host regimes that undermine stability throughout the region. While the U.S. long ago abandoned its bases in the Philippines, Chinese regional aggression merits reconsidering that decision. Too often, the Pentagon approaches U.S. global presence haphazardly and approaches its adversaries' basing map as if immutable. Both attitudes are wrong. If Trump's defense team really wished to challenge bureaucratic groupthink and tunnel vision, it might start by plotting adversaries' withdrawal and a much more deliberate strategy for U.S. basing abroad. For their part, neoliberal proponents of the free market Washington consensus of the 1990s and 2000s failed to foresee that post-Cold War globalization, by enabling Chinese mercantilism and multinational corporate labor arbitrage, would dangerously deindustrialize America, undermining the long-term basis of U.S. military power, a large and diverse manufacturing base. With the rise of China, Americans' penchant to resort to triumphalist rhetoric about the United States is becoming ever stronger. Triumphalism serves as an opioid for the Washington establishment. It can breathe easier if the once-upon-a-time justified claims about the United States' economic superiority are endlessly repeated. Such recitations have traditionally also served as an opioid for the masses. Things might not be so great for oneself, but at least we as a nation are still number one. That this predictable but ill-advised reaction pattern simply kicks the can of overdue reform down the road, and even accelerates the very decline that triumphalists categorically deny is even conceivable, evidently does not concern many of the elites and their appointed soothsayers. They have no interest in reconsidering elements of the established order. There are three main strains of triumphalist sentiment. The first comes from the U.S. foreign policy establishment, which cannot envision national decline under its watch. In its view, the United States is firmly ensconced as the shining city on the hill. While there may be occasional bumps in the road, such as the Trump presidency, nothing can keep the United States from fulfilling its preordained destiny. Harvard's Joseph Nye, with his claim that America may not actually be declining, but those predicting it are ascending, is the patron of this group. A second camp are foreigners who look at the United States with longing and admiration, but often lack of understanding. Joseph Joffe, co-publisher of the German weekly Die Zeit and the author of The Myth of America's Decline, is emblematic of this group. The third group are bankers and investors who view the U.S. economy through a distinctly financial lens and see nothing but success. But they ignore production in favor of financial metrics, especially the strength of the dollar and the stock market. And they are unperturbed in their rugged advocacy of shareholder capitalism, believing that strong financial metrics equate to a well-functioning economy and society. The latest version of someone giving voice to this third point of view comes from Ruchir Sharma, the chief global strategist at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. In his article Comeback Nation, U.S. Economic Supremacy Has Repeatedly Proved Declinists Wrong, featured in the May/June 2020 issue of Foreign Affairs, Sharma tells a happy story, one that could only be told by someone on Wall Street. Indeed, the illustration highlighting the article shows two smiling, fist-bumping stock traders. For them and for Sharma, financial metrics rather than production system metrics determine success. Sharma argues that the U.S. economy has never been stronger, leaving aside the COVID-19 economic crisis. During the 2010s, the United States not only staged a comeback as an economic superpower but reached new heights as a financial empire, driven by its relatively young population, its open door to immigration, and investment pouring into Silicon Valley. The 2010s turned out to be a golden decade. A golden decade if you are a shareholder or Wall Street dweller, since stock market values boomed. But Wall Street is not the same as Main Street. Mr. Sharma goes on to rhapsodize that, for the first time since at least the 1850s, when record-keeping began, the United States traversed a full decade without suffering a single recession. But this ignores the obvious fact that this growth came in the aftermath of the economic collapse of the 2009 Great Recession, which was so severe that, of course, there was going to be a long recovery. Besides, the business cycle is not an indicator of long-term growth, which is what really matters. Indeed, the single most important economic factor, the one that could actually lift more boats than just those of investors, is the rate of productivity growth. Mr. Sharma largely ignores this factor, except when he claims that U.S. productivity has gotten a boost from investment in technology in recent years. In reality, labor productivity growth in the 2010s was around 1.2% a year, the slowest rate of growth since the Second World War. Some boost. The simplest indicator of the United States' relative economic power is its share of global output. Sharma writes that the U.S. share has accounted for a steady 25% since 1980. That would seem to rebut of any declinist argument. However, to arrive at this finding, Sharma artfully plays with the numbers. He uses nominal GDP in U.S. dollars, while almost all economists and the OECD agree that using purchasing power parity (PPP) is the right way to compare the relative size of economies. And on that measure, the evidence is clear. The United States share has fallen from around 40% after the Second World War to just 15% today. To me, that represents a very significant form of decline. Sharma also sees the 2010s as a golden decade because of the stock market performance. He writes, lifted by the strong performance of American technology companies, the U.S. stock market rose by 250% in the 2010s, nearly 4 times the average gain in other national stock markets. To be sure, a strong stock market is good for investors, but what really matters is robust real output growth widely shared. We don't consume stocks. We consume real goods and services. When he finally gets to the real economy of production and wages, Sharma is mostly wrong. He writes that wage and income growth revived in the mid-2010s, and weekly and hourly wage growth expanded in the 2010s. But one study that he cites states, despite some nominal growth, real wage growth has been consistently hovering around zero, while the other states, low wage growth is a key sign of how far the U.S. economy remains from a full recovery. Finally, much of Sharma's triumphalism comes from the fact that the U.S. population is growing faster than in other regions like Europe and Japan. In this regard, he is sadly stuck in a 19th century frame of mind. He writes that the more important U.S. advantage has been a relatively high population growth rate. But any developed country can rapidly grow its population by simply adopting an open borders policy toward developing nations. Immigrants will flood in search of a better life. While a growing population might matter for fighting wars, it doesn't matter for increasing per capita income, and in fact, Too much low-skill immigration lowers productivity growth. Despite Sharma's rose-colored glasses, the reality is that the United States faces a wide array of economic challenges. Let me just point to 3 of them. 1. Productivity growth rates are at an all-time low. 2. U.S. manufacturing capacities have shrunk. Controlling for the value of the dollar, U.S. manufacturing output dropped from 25% of world share in the early 2000s to 18.4% in 2014, and U.S. manufacturing output in 2019 was lower than in 2008, leaving out the computer sector, which is mismeasured. 3. China is rapidly catching up in innovation. The Information Technology and Innovation Foundation studied 36 indicators of China's scientific and technological progress relative to the United States, and found that China has made significant progress and actually leads in a number of areas. This recent trend toward decline is troubling, to say the least, but it does not have to be the story of the United States' future. The Washington establishment needs to stop belittling the economic realists who look at the actual decline in our nation's economic performance with open eyes. And the members of our establishment most certainly need to let go of their smug assumption that the status quo will suffice. It will be hard enough to mobilize support for a new approach to U.S. economic policy, one that puts production, not consumption and finance, at its core without this kind of denialism. To that end, the United States needs a national industrial strategy that sets vital strategic goals. This would include determining our traded sector tech industries, such as advanced machinery, biopharma, electrical equipment, semiconductors and computing, software and transportation equipment, as too critical to fail. And these programs should be aligned with U.S. allies wherever possible. Winston Churchill once said you can always count on the Americans to do the right thing, but only after they have exhausted all other options. Let us hope we are close to that point of exhaustion. Wilsonian liberals and many libertarian restrainers support free trade as the norm. But in today's industrial civilization, sound American grand strategy must integrate geopolitics with what Edward Luttwak calls geoeconomics, defined as a combination of the logic of conflict and the grammar of commerce. Free market, Econ 101 models describing an 18th century agrarian Arcadia simply don't apply to these realities. Pre-modern agrarian land empires were simple affairs. The conquerors of old who could seize more farmland and farm workers could raise more in-kind tribute or cash taxes, enabling them to equip and pay more warriors in order to obtain yet more farmland and farm workers. The logic of industrial imperialism, beginning in the early modern period with the mercantilist colonial empires of the Netherlands, France, and Britain, has been radically different. The basis of wealth and power in the industrial era consists of advanced dual-use manufacturing, not farmland and farm workers. Unlike agrarian empires, which relied on extensive growth alone, industrial-era empires and blocs rely on both external and internal growth. Increasing returns manufacturing industries benefit from economies of scale. The larger the scale of production, the lower the marginal cost. And the larger the home market, national or imperial, the easier it is to reap the benefits of economies of scale. In the age of formal industrial imperialism and colonialism from the mercantilist era to the first half of the 20th century, coercive colonialism, in the form of formal annexation or bullying weak trading partners into submitting to unequal treaties, ensured that the consumers in the colonies would be allowed to purchase only the high-value-added manufactures of the metropole. Free trade makes sense for a modern industrial great power only as long as it has an unmatchable lead in high-value-added, dual-use manufacturing, like Britain after 1846 or the United States after 1945. Conversely, as other great military-industrial powers rise to challenge it, the liberal hegemon should abandon free trade and adopt strategic protectionism again to hold its own in a multipolar world. Britain should have abandoned free trade for strategic trade by the 1890s, in the face of the rise of protectionist America and Germany, and the United States should have abandoned free trade for strategic trade in the 1970s, in the face of often unfair competition from Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and West Germany, even before the rise of neo-mercantilist China. In both Britain and America, the political influence of financial interests and overseas investors, the City of London, Wall Street blocked measures to combat industrial decline. Eras of relatively free trade have been brief blips in history, associated with the temporary hegemony of a manufacturing superpower like mid-19th century Britain and the mid-20th century United States. Most of the time, rising powers need to practice strategic import substitution to create their own industrial bases. Declining powers should return to strategic import substitution or adopt reciprocal trade policies to prevent their deindustrialization, whether by great power competitors or their own greedy and disloyal corporations and capitalists. The more national and regional centers of manufacturing power that a great power bloc or alliance contains, the more productive and secure it will be. In his 1967 memoirs, the celebrated American foreign policy practitioner and strategist George Kennan argued that the purpose of the Cold War strategy of containment should be to exclude the Soviet Union from 4 of the 5 industrialized regions in which the sinews of modern military strength could be produced in quantity: the United States, Britain, the Franco-German Rhineland, and Japan. The goal of containment wasn't merely to deny the Soviets access to German and Japanese industrial resources by deterring Soviet invasion and occupation. It was also to use a common Allied embargo to prevent the Soviet Union from adding German and Japanese manufacturing capacity to its own through peaceful trade. The weapon that was most essential to the victory of America's Cold War alliance system wasn't the atomic bomb, but the Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls, which starved the USSR of access to Western markets, technology, and investment. During the First Cold War, America fought proxy wars against the Soviet bloc in Korea and Vietnam, peripheral areas of no intrinsic strategic interest to the United States, in part to reassure Japan and West Germany of American credibility as a protector, to discourage them from drifting into neutrality between the blocs. Today, the list of industrial cores would be the same: the United States, Britain, the Rhineland, Japan, and post-Soviet Russia, with the addition of China, and, perhaps in time, India. To the geopolitical strategy of denial, described by Elbridge Colby, the United States should add a geoeconomic strategy of denial that discourages America's major industrial allies from indirectly strengthening China through trade, investment, and technology transfer. The United States can suffer losses and retreat from exposed positions in the periphery and quickly recover, as it did in Vietnam and recently in Afghanistan. But because of their military-industrial potential, Japan and Germany, now reunited, remain the most important protectorates of the United States. In Asia, the United States has confirmed its military ties with Japan, because a weak, easily intimidated Japan could be bullied by the Middle Kingdom into adding to China's strength as a technological tributary state. Meanwhile, the role of Germany, the most important industrial powerhouse in Europe, is indirectly at stake in the war in Ukraine. Before the war escalated in 2022, Germany's leadership sought to hedge its bets by relying on American military protection, Chinese markets for German goods, and Russian energy imports. That juggling act has failed. Judging by Berlin's unequivocal, American-style backing for Israel in the Gaza war, and by the Germans' earlier silence about the question of who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline for Russian gas, a project long opposed by Washington, Germany appears to have sided decisively with the United States. Germany has implicitly agreed to continue to be a semi-sovereign American protectorate, embedded in the NATO alliance and the EU economic bloc, both of which are expanding to the east. Some contemporary Germans and other Europeans complain about vassalization under American suzerainty. But Konrad Adenauer made the right choice early in the Cold War in rejecting a weak, neutral, united Germany subject to Russian intimidation, in favor of a partial West Germany firmly integrated into the American-led Atlantic Alliance. From a self-interested American perspective, it is better for Germany and its neighbors to remain within a consolidated transatlantic bloc than for a geopolitically independent Germany to try to play all sides against each other, or worse yet, for Europe as a whole to fragment into a chessboard for multiple outside powers, with some countries tilting toward the United States and others tilting toward the People's Republic of China. American policymakers have drastically underestimated the actual military power and industrial capacity of China and Russia. The deficit hawks of the Peter G. Peterson Institute claim that the U.S. spends more on defense than the next 10 military powers combined. But they rely on misleading market exchange rates. When the more reliable measure of purchasing power parity is used, as Michael Kaufman and Peter Connolly point out, spending by Russia and China is roughly equal to U.S. defense expenditures, with Russia representing a much larger share than previously recognized. And even this may underestimate the military potential of the informal Sino-Russian bloc, according to the French economist Jacques Sapir. Much of what is measured as part of United States and Western European GDP is paper wealth, inflated real estate and stock values, for example. When economic activities irrelevant to military production, civilian manufacturing, mining and processing are excluded, The productive economies of the US and Europe are smaller, and those of China and Russia larger than they seem. Merely to maintain and consolidate its European and Asian alliance system, Washington will need to spend more on defense and domestic defense-critical manufacturing and infrastructure and R&D. At the same time, the aging of the American population, by raising the costs of Social Security and Medicare, among other programs, will require higher taxes, more borrowing, or both. Can America afford both guns and butter? Of course it can. The proxy wars in Korea and Vietnam came with a terrible price in foreign and American lives. But the U.S. economy flourished during the Korean War, when defense spending as a share of GDP rose to 11.3%, the Vietnam War, 8.6%, and the latter stages of the First Cold War, 5.7%. Restrainers are mistaken when they, like deficit hawks, warn of imminent American bankruptcy. The Republican Party has become a lobby for lowering taxes on its rich donors. While both Hillary Clinton in 2016 and Joe Biden in 2020 promised to spare their professional class supporters by not raising taxes on any households making less than $200,000, Clinton, or $400,000, Biden. The real threat to American military power and domestic entitlements alike is political, in the form of bipartisan taxophobia. In U.S. Foreign Policy, Shield of the Republic, 1943, Walter Lippmann wrote, "Foreign policy consists in bringing into balance, with a comfortable surplus of power in reserve, the nation's commitments and the nation's power." Under Trump and Biden, the outlines of a post-Cold War American grand strategy to reconcile American commitments to American power can be seen. Washington will accept the reality of a multipolar world. At the same time, the United States will seek to maintain or expand its Cold War vintage trilateral bloc, anchored in Europe and littoral East Asia. Rejecting indiscriminate free trade, Washington will try to use strategic industrial policies and embargoes to partly reindustrialize the U.S. homeland, maintain economic integration with its European and East Asian allies, and minimize Chinese access to the markets, technologies, and finance of the nations of the American bloc. This emergent and genuinely realist grand strategy will be too interventionist for restrainers and too protectionist for neoliberals. In the longer run, the pattern of world politics is likely to resemble George Orwell's summary of James Burnham's theory in The Managerial Revolution, in Orwell's essay Second Thoughts on James Burnham, published May 1946. The new managerial societies will not consist of a patchwork of small, independent states, but of great superstates grouped round the main industrial centers in Europe, Asia, and America. These superstates will fight among themselves for possession of the remaining uncaptured portions of the earth, but will probably be unable to conquer one another completely. Internally, each society will be hierarchical, with an aristocracy of talent at the top and a mass of semi-slaves at the bottom. In the absence of a global empire or the collapse of industrial civilization, world politics for centuries or millennia to come may take the form of shifting alliances among great power blocs, like Oceania, East Asia, and Eurasia in Orwell's 1984, with periods of Cold War alternating with periods of détente. That fate is probably inescapable. Whether human society in the future consists mostly of a mass of semi-slaves depends on whether the wage-earning majorities in particular countries, by means of disciplined mass membership institutions like political parties, labor unions, and religious organizations, are able to exercise countervailing power to restrain the aristocracy of talent at the top. In response to the wave of nationalism and populism that has produced Brexit and the election of Donald J. Trump as President of the United States, it has become fashionable to claim that the liberal world order is being replaced by a catastrophic spiral of protectionism, rising authoritarianism, and great power conflict that bring to mind the 1930s. Often this argument is accompanied by the claim that there existed a bipartisan consensus in favor of the liberal world order from 1945 until the populist wave of the last few years. For example, the Brookings scholar Robert Kagan warns, the liberal world order established in the aftermath of World War II may be coming to an end, challenged by forces both without and within. With the election of Donald Trump, a majority of Americans have signaled their unwillingness to continue upholding the world order. This may be effective anti-populist propaganda among elites, but it is poor history. The truth is that since 1945 there has not been just one fixed liberal world order, but several successive versions of liberal world order, each lasting only a couple of decades before giving way to a somewhat different system that can still be described as liberal. The new system that emerges from today's domestic and geopolitical turmoil is likely to be an updated version of liberal world order, not its negation. Liberal World Order 1.0 was established by the victors of World War II. Its constitution was the 1945 United Nations Charter. The new global order was liberal in the 19th century sense, founding international relations on the principles of outlawing the scourge of aggressive war, fundamental human rights, and the self-determination of nations large and small. While national self-determination was a basic principle of the UN system, multi-party democracy was not. 2 of the 5 members of the UN Security Council in 1945, the Soviet Union and Nationalist China, were non-democratic regimes, as were many of the Latin American republics that initially dominated the UN General Assembly. In much of the world, the realization of human rights ideals, symbolized by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the UN in 1948, continues to be only an aspiration. But the powerful post-1945 norm against wars of imperial aggression has endured to this day. India's annexation of Portuguese-controlled Goa in 1961 was tolerated by the international community, and Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 is unlikely to be reversed. However, most countries viewed Iraq's annexation of Kuwait in 1990 as a violation of a basic global norm, and most of the world does not recognize Israel's occupation of disputed portions of the former Palestine Mandate. As the Cold War escalated in the late 1940s, Liberal World Order 1.0 gave way to Liberal World Order 2.0. The Truman administration adopted the policy of containment of the Soviet bloc, which would last in various forms until the end of the Cold War. Soviet-American rivalry paralyzed the United Nations Security Council. Global institutions like the IMF and World Bank were eclipsed in importance by hastily improvised regional bodies like the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, founded in 1949, and the European Economic Community, established by the Treaty of Rome in 1957. These had a counterpart in the Communist bloc in the Warsaw Pact Military Alliance, 1955-91, and the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, 1949-91. Within the Western Bloc, mutual tariff reductions took place under the auspices of the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, GATT, but many countries maintained capital controls until the late 1950s. The third iteration of the post-1945 liberal world order came in the 1970s. The initiative for change came from the dominant power in the system, the United States. Following the costly proxy wars in Korea and Indochina, Americans were weary of the costs of the strategy of containment of the communist bloc, even as formerly dominant American industries were battered by competition from Japan and West Germany, which had recovered from wartime devastation. In geopolitics, President Richard Nixon carried out a more nationalist strategy of retrenchment, based on détente with the Soviet Union, the opening to Mao's China, the delegation of military responsibilities to client states and allies, the Nixon Doctrine, and the abolition of military conscription in the United States. In geoeconomics, the Nixon administration sought to protect American industry by unilaterally destroying the post-1945 Bretton Woods system of fixed exchange rates and imposing a temporary tariff on imports. Nixon's successors, Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan, decried amoral Nixonian realpolitik and sought to base U.S. foreign policy on human rights promotion and crusading anti-communism, respectively. Nevertheless, they worked within the post-Nixon framework of Liberal World Order 3.0, abandoning détente with Moscow in response to the Soviet Union's military buildup and invasion of Afghanistan in 1979. Carter and Reagan consolidated a classically realist Sino-American alliance against Moscow. Reagan followed a version of the Nixon Doctrine, relying on proxies, freedom fighters, to battle Soviet clients in Central America and Africa. Like Nixon, Reagan took a tough line in trade diplomacy with American allies, imposing tariffs on consumer electronics and heavy motorcycles from Japan, as well as quotas, voluntary export restraints, on other Japanese imports including automobiles and machine tools. By means of the Plaza Accord of 1985, the United States sought to protect American industry further by lowering the value of the dollar relative to the German Deutsche Mark and the Japanese yen. Liberal Internationalism 3.0, then, was characterized by American avoidance of Vietnam-style quagmires combined with American economic nationalism within the framework of the existing multilateral trade system. What many today defend as the liberal world order is nothing more than the fourth liberal world order. This one, dating to the early post-Cold War era. Contrary to claims that post-1945 liberal internationalism is under attack, only certain features of post-Cold War liberal world order 4.0 are being rejected by populists in the United States and Europe. Globalization on a large scale, characterized by the emergence of transnational corporations and supply chains, got underway only in the 1990s and 2000s. Mass immigration to the United States and Europe is also largely a post-Cold War phenomenon. The euro and the eurozone date back only to 1999. Labor mobility within Europe is also a relatively recent policy. Controversial, mega-regional trade pacts like NAFTA, the TPP and TTIP, which go beyond old-fashioned tariff reductions to rewrite much domestic legislation, go back only to the 1990s. The responsibility to protect, invoked to justify humanitarian wars like the war by the United States and NATO allies against the Gaddafi regime in Libya, is of even more recent provenance, having been devised only in 2000 and endorsed only in 2005 by the United Nations. Will the backlash against the fourth version of liberal world order produce a fifth? Those who equate the post-Cold War liberal world order with the liberal world order hyperbolically claim that the only alternative to a continuation of the recent post-Cold War system is trade wars and even great power wars. But liberal world order 5.0 is less likely to resemble the world disorder of the 1930s than to resemble liberal world order 3.0. Like Nixon, President Trump opposes what he views as the strategic overcommitments of his predecessors and demands more of allies and client states. And like Nixon, he seeks to rebuild U.S. manufacturing and revise trade arrangements to America's advantage. President Trump and other nationalists and populists may fail, but if they succeed, either through their own efforts or by winning strategic concessions from establishment politicians like Britain's Theresa May, the next world order is likely to be a liberal world order too, even if immigration is somewhat restricted and industrial policy partly rehabilitated. The result will almost certainly be something like the system of the Nixon to Reagan era, which was compatible not only with the broad norms of the post-1945 world order but also with the maintenance of America's alliances with European partners and Japan. American triumphalism is back. The difficulties encountered by Vladimir Putin's regime in its invasion of Ukraine are being used to revive Cold War rhetoric about American leadership, the struggle for global democracy, and Western unity. America as the leader of the free world is once more in the saddle. Unfortunately, it is far from clear that Putin will actually lose the war. If, as a result of a negotiated compromise or prolonged stalemate, much of Ukraine remains indefinitely under Russian occupation, then in spite of the costs Putin will have succeeded in territorial revanchism in Ukraine, in addition to having annexed Crimea and successfully gone to war to keep Georgia out of NATO. On a global level, the U.S. campaign to get other nations to sanction Russia to punish it for invading Ukraine has been a flop. A map of the countries that have sanctioned Russia includes the United States and Canada, Europe, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. Most countries in the rest of the world, including India, Mexico, and Brazil, along with most nations in Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa have refused to go along. In Cold War II, the non-aligned bloc is back. While Congress votes to deliver arms to bleed Russia in a proxy war in Ukraine, everywhere else in the world the United States is staggering from a series of humiliating strategic defeats. After 2 decades of fighting in Afghanistan, Washington abruptly abandoned it to the Taliban in a bug-out even more chaotic and embarrassing than the fall of South Vietnam. In post-Saddam Iraq, the Iraqi parliament recently passed a law punishing the normalization of ties with Israel with death or life imprisonment. In Syria, Bashar al-Assad has survived Washington's war to depose him. The overthrow of Muammar al-Gaddafi in Libya by the United States and NATO has produced chaos and disintegration. Remember Tahrir Square? The military is back in charge in Egypt. So much for Barack Obama's Arab Spring. America's major great power adversary is China. News that the United States is running short of Javelin and Stinger missiles to resupply Ukraine may confirm those in Beijing who think America is a paper tiger. China's territorial revanchism, like Russia's, is succeeding. China will never give up the islands in the South China Sea it has successfully fortified, no matter how many freedom of navigation operations the U.S. Navy undertakes. Nor will it abandon the brutal, coercive Sinicization of the Uyghurs. We are supposed to believe that China can be contained by the Quad, the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. But China has suffered no serious consequences from beating and killing Indian soldiers along the Sino-Indian border. And China is the largest single trading partner of both Australia and Japan. These U.S. allies see no contradiction between deepening their integration with China and engaging in anti-Chinese military planning with Washington. At some point, China will jerk the leash. For that matter, China is the top supplier of imports to the United States, and the U.S. trade imbalance with China has worsened in the last few years. During the First Cold War, the United States and its allies imposed across-the-board embargoes on the Soviet Union. But America's business and banking elites, like those of its allies, oppose any decoupling of the economies of China and the West. The few measures of anti-Chinese economic warfare, Trump's tariffs, the incentives in the CHIPS Act to build more chip foundries in the United States, are so feeble that they hardly affect the deepening economic dependence of the United States and its allies on Chinese manufacturing. And even these ineffectual attempts to rebuild U.S. manufacturing may be abandoned as a result of lobbying by Wall Street, Silicon Valley, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Meanwhile, China is pushing the United States and its allies out of one global market after another. In 2010, China surpassed America as the world's leading manufacturer. In 2021, China surpassed South Korea as the world's leading shipbuilder. A single Chinese company, DJI, makes 70% of the world's civilian drones. 1/3 of global industrial robots are made in China, which is also the world's largest market for them. It is probably only a matter of time before China challenges the United States, Europe, and Japan in aerospace and automobiles as well. Wherever we look, then, we see the United States in retreat or in defeat or in stalemate, whether in the military arena or in the realm of trade and industrial production. Since the fall of Saigon, with the exception of military victories in Iraq and Libya that led to chaos, the only lasting military and geopolitical victories of America and its allies have been in Europe. One was the bloodless liberation of Eastern Europe from the Red Army and the incorporation of much of it into NATO. Another was the defeat of Serbia in the War of the Yugoslav succession. Unable to resist Chinese salami tactics in the South China Sea, and unable to convert short-term military victories into lasting diplomatic victories in the Middle East and North Africa, U.S. foreign policy has only had successes in Europe. I have been told that Germans have a proverb about working in an office hierarchy: bow in front, kick behind. This is a good description of America's actual global strategy for disguising its accelerating decline. While appeasing a powerful, rising China in practice, the United States is not willing to achieve real victories, sustainable regime changes, successful nation-building, or effective containment and rollback against weak countries. Serbia, Iraq, Syria, Libya, and now a much-diminished rump Russia. The United States is a declining force in global commerce and global diplomacy, but in its remaining North American and European spheres of influence, it can still play the hegemon and relive the glories of the past. George W. Bush left office with a public approval rating of just over 1/3, tied with Jimmy Carter as the most unpopular president since Richard Nixon. Unpopular at home, Bush's tenure also saw anti-Americanism reach unprecedented levels. In Germany, favorable attitudes toward the United States declined from 78% when George W. Bush took office to 31% when he left office. In 2007, Turkey gained the distinction of becoming perhaps the most anti-American country, with only 9% of the country reporting a favorable view of the United States. Much of the disapproval of Bush, both in the United States and abroad, centered on his administration's response to the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks and his embrace, at least partially, of a neoconservative foreign policy. Much of the media, both in the United States and abroad, misconstrue neoconservatism. Too often, critics of U.S. policy use it as a strawman argument defined amorphously as opposition to whatever those critics believe. Others characterize neoconservatism as unrestrained militarism. The most malicious commentators use it as a synonym for Jewish dual loyalty. Such characterizations are nonsense, and the result of academics, commentators, and officials who believe if they can label and libel an idea, they need not debate it. So what do neoconservatives believe? First, that democratization and traditional liberal values should be intertwined with national security policy. Rather than simply make realist calculations about what is in the United States' short-term foreign policy interest at any given time, neoconservatives believe that there is intrinsic strength in alliances among democracies, that friendship should matter in foreign policy, and that long-term security derives from transformative diplomacy. The intersection of human rights and individual freedom with foreign policy, therefore, becomes a national security interest. Hence, President George W. Bush's statement in his second inaugural speech, "The survival of liberty in our land increasingly depends on the success of liberty in other lands. The best hope for peace in our world is the expansion of freedom in all the world." The flip side of such belief is austere realism about the nature of some adversaries. Far from being the utopians which some critics claim, neoconservatives see adversaries starkly. While many American and European proponents of a realist foreign policy embrace engaging adversaries, underlying such an approach to diplomacy too often is an assumption of their adversary's sincerity. Neoconservatives harbor no such illusions and so seek to combine diplomacy with military power. While neoconservatives are not trigger-happy, they do recognize that a strong defense can both deter would-be aggressors and enhance diplomacy. The last quarter-century validates neoconservative analysis. Take Iraq. On December 20, 1983, Donald Rumsfeld, Ronald Reagan's Middle East envoy, met Iraqi President Saddam Hussein in Baghdad. Reagan sent Rumsfeld to re-establish relations with Baghdad, which had been severed years before. The White House and State Department feared growing Iranian influence. While no one believed Saddam to be a liberal ally, U.S. intelligence had earlier confirmed Saddam's use of chemical weapons. Rumsfeld did not broach the subject. Human rights were not top of his agenda. His handshake with Saddam, caught on film by Iraqi television, was a triumph for diplomatic realism. The aftermath is well known. The Iran-Iraq War would continue for another 5 years, leaving several 100,000 more dead on the battlefield. Still, U.S. officials sought to engage Saddam. On January 12, 1990, Senator Arlen Specter traveled to Baghdad where, the next day, he met Saddam Hussein. For Saddam, the visit was useful, for Specter believed the Iraqi leader's talk of peace and, over the next few months, undercut proposals by his colleague Senator John McCain to extend military sanctions on Iraq. Hussein used the delay to rebuild his military. On August 2, 1990, he ordered his tanks into Kuwait. In subsequent years, Saddam subsidized waves of Palestinian suicide bombers, effectively ending the Oslo peace process. The chain of events is clear. The international community had innumerable opportunities to stop Saddam's ambitions. The fickleness of European powers and many American administrations, more interested in contracts than in human rights or good governance, not only allowed Saddam to get away with murder, but also set the stage for further war. Saddam's career was a model of realist blowback. Critics attack Operation Iraqi Freedom because intelligence regarding Iraq's weapons of mass destruction proved wrong. This is a multi-billion-dollar scandal which should be more seriously investigated, but it is not a condemnation of neoconservatism. The status quo with regard to Iraq was not tenable. Sanctions were collapsing amidst French, Russian, and Arab greed. Post-war inspectors found no nuclear and few chemical and biological weapons, but they did find documents and presidency minutes which show with absolute certitude that Saddam Hussein was determined to reconstitute his weapons of mass destruction program as soon as sanctions collapsed. Containment had failed. Critics of the war in Iraq conflate two issues. First, the decision to go to war. In the aftermath of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, that was a decision with wide support amongst divergent policy circles. The second was the decision not simply to replace one dictator with another. That was the debate in which neoconservatives prevailed. Accordingly, as U.S. troops entered Iraq, President Bush promised freedom and democracy. But rather than establish a stable democracy, terrorists and militias began to tear the country apart. After hundreds of billions spent and the sacrifice of more than 4,000 U.S. soldiers, it is right to ask whether democracy in Iraq was not a fool's dream. It was not. President Harry S. Truman faced similar questions about Korea. Critics accused him of embroiling America in open-ended war and losing touch with reality. They said democracy was alien to Korean culture. Time proved them wrong. Any juxtaposition of nuclear North Korea with democratic South Korea shows the value of Truman's policy. Iraq was not the only country in which diplomacy and a realist embrace backfired. From the moment that Iranian students seized the U.S. Embassy in Tehran on November 4, 1979, realists have sought desperately to engage Iran. There has not been a single U.S. administration that has not extended an olive branch to the Islamic Republic, only to have it swatted away with clerical disdain. The European Union has fared no better. The Iranian nuclear challenge was the first major international challenge outside Europe on which the European Union sought to lead. In many ways, the coming Iranian bomb is a testament to the failure of European diplomacy. When Iranian President Mohammad Khatami spoke of a desire for a dialogue of civilizations, he played European leaders for fools. Between 2000 and 2005, the height of the dialogue, European Union trade with the Islamic Republic almost tripled. Rather than moderate Iranian behavior, Tehran invested the hard currency windfall into its military and nuclear program. Indeed, in a June 14, 2008 debate with advisors to President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, Khatami's former spokesman Abdallah Ramazanzadeh admitted as much. While Ahmadinejad is pilloried in the West because of his Holocaust denial and the illegitimacy of the 2009 election, Western diplomats too often ignore that the Islamic Republic's reformists remain as invested in that regime's nuclear program and, indeed, claim credit for it. Realists praise the power of diplomacy and engagement. Too often they ignore how adversaries employ insincere negotiation as a means to advance weapons program. The Soviet Union developed its biological weapons capability despite agreements banning such development, and the Islamic Republic has come to the verge of nuclear weapons capability despite its protestations that it adheres to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Neoconservatism also provides a better answer to the fight against terrorism than does realism. Too many U.S. and European officials and academics misunderstand terrorism. Terrorism is a tactic. Those who employ it make a cost-benefit calculation and conclude that they can gain political objectives through the murder of civilians. When diplomats and academics ponder root causes and seek compromise and concession, they increase the benefit of terrorism and drive down relative costs. The Middle East provides myriad lessons as to how such conciliation backfires. The Oslo peace process, which saw Israel evacuate portions of the West Bank and Gaza, Israel's withdrawal from southern Lebanon, and Israel's complete disengagement from Gaza 5 years later all provide windows into how compromise with terrorists backfires. While American, European, and United Nations officials lament cycles of violence in the Middle East, seldom do they consider that suicide bombings developed and rose in frequency after the 1993 Oslo Accords ushered in a period of engagement. Palestinian Chairman Yasser Arafat repeatedly used terrorism as a tactic. In 1996, a rash of suicide bombings hit Israel. Only after the West employed extraordinary pressure and Israel responded with limited military force did Arafat rein in terrorists. Arafat's reaction demonstrated both his culpability and the effectiveness of coupling diplomatic and military strategies. Arafat also provides an example about how diplomatic incentives backfire. Documents seized by Israel at the Palestinian Authority's former Jerusalem office and Arafat's compound in Ramallah detail how the Palestinian Authority manipulated exchange rates on European Union aid to build a slush fund to pay for another 5 years of terror. Indeed, Palestinian terror has grown in proportion to European Union aid. Israel's withdrawal from Lebanon was as disastrous. The day after the completion of Israel's withdrawal, Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah declared, "The road to Palestine and freedom is the road of the resistance and intifada. It should be neither the intifada that is framed by Oslo, nor that which is negotiated by the compromising negotiator in Stockholm. All you need is to follow the way of the martyred people of the past who shook and frightened the entity of this raping Zionist community." It was not only Hezbollah which saw Israel's retreat as a sign of weakness, but also Iran and Syria. The Syrian government facilitated supply of Iranian missiles to Hezbollah, bolstering not only rocket quantity but also quality. As a direct result of Israel's withdrawal, Hezbollah found itself with an arsenal exceeding 10,000 missiles. Empowered by the withdrawal, on July 12, 2006, Hezbollah launched a cross-border operation which resulted in the deaths of 5 Israeli soldiers and the capture of 2 others. Within hours, Israel was at war with Lebanon. Its withdrawal backfired. The lessons of Israel's withdrawal from Lebanon are clear. Adversaries who do not desire peace will further conflict. Israel relearned the same lesson after Prime Minister Ariel Sharon ordered unilateral withdrawal from Gaza. Rather than bring peace, terrorists filled a vacuum which sparked further conflict. From 2006 through 2008, Hamas terrorists fired more than 1,600 rockets indiscriminately into Israeli civilian centers. The Israel Defense Forces responded with precision military strikes against terrorist infrastructure and known terrorists. While the UN Human Rights Commission may condemn Israel for its military operations in Gaza, it is only Israel's willingness to utilize military force which prevents Hamas and Hezbollah from renewing the previous scale of their attacks, as the Iranian and Egyptian governments have facilitated resupply of Hamas and Hezbollah so that today, every square meter of Israeli territory is vulnerable to terrorist groups wielding missiles. Nevertheless, the threat of aerial bombardment and targeted assassination prove a greater disincentive than international conferences and minibars at five-star hotels. Whether President George W. Bush was more unpopular among U.S. diplomats or European leaders is hard to ascertain. In many intellectual and foreign policy circles, Bush generates irrational hatred which many commentators conflate with neoconservatism. Bush's crime, it seems, was not unilateralism, but his unwillingness to conduct business as usual. Diplomats live to engage, but Bush rightly determined that diplomacy and the validation it bestows upon partners are not always appropriate. On June 24, 2002, addressing the failure of Arafat's dictatorship, Bush declared, "If liberty can blossom in the rocky soil of the West Bank and Gaza, it will inspire men and women around the globe who are equally entitled to the benefits of democratic government." He applied the same policy toward Iran, placing the U.S. squarely with reformists and Democrats, declaring on July 12, "As Iran's people move towards a future defined by greater freedom, greater tolerance, they will have no better friend than the United States of America." Such rhetoric was not entirely new, but Bush's initial determination to adhere to it was. On August 15, 2002, Bush warned Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak that the U.S. would not supply Egypt with new foreign aid in response to the jailing of a leading democracy activist. It is the White House and not traditional NGOs that led the drive to cool relations between the United States and the Saudi autocracy, despite continued American dependence on oil. The era of cynical realpolitik looked to be over. In the face of a more principled policy, Europe and the United Nations proved fickle. Former French Foreign Minister Hubert Védrine said moral clarity was simplism. European leaders remained largely silent as Libya assumed the leadership of the United Nations Human Rights Commission. Arguments that Arabs, Iranians, or Asians are unable to grasp democracy are wrong. India is the world's largest democracy. Lebanese and Iraqis have repeatedly braved bombs and bullets to vote. It is an irony of history that the first free elections in Syrian history occurred in January 2005, but no Syrians were allowed to vote. Only Iraqis lined up outside the Iraqi embassy in Damascus. Afghans, too, have an unprecedented opportunity to develop because of neoconservative-driven reforms. It is trendy to say that Afghanistan never changes, but every government has created change. Precedent is difficult to reverse. Military force has stabilized a regime which, while far from perfect, has restored opportunities to women which the Taliban had denied. It is silly to say that Afghanistan must remain static and unchanged through history, and it is simply not in U.S. or European security interests to allow a vacuum to develop in which terrorists could find safe haven. Still, elections alone do not define a democracy, although critics often use their result to condemn the spread of democracy as a policy goal. Indeed, after Hamas won Palestinian elections in January 2006, the Bush administration cooled noticeably on democratization. Hezbollah's challenge to Lebanon and Sharia domination of Iraqi politics also provided fodder for critics. The problems in these cases were twofold. First was a failure to address the existence of party militias. Militias exist only to impose through arms what they cannot win at the ballot box. They intimidate voters and undercut the validity of any election win. Under such circumstances, the United States was correct not to embrace Hamas victory. U.S. support should never be an entitlement. Second, Foreign ministries and international organizations anxious to oversee successful elections often sacrifice representation for easy management of election day. This was the problem with Iraq's January 2005 elections. Rather than vote for individuals, Iraqis voted for political parties, whose leaders compiled lists of candidates. In descending order, one candidate would enter parliament for every 31,000 votes the party received. Under this system, aspiring politicians owed their future not to voters but to the party leaders who compiled the lists. Instead of encouraging Iraqi politicians to debate security, sewage, and schooling, the party slate system encouraged them to engage in the most extreme sectarian or ethno-nationalist rhetoric to prove their mettle to party leaders. United Iraqi Alliance leader Abdul Aziz al-Hakim, for example, would place politicians who towed a Shiite chauvinist line ahead of, say, moderates who sought national reconciliation. Kurdish leader Masoud Barzani tolerated no politician from Kirkuk who prioritized economic development over his hardline position on autonomy. Demagoguery flourished and stability faltered. Recognition that systems matter is the main reason why heated debates over election design has marked the months preceding every subsequent Iraqi election. Neoconservatism also offers the best solution to the Iran crisis. While some hawkish pundits advocate bombing Iran, most neoconservatives do not. Bombing Iran may delay the Islamic Republic's nuclear program, but it will not end it, and it will create a costly backlash. The only lasting solution would come with regime change brought not by military force, but from within because of augmented Iranian civil society. Here, it seems that neoconservatives agree with the Iranian people. The Iranian nuclear threat is really a threat of the command and control over nuclear weapons. Should the Islamic Republic acquire nuclear weapons at any time, it would not matter whether hardliners or reformers were in control. More extreme elements such as the office of the Supreme Leader and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps which would control their use. Only when the structure of the theocracy is disbanded can the Iranian nuclear challenge be contained. After President Barack Obama sought negotiations with Iranian leaders, Iranian people began chanting, "Obama, Obama, Yabama, Yabayuna, Obama, Obama, either you are with us or you are with them." Rather than chant, "Down with America," Iranians began chanting "Down with Russia," signaling upset with Russian refusal to take a tougher line on Tehran. Signs in English have proliferated in Iranian protests. As one Iranian human rights activist quipped, "That's not because protesters are practicing their English, but rather because they want the Western audience to understand their wishes and desires. If true democracy came to Iran, the country may not be pro-Western. Iranian grievances against the West are real. But it is doubtful that Iran would be a threat to other countries. If the Iranian people have learned anything since the Islamic Revolution, it is to resist Islamic demagoguery. If nothing changes in Iran, nothing will change in the Middle East, at least not for the better, at least not for Israel. Israel not only has many enemies along its borders, but the hostility surrounding it is boundless. But none of its enemies is more dangerous than the Iranian Revolutionary Guards with their advanced nuclear missile program. But it is not only in Iran that the fall of the regime is impossible without military intervention by the West. The people who want a bourgeois revolution are too few and too poorly organized to take on their opponents alone, who are armed to the teeth militarily and ideologically. But today, the American president no longer wants to export freedom. If NATO is already reluctant to defeat a comparatively weak opponent like Muammar Gaddafi, and if no Western state dares to bomb Bashar al-Assad's tanks, then the so-called Arab Revolution will probably amount to little more than a change of power like in Egypt, where the military that has ruled Egypt for more than half a century is now in power. Then, for the foreseeable future, Afghanistan and Iraq will remain the only examples of how a revolution in the Middle East can succeed, but does not have to succeed, and it will depend solely on the determination of the Israeli government and the skill of Israeli pilots whether the Iranian Revolutionary Guards can still be prevented from arming themselves with nuclear missiles at the last minute, even if they are not overthrown. Joschka Fischer, Germany's foreign minister from 1998 to 2005, recalls in his film, which has been showing in cinemas since May, an experience that happened to him in Washington just under a week after September 11th and which has left him no peace since then. It was a remark made by Paul Wolfowitz, the then Deputy Secretary of Defense of the United States, who tried to explain to the German the significance and strategy of the upcoming war against international Islamic terror. Joschka Fischer said, his view was that the USA would have to liberate a whole series of states from their terrorist rulers, by force if necessary. This would result in a new world order, more democracy, peace, stability, and security. End of quote. As this was a confidential conversation that is not documented, we cannot be entirely sure whether Paul Wolfowitz actually used the word peace or whether he was talking about freedom, but these were the words the German later used to describe himself to journalists from the Hamburg magazine Der Spiegel, to whom he had already told the story a few years ago. That was at the beginning of the Iraq War. It was a traumatic experience for a European diplomat. The Social Democrats and the Greens had just won the election campaign with their opposition to the war, but the Germans had of course not been able to prevent the war, even though they could count Paris and Moscow among their allies. Joschka Fischer was very annoyed that the Americans had not listened to him, that instead of coming to an agreement with the Europeans and instead of following the rules of the game of the so-called international community, they had gathered a coalition of the willing around them and acted as they saw fit. After all, the Germans had their own idea of a new world order, but one that was different from the American one. Joschka Fischer said, "It's about the big questions facing humanity. What kind of world order do we want? What are the essential elements? What are the new dangers and risks of our current policy of intervention?" End quote. Well, when the German poses big questions to humanity, he provides the answers so as not to make it too difficult for them. The current policy of interventions itself is the problem, because it contains dangers and risks. And what is the greatest danger and the greatest risk? Joschka Fischer said, "When the USA tackles a problem, it always has its national interest in mind. The majority of the members of the United Nations are deeply convinced that war should only be a last resort. A world order cannot function if the national interest of the strongest power is the definitive criterion for the use of that country's military power. In the end, the same rules must apply to large, medium, and small nations." End quote. The greatest danger and the greatest risk in the world is therefore that the small nations are not allowed to have a say when the big ones make world policy, or more precisely, that the USA only ever has its national interest in mind. Let's start with Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in response. If national bigotry is disgusting everywhere, it becomes disgusting in Germany in particular, because here, with the illusion of being above nationality and above all real interests, it is held up against those nationalities which openly admit their national bigotry and their reliance on real interests. The German notion of a world order without interests is therefore based on the overestimation of those who have come up short, an ideology that we are familiar with today as left-wing social criticism, the little man's anger at those up there. Now the little people want to have a say in world politics and are therefore demanding more democracy for all. Joschka Fischer said, "Democracy also means that it must be possible to have a different opinion on fundamental existential issues, certainly also vis-a-vis friendly governments. It is rather a sign of mature democracy." End of quote. Later, in connection with the so-called Arab Revolution, we will have to take another brief look at the concept of democracy, which initially has no other meaning than the rule of a majority over a minority. Here, in connection with the various ideas of a world order, it is first of all noticeable that the German idea of it represents a projection of national conditions onto international ones. The criterion according to which a global political act, in this case the overthrow of Saddam Hussein, is to be judged as right or wrong is therefore what Joschka Fischer, the majority of the Security Council or the majority of the members of the United Nations wants or does not want. That would then be a world purged of all content, i.e. of all interest, and ordered purely quantitatively according to more and less, big and small. This purely empty idea of a regulated world order does, however, have a content, namely an equally purely negative one, the negation of the existing one. Joschka Fischer said, "I cannot and do not want to imagine that we are now facing a series of disarmament wars." End quote. With this idea of what could not or should not be imaginable, he was unfortunately right until now. Because in the end it turned out that it was Paul Wolfowitz, Dick Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, and George W. Bush whose global policy after September 11th was not based on an ideology, but on an idealism that would not hold water in the real world. This idealism did have content. To get an idea of this, I will quote a few sentences from the State of the Union address by the President of the United States of America on January 29, 2002. George W. Bush said, "As we gather tonight, our nation is at war. Our economy is in recession, and the civilized world faces unprecedented dangers. Yet, the state of our union has never been stronger. We last met in an hour of shock and suffering. In 4 short months, our nation has comforted the victims, begun to rebuild New York and the Pentagon, rallied a great coalition, captured, arrested, and rid the world of thousands of terrorists, destroyed Afghanistan's terrorist training camps, saved a people from starvation, and freed a country from brutal oppression. The American flag flies again over our embassy in Kabul. Terrorists who once occupied Afghanistan now occupy cells at Guantanamo Bay. And terrorist leaders who urged followers to sacrifice their lives are running for their own. The last time we met in this chamber, the mothers and daughters of Afghanistan were captives in their own homes, forbidden from working or going to school. Today, women are free and are part of Afghanistan's new government. Our progress is a tribute to the spirit of the Afghan people, to the resolve of our coalition, and to the might of the United States military. When I called our troops into action, I did so with complete confidence in their courage and skill. And tonight, thanks to them, we are winning the war on terror. The men and women of our armed forces have delivered a message now clear to every enemy of the United States. Even 7,000 miles away, across oceans and continents, on mountaintops and in caves, you will not escape the justice of this nation. Our cause is just, and it continues. Our discoveries in Afghanistan confirmed our worst fears and showed us the true scope of the task ahead. We have seen the depth of our enemies' hatred in videos where they laugh about the loss of innocent life. And the depth of their hatred is equaled by the madness of the destruction they design. What we have found in Afghanistan confirms that, far from ending there, our war against terror is only beginning. Most of the 19 men who hijacked planes on September the 11th were trained in Afghanistan's camps, and so were tens of thousands of others. Thousands of dangerous killers, schooled in the methods of murder, often supported by outlaw regimes, are now spreading throughout the world like ticking time bombs, set to go off without warning. Thanks to the work of our law enforcement officials and coalition partners, hundreds of terrorists have been arrested. Yet, tens of thousands of trained terrorists are still at large. These enemies view the entire world as a battlefield, and we must pursue them wherever they are. As long as training camps operate, as long as nations harbor terrorists, freedom is at risk. And America and our allies must not and will not allow it. Our nation will continue to be steadfast and patient and persistent in the pursuit of 2 great objectives. First, we will shut down terrorist camps, disrupt terrorist plans, and bring terrorists to justice. And second, we must prevent the terrorists and regimes who seek chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons from threatening the United States and the world. Our military has put the terror training camps of Afghanistan out of business, yet camps still exist in at least a dozen countries. A terrorist underworld, including groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, Jaish-e-Mohammed, operates in remote jungles and deserts and hides in the centers of large cities. While the most visible military action is in Afghanistan, America is acting elsewhere. My hope is that all nations will heed our call and eliminate the terrorist parasites who threaten their countries and our own. But some governments will be timid in the face of terror. And make no mistake about it, if they do not act, America will. Our second goal is to prevent regimes that sponsor terror from threatening America or our friends and allies with weapons of mass destruction. Some of these regimes have been pretty quiet since September the 11th, but we know their true nature. North Korea is a regime arming with missiles and weapons of mass destruction, while starving its citizens. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror, while an unelected few repress the Iranian people's hope for freedom. Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror. The Iraqi regime has plotted to develop anthrax and nerve gas and nuclear weapons for over a decade. This is a regime that has already used poison gas to murder thousands of its own citizens, leaving the bodies of mothers huddled over their dead children. This is a regime that agreed to international inspections, then kicked out the inspectors. This is a regime that has something to hide from the civilized world. States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world. In any of these cases, the price of indifference would be catastrophic. We will work closely with our coalition to deny terrorists and their state sponsors the materials, technology, and expertise to make and deliver weapons of mass destruction. And all nations should know, America will do what is necessary to ensure our nation's security. Our war on terror is well begun, but it is only begun. History has called America and our allies to action, and it is both our responsibility and our privilege to fight freedom's fight. End of quote. Joschka Fischer was therefore quite right to define the content of the war that German ideology negates. It was indeed to liberate a whole series of states from their terrorist rulers, and a whole series of disarmament wars was to take place. Right after Saddam Hussein's regime, it would have been the turn of the regime of the Revolutionary Guards in Iran. Why has this not happened, at least not yet? American idealism, as befits its concept, had trusted in the power of its content, the ideal, the freedom of the individual, and of course in the strength of the armed forces of the United States of America, which would make this content a reality and enforce it. In doing so, he underestimated the power of opinion, of world public opinion, the quantitative proportions of the empty majorities that the German ideology has in its favor. Not that these things were downright neglected. Knowing full well that such things are not to be neglected in politics, even in world politics, a genuine attempt was made to prove Saddam Hussein's connection to al-Qaeda and the construction of biological, chemical, and nuclear weapons of mass destruction, as if the war against international Islamic terror were a court case where the principle of in dubio pro reo had to apply. But it was precisely at this point that the attempt to circumvent the madness of world opinion by bowing to it failed. The chain of evidence did not succeed without gaps, which the German foreign minister had already reckoned with, and to which he replied. Joschka Fischer said, "Excuse me, I am not convinced. This is my problem. And I cannot go to the public and say, well, let's go to war because there are reasons and so on, and I don't believe in that." End of quote. He was no longer able to save Saddam Hussein. It was already too late or too early for that. But the next rescue operation was successful until today. After the fall of Saddam Hussein, the USA had already begun a campaign against the Iranian regime and its nuclear missile program, and thus set its sights on the next target on the axis of evil outlined by George W. Bush. The secret construction of the Natanz enrichment plant, in which around 35 tons of uranium have now been processed, was uncovered by spies from the People's Mujahideen in August 2002. As the regime, unlike Muammar Gaddafi, did not want to give up its nuclear missile program even after the fall of Saddam Hussein, it was threatened with an ultimatum dated October 31, 2003 with sanctions from the UN Security Council or worse. The USA had once again entered into the game for world opinion. And they lost it again. On October 21, Joschka Fischer, with the French and British foreign ministers in tow, traveled to Tehran and reached an agreement with the regime. The agreement was a single sheet of paper, which showed the carelessness with which it had been drawn up, and which stated that the regime wanted to suspend uranium enrichment for an indefinite period, but voluntarily. The maneuver had the sole purpose of undermining the forthcoming ultimatum. Having succeeded in doing so, the regime recalled the voluntary nature of the agreement and continued with the construction of the uranium enrichment plant. The construction work and the European diplomacy that was supposed to prevent it now ran side by side without interfering with each other. Years later, the UN Security Council intervened again and drafted equally irrelevant resolutions. The end is foreseeable but not in sight. Perhaps one sentence from the last resolution, which was drafted a year ago, on June 9, 2010, is worth noting, stressing that nothing in this resolution compels states to take measures or actions exceeding the scope of this resolution, including the use of force or the threat of force, acting under Article 41 of Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations. What does that mean? Nothing in this resolution compels states to take measures or actions that exceed the scope of this resolution, including the use of force. The scope of this resolution is indicated by Article 41, Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, which explicitly includes only measures not involving the use of armed force. Let us now look at the events after September 11th from the perspective of the Iranian regime. The fact that the regime was spared the first onslaught of the forces of idealism also changed the character of the previous interventions. Instead of being just the beginning of a whole series of interventions intended to liberate states from their terrorist rulers, and instead of being just the first of a whole series of disarmament wars, they now presented themselves as interventions that were limited to one state at a time and merely related to themselves, which used up their original idealistic power for the individual case without being able to have an effect beyond this limitation. The regime benefited from this in two ways. Firstly, it could now consider itself safe from an American attack at least for a certain time. Secondly, beyond the borders of the state it controlled, the two hostile regimes that had long hindered its own expansionist drive had almost miraculously disappeared: Saddam Hussein's regime, with whom it fought a war to the death in the 1980s, and the Taliban, with whom it fought a proxy war in the 1990s. The regime, therefore, did not hesitate for long to make its own contribution to overthrowing the Taliban. The Afghan Northern Alliance, which had fought the main part of the ground war against the Taliban in October and November 2001 in conjunction with the American and British Air Forces, had been a close ally since the 1990s and was now also being supplied with weapons. Commanders from the ranks of the Revolutionary Guards were directly represented on the front. By way of comparison, the Germans, who had expressed their unconditional solidarity with America immediately after September 11th, had not sent a single soldier to the front until then. It was only after the Taliban had long since fled to Pakistan in peace, had returned to northern Afghanistan, that the first Bundeswehr soldiers arrived in Kunduz and Mazar-e-Sharif at the beginning of 2002 to take part in the reconstruction. In southern Afghanistan, where the Taliban soon began their guerrilla war against American, British, Dutch, and Canadian coalition troops, no German soldiers have been seen to date. In December 2001, Iranian diplomats came to the Afghanistan conference on the Petersburg near Bonn to persuade their allies, the Tajik commanders of the Northern Alliance, to accept Hamid Karzai, a man from the hostile Pashtun tribe, as president. The regime has invested almost $1 billion in the reconstruction of Afghanistan. Iranian investments are concentrated in the regions close to the border, particularly in and around Afghanistan's third-largest city, Herat, the almost 3,000-year-old trading metropolis once known as the Golden City of Persia, which is now once again being celebrated as the gateway to Iran. Herat is one of the first places from which the coalition troops are to be withdrawn and handed over to the new Afghan security forces. The regime pursued a similar policy after the fall of Saddam Hussein, whose rule was based on the Sunni tribes in eastern Iraq, and through which, alongside the Kurds in the north, the Shiites in the south and west in turn gained power along the border with Iran. Since then, the Iraqi coalition government has been dominated by the various Shiite factions, all of which, although at odds with each other, maintain close relations with the regime in Tehran. At the same time, the regime supported Muqtada al-Sadr's Mehdi army, the militia ideologically closest to him, which, through spectacular terrorist attacks on Sunni institutions and the coalition troops, fueled the double civil war that characterized the first years of the Iraq War and was only ended in 2008 by the surge, the reinforcement of American troops to 160,000 soldiers, and General David Howell Petraeus' policy of involving the Sunni tribes in the war against al-Qaeda in Iraq. In this way, the Allied interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq allowed the regime to extend its political power beyond Iran's borders to neighboring states. From this strengthened position, it could now afford to enter into limited cooperation with its former, now weakened enemies. The regime therefore not only supplied al-Qaeda in Iraq with the weapon that soon proved to be the most costly for the coalition forces: remote-controlled roadside bombs that penetrated the armor of military vehicles. The Taliban also received this weapon, as well as surface-to-air missiles capable of shooting down helicopters and airplanes, similar to the Stinger missiles that the CIA supplied to the Afghan Mujahideen in the 1980s, thus facilitating, or perhaps enabling, their victory over the Red Army. On the other hand, there were now around 200,000 American soldiers and their overpowering arsenal of weapons in Iran's immediate vicinity. New airports were being built so close to the borders that the regime could expect an Allied bomber squadron to descend on it at any time. 3 aircraft carriers patrolling the Persian Gulf at times were intended to help ensure that the regime could not feel completely secure despite the additional power it had gained. The decision for the nuclear missile program. This is roughly the constellation in which the Iranian nuclear missile program must be understood, as well as the political change within Iran itself, the takeover of the state by the Revolutionary Guards. As George W. Bush said in his State of the Union address at the end of January 2002, some of these regimes have been pretty quiet since September the 11th, but we know their true nature. He must have been thinking first and foremost of the regime in Tehran. At the time of his speech, the decision must have already been made there to start uranium enrichment now because, as I mentioned earlier, the construction work at Natanz was discovered in August of that year. The regime could easily imagine what was in store for it. It basically had 2 options. It could, like Muammar Mohammed al-Gaddafi, reveal its cards and abandon its revolutionary program, or it could, and it chose to do so, put all its eggs in one basket and try to go on the offensive itself through aggressive rearmament and internal mobilization. The regime's Afghanistan and Iraq policies are to be understood in this context, namely as part of its preparations for war. For the weakness of these states not only enabled it to extend its power beyond the borders of the state under its control, it also created the possibility of bombing them back into the civil war from which they emerged, supported by its allies on the ground. Furthermore, the regime's power is not limited to the ability to destabilize the weak states in its immediate neighborhood. Since the 1980s, the Lebanese Hezbollah, one of the most dangerous terrorist organizations ever, has been at the regime's free disposal. In 1983, while it was fighting a life-and-death war against Saddam Hussein's regime, it sent 2,000 of its best soldiers, commanders of the Quds force responsible for exporting the Islamic Revolution, to Lebanon to help build up the organization. In the same year, the Lebanese Hezbollah was able to carry out terrorist attacks of a kind and dimension that had never been seen before. The most serious attacks hit the American troops stationed in the state ruined by civil war on behalf of the United Nations. The serious suicide attacks by Lebanese Hezbollah, which claimed the lives of hundreds of U.S. Marines, contributed significantly to the hasty withdrawal of American UN troops. Even when Israel waged war against Hezbollah 5 years ago, the commanders of the Quds force were there again. The rockets used by Hezbollah and Hamas all come from the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. Hezbollah is also a special weapon in the hands of the regime in that it could easily smash Lebanon and at the same time, in conjunction with Hamas, involve Israel in a two-front war. It could therefore be said, and it would not be an exaggeration, that the regime's fuses now run through the entire Middle East region, and it is precisely the most explosive areas where they are located. In Yemen, Allied tribes have already fought against Saudi troops, and in Bahrain and the opposite eastern provinces of Saudi Arabia, there is a potential that has not yet been exhausted. The Strait of Hormuz, the 50 kilometers wide strait on the Iranian border through which 17 million tons of oil, 20% of the world's oil exports, are shipped every day, is yet another, but not the least explosive area to be considered in the regime's preparations for war. The regime of the Revolutionary Guards. When we talk about the early post-9/11 period, we must also note that we are still dealing with what was considered in the West to be a regime of reformers. It was the end of the presidency of Syed Mohammad Khatami, on whom Iranian students had initially pinned some hopes at the end of the 1990s, but which were soon dashed. In a time of accelerated war preparations and social mobilization, however, there is no longer any room for such experiments, however empty they may be. The revolutionary leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Hosseini Khamenei, therefore decided after September 11th that it was now time for the Revolutionary Guardians to take over the state. The starting signal for the change of power was to be Mahmoud Ahmadinejad's candidacy for the presidential election in June 2005. It should not be assumed that Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who ran a decidedly populist election campaign geared towards the needs of the little man, would have won this election only with the help of fraudulent vote counting and similar manipulations, but neither should it be assumed that the leader and his Revolutionary Guards would have left anything to chance or even the ever-weak will of the people at this point. In Tehran, where Mahmoud Ahmadinejad had served as mayor for the previous years, he had already gained a certain popularity as the advocate of the little man. He had also conducted his election campaign in the summer of 2005 as the man of the people. He then continued to cultivate this title as president with the greatest care, and perhaps also out of the deepest conviction, by wearing shabby suits, living in poor apartments and deliberately going to the mosque every Friday with his neighbors to worship his God, the Islamic Revolution. At that time, however, only the leader and the Revolutionary Guards, to whom he had belonged since the first hours of the Islamic Revolution, understood the mission entrusted to him. He had already served the Revolutionary Guards as a student activist and later as a commander, and he owed his political rise to them. He won the presidential election for the first time 6 years ago because the leader had personally nominated him for this office. But Mahmoud Ahmadinejad's victory in this and subsequent elections was not solely due to the help of powerful advocates, and certainly not by his own efforts. For the election campaigns in 2005 and 2009, he also had millions of campaigners of the most hardened kind at his disposal. The Revolutionary Guards themselves and the Basiji militias, the so-called movement of the oppressed, the young and old guard of Iran's Islamic fascism. Immediately after taking office at the beginning of August 2005, the new president first ended the negotiations with the Europeans, which had led nowhere anyway, and ordered a comprehensive purge within the state apparatus, in which all the regime's henchmen who were not considered unconditionally reliable were replaced by cadres from the ranks of the Revolutionary Guards in the higher and middle government offices throughout the country, right down to the provincial and mayoral offices. 1 month later, with a speech to the UN General Assembly in New York in September, where he thought he was already in contact with the hidden imam, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad began his agitation against the Zionists and American imperialism. This was the beginning of internal and external mobilization. The regime had finally stopped being pretty quiet. Inside Iran, the Basiji militias were mobilized on the streets to deal with violations of the Islamic dress code, kissing in public places, playing pop music and similar, Western, immoral, sick behavior with batons in regular waves. Since then, the number of executions has risen year on year. The organization of the Revolutionary Guards itself has undergone extensive restructuring. A large number of commanders were replaced at the top and in the middle ranks. The Basiji, which until then had at least formally been an independent organization, were completely subordinated to the Revolutionary Guards Regiment. The military units of the Revolutionary Guards were reorganized nationwide and assigned to the individual provinces and cities. The task of the new units is to defend Iran against internal and external threats. According to the new commander of the Revolutionary Guards, Muhammad Ali Jafari, who was appointed by the leader in September 2007, the restructuring will divide the entire country into defense mosaics. In addition, a new unit was set up as the Ground Resistance Force. Most so-called experts interpreted these restructuring measures, especially after the protests in the summer of 2009, to mean that the Revolutionary Guards and Basiji were now to be increasingly deployed against the political opposition within Iran. However, as mentioned, this restructuring had been carried out years before the protests, and the decentralized deepening of the armed forces could just as plausibly be understood as preparation for a guerrilla war in the event of an intervention by Western troops. The implementation of the nuclear missile program. All preparations for war and mobilization serve only one goal: the implementation of the nuclear missile program. With its implementation, they also achieve their completion. It is almost but not superfluous to say it, of course, the Revolutionary Guards who direct both the missile program and the nuclear program. But the more the regime prepares for the war it expects, the less likely it seems. The series of liberated states and the series of interventions seem to have already exhausted themselves in the protracted reconstruction of Afghanistan and Iraq. All attempts to dissuade the regime from arming itself with nuclear missiles through dialogue or the threat, then imposition of sanctions have failed. Or they have not actually failed because they were not really intended to do anything other than prevent the war, which alone could have made a difference. All the campaigns calling for more or tougher sanctions to stop the nuclear missile program, after all, including the Stop the Bomb campaign of so-called Israel solidarity, were never anything other than the message of appeasement cloaked in empty activity that Joschka Fischer brought to Tehran on October 21, 2003. 2 years ago, the Green Movement was proclaimed to be the last hope of dissuading the regime from its course, or even toppling it. No one cared that all the leaders of the Green Movement are unconditional supporters of the nuclear missile program and sworn haters of Jews, no less than the Revolutionary Guards themselves and probably the overwhelming majority of the Iranian population. That it is essentially about the distribution of power between the regime and the opposition, and that the students demonstrating for civil liberties on the streets of Tehran are no less instruments of the power struggles within the regime than the Facebook friends on Liberation Square in Cairo are pawns of the military. Even the quieter, small-scale sabotage actions undertaken by the CIA and Mossad have failed to have an effect. The manipulation of the machines and equipment used for uranium production, which the regime had to buy on the international black market, the murder of some nuclear physicists and engineers, and the Stuxnet computer worm, which is said to have damaged some of the centrifuges at the Natanz plant, ultimately had little effect. As the latest reports from the International Atomic Energy Agency from February and May of this year show, this only led to a temporary and insignificant reduction in uranium enrichment, which began in spring 2007. The production losses were quickly made up again, and the amount of uranium enriched each month is now higher than ever before. The regime is now in a position to produce the centrifuges on a continuous basis and to replace the older models with improved devices that produce more material throughput. Last week, it announced plans to triple the capacity of its facilities over the coming year. The so-called experts regularly speculate about whether such announcements are just bragging, but even after the most obscure calculations, they never come to any other conclusion than that it is impossible to say for sure. These experts have no other basis of information than the reports of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which prove the steady but accelerated progress of uranium enrichment. The latest reports also point to the connection between the nuclear and missile programs. According to these reports, the regime has now mastered the production of the nuclear material needed to build a nuclear bomb, the technology to construct a missile warhead from this material, and it possesses the appropriate missiles, the Shahab-3, which it has been presenting at the annual military parades in September since 2003 with inscriptions such as Dead Israel and Dead America. A year ago, the regime began stockpiling enriched uranium. It currently has about 60 kilograms of material enriched to 20% with the isotope U-235. A weapon requires an enrichment level of 90%, and it would take about 2 months with the facilities currently available to it to turn the current stockpile into the material for a missile warhead. It has actually always been said by all states that they do not want and must not allow Iran to become a nuclear power. Even Joshka Fisher must have said something similar at some point. It was nothing but the empty talk that we already know from him. But at least the Israeli and American governments had to assume that they were serious about it, because they had a serious, namely national interest in preventing the arming of the Revolutionary Guards with nuclear missiles. Even Barack Obama had promised his voters this. But in his speech in Cairo in the summer of 2009, he also said this: "I understand those who protest that some countries have weapons that others do not. No single nation should pick and choose which nation holds nuclear weapons. And that's why I strongly reaffirmed America's commitment to seek a world in which no nations hold nuclear weapons. Applause. And any nation, including Iran, should have the right to access peaceful nuclear power if it complies with its responsibilities under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty." End of quote. Empty talk again, because when he spoke like this, it was obvious for a long time that Iran doesn't comply with its responsibilities under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The regime itself now has 2 options. Either it tests its first nuclear bomb next year and openly declares itself a nuclear power, or it builds up further uranium stockpiles and then, at some point when the situation seems appropriate, quickly assumes the status of a nuclear power. As far as I can see, it makes no significant difference to it. For the regime's opponents, and I am not referring to the Iranian opposition, there are therefore also 2 options. They have been expressed more than once by the former American ambassador to the United Nations, John Bolton. There are only 2 options. Iran gets nuclear weapons, or someone uses preemptive military force to break Iran's nuclear fuel cycle and paralyze its program. Tonight, American forces destroyed Iran's nuclear program. This wasn't impulse. It was the execution of a plan that began in 2017. When President Donald Trump first took office, he established a joint working group between the American and Israeli National Security Councils. Not for immediate action, for preparation, the kind that takes years and pays off in hours. For months, Washington and Jerusalem ran an information campaign that would make the KGB proud. They fooled Tehran. They fooled talking heads of the far left and woke right. They fooled the think tank experts who fancy themselves too smart to be fooled. Here's what matters. Iran's nuclear facilities are rubble. Their 30-year investment in atomic blackmail ended in one night. Now Tehran faces a choice: retaliate and risk the regime's survival, or launch some missiles at empty desert and call it even. We saw this movie after the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. They'll probably choose the sequel. The real victory extends beyond smoking reactors and enrichment facilities. 4 years, an alliance of convenience united American isolationists with Tehran's apologists. Strange bedfellows, far-left activists and self-styled conservative voices, all singing from the same hymnal, all pushing the same line: American retreat equals wisdom. Groups like the Quincy Institute and National Iranian American Council, NIAC, didn't just push policy papers. They pushed Tehran's agenda, whether they admitted it or not. Some knew exactly what they were doing. Others were useful idiots. Tonight, their influence died alongside Iran's centrifuges. The sophistication of this influence operation deserves recognition, if only to prevent its resurrection. They didn't just work the left. They used mirror tactics on the right. Political cheerleaders from 2024 suddenly became foreign policy sages, pushing positions that served Tehran's interests. The talking points were consistent because the source was singular. Look at who aligned with whom. When Candace Owens and Code Pink agree on foreign policy, when Tucker Carlson mimics Chpater, when isolationist conservatives find common cause with the Palestinian solidarity movement, somebody should ask why. Tonight, we got the answer. The operational excellence displayed deserves its own analysis. From Israel's elimination of Hezbollah leadership to the pager operations, from the shaping exercises to tonight's strikes, this was integrated warfare at its finest. Israeli pilots flew continuous sorties while American planners prepared the knockout blow. CENTCOM's commander cut short congressional testimony because he had work to do, real work. Yesterday, European diplomats scrambled to arrange meetings with regime representatives. They sensed something coming. They were too late. They always are. The path forward is clear. First, secure and remove Iran's nuclear materials. Second, maintain momentum. The regime's American supporters will regroup. They'll blame escalation. They'll warn of wider war. They'll do what they always do: serve Tehran's interests while claiming to serve America's. This is where the real fight begins. The same investigative techniques used against those promoting American interests in the Middle East must be turned on them. Follow the money. Trace the connections. Expose the networks. Use their own methods against them. A U.S. district court once found that the work of NIAC president and founder Chpater was not inconsistent with the idea that he was first and foremost an advocate for the Iranian regime. The NIAC paid $183,000 in sanctions for discovery violations in that case. These are the people shaping the anti-war narrative. These are the voices warning against American strength. Strategic patience works when married to decisive action. Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu understood this. They proved that American power, properly applied, remains decisive. Not because might makes right, but because right without might is merely noise. Beijing watches. Moscow calculates. Regional players reassess. The message is clear. America is back. Not the America that apologizes for its power, but the America that uses it. 20 years of Iranian nuclear development ended tonight. So did 20 years of telling ourselves that accommodation produces peace. Reality has a way of clarifying things. Tonight, the Iranian regime learned what peace through strength means. The lesson was overdue. What comes next matters more than what happened tonight. The regime will survive or fall based on its next moves. Its American apologists will regroup or scatter based on ours. The choice, as always, is between clarity and confusion, between strength and surrender. Tonight, America and Israel chose clarity. Tomorrow, we maintain it. With the ceasefire between Iran and Israel so far holding, a preliminary assessment of the 12-day campaign is now possible. Jerusalem and its U.S. ally achieved a considerable amount. Iran's deficiencies on a tactical level were laid bare. Structural flaws in Tehran's strategy of war by proxy have been made apparent. Both the nuclear and ballistic missile programs have been significantly damaged. The hands of the doomsday clock, which were getting close to midnight, have been vigorously pulled back. Unlike the actual digital clock in Tehran's Palestine Square, however, which was destroyed by Israeli ordnance during the campaign, the Iranian strategy for the destruction of Israel has not been comprehensively defeated, nor does the regime appear to be currently in danger for its existence. This was not a Waterloo moment. Iran has suffered a series of telling blows which significantly weaken it, without fundamentally changing the strategic picture. With regard to the nuclear program, the joint U.S. and Israeli action against nuclear sites at Natanz, Fordow, Tabriz, Iraq, and Isfahan caused considerable damage. Precisely how much cannot yet be conclusively ascertained. A leaked Defense Intelligence Agency report has suggested that the nuclear program has probably been set back by only a few months. Iran's supply of around 400 kilograms of enriched uranium remains intact. This means that Iran is likely to recommence efforts toward reassembling its capacities for uranium enrichment. The killing of a number of the most senior nuclear scientists, again, will complicate and set back Iranian efforts to get the program back on track. At the same time, the Iranian-based knowledge which produced these scientists has obviously not been destroyed. Israel's successful targeting and removal of top figures in Iran's scientific and military establishment was one of the most notable elements of the events of the last days. Jerusalem revealed what had long been suspected. that its intelligence organizations have thoroughly penetrated Iran's centers of government and that it possesses an organization on Iranian soil. This structure, apparently staffed largely by Iranians themselves under Israeli direction, can be activated at will and can then strike with telling effect before disappearing back into the shadows. The assembling of this body is a significant achievement for Israel and will be giving Iranian officials pause. It can and undoubtedly will be used again when Israel deems it appropriate. Israel has shown in recent days that this structure is able to engage in sabotage using drones and explosives, as well as the targeting of specific regime figures. Another notable detail of recent events was the failure of Iran's proxy strategy. Over the last 40 years, Tehran has invested heavily in the building of and/or sponsoring of a number of Islamist political military organizations across the region. The Quds Force, the External Operations Wing of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, IRGC, was responsible for the management of this project in accordance with the vision of its longtime leader, the late Major General Qasem Soleimani. According to this strategy, Iran-supported organizations would become the most powerful element in their local arena, and would then be available both to advance Iranian power projection and to assist Iran when needed. This strategy had appeared to pay dividends in recent years. On the eve of the current war, in October 2023, the Lebanese Hezbollah organization, Iran's prototype proxy, was the most powerful political and military force in Lebanon. The Shia militias of the Hashd al-Shabi, Popular Mobilization Units, dominated Iraq. The Ansar Allah Houthis controlled the Yemeni capital and a stretch of the coast. Hamas, Iran's Palestinian clients, controlled Gaza and were the best organized and most popular force among the Palestinians. And Bashar Assad, Tehran's sole state ally, had been saved by the IRGC's methods and appeared victorious in his country's long civil war. Israel had long feared that the proxies, and specifically Hezbollah, would strike the Jewish state with a missile barrage in the event that Jerusalem took action against the Iranian nuclear program. In the event, however, Soleimani's vision, like other ideological constructs before it, had evidently failed to factor in a crucial element, namely the preference given by the various proxies to their own local interests over their supposed obligations to the Iran-led alliance. Hamas's independent decision to launch its war from Gaza on October 7th reflected its own independent decision-making. The half-hearted and partial response of the various proxies reflected theirs. This piecemeal response also enabled Israel to focus on the various components of the Iran-led bloc, and then on Iran itself without ever facing a concerted effort from the alliance. The result: none of the proxies were able or willing to come to Tehran's aid when Israel turned its attention to their patron. Iran's proxies were the pistol that failed to go off in the third act. Iran succeeded, nevertheless, in penetrating Israel's air defenses on a number of telling occasions. The Israeli death toll, 28 civilians killed, is considerable. A well-organized home front command, which issued clear instructions and a well-prepared infrastructure of shelters, undoubtedly prevented a much higher death toll. But the damage to property and infrastructure was extensive and leaves many questions to be answered. The U.S. decision to rapidly force through a ceasefire and President Trump's subsequent public berating of Israel point to significant differences between Jerusalem and Washington. While for Israel, the Iranian threat is central and existential, the U.S. president appears to operate from instinct rather than strategy, now backing an ally with unprecedented determination, now rapidly bringing the campaign to an inconclusive halt. Ultimately, the events of the last 12 days must be seen as an episode in a long and ongoing conflict, rather than a final or decisive moment. Israel and the United States have broken the taboo and dispelled the sense of dread that surrounded the notion of military action against the Iranian nuclear program. Iran has been revealed as far weaker than its propaganda would suggest. Nevertheless, the regime is not broken. Its ambitions remain intact. It will now set about trying to revive its capacities. The question now remaining is whether Israel will, in line with its practice in Lebanon, Syria, and Gaza, be able to commence periodic but ongoing operations against Iran in order to disrupt and frustrate Iranian attempts to rebuild the nuclear and ballistic missile programs, until such time as the Iranian people can organize to rid themselves of a regime which a large majority of them clearly reject. This will be the key imperative. It is no secret that the success of Israel's military operation in Iran, coupled with the Islamic Republic's own reckless actions, has reignited the issue of regime change in Iran. In fact, only one day before the ceasefire, President Trump himself, for the first time, raised the possibility of regime change in Tehran. Throughout the 12-day war, although the Israeli government stated that toppling the Islamic Republic was not its official objective, it did simultaneously acknowledge that its actions could create the conditions for regime change. Now, as the dust settles from the conflict, the key long-term objective for Israel, the U.S. and Arab states in the Persian Gulf, is to ensure that the three pillars of the Iranian regime's military doctrine, which have been the root cause for destabilization in the Middle East, nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, and Islamist proxies, are fully and permanently dismantled. In the past decade, the very term regime change has been a toxic taboo with negative connotations, not least after failures in Iraq and Afghanistan. Even President Trump acknowledged that the term was not politically correct in his recent assertion. But in the past few months, in particular after the fall of Bashar al-Assad in Syria in December 2024, the concept of regime change has resurfaced as a viable foreign policy position. This is especially the case in relation to the Islamic Republic in Iran, where previous policies of containment and engagement have failed to produce sustainable, successful outcomes. Yet, while policymakers, military officials, and experts are now more freely discussing the concept of regime change in Iran, they all have different interpretations of what this actually means in practice. When discussing regime change, it is essential to recognize that the term can have multiple interpretations. These generally fall into three categories: soft regime change, semi-hard regime change, and hard regime change. The concept of soft regime change refers to the idea that, by imposing sufficient costs on the political leadership of a rogue regime, the political actors will eventually abandon their existing problematic policies and ideological commitments. Advocates for soft regime change in Iran have long claimed that, by imposing significant costs on the regime, it could embolden so-called moderate factions in the Islamic Republic's leadership to assume power. In Iran's case, however, due to the structure of the deep state institutions within the regime, such as the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps (IRGC) and the Office of the Supreme Leader, which have been empowered over the past 3 decades, the possibility of so-called moderate factions gaining power is nothing but wishful thinking. The history of the Islamic Republic in the past 3 decades makes this explicitly clear. Each time so-called moderates have assumed political office, they have been unsuccessful in challenging the authority of the Supreme Leader's office or the IRGC. More importantly, the deep state institutions are not only thoroughly embedded across every aspect of power in the regime, but they are fully armed and able to deploy force to preserve their authority. As the past has demonstrated, any behavioral change witnessed in the Islamic Republic, such as the 2015 nuclear deal, will almost certainly be temporary or, in the words of Khamenei himself, a tactical concession, rather than a substantive change. In other words, while the regime may make a short-term concession if its survival is threatened, it will simply pick up where it left off at any given opportunity, as was the case with its nuclear weapons program. In the context of war with Israel, this means that although the Iranian regime's political leadership has suffered huge costs, it is highly unlikely to change its policies or ideological identity due to the structure of the Islamic Republic. Even after the war, Khamenei and the IRGC continue to push the same ideological narrative, vowing to maintain the 3 pillars of the military doctrine. In short, given the historical record, the soft regime change option in Iran is highly unlikely. Semi-hard regime change involves the elimination of the existing political and military leadership of a rogue regime in the hope that it will produce an elite coup or provide the space for younger generations within the existing system to rise to power and adopt new policies. In the context of Iran, for example, some scholars have advocated for the IRGC to stage a coup against the clergy as a viable alternative, citing Pakistan or Egypt as examples. Others argue that eliminating the current senior military leadership, as Israel has done, could open the door for younger and more pragmatic IRGC personnel to occupy positions of power. Concerning the former, unlike the Egyptian and Pakistani militaries, the IRGC is not an autonomous institution with an independent identity. Since its inception in 1979, the IRGC has emerged as the bodyguards of the ruling clergy and has since developed as their Praetorian Guard. Its identity is rooted in the Shia Islamist concept of Vilayat-e-Faqih, or clerical supremacy. The ruling clergy has ensured control over the IRGC through numerous mechanisms, including stringent recruitment processes, ideological indoctrination, and purges. In other words, members of the IRGC are simply clerics in military uniforms. In fact, as part of their selection and indoctrination, they even undergo the same Shia seminary Hawza studies as the ruling clerics. Likewise, the idea of the rise of a younger and more pragmatic generation does not apply in the context of the IRGC. The younger ranks of the IRGC are, in fact, more ideological and radical than their predecessors. This leaves hard regime change as the final option. Hard regime change involves not only replacing political leaders but dismantling the ruling system, including its ideology and elite. In the context of Iran, this is the only way to bring about genuine and lasting change to the policies and identity of the existing status quo, transitioning the country away from a revolutionary cause to a normal nation-state. Practically speaking, a hard regime change can be achieved through three means: foreign imposition, foreign support, or a popular revolution. The first option, namely, a foreign-imposed regime change, often involves a full-scale invasion with ground troops to overthrow the existing government. While the 12-day war showed that the Islamic Republic lacks significant military strength, similar to Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist army, which collapsed in just 19 days in 2003, the idea of a foreign-imposed regime change in Iran remains deeply unpopular because of past experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan. Subsequently, there is no political appetite or economic bandwidth in the West to implement this option. Perhaps more importantly, in the case of Iran, the nature of widespread anti-regime sentiment amongst the population renders this option unnecessary. But how realistic is a popular revolution in Iran? This option is advocated by most Iranian civil society activists and opposition groups. Yet while many view it as the preferred option for hard regime change, it does not take into account the reality of the Islamic Republic's extensive suppressive machinery on the ground. In the last few decades, every time the Iranian people have taken to the streets in nationwide anti-regime protests, including as recently as 2022 to 2023, they have been brutally repressed by the Islamic Republic's security apparatus. The experience of the past half-century has demonstrated explicitly that a successful popular uprising in Iran is extremely difficult to achieve without external support due to the strength and extensive nature of the regime's security networks. This extensive suppressive apparatus, which cuts across every layer of Iranian society, remains largely intact even after the 12-day war, with Israel's operations primarily targeting the military and nuclear infrastructure of the regime. The challenge of the repressive apparatus could be dealt with through a foreign-supported regime change scenario, where external actors weaken the suppressive infrastructure of the regime. Opponents of this option cite the outcome in Libya as a cautionary example, where foreign intervention, primarily in the form of airstrikes, led not only to the collapse of Muammar Gaddafi's regime, but to prolonged civil war and the country's fragmentation. Iran and Libya differ significantly in their political histories, demographic and cultural structures, and social composition. First, Libya is a relatively new nation, established in 1951 following the Second World War. In contrast, Iran is one of the world's oldest continuous civilizations, with a state history stretching back over 2,500 years. Under Gaddafi, Libya functioned mainly as a tribal society, with Gaddafi himself acting as a tribal chief who maintained cohesion among the country's various clans and regions. With the collapse of his regime, this fragile balance unraveled, leading to fragmentation, particularly between East and West, where distinct ethnic and tribal groups dominate. In contrast, Iran, despite its ethnic diversity, has existed as a unified civilization for millennia. The modern Iranian state took shape under the Safavid dynasty in 1501, establishing a centralized government that was later modernized through the creation of a fully fledged modern bureaucracy under the Pahlavi dynasty, beginning in 1921. Unlike Libya, Iran has a deeply rooted national identity and a long-standing tradition of civil society. Iranians have coexisted as a multi-ethnic nation for centuries, and since the constitutional revolution of 1905 to 2006, they have consistently advocated for a more representative and accountable political system. Foreign-supported regime change in Iran would therefore yield fundamentally different outcomes, owing to Iran's deep-rooted historical continuity, cohesive social fabric, rich cultural identity, and enduring institutional legacies. In the final few days of the 12-day war, Israel began to target the security apparatus of the regime, but this only scratched the surface, with the extensive security web largely remaining intact. The existence of this extensive suppressive machinery is the most significant barrier to productive change in Iran. The weakening of the Islamic Republic's suppressive apparatus could certainly create the space for the Iranian people to mobilize effectively. In such a scenario, a foreign power such as Israel or even the U.S. could provide air support to protect protesters by striking the regime's security headquarters, command centers, and units, which have historically crushed uprisings with brutal force. With Israel having already shifted the strategic balance, there may be a genuine opportunity for the Iranian people to reclaim their future from the regime's grip. While the regime showed an ability to sustain power through internal repression against a defenseless Iranian population, that equation changes if the suppressive machinery is significantly weakened through external support. Some continue to argue that regime change in Iran remains unrealistic and untenable, but if the 12-day war revealed anything, it is that the Islamic Republic is far weaker than previously believed. Iran's status as the most destabilizing force in the Middle East presents a pressing need for change. Today, the Islamic Republic is a regional hegemon that uses proxies in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen to destabilize neighboring states and challenge U.S. interests. The October 7, 2023, Hamas-led massacre and subsequent regional escalation serve as reminders of the Islamic Republic's ambitions and its nuclear aspirations, making it the central challenge to U.S. policy in the region. For decades, U.S. strategies toward Iran have failed to achieve their intended outcomes. The 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, emboldened Tehran by providing financial resources that it used to augment regional terrorism and its ballistic missile program. Conversely, the Trump administration's maximum pressure campaign created economic hardships for the regime but failed to force substantive policy changes. These shortcomings highlight the need for a new, comprehensive approach to empower Iranians to challenge their regime and enable democratic transition in Iran. The 2022 protests that erupted after the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini underscored the Iranian regime's fragility as they spread across the country and exposed deep-seated public dissatisfaction with the government's corruption, mismanagement, and suppression of human rights. The difficulties the regime faced suppressing these protests exposed other vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, Iran's ethnic minorities, including Kurds, Arabs, and Baluchis, demonstrated organizational capacity and present opportunities to exert additional pressure on the regime. The December 2024 fall of Assad's regime in Syria has dramatically altered Iran's regional position. While Tehran maintains proxy networks in Syria, the loss of its primary state ally and Russia's diminished regional role create new strategic opportunities to constrain Iranian influence. With the second Trump administration crafting its foreign policy strategy, decisiveness is imperative. Half-hearted measures will not suffice. As Secretary of State-designate Marco Rubio pointed out, empowering the Iranian people is not just the right thing to do. It's the most sustainable path to regional stability. The incoming U.S. administration must seize this opportunity to exploit the regime's weaknesses and to stymie its external aggression. The approach requires integrating economic pressure, support for internal opposition, dismantling Iran's regional proxy network, finalizing Saudi-Israel relations, and implementing an aggressive information warfare campaign. The Iranian regime's vulnerability lies in its internal fissures. Public dissent has reached unprecedented levels due to economic collapse, widespread corruption, and unpopular foreign interventions. A strategy of regime change must capitalize on these weaknesses by fostering domestic opposition and amplifying social unrest. Establishing an Iran Democracy Fund will serve as a central mechanism for this effort. The Iran Democracy Fund would channel resources to vetted grassroots organizations, amplifying the power of labor unions, women's rights advocates, environmental activists, and students. Transparency will be critical, but so will results. Equally important is providing secure technologies like encrypted messaging platforms and satellite internet access, enabling activists to communicate and organize. Case studies from the Cold War illustrate the transformative power of external support for dissidents. Programs including Radio Free Europe provided not just information but hope, a critical resource under oppressive regimes. A modern equivalent, using social media and Persian-language satellite television, can play a similar role in Iran, broadcasting credible content that challenges regime narratives and highlights democratic alternatives. Radio Free Europe, RFE, provides a powerful historical precedent for how external media support can empower dissidents and undermine authoritarian regimes. Launched in 1949 during the Cold War, the CIA initially funded RFE with additional support from private donors. Its mission was to broadcast uncensored news and cultural content into the Eastern Bloc, countering state propaganda and fostering pro-democratic sentiments. RFE's reach was substantial. At its peak, it broadcast in multiple languages to millions of listeners behind the Iron Curtain. Dissidents, including Václav Havel in Czechoslovakia and Lech Walesa in Poland, credited its broadcasts with inspiring resistance movements and offering hope. RFE also amplified the voices of exiled intellectuals, creating a bridge between dissident communities abroad and those living under communist rule. By the 1980s, Soviet leaders acknowledged the network's role in fomenting unrest, demonstrating its effectiveness as a soft power tool. A modern equivalent for Iran could harness advances in digital technology while maintaining RFE's core principles of accuracy, credibility, and accessibility. Persian-language satellite television channels, complemented by social media platforms like Telegram and Instagram, could replicate RFE's ability to penetrate an authoritarian information space. Investment in these platforms would give Iranian activists a vital resource for organizing, spreading counter-regime narratives, and fostering hope for change. Ethnic minority regions also present specific opportunities for destabilizing the regime. In the Kurdish northwest, long-standing smuggling networks offer conduits for material support and information flows. Training programs conducted in neighboring countries' regions, such as Iraqi Kurdistan, can enhance the organizational capabilities of Kurdish groups and equip them with the tools needed for sustained resistance. Similar opportunities exist in the southeastern Baluchi regions, where traditional tribal structures and cross-border connections provide natural frameworks for challenging the regime. In Kazakhstan, home to Iran's Arab minority and key oil infrastructure, civil resistance efforts can disrupt critical economic operations while gathering intelligence on regime activities. However, support for these communities must tread carefully. While their grievances are legitimate, the focus must remain on a unified, democratic Iran, not fragmented separatism that could weaken the broader movement by allowing the regime to cast itself as the defender of Iranian nationalism. Technology plays a critical role in empowering opposition groups. To ensure effective use, the United States must provide secure communication tools such as encrypted messaging platforms, satellite internet access, virtual private networks, and comprehensive training. These tools will enable activists to coordinate protests, disseminate information, and evade regime surveillance. Simultaneously, professional development programs should focus on building sustainable leadership within opposition movements. Training in organizational management, civil resistance tactics, strategic communications, and coalition building will prepare these groups to play a central role in a post-regime transition. With a youthful, educated population eager to connect with the global digital economy, there are natural avenues through which influence can flow into the country. Iranian tech entrepreneurs need access to international mentorship programs, technical resources, and networking. These linkages will also play an essential role in turning Iran's young, technology-literate generation into a potent force for pro-democracy change as it builds its capabilities to evade and circumvent regime control systems. Economic pressure must not only exceed the scope of previous sanctions campaigns, it must also evolve to outpace Iran's evasion tactics. The Treasury Department should establish a specialized task force to dismantle the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, financial empire, which spans construction, telecommunications, energy, and shipping. These operations often rely on front companies and shell corporations to evade sanctions. The U.S. can deprive the IRGC of revenue streams by targeting these entities. The shipping sector requires particular attention, as the IRGC uses a fleet of vessels operating under flags of convenience to transport oil, weapons, and other goods. Interdiction in the Persian Gulf and Indian Ocean must be relentless. Targeting IRGC-linked vessels, supported by diplomatic pressure on complicit port operators and flag states, could sever critical smuggling routes. Similarly, IRGC-linked engineering firms, which secure lucrative infrastructure contracts across the region, must be denied access to materials and financing. The energy sector remains a cornerstone of the Iranian economy and a vital source of funding for the regime. The U.S. should expand its monitoring of oil and petrochemical transactions, working with financial institutions to block suspicious payments. Enhance scrutiny of trade finance mechanisms, such as letters of credit and pre-export financing, will further disrupt Iran's ability to sell its resources. Additionally, targeting the personal financial networks of regime leaders, including their assets in foreign jurisdictions, will create direct pressure on decision-makers and expose their corruption. IRGC officials and clerics have fortunes held in the names of family members or subordinates. Such assets are spread around different countries, including Turkish and Malaysian properties, Gulf state investments, and accounts in Asian financial centers. This direct pressure on decision-makers while exposing the corruption of the regime elite is uniquely effective in targeting these personal holdings. Iran's use of cryptocurrency to evade sanctions presents an evolving challenge. The U.S. should collaborate with blockchain analysis firms to monitor these transactions and develop regulatory frameworks to counter this threat. Financial institutions must adopt stricter due diligence practices to sever Iran's access to international banking networks, particularly in crucial trading hubs such as the UAE, Turkey, and Malaysia. Iran's proxy network is its greatest strength and Achilles heel. Groups such as Hezbollah in Lebanon, Shia militias in Iraq, and the Houthis in Yemen enable Tehran to project power far beyond its borders. However, these proxies also drain resources and expose vulnerabilities. Iran's proxies represent both a threat to U.S. allies and a vulnerability for Tehran. Hezbollah's prior dominance undermined Lebanese sovereignty and fueled regional instability. The U.S. should suspend aid to the Lebanese armed forces until it disarms Hezbollah. Supporting Israeli operations to neutralize Hezbollah aligns with U.S. interests and weakens Iran's influence. In Iraq, Tehran has established a deep state through pro-Iran Shia militias and allied political figures. Countering this influence requires strengthening nationalist elements within Iraq's political system and security forces. The United States should maintain a military presence in both Baghdad-controlled Iraq and the Kurdistan regional government while investing in infrastructure and development projects that provide alternatives to Iranian economic penetration. Security force professionalization programs emphasizing national loyalty over sectarian allegiance will further reduce Iranian influence. In Syria, the collapse of Assad's regime has fundamentally altered the strategic landscape. While Iran lost its primary state ally, Tehran maintains militia networks that now operate with greater autonomy. These forces seek to preserve Iranian interests amid the power vacuum, particularly around Damascus and in areas near Lebanon's border. The United States must adapt its approach given Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, control of Damascus and Turkey's expanded proxy presence. American forces should establish defensive positions east of the Euphrates, while coordinating with Kurdish allies to prevent both Iranian resupply efforts and Turkish expansion. Special operations teams must enhance training for Kurdish units while gathering intelligence on Iranian militia movements through the region. Maritime operations require enhanced naval presence across multiple theaters. The Strait of Hormuz demands particular attention, with continuous deployment of naval assets to ensure freedom of navigation and deter Iranian provocations. These operations must be closely coordinated with regional partners, particularly the Saudi and Emirati navies, in order to establish comprehensive maritime domain awareness. Interdiction of weapons shipments requires sophisticated intelligence collection and rapid response capabilities. This effort must focus on known trafficking routes while maintaining flexibility to respond to emerging patterns. Protection of commercial shipping demands an approach combining military presence, intelligence collection, and industry cooperation. The administration should establish a dedicated maritime security coordination center, bringing together military assets, commercial shipping operators, and regional partners. This center would coordinate escort operations, share threat intelligence, and establish standard operating procedures for vessels transiting high-risk areas. Leveraging regional cooperation, normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel presents a pivotal opportunity to alter the strategic landscape in the Middle East and strengthen U.S. efforts to diminish Iranian power. Normalization might allow military, economic, and intelligence cooperation in practice, creating a regional front against Tehran and its destabilizing actions. Maritime security is an area of potential cooperation. Iranian smuggling, including the delivery of weapons to militia proxies, continues through both the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb, critical choke points for all traffic. This has become even more crucial following Assad's fall, as Iran seeks alternative supply routes to maintain its influence in Syria. With its naval forces, Saudi Arabia can operate in these regions and offer logistical support and operational resources, while Israel can use its intelligence capabilities to locate and monitor IRGC-affiliated vessels. Combined with the U.S. Navy, these regional actors could develop a cohesive maritime security architecture that would dramatically enhance interdiction capabilities and disrupt Iranian supply chains. Air defense is another critical feature of regional cooperation. Iran has been expanding its arsenal of ballistic missiles and drones, which are a severe danger to U.S. partners in the area. With Assad's fall creating new uncertainties about weapons proliferation in Syria, integrated air defense becomes even more crucial. THAAD and other U.S. systems could be integrated with systems like the Israeli Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow 3 to create a standard multi-layered air defense. The ability of the Saudis to field Israeli systems in Saudi Arabia is part of a contiguous swath of protective cover over the Gulf region. Aside from cementing operational ties, this partnership would also bolster the collective security of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, countries, and other American allies. Sharing intelligence to dismantle Iran's proxy networks is also critically important. Iran uses clandestine means to supply money and arms over land and sea routes for its regional proxies, especially Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Shia militias in Iraq. Saudi-Israeli intelligence gathering allows the dissemination of information well in advance of these operations, so that this potential intelligence is utilized to disperse Iranian forces working with militias in Yemen, Iraq, or Syria. A regional intelligence coordination center, staffed by the U.S., Israel, Saudi Arabia, and other like-minded states, could track and eliminate Iranian proxies. A Saudi-Israel economic partnership would further strengthen endeavors to corner Iran. Together, they could interdict Tehran's dark money flows, enforce sanctions relief, keep tabs on shipping lanes, monitor sanctions evasion, and diminish Iran's capacity to support its proxies and nuclear ambitions. An effective information campaign will target Iranian audiences across multiple platforms, emphasizing regime failures and opposition successes. Persian-language media initiatives should produce content that challenges regime narratives while promoting democratic values. Persian-language media must move beyond traditional news broadcasts. Cultural programming, dramas exposing corruption, documentaries on democratic movements, and satire can engage younger audiences and challenge the regime's legitimacy. Social media campaigns must leverage influential Iranian voices to build credibility and engage younger demographics, while mobile messaging platforms distribute real-time updates on protests and regime activities. Documentation of human rights abuses will reinforce the regime's illegitimacy on the international stage. A dedicated human rights documentation center should collect, verify, and publicize evidence of regime violations, focusing on both historical atrocities and ongoing abuses. Economic mismanagement represents a compelling message theme that resonates across Iranian society. The administration should establish dedicated analytical capabilities to track and publicize the regime's financial failures, connecting high-level policy decisions to impacts on ordinary citizens. This should include regular reports on inflation rates, unemployment levels, and the deterioration of public services. The costs of maintaining proxy forces provide another crucial messaging theme. The administration should develop tracking mechanisms to document the regime's expenditures on foreign interventions, presenting this information in formats accessible to average Iranians. This effort should highlight examples of regime spending on foreign militia groups while domestic needs go unmet. Nuclear program expenses represent a sensitive topic that requires careful messaging. The administration should develop detailed analyses demonstrating the massive costs of nuclear development while highlighting how these resources could be better spent on domestic needs. This messaging should emphasize the program's role in perpetuating Iran's international isolation while questioning its actual benefits to national security. Assad's fall in Syria provides valuable lessons for Iranian transition planning. The swift collapse of a long-standing authoritarian regime, the emergence of new power centers, and the challenge of securing military assets all offer insights for preparing contingencies in Iran. The United States must anticipate similar dynamics while preparing for multiple transition scenarios in Tehran. In the event of a managed transition, military elements willing to facilitate change must be identified and incentivized with guarantees of institutional survival. Technocratic continuity in essential government functions will ensure stability during the transition period, while rapid international recognition of a new government will provide legitimacy. A sudden collapse of the regime would demand swift action. Securing nuclear facilities, preventing weapons proliferation, and stabilizing public order would become priorities. Yet these efforts could face significant logistical and diplomatic challenges. Interim governance structures must be established quickly to prevent power vacuums, while international partners provide technical and humanitarian assistance. A hybrid scenario, where parts of the regime remain in power while others collapse, will require engagement to manage parallel transitions. Constitutional reform, security sector transformation, and economic restructuring will be critical to rebuilding Iran as a stable, democratic state. No strategy is without risks. Sanctions come with risks. They could worsen suffering, alienate ordinary Iranians, and fuel anti-US sentiment. Policymakers must balance these trade-offs with visible support for humanitarian aid to mitigate backlash. Similarly, support for opposition groups may provoke accusations of foreign interference, compromising their legitimacy. Moreover, regional dynamics present additional hurdles. Saudi-Israeli normalization, while promising, requires navigation to ensure cooperation without alienating other Gulf partners. Efforts to dismantle Iran's proxies must avoid entangling the U.S. in prolonged conflicts that divert resources from broader strategic goals. The United States stands at a crossroads in its approach to Iran. As historian Neil Ferguson observed, empires often fall not from external conquest, but from internal decay. The Islamic Republic is rotting from within. Washington can accelerate that process with clarity, conviction, and care. The U.S. can weaken the Iranian regime and pave the way for a democratic transition. Eliminating Iran as a destabilizing force will transform the Middle East, securing long-term stability and advancing U.S. strategic goals. America's June 21 bombardment of Iranian nuclear facilities may have set the regime's nuclear weapons aspirations back by several years, but unless American policymakers press the advantage, the Islamic Republic will rebuild and survive to fight another day. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and its regional proxies remain a threat to the United States and its allies. In the weeks since the Israeli-Iranian ceasefire, Iran and its proxies have executed near-daily drone strikes on Iraqi bases that house U.S. troops. Meanwhile, Iran's stockpile of ballistic missiles, capable of penetrating Israeli air defenses in significant numbers, remains intact. Fortunately, there's a solution. By placing a package of legislative measures on the president's desk, Congress can effectively neutralize Iran's regime and help precipitate its collapse, without deploying ground troops or firing a single shot in anger. Legislation that codifies President Donald Trump's maximum pressure policies into law, places sanctions on Iran's energy sales, and designates the regime's proxy armies as foreign terrorist organizations will go a long way toward containing Iran's regime and encouraging its downfall. In another stroke of good fortune, Congress has already introduced much of the legislation needed to bring the Ayatollah to his knees, and committee chairmen need only hold markup hearings to advance these bills and send them to the House and Senate floors. The Republican Study Committee, RSC, a House GOP caucus driven by conservative principles, had the good sense to roll out a package of bills on April 1st that would weaken the Iranian regime, neutralize its proxies, and empower Iranian citizens. The committee's enforcing maximum pressure, holding Iran accountable initiative closes sanctions loopholes, liberates Iraq from Iran's puppet militias, counters censorship of Iranian dissidents, and protects the U.S. and its allies from retaliatory attacks. Sponsored by Representative Zach Nunn, R. Iowa, chairman of the RSC's National Security Task Force, the Maximum Pressure Act is the flagship piece of legislation behind the committee's initiative. First, this bill locks in President Trump's maximum pressure sanctions framework, preventing subsequent administrations from reversing or waiving Iran's sanctions as part of a nuclear deal. Inconsistent non-proliferation policies spanning multiple American presidential administrations helped set the stage for Iran's defiance and U.S.-Israeli intervention. It's time to end America's bipolar containment strategy. Second, the Maximum Pressure Act lays out fresh sectoral sanctions targeting Iranian steel, construction, mining, financial, and energy exports, along with strict property-blocking sanctions and financial penalties targeting people and entities involved in producing Iran's ballistic missiles. Nunn's 138-page bill is the most comprehensive and efficient legislative option for containing Iran's terrorist regime. It's also the most difficult to shepherd through the House and Senate, thanks to the far-reaching scope of this legislation. Therefore, Congress members may have better luck with other common-sense bills found in the RSC's legislative portfolio. They should start with the H.R. 2614, the Maximum Support Act. What the Iranian people truly need to overcome the regime is protection from the state security apparatus. The Maximum Support Act prioritizes internet freedom, providing secure virtual privacy networks, satellite-to-cell technology, and anti-surveillance tools to bypass the regime's censorship and blackouts. These tools enable activists and citizens to communicate securely and organize against a regime that employs facial recognition technology and AI-enhanced cameras to shut down protests before they form. The bill also establishes a strikers' fund, redirecting seized regime assets to support Iranian workers who walk off the job in protest. Additionally, it designates Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security, the regime's internal spy service, as a foreign terrorist organization. Next, Congress must get to work dismantling Iran's proxy army in Iraq. By sanctioning and designating a list of 29 Iran-backed Iraqi militias through Florida Representative Greg Stubbs' Iranian Terror Prevention Act, the U.S. can shut down the Popular Mobilization Forces and other Shiite militias that are part of Iraq's state military structures. This includes groups like the Badr Organization and Kataib Hezbollah, which are part of Iranian-sponsored armed groups responsible for killing hundreds of American service members. Concurrently, South Carolina Representative Joe Wilson's Free Iraq from Iran Act calls for cutting off funding to Iraq's government unless Iran-backed puppet militias, including the PMF, are no longer part of the Ministry of Interior. Finally, the RSC's sanctions legislation includes H.R. 2575, the Iran Waiver Rescissions Bill. This bill would rescind a Biden-era waiver concerning $6 billion in frozen Iranian assets transferred to Qatar in September 2023. Sponsored by Representative Brian Steil, R., Wisconsin, the No Sanctions Relief for Terrorists Act will shut down loopholes that could allow a president to provide sanctions relief to Iranian groups designated as terrorist organizations, such as through humanitarian waivers that indirectly benefit terrorists. A renewed push to pass the RSC's maximum pressure legislation has yet to materialize. On the contrary, the only Iran-related legislation to advance to a floor vote since the U.S. strikes on Iran was a failed Senate bill designed to limit the president's war powers and require congressional approval for even limited strikes against the Islamic Republic. It's time to set partisanship aside, support the people of Iran, and crush Iran's brutal and destructive regime. October 7, 2023, was not a failure of intelligence. It was a failure of imagination. It was the final, bloody refutation of a doctrine that had governed Israel for 50 years. The doctrine of the strong fence and the quiet life. The doctrine of deterrence. The doctrine of mowing the grass. It was a doctrine that assumed a rational enemy. It was a doctrine that believed one could contain a firestorm with a garden hose. In 1928, writing from Paris, Ernest Hemingway observed that the first panacea for a mismanaged nation is inflation of the currency. The second is war. The Middle East has tried both. Neither worked. Now comes a third option, Pax Israeliana, an Israeli peace, not a request but a statement of fact, forged in the fires of Gaza, proven in the skies over Iran, and now being written into the soil of a shattered Syria. Consider the arithmetic of containment. 15 years. 5 major operations in Gaza. Thousands of rockets. Billions in defense spending. 0 strategic progress. This was not a strategy. It was lawn maintenance with F-16s. Israel called it mowing the grass. As if Hamas were dandelions rather than an ideological cancer metastasizing on its border. The metaphor itself revealed the poverty of ambition. Gardens require more than mowing. They require uprooting. As Daniel Pipes and the Middle East Forum have long argued through the Israel Victory Project, the fundamental error lay in seeking to manage rather than win. For decades, Israel was the defender. It absorbed the first blow. It managed the conflict. It sought ceasefires. It accepted a level of violence that no other Western nation would tolerate for a single afternoon. That Israel is gone, buried with its dead. The Western mind, particularly the comfortable post-historical European mind, is addicted to a single fatal fallacy: the belief that all Palestinians are, at their core, rational in a way the West understands. They believe every problem has a solution that can be found in a seminar room. They believe every grievance can be assuaged with cash and concessions. This was the intellectual architecture of Oslo. It was the foundation of the 2005 disengagement from Gaza. Give them land, give them autonomy, give them billions in aid, and they will build a Singapore on the Mediterranean. Instead, they built a fortress of terror. They elected Hamas. They dug tunnels not for subways, but for slaughter. They used the cement given for schools to build bunkers for their leaders. They used the water pipes provided for plumbing to build rockets to fire at Israeli children. Clausewitz taught that war is the continuation of politics by other means. For the Islamists who rule Gaza and Tehran, it is the other way around. Politics, diplomacy, and ceasefires are merely the continuation of war by other means. Their goal is not a state alongside Israel. Their goal is a state instead of Israel. It is a theological imperative, not a political dispute over borders. The death of deterrence. Thomas Hobbes, that grim philosopher of power, wrote that covenants without the sword are but words. For 75 years, Israel believed the sword alone would suffice. Deterrence would hold. Enemies would calculate costs and benefits. Rationality would prevail. October 7th shattered this delusion with the force of thousands of Hamas terrorists streaming across what Israel had convinced itself was an impermeable border. They came on motorcycles and paragliders with GoPros and Kalashnikovs to commit acts of medieval barbarism with modern tools. The footage they proudly broadcast was not meant to hide their crimes but to advertise them. This was not war as Clausewitz understood it. This was Thanatos unleashed, death as its own reward. As this author wrote in the immediate aftermath, this was an invasion, an orchestrated massacre gleaming with the sinister glare of genocidal intent. The Israeli response marked a turning point as decisive as any in the nation's history. Previous Gaza operations had names suggesting limited aims: cast lead, protective edge, guardian of the walls, defensive nomenclature for defensive thinking. This time was different. The goal was not degradation but elimination, not management but victory. Victory. The word itself had become almost foreign to the Israeli strategic lexicon, a relic from 1967 gathering dust in the museums of military history. Modern democracies, the conventional wisdom held, don't seek victory. They seek stability, equilibrium, sustainable security arrangements. October 7th revealed these euphemisms for what they were: sophisticated forms of self-deception. The Gaza war was different. A nation fights differently when fighting for survival than when fighting to prove a point. The Israel Defense Forces were not sent into Gaza to mow the grass. They were sent to pave it over. The mission was the total dismantlement of Hamas as a military and governing entity. It was grim, hard business. The enemy had spent 15 years turning Gaza into the most formidable terrorist fortress in human history. A subterranean kingdom of tunnels, laced with booby traps, built beneath hospitals, schools, and mosques. Every building was a potential ambush, every doorway a threat. The world, from the safety of its television screens, condemned the cost. They counted the dead in Gaza but forgot to count the living in Sderot and Kfar Aza who could finally sleep without fear. They demanded proportionality. But what is the proportional response to a death cult that celebrates martyrdom and seeks to murder every Jew in the world? There is no proportional response. There is only victory or extinction. Israel chose victory. For decades, the West, and often Israel itself, made another critical error. It treated the symptoms while ignoring the disease. The disease has a name: the Islamic Republic of Iran. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the militias in Iraq and Syria, they are not independent actors. They are tentacles. The head of the octopus sits in Tehran. For 40 years, the regime of the Ayatollahs has waged war on Israel and the West, but it has done so by proxy. It paid others to do the dying. It believed its own territory was sacrosanct. This was the second great fallacy the old doctrine tolerated. As Jonathan Spire has documented extensively, Iran's axis of resistance was never about resistance. It was about expansion, domination, and the eventual destruction of Israel. In the aftermath of the October 7th attack, the octopus overreached. Emboldened by what it mistook for Israeli vulnerability, Iran directed its proxies to launch a multi-front assault. It was to be their masterstroke. It was their final mistake. The Israeli response after 2 years of war was not what they expected. It was not another strike on a Hezbollah weapons depot in Syria. It was a war of 12 days. On the first night, the lights went out in Isfahan. The last night saw the nuclear facility at Fordow, buried deep beneath a mountain, hit by something the world had never seen. The first Israeli missile struck Natanz at 3:17 a.m. Tehran time on June 13th. By sunrise, Iran was burning. Much of the Islamic Republic's nuclear program, that sword of Damocles hanging over the region for 2 decades, was reduced to radioactive rubble in 12 days. Iran's response was predictable in its desperation. 550 ballistic missiles, over 1,000 drones, the full arsenal of 4 decades of military buildup launched in spasms of rage. The result? An 86% interception rate by Israeli defense systems. The emperor had no clothes. The regional hegemon was revealed as a paper tiger, dangerous still but vincible. The psychological impact exceeded the physical destruction. Khamenei's regime had built its entire legitimacy on resistance to the Zionist entity. When that entity struck the Islamic Republic's most protected assets with impunity, the myth died. The 12-day war established the second pillar of Pax Israeliana. Israeli hegemony is the new organizing principle of the Middle East. The American security umbrella is tattered and unreliable. The only hard power that can and will act to neutralize a regional threat is the State of Israel. From Abraham Accords to Abraham Alliance, peace agreements in the Middle East traditionally follow a predictable script. Land for peace, recognition for withdrawal, economic incentives for political concessions. The Abraham Accords shattered this template by acknowledging a simple truth. Israel's enemies were also the enemies of the Gulf states. Common threats create more durable bonds than common history. But October 7th tested these new relationships in ways their architects never anticipated. Would the familiar Arab Street pressures force a retreat to the old reflexive anti-Zionism? The answer came not in words but in actions. Joint naval exercises in the Red Sea, intelligence sharing during Iranian missile attacks, quiet but crucial overflight permissions. The participation of Israeli F-35s alongside Emirati Mirages and Bahraini observers in Greece's Iniochos 2025 exercises sent a message more powerful than any diplomatic communique. This is not merely normalization. This was integration. Defense exports from Israel to Abraham Accords nations reached $791 million. Cybersecurity cooperation was formalized through the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. The Abraham Accords had evolved into an Abraham Alliance, a regional security framework with Israel as its technological and military cornerstone. Power creates vacuums, and vacuums must be filled. Bashar al-Assad's regime died as it had lived, not with a bang but with a whimper. When Hezbollah's forces withdrew to Lebanon to lick their wounds from Israeli strikes, the Syrian army simply melted away. December 2024 saw the end of over 5 decades of Assad family rule, creating the greatest strategic opportunity and danger since the Arab Spring. The old doctrine would have seen this as a crisis, a failed state, a breeding ground for jihadists, a quagmire. The new doctrine sees it as a laboratory for building a new reality. Israel's response was swift and decisive. Within 48 hours, Israeli forces had destroyed 70 to 80% of Syria's military infrastructure. Not as conquest, the age of territorial expansion ended long ago, but as preventive architecture. Every destroyed weapons depot was one that couldn't fall into jihadi hands. More significantly, Israel moved to fill the security vacuum before others could. When the remnants of ISIS and Bedouin militias began to encroach on the Druze heartland of Jabal al-Druze, the world did nothing. The UN issued a statement. Washington expressed deep concern. Israel sent its drones. The Druze of southern Syria suddenly found Israeli aircraft overhead providing protective cover. Kurdish forces in the northeast received intelligence that helped them preempt ISIS resurgence attempts. Christian villages discovered that their calls for help were answered not by the UN or the EU, but by the IDF. This was not altruism. It was strategy. Every minority group protected was a potential ally gained and a certain enemy denied. A stable, friendly, and grateful Druze entity on the Golan frontier is a far greater strategic asset than 1,000 kilometers of smart fence. What emerges from these transformations is nothing less than a new regional order, Pax Israeliana. But this requires careful definition. It is not a blueprint for empire. Empires extract, guarantors protect. Empires impose uniformity. Guarantors preserve diversity. Empires inevitably decline. Guarantor systems can endure. Consider the precedent of Pax Britannica. For a century, the Royal Navy suppressed piracy, protected trade routes, and maintained a general peace that allowed global commerce to flourish. Britain profited, certainly, but so did everyone else. The system's genius lay not in British dominance, but in British indispensability. Pax Israeliana operates on similar principles but with crucial differences. Where Britain had the luxury of geographic distance, Israel must create strategic depth through relationships. Where Britain could retreat to splendid isolation, Israel must remain perpetually engaged. Where Britain exported power, Israel must export security. This new architecture rests on 4 pillars. First, military supremacy, not merely defensive capability but offensive dominance that can strike anywhere in the region within hours. As Ephraim Inbar notes, fear remains the most effective political currency in the Middle East. When enemies know that aggression guarantees swift and devastating response, aggression becomes irrational. Second, alliance networks that transform bilateral peace agreements into multilateral security arrangements. The Abraham Alliance represents just the beginning. Imagine a regional security architecture including Israel, the Gulf states, Jordan, Egypt, Morocco, potentially a post-Islamist Turkey, and a post-military ruled Algeria, a Middle Eastern NATO united not by ideology but by shared interests in stability and prosperity. Third, minority protection that provides security guarantees for the region's vulnerable populations. For centuries, the Middle East has been a graveyard for its minorities. The Christians, the Druze, the Kurds, the Yazidis, Berbers, Alawites, all have been victims of the same intolerance that targets the Jewish state. As Foreign Minister Gideon Saar declared, these communities are Israel's natural allies. Israel's emergence as their explicit guarantor creates not just moral capital but strategic depth. Fourth, economic integration that makes conflict economically irrational where countries, not like Russia and Iran, have previously not engaged in direct kinetic conflict with Israel. The planned India-Middle East Europe corridor, with Israel as a crucial node, represents this logic. When breaking relations means breaking supply chains, when war means economic suicide, peace becomes not an aspiration but a necessity. No element of Pax Israeliana generates more controversy than the Kurdish dimension. 40 million people, divided among 4 states, denied self-determination for a century. The Kurds represent the Middle East's greatest unresolved question. They also represent Israel's greatest strategic opportunity. As Lachman Radpay has written, the Israeli-Kurdish relationship represents an asymmetrical alliance, a nation-to-nation relationship that transcends traditional state boundaries. The relationship dates to the 1960s when Mossad trained Mustafa Barzani's Peshmerga. But nostalgia is not strategy. What matters is the present convergence of interests. Kurdish forces control 40% of Syrian territory. They have proven themselves the region's most effective fighters against ISIS. Most importantly, they share with Israel the experience of being a minority under perpetual threat. Israeli support for Kurdish autonomy serves multiple strategic purposes. It creates a buffer against both Iranian expansion and Turkish neo-Ottoman ambitions. It shows that alliance with Israel brings tangible benefits. Critics warn of the Turks' fury. Let them fume. Erdogan's Turkey has chosen the path of Islamist revisionism, supporting Hamas and hosting its leadership. A Turkey that threatens Israeli interests deserves Israeli opposition. No discussion of Pax Israeliana can ignore the American dimension. For 3/4 of a century, Israeli strategy has assumed American support. But assumptions are dangerous things. America in 2025 faces its own reckonings. Washington's overstretch manifests in simultaneous commitments to NATO expansion, Asian pivot strategy, and Middle Eastern entanglements, all while the national debt exceeds $35 trillion. Domestic division runs deeper than at any time since the 1960s, with fundamental disagreements about America's role in the world cutting across traditional party lines. The pivot to Asia represents a fundamental reallocation of military assets, diplomatic attention, and strategic planning away from the Middle East toward containing China. The rise of isolationist sentiment in both parties represents a tectonic shift. On the right, some supporters of President Trump's America First movement questions why American tax dollars should underwrite the security of prosperous allies. On the left, progressive activists frame Israel through the lens of settler colonialism, apartheid, and systemic oppression. A young generation that came of age during the Iraq War's failures views Middle Eastern involvement as inherently suspect. The campus protests of 2024, which saw elite universities become hotbeds of anti-Israel activism, revealed how thoroughly the old bipartisan consensus on Israel has fractured. This reality demands not despair but adaptation. Pax Israeliana represents Israel's evolution from security consumer to security provider, a transformation that actually serves American interests better than the old dependency model. Consider the concrete manifestations of this shift. When Israel destroyed Syria's military infrastructure in 48 hours, it eliminated weapons stockpiles that might have required American intervention to secure. When Israeli intelligence networks provide early warning of Iranian nuclear activities, they save American lives and resources. When Israeli technology secures critical infrastructure in Abraham Accord states, it reduces the need for American military presence. The successful defense against Iran's missile barrage demonstrated that Israeli systems can protect not just Israel but American assets and allies throughout the region. Every Israeli military action that degrades Iranian capabilities is one less threat that American forces must confront. Every minority group that Israel protects is one less humanitarian crisis demanding American intervention. Every stable zone that Israeli power guarantees is one less failed state that could become a terrorist haven. The message to Washington is clear. Israel is not requesting charity but offering strategic value. The annual American military aid to Israel, approximately $3.8 billion, represents less than what the United States once spent in Afghanistan every 2 weeks. In return, America gains a regional stabilizer that requires no American boots on the ground, no American casualties, and no American occupation forces. Israel provides intelligence that American agencies cannot gather, tests American weapons systems in actual combat conditions, and serves as an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a critical region. More fundamentally, Pax Israeliana offers America something it desperately needs: a way to maintain regional influence while reducing regional presence. As American forces withdraw from Syria and Iraq, Israeli power fills the vacuum in ways that serve American interests. When Washington seeks to counter Iranian influence without direct military involvement, Israeli action provides the solution. When American policymakers need to demonstrate commitment to allies while avoiding new military entanglements, Israeli security guarantees offer the perfect mechanism. The critics are already screaming. They call this vision neocolonialism, warning of imperial overreach and lamenting the death of the two-state solution. Their arguments deserve examination, if only to demonstrate their fundamental disconnection from Middle Eastern realities. The charge of neocolonialism fundamentally misunderstands the nature of Pax Israeliana. Colonial powers extract resources and impose foreign rule. Israel seeks neither. The minerals of Syria hold no attraction. The oil of Iraq is not the objective. Israel offers security partnerships to minorities who request them, not colonial administration to subjects who resist it. When Druze leaders appeal for protection against jihadist massacres, when Kurdish forces seek intelligence sharing to prevent ISIS resurgence, when Christian communities request assistance in maintaining their ancient presence, these are not colonial relationships but survival partnerships among Middle Eastern peoples facing common threats. The imperial overreach argument fails on empirical grounds. Israel's interventions are precisely calibrated: air power, not ground occupation; intelligence sharing, not direct administration; security guarantees, not territorial annexation. The destruction of Syrian military assets was accomplished without a single Israeli soldier occupying on Syria's coast. The protection of Druze communities requires no Israeli governance structures. This is not empire building but threat elimination. As for the two-state solution, its death certificate was signed not by Israel but by Palestinian leadership in 1947, 1967, 1993, 2000, 2008, and every moment in between. Palestinian political culture remains saturated with eliminationist ideology. School textbooks deny Jewish history, television programs celebrate martyrdom, and political leaders promise not statehood alongside Israel but statehood instead of Israel. The only viable future for Palestinians requires what Germany and Japan experienced after 1945. Complete ideological defeat followed by comprehensive transformation. This means dismantling the entire infrastructure of hatred, the prisoner payments, the posters glorifying martyrdom, the terror tunnels, the educational incitement, the religious glorification of genocide. It means accepting that Jewish sovereignty in the ancient Jewish homeland is permanent and irreversible. It means building a political culture based on construction rather than destruction. Pax Israeliana is not a promise of a quiet life. It is the acceptance of a heavy burden. The burden of power means making decisions that determine the fate of millions, decisions that will be condemned by comfortable observers who never face the consequences of failure. It means accepting that every action will be scrutinized through a microscope while enemies' atrocities pass unnoticed. It means knowing that restraint will be interpreted as weakness, while strength will be condemned as aggression. The burden of clarity requires abandoning the comfortable ambiguities that have long characterized Israeli policy. No more strategic ambiguity about nuclear capabilities. Enemies must know that existential threats will meet existential responses. No more apologetic language about security measures. A nation surrounded by those seeking its destruction need not justify its vigilance. No more defensive crouch in international forums. A democracy protecting minorities from genocide need not bow to dictatorships that sponsor terror. The burden of being the only adult in a room of arsonists manifests daily. When the United Nations condemns Israeli defensive actions while ignoring Syrian chemical weapons, Iranian nuclear programs, and Turkish occupation of Kurdish lands, Israel must proceed regardless. When European diplomats propose peace processes that would create terror states on Israel's borders, Israel must say no without apology. When American progressives demand concessions to those who seek genocide, Israel must resist without concern for popularity. This requires a steeling of the national will that goes beyond military preparedness. It demands an end to the moral confusion that has plagued Israeli discourse, the endless self-questioning, the disproportionate concern for enemy casualties, the apologetic tone when discussing legitimate security needs. A guarantor power cannot afford the luxury of self-doubt. When protecting Druze villagers from massacre, there is no moral ambiguity. When preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, there is no room for hesitation. When ensuring that October 7th never happens again, there is no space for equivocation. The psychological transformation may be the hardest burden of all. For decades, Israeli culture celebrated its moral superiority through restraint, its enlightenment through self-criticism, its sophistication through acknowledging enemy narratives. This luxury is no longer affordable. A guarantor power must possess the psychological strength to act decisively, to ignore international condemnation when necessary, and to prioritize strategic objectives over global popularity. This is not a call for brutality or abandonment of moral principles. It is recognition that true morality sometimes requires hard choices, that protecting the innocent may require defeating the guilty, that building peace may require winning war. The Middle East respects strength and exploits weakness. Pax Israeliana represents the choice to be authoritative rather than loved, to be secure rather than applauded, to be effective rather than popular. History presents certain moments when the possible expands, when the constraints of the past loosen, when new orders can be born. The Peace of Westphalia in 1648, the American victory in the Revolutionary War in 1783, the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. The Middle East in 2025 is such a moment. The old order, built on Arab nationalism, sustained by petrodollars, defined by hostility to Israel, is dying. What replaces it remains unwritten. Great powers are not born. They are forged in the crucible of crisis. October 7th was Israel's crucible. From it emerged not just survival but transformation. The path forward requires three forms of courage: physical courage to confront enemies directly, moral courage to accept the responsibilities of regional leadership, and intellectual courage to abandon outdated paradigms. In 1923, Jabotinsky wrote that the only way to reach an agreement in the future is to abandon all idea of seeking an agreement at present. A century later, his insight takes new form. The only way to achieve peace in the future is to abandon the illusions of the peace process and create the conditions, through strength, through protection, through leadership, that make peace not a dream but an inevitability. This is Pax Israeliana. Not perfect peace. Perfection is not a Middle Eastern virtue, but a practical peace, a possible peace, a peace that emerges not from documents but from facts on the ground. The peace of the victor. The only peace that matters is the peace of the defeated. The wire has been rest-rung. The sirens have new meaning. The world has been remade. The old Middle East is dead. The new one is being born. Israel can be its midwife or its victim. The choice, as always, is Israel's. But some choices are clearer than others, and this one is crystalline in its clarity. The age of the defender has ended. The age of the guarantor has arrived. Israel must rise to meet it. How to understand the fighting in Syria between the central government in Damascus and its many foes, including Alawites, Kurds, Druze, and the Israel Defense Forces. During its first quarter-century of independence, 1946–70, a weak Syrian state served as the battlefield for its many stronger neighbors to project their ambitions, a predicament summed up in the title of a well-known book, The Struggle for Syria. That struggle disappeared through the 4 decades of rule by Hafez and his son, Bashar al-Assad, only to re-emerge during the civil war of 2011–24 and then reach new heights after the overthrow of Bashar in December 2024. His overthrow nearly eliminated Iran as a factor in Syria, leaving Turkey, and Israel as the primary external combatants. While Syrians are the main protagonists, they effectively serve as proxies for the governments of those two most powerful neighbors. Both Turkey and Israel face 3 major risks in Syria. Start with Ankara and its strongman, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who has dominated the country since 2002. The outbreak of the Syrian civil war in 2011 led to some 3.1 million Syrians registering as refugees in Turkey, along with an estimated 1 million more living there unregistered. Their presence has led to increased resentment and tension. Accordingly, Erdogan oversaw the walling off by 2017 of nearly the entire 566-mile border to discourage more refugees. Continued fighting in Syria almost certainly will cause more Syrians to cross into Turkey and more problems for Ankara. Second, Turkish officialdom worries that the fracturing of Syria into autonomous ethnic polities will serve as a prototype for their country. This fear mainly concerns the Kurds, who already control autonomous regions in Iraq and Syria, but it could spill beyond them to others, such as Alvis and Arabic speakers. Third, and unfortunately for Erdogan, the Republic of Turkey's century-long existence, with its legacies of institutions and treaties, constrains his freedom of action. Therefore, he sees his agent Hayat Tahrir al-Sham as an instrument to wage aggressive jihad, especially against Israel. For this, however, he needs a strong central government in Damascus. A weak one undercuts his jihadist ambitions. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister on and off since 1996, also has 3 key interests in Syria. The first involves countering Turkish goals and the construct of a Syrian jihadi state. So long as Damascus is distracted by fighting its own population, it cannot initiate trouble abroad. Second, Netanyahu has a moral and political obligation to the 140,000 Druze citizens of Israel. When a retired brigadier general of the Israel Defense Forces, a Druze, accuses Syria's leader of wanting to eliminate the Druze, Jerusalem cannot snub him, much less ignore the 1,000 or so Israeli Druze who breached the border with Syria to protect their brethren. Plus, Israel's Druze vote not as a community but individually, so a prime minister instinctively seeks to win its members' electoral support. Finally, the joint Israel-US attack in June 2025 heavily damaged Iran's nuclear program but did not destroy it, so Jerusalem may again wish to send Israeli jets streaking through Syrian skies. Israel will then prefer the Syrian government down below to remain weak and unable to control its airspace. Also in parallel, Turkey's Russian patron, yes, NATO membership notwithstanding, and Israel's American patron each disapproves of its client's actions. Vladimir Putin prioritizes retention of Russian air and naval bases in Syria, so a weak central government in Damascus serves his interests. Donald Trump met with and endorsed Erdogan's proxy president in Damascus. The U.S. envoy to Syria made urgent pleas for the fighting to end, and a White House official described Netanyahu as acting like a madman. So far, however, these patrons have had limited influence. Two conclusions. What appeared to be a Turkish opportunity in Syria a half-year ago now looks like an Israeli one, and what comes next for Syria will be determined largely by decisions made in Ankara and Jerusalem. In 2014, as Syria descended into chaos, the United States made a pragmatic decision. Section 1209 of the National Defense Authorization Act authorized the Pentagon to arm and train vetted Syrian opposition groups. The Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, emerged as Washington's most reliable partner. With U.S. support, the Kurds dismantled the Islamic State's territorial caliphate, safeguarded minorities, and created a pocket of stability in an otherwise fractured Syria. Today, Syria looks very different. President Bashar al-Assad has fled to exile in Russia. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, a group the United States previously designated as a terrorist organization, has seized control of Damascus and now governs 70% of Syria. Turkey is HTS's primary backer, funding and arming its militias. Ankara uses these Sunni Islamist proxies to merge its regional ambitions with their extremist ideologies. Washington has signaled a shift in its approach to HTS to accommodate the group's newfound political role. But while Washington's strategy evolves, commitment to the Kurds should remain steadfast. This year, Congress reauthorized support for the Syrian Democratic Forces in the 2025 National Defense Authorization Act. The Knesset should follow suit. Israel should arm and assist the Kurds to turn them into a cornerstone of its regional strategy. Under President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Turkey has emerged as the Middle East's most disruptive actor. Turkey's proxies, many with documented ties to extremist groups, represent a direct threat to Israel's security. Their ideology, hostile to liberalism and supportive of radical Islamism, mirrors the currents that have fueled decades of instability in the region. Ankara's ambitions do not stop at Syria. Erdogan has positioned himself as a patron of Hamas, providing political support and hosting its leaders in Turkey. His rhetoric against Israel has grown more incendiary, targeting not just policies but the state's legitimacy. Through its actions in Syria and beyond, Turkey is undermining Israel's security and reshaping the region in ways that demand a response. As Turkey doubles down on its Islamist agenda, the Kurds remain one of the region's few forces pushing in the opposite direction. The Syrian Democratic Forces govern northeastern Syria with a commitment to secularism, women's rights, and minority protection, values that resonate with Israel's democratic ethos. These same forces proved their mettle in the fight against the Islamic State. The geography under Kurdish control amplifies their importance. The territory includes fertile farmland, critical water resources, and oil reserves. Beyond its intrinsic value, this land forms a buffer against Turkey's encroachment and Iran's efforts to extend its influence through southern Syria. For Israel, the Kurds offer not just a philosophical alignment but also a strategic advantage. Israel and the Kurds are natural allies. Both are minorities navigating hostile regions, forced to build institutions and defend their people against existential threats. The United States' support for the Kurds offers a model for what Israel can achieve. For years, Washington's provision of military training, equipment, and financial assistance to the Syrian Democratic Forces has demonstrated the benefits of investing in reliable partners. The Knesset should authorize a similar program to arm and assist the Kurds, providing weapons, intelligence support, and diplomatic advocacy. Such a partnership could counter Turkish aggression, disrupt Iranian expansion, and bolster one of the region's most capable allies. Critics may fret this would antagonize Turkey, but Erdogan's hostility toward Israel is already well established. His embrace of Hamas and his Islamist agenda leave no room for détente. Failing to support the Kurds would not placate Ankara. It would embolden it. Weakness invites aggression, while strength earns respect. Supporting the Kurds signals that Israel will not allow Turkey to destabilize the region unchecked. More importantly, Failing to act risks ceding northern Syria to forces hostile to Israel. Allowing Turkish proxies to dominate northern Syria weakens Israel's strategic position and paves the way for greater instability. An open Israeli investment in the Kurds would send a message to Turkey and Iran that Israel will not sit idly by as they seek to dominate the region. Seizing such opportunities require clear vision, courage, and a willingness to embrace the uncertain for the sake of the possible. Supporting the Kurds is not just a strategic imperative. It is a moral one. In a region defined by shifting alliances and constant threats, reliable allies are the exception, not the rule. The Kurds have proven they are the exception. Sometimes the simplest choices are the most important. On July 11, 2025, Tom Barak, U.S. Ambassador to Turkey and Special Envoy for Syria, condemned federalism in Iraq and Syria. The difficulty is, in all of these countries, what we've learned is federalism doesn't work. You can't have independent non-nation states within a nation, he said. That same day, he echoed the Syrian interim president's embrace of centralization within the state. By doing so, he reveals ignorance of history and condemns Syria to failure. Every effort to run roughshod over the region's ethnic and sectarian minorities has led to dictatorship and state failure. Barak's statement dismissing federalism as a solution for Syria and Iraq plays into the hands of authoritarians and Islamist factions alike. It also emboldens Arab nationalists who already mock Kurdish demands for decentralization. Various ethnic and religious communities in the north and east of Syria have run the Democratic Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria for more than a decade. The global counter-Islamic state coalition has financially and militarily supported the Kurdish-led, but often Arab-staffed, Syrian Democratic Forces. It is Barak's cartoonish and inaccurate idea of ethnic federalism when military organization represents all the communities. Barak also does not consider why Kurds should abandon what they have in order to surrender into a one country, one nation, one military system that has always ended in ethnic cleansing. Following the new Syrian regime's massacre of Alawis, trust is unlikely. Kurds have not asked for an ethnic-based federal system in Syria, nor have they sought a Kurdish-only region. What they consistently have advocated for is a decentralized system, one that would give all communities in Syria, from Kurds to Druze to Christians, a voice in governance and protection from the tyranny of centralization that defined the Assad regimes for decades. When centralization has failed, what alternative is left? A decentralized Syria would both accommodate the country's diversity and guard against the resurgence of groups like the Islamic State by giving local communities ownership of their security and governance. That was the model the Syrian Democratic Forces envisioned and for which it fought. Barak is right that Kurds should aim to integrate into the governments in Baghdad, Ankara, Damascus, and even Tehran, but into what does he expect the Kurds to integrate? A Syrian state dominated by unreformed Ba'athist elements and newly empowered jihadists who represent the old guard of authoritarianism and the new guard of extremist Islamism? The Kurds have refused to integrate into Ahmed al-Shara's interim government because it includes no viable, inclusive system. They refuse to hand over their autonomy to the same mentalities that oppressed them for decades. Even more troubling is the silence surrounding the Druze in Soweto, who continue to face repression. If Washington is committed to a pluralistic, stable Syria, then how can it ignore these abuses while lecturing Kurds about integration? The Kurds have learned repeatedly that U.S. loyalty is transactional. From Secretary of State Henry Kissinger abandoning the Iraqi Kurds in 1975, to President Donald Trump greenlighting Turkish invasions in 2019, to this current shift toward appeasing Hayat Tahrir al-Sham-aligned forces in Syria, the message is clear: Kurdish sacrifices are disposable. The price of Barak's mistake and his faith in autocratic Islamists, however, will not be paid only in Kurdish lives. Negotiations between representatives of the Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, and the new authorities in Damascus over the future of the U.S.-backed Kurdish forces and governance in the northeast appear to be deadlocked. Thomas Barak, simultaneous U.S. ambassador to Turkey and special envoy to Syria, visited Damascus this past week, meeting with Syrian interim president Ahmed al-Shara and SDF commander Mazlum Abdi in an effort to identify common ground. However, his involvement has further complicated matters for Syrian Kurds. The SDF and al-Shara's government signed a deal in March to integrate the semi-autonomous northeastern Syria and its armed forces into the structure of the Syrian state. While the SDF and Damascus have implemented aspects of the agreement, it is difficult to envision that they can overcome remaining major obstacles before the end of 2025, a deadline that is now likely to be extended. A central point of contention between the two sides is the integration of the SDF into the country's new defense structure. For the Syrian government, integration entails the disintegration of the SDF as a unified entity, with its fighters absorbed individually rather than collectively. The SDF opposes this approach and seeks to maintain its institutional cohesion within any future military framework. Barak says Washington remains committed to ensure the SDF integration happens in a respectful way, believing that the new Syrian government is taking all the necessary steps to facilitate the process. In reality, however, the Syrian government is not taking any such steps. When the top U.S. diplomat in Syria states that it is difficult for the SDF to come to the conclusion that the only future path for them is Damascus, it signals al-Shura that Washington no longer backs its Kurdish partners, giving the Syrian government a green light to pressure and intimidate the SDF. In 2003, L. Paul Bremer, the U.S. administrator overseeing Iraq, sought to disband the Kurdish Peshmerga forces in response to demands from Shiite factions. However, Iraqi Kurdish leaders opposed the move and successfully secured the Peshmerga's integration as a core component of Iraq's national defense system. Years later, the Peshmerga became a U.S. partner in the fight against the Islamic State. Similarly, Syrian Kurds are unlikely to relinquish their arms. Recent massacres targeting the Alawites, along with attacks against the Druze and Christian communities, have heightened Kurdish skepticism regarding Damascus's ability and willingness to protect them. Despite his newfound affinity for Syria's Islamist leadership, Barak should be cautious not to jeopardize what has been a successful partnership between the United States and Syrian Kurds, which was underscored by the Pentagon's allocation of $130 million in its 2026 budget in support of the SDF's ongoing campaign against Islamic State remnants. With U.S. support, the SDF has, over the last decade, built a defense structure that includes highly trained special operations forces, counterterrorism units, and local police forces. Its continued existence could serve as a valuable asset to the broader Syrian military, which is struggling to build a capable force. Maintaining the SDF as an intact entity is compatible with efforts to build a unified Syrian military. The United States endorsed the integration of foreign jihadist fighters into a separate unit within Syria's military. At a minimum, the same approach should be applied to the SDF. In a context where Washington and Damascus accommodate jihadists and extremist elements but marginalize moderate and liberal actors, it is imperative that common sense prevail. The latest violence in Syria confirms a hard truth. The current regime has neither the capacity nor the will to rebuild a unified, pluralistic state. 8 months into power, and just after the March massacre of Al-Awis, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham group and tribal militias loyal to Damascus are now targeting another minority, the Druze. This time, Israel stepped in. Committed to protecting the Druze, it pushed back tribal and government forces under Syrian President Ahmad al-Shura, forcing a ceasefire. Yet the fighting has not stopped, and there is no sign the regime intends to share power or protect minority communities through federalism or territorial autonomy. So, what is the long-term solution? The Druze spiritual leadership has demanded an opening of roads towards our Kurdish brothers, as it put it last week, linking Chpater in the south to Kurdish-controlled territory in the northeast, held by the Syrian Democratic Forces. Years ago, Walid Fairs, former foreign policy advisor to President Trump, argued for a freedom corridor connecting Kurdish and Druze regions through a secure zone, from Abu Kamal to the Golan Heights, passing near the U.S. base at Tanf. He presented this plan to the House Counterterrorism Caucus in 2009. The moment has arrived to put that idea into action. The Druze have formally requested the opening of such a humanitarian corridor from the SDF commander, General Maslam Abdi. The SDF, a disciplined and battle-tested force, can implement it, but only with support from the U.S. and Israel. The Kurds are now sending a batch of humanitarian aid to Chpater. Kurds and Israelis are natural allies, but they lack a direct connection. The corridor would change that, creating a secure bridge between Israel, the Kurds, and the Druze. It would serve as a protective buffer against future massacres, regional instability, and threats to Israel's security. Strategically, the corridor would block Iran's land route from Iraq into Syria and Lebanon. In any regional conflict, it would help contain Iran's proxies and reinforce a Kurdish-American-Israeli Druze alignment. Had this plan been implemented a decade ago, many of the recent atrocities could have been prevented and Israel could have strengthened ties with key natural allies in the region. Instead, the US and Europe rushed to recognize and lift sanctions on the new rulers in Damascus. Europe, in particular, acted out of fear of Islamism in Europe and the pressure to create conditions for millions of Syrian refugees to return. Still, appeasement has not brought stability. It never will. The Freedom Corridor is a viable, strategic alternative. It is in the map of the new Middle East, unveiled by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in September. The Freedom Corridor is more than a defensive measure. It would redefine the political geography of Syria and the wider region. It would connect two resilient, secular, pro-Western populations, the Kurds and the Druze, creating a protected spine that could anchor a post-Assad future. It would also give other minority groups that have no trust in the Syrian de facto regime a physical and political space to survive and self-rule away from jihadi militias and the failed central regime in Damascus. The corridor would give them leverage to negotiate that future on more equal terms. Kurds are celebrating the 13th anniversary of establishing their well-managed administration, known as Rojava, Western Kurdistan, sustained despite Islamic State group threats and Turkish invasions since 2018. Unlike the new Syrian regime, they have built an inclusive system where Christians, Yazidis, Kurds, and Arabs live freely and work together toward a better future. They are the true alternative on the ground, proof that stability and pluralism work with them, not with an Islamist mindset that seeks domination through massacre and exclusion. The US has invested, especially militarily, in the SDF. That alliance has held back the Islamic State group, challenged Iranian influence, and kept a check on Bashar Assad's power. Without follow-through, however, those gains risk unraveling. The Freedom Corridor would secure them, reinforce US credibility, and send a message that Washington stands with its partners, not just when they fight terrorists, but also when they face existential threats. For Israel, the corridor could serve a humanitarian and national security interest. The Druze are not just an ally, they are kin. Geopolitically, cutting Iran's land bridge to the Mediterranean is one of Israel's highest priorities. The corridor does all. Each week of inaction leads to more bloodshed, more displacement, and more lost ground to extremist fighters. There is a moral case, there is a strategic case, and there is now a political opening. The Freedom Corridor must move from proposal to policy before it is too late. The age of autocracy and death cults should pass. The representatives of dictators should not be toasted in the West, even if they are wealthy with oil. For too long, European Commission officials, self-righteous non-governmental organizations, and self-described peace groups have subverted human rights standards for narrow political agendas. They have done irreparable harm to those suffering at the hands of dictators and terrorists. On July 29, 2025, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer declared that the United Kingdom would recognize a state of Palestine unilaterally unless Israel and Hamas reach a ceasefire by September 2025. If terrorism is a wildfire, Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron, who announced on July 24 that France would also recognize Palestine, have chosen to pour gasoline rather than water on it. Put aside Starmer's factual confusion. Hamas, not Israel, refuses both a ceasefire and the release of the Israeli hostages it seized on October 7, 2023, during a previous ceasefire. Pictures of cerebral palsy patients and Yemenis and Syrians do not equal starvation in Gaza, nor does a growing population suggest genocide. What Starmer and Macron have done both to virtue signal and to appease their country's growing Islamist constituency and leftist radicals is to not only reward Hamas for its terror, but to allow Hamas to leapfrog from defeat to becoming the model for Palestinian politics, especially as a free-for-all looms after the death of the 92-year-old Palestinian Authority chairman, Mahmoud Abbas. Creating a Palestinian state will not bring peace. It will guarantee war. Hamas and many ordinary Palestinians take a maximalist approach. They do not want a two-state solution with an independent Palestinian state formed based on the 1949 armistice lines between Israel on one hand and Egypt and Jordan, respectively the occupying powers in Gaza and the West Bank on the other. As the dispute continues, Europe has shown Palestinians they can use violence and Europe's latent anti-Semitism to advance their own interests more effectively than diplomacy and compromise. But why should the Palestinians be the only beneficiaries of such a strategy? Many people seek their own state. Somalilanders in Somaliland, the Southern Movement in Yemen, Kanaks in New Caledonia, Catalans in Spain, Biafrans in southeastern Nigeria, Tigray in Ethiopia, and Anglophones in Cameroon. Kurds in Turkey still want their freedom and will likely take arms again if the Turkish government does not take advantage of its ceasefire offer to negotiate sincerely. Tibetans, Uyghurs, and Mongolians in Inner Mongolia all want freedom from China. Both the United Kingdom and France face their own latent separatist threats in Scotland and Corsica. With the world ignoring peaceful movements in Somaliland and South Yemen but prioritizing Palestine due to Hamas terrorism and Hollywood media spectacles, future aspirants for freedom will conclude the best way to achieve it is by following the Palestinian model. The same holds true for Biafra, Ambazonia, and the Kurds where, respectively, the Finns, Norwegians, and Swedes have served as agents of Nigeria, Cameroon, and Turkey in order to punish civil society leaders who belong to independence movements back home. True, each of these movements wage local insurgency, but they may soon conclude that the way forward is to kill Europeans, not trust in them. Just as Palestinians rose to world attention storming schools, hijacking airplanes, and even attacking the Olympics, new aspirants can now study the Hamas case and Paris and London's response to terror to try to win international support by targeting European airlines and taking European hostages. Europe will react with revulsion, as it should, but Macron and Starmer demonstrate that, with time, moral equivalence, if not inversion, will win. Nor will the process be organic. Hamas survives on the Iranian, Turkish, and United Nations dime. State sponsors and international organizations matter. India should expect Islamist money to flow to Kashmiri terrorists. Russian money could fund Scottish, Catalan, or Quebecois separatism. In each case, militants and extremists could hijack what today are peaceful movements. Unprincipled leadership fueled by anti-Semitism, perhaps Qatari money, and a desire to appease constituents can have profound effects on international security. What happens in Gaza does not stay in Gaza. By validating Hamas's choices, European leaders today promote Hamas as a model. Ultimately, those who pay the price will be in the streets of Paris and London, not in Gaza and Ramallah. If Palestine wins independence due to Hamas terrorism, but the peaceful movements in Somaliland, South Yemen, and the Syrian Kurds languish, every potential separatist group, legitimate or not, will learn the lesson that terrorism works. India will pay the price. Today, Hamas' greatest financial benefactors, Turkey and Qatar, are also increasingly invested in promoting and legitimizing Kashmiri terror. The same groups Qatar funds to promote anti-Israel polemics on campus also stigmatize Hindu student associations or berate Indian academics into silence. Nor is Kashmiri separatism the only terrorist cause Indians will face. On the streets of Europe and on Western college campuses, Khalistan is an increasingly popular cause. Students are too naive to realize the prominence of Sikh extremists is not organic but rather greased by Pakistani and perhaps Turkish and Qatari money. Not only Pakistan, but also Turkey and Qatar now believe that by either increasing terrorism against international targets or by promoting false narratives of victimhood and human rights violations, they can sway G7 members to legitimize terrorism and embrace terrorists' goals. Hamas fooled the world with a narrative of famine. The New York Times tweeted out a story featuring a photograph of a skeletal child to its 55 million followers. It tweeted the correction that the child had cerebral palsy and a congenital malady that caused malnutrition on an account with only 80,000 followers. Get ready for the bankers for Hamas terrorism to start promoting equally dishonest anti-India propaganda. The Manipal calumny about anti-Christian religious persecution was just a dry run. Paris and London have opened a Pandora's box of terrorism. Western progressives are useful idiots for terror sponsors. Academics, Western journalists, and human rights activists despise strength and embrace any movement that claims victimhood. Terror sponsors, meanwhile, are experts at determining which tactics and narratives are most effective. Paris and London have ended any debate for terror sponsors. Hamas is a model. Terrorism works. The West's moral equivalence can transform narratives and interpretations over even the most horrific terrorist attacks. India should beware. Macron and Starmer may not yet realize it, but they have now transformed India into the world's biggest target for terrorists. The renewed tensions between New Delhi and Islamabad, which have now resulted in open confrontation, are the result of a brutal terror attack that took place in the Bizaran Valley near Pahalgam in India's Jammu and Kashmir province on April 22. The details and circumstances of the attack led to widespread anger in India and a determination to strike back against Pakistan. Given a long history of Pakistani support for Islamist insurgent groups in the Indian-administered part of Kashmir. The Pahalgam attack was the worst terror incident in Kashmir since 2019 and the biggest attack targeting civilians in 2 decades. The details of the incident, in which 26 Indian citizens and 1 Nepali were slaughtered, have particularly incensed public opinion in India. Pakistani terrorists gunned down Hindu tourists. The terrorists, according to eyewitness reports, sought to ascertain the religion of the captured travelers before killing them. The travelers were asked to recite the Kalima prayers, lines from Islamic hadiths that are taught in South Asian madrasas. And some were even subjected to physical examinations. Before the killers decided that their captives were Hindus, they were executed in front of their families. Among those murdered were newlyweds. The Pakistani authorities denied any involvement in the attack. The long history of Pakistani state support for Islamist proxy militias in Kashmir, as well as an early claim of responsibility since withdrawn by an organization with known ties to Islamabad-supported militants, led Indian officials to conclude that the denials were without merit. Pakistan's use of proxy Islamist groups as a tool of state policy against India and more broadly is of long standing. The role played by such groups in this context differs from the familiar Middle Eastern picture in a significant way. States such as Iran and Turkey make use of Islamist proxies as part of a unified state strategy. In Pakistan, support for Islamist groups in Kashmir and elsewhere is the preserve of particular state agencies. In turn, these agencies may activate the proxy groups as part of their internal struggles within Pakistan. Regarding the Pahalgam attack, responsibility was claimed and then denied by a group calling itself the Resistance Front, TRF. This organization, which emerged in 2019, is regarded by the Indian authorities as a proxy of the better-known Lashkar-e-Taiba organization, a Salafi jihadi group that has been waging war against India in Kashmir since 1986. LET, incidentally, was the organization that trained the terrorists who carried out the Mumbai attacks in 2008, in which 175 people died, including 9 of the attackers. The Resistance Front, which avoids Islamic language and symbolism, appears to have been established to lend a secular and indigenous tint to LET activities. Both TRF and LET are designated as terrorist organizations by the Indian state. The nakedly sectarian nature of the Pahalgam attacks would obviously belie TRF's effort to brand itself as a secular militant group. But there is substantial evidence tracing the foundation of the organization back to the activities of LET militants. TRF appears to have been established by cadres of LET and a related group, Hizbul Mujahideen, under Pakistani guidance, as part of an effort to increase militancy in the wake of India's abrogation in 2019 of Jammu and Kashmir province's special status. In addition to the desire to project a more secular image, Pakistan was evidently concerned about avoiding the attention of the Intergovernmental Financial Action Task Force, FATF. This G7-supported agency placed Pakistan on its gray list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring because of evidence of Pakistani support and financing of terror groups. LET, a UN-designated terror group, was under its scrutiny, making the emergence of ostensibly new organizations a necessity. FATF removed Pakistan from the list, however, in 2022. The body of evidence linking LET to agencies of the Pakistani state is considerable. Specifically, Pakistan's Powerful Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI) agency has a long history of sponsorship and direction of LET activities, as confirmed by testimony of jihadis detained in Guantanamo Bay and later published by WikiLeaks, but also in statements by former Pakistani President Pervez Musharraf. In a 2021 interview, Musharraf said, "In the 1990s, the freedom struggle began in Kashmir. At that time, Lashkar-e-Taiba and 11 or 12 other organizations were formed. We supported them and trained them as they were fighting in Kashmir at the cost of their lives." To explain why the Pakistani military and ISI might be seeking an escalation in Kashmir at the present time, a number of Indian researchers have pointed to the currently unstable internal situation, the growing unpopularity of the army, and the hardline stance by General Asim Munir, current commander of the Pakistani army. The arrest of former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan, the persecution of his supporters, growing discontent among Pakistan's Baloch and Pashtun minorities, along with economic paralysis, are fueling instability. Dr. Chpater Bajpai, writing for the London-based Chatham House, noted in an April 25 article that there is precedent for attacks on India taking place during periods when the Pakistani military feels it is being marginalized. Munir, in a speech in Islamabad on April 16, described Kashmir as Pakistan's jugular vein, saying that Islamabad would not forget it. "We will not leave our Kashmiri brothers in their heroic struggle." Put all this together, the known links of TRF to Lashkar-e-Taiba, and of the latter to ISI and the Pakistani army, Pakistan's internal travails, the growing unpopularity of the army and the latter's track record in igniting external struggles as a way to build its own internal legitimacy. And it becomes possible, even likely, that the slaughter at Pahalgam was the work of elements within the Pakistani security structures. India's military response has now come. Despite the exchanges of fire, a full deterioration to war between the two nuclear-armed powers remains unlikely. A controlled series of exchanges of fire is more probable. The international community will now set about trying to mediate de-escalation. Such a response will not, however, address the broader problem, Pakistan's flouting of internationally accepted norms, in its support, sponsorship, and activation of proxy Islamist military groups as a tool of policy. The Middle East of recent years is testimony to the parlous results of allowing such practices to continue unchecked. The situations are comparable. In both areas, what is taking place is the harnessing of the energies of political Islam for the advancement of state interests, or, in the Pakistani case, the interest of particular state agencies. The result, in both contexts, is similarly harmful to all those living in the affected area. The United States, European Union, and African Union each support Somalia's military to help combat al-Shabaab. For almost 20 years, the internationally recognized Somali government has battled the al-Qaeda affiliate. The United States spends on average $100 million annually on training and equipment to the Somali National Army, and also helps train its elite Danab Brigade. This figure neither includes the costs of supportive military actions, including U.S. deployments, air and drone strikes in support of its Somali partners, nor the almost $20 billion the U.S. government has dumped into development assistance and support for the Somali government. The European Union, meanwhile, provides financial and logistical support to the African Union Transition Mission in Somalia and runs capacity-building programs for the Somali National Army. Since 2007, Brussels has dumped more than $3 billion into its efforts. The African Union, meanwhile, gives Somalia armored vehicles, helmets, and vests. Such support not only wastes billions of dollars, but it actively undermines security in the Horn of Africa. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, president between 2012 and 2017 and again since 2022, is either incompetent or malign. Transparency International consistently ranks Somalia as the world's second most corrupt country, after South Sudan. This should be a red flag for any donor, but war compounds the problem as Mogadishu diverts its weaponry, troops, and funds away from the campaign against al-Shabaab. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud no longer tries to hide his cynicism. On July 6, 2025, Somalia's government approved arms deliveries to Laskanud, a Somaliland town that China-backed Somali forces occupied in an effort to undermine Taiwan-friendly Somaliland. The following day, al-Shabaab attacked towns in Somalia's central Hiran region. Somali troops abandoned the area in the face of the al-Shabaab offensive, allowing al-Shabaab to expand the safe haven it is carving out within Somalia. In effect, the West and the international community now subsidize Mogadishu's fantasies and Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's petty political agenda while allowing al-Shabaab to expand and flourish. Somalia is hardly the only country to take advantage of Western largesse in the name of counterterrorism. Egypt receives billions of dollars to help it defeat militants in the Sinai, but consistently fails in its mission. Egypt's top generals understand they fail to lose such aid should they actually win. Pakistan puts that dynamic in hyperdrive, collecting security assistance while actively subsidizing the terrorists it claims to fight. Neither President Donald Trump nor Secretary of State Marco Rubio are afraid to break diplomatic China. Rather than repeat the failures of Presidents Barack Obama and Joe Biden and Secretaries Hillary Clinton, John Kerry, and Antony Blinken, Trump and Rubio should stop throwing good money after bad and recognize that Hassan Sheikh Mohammed's corruption and cynicism pose as much of a threat to peace and stability as al-Shabaab. In 2015, former Director of Central Intelligence David Petraeus, U.S. Army, RET, advocated arming members of Jabhat al-Nusra, the Syrian branch of al-Qaeda, in a bid to fight the Islamic State. It was one of the most dangerous and baffling proposals in recent memory. In effect, Petraeus sought to arm active members of al-Qaeda, a globally designated terrorist organization, to help defeat another terrorist group that shares the same ideology. Policymakers did not dismiss Petraeus' suggestion as fringe. Petraeus remains influential in Washington, and so policymakers circulated it. Petraeus specifically argued that elements of the al-Nusra Front were potentially reformable, and that the United States could peel them away from al-Qaeda and repurpose them as U.S. proxies in the war against the Islamic State. Petraeus' 2015 proposal was not a new idea suddenly conceived to deal with the Islamic State threat. It was merely an attempt to make official a policy that had been in motion behind the scenes for years. In fact, in a February 2012 email, later exposed in the WikiLeaks files, Jake Sullivan, then senior policy advisor to Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and later national security advisor to President Joe Biden, wrote to Clinton that al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. At that moment, Petraeus was serving as Director of Central Intelligence, overseeing U.S. intelligence operations in the region. The implication was clear: arming or cooperating with jihadist groups like al-Nusra was not some fringe suggestion. It had already become part of U.S. strategic thinking, even if policymakers never publicly admitted this. Petraeus' thinking rested on a flawed assumption that jihadist militants could somehow be turned into strategic partners against both the regime and the Islamic State. It was as if the United States had learned nothing from its long list of foreign policy disasters, from arming the Afghan Mujahideen in the 1980s, which gave birth to al-Qaeda, to empowering sectarian militias in Iraq and Syria, which fueled cycles of extremism and bloodshed. Many warned, even then, that this plan was madness, not only morally indefensible but strategically suicidal. Petraeus and those who supported the approach ignored the history's lessons. The outcome was predictable: the strengthening of jihadist networks, further destabilization of Syria, and the collapse of any coherent counterterrorism policy. A decade later, Washington witnesses the fruits of that policy. Abu Muhammad al-Jilani, once a senior member of the Islamic State, and then the leader of Jabhat al-Nusra, the al-Qaeda franchise Petraeus wanted to empower, is now the de facto, self-appointed president of Syria, presiding over an Islamist terrorist regime in Damascus. Worse still, Western governments now legitimize, recognize, and support him. Never mind that until December 2024, they officially labeled him a terrorist. This is not a surprise. It is the logical outcome of a reckless strategy. The message should always be clear: do not arm jihadists, no matter whom they claim to be fighting. Such warnings fell on deaf ears. And today, Syria pays the price, and soon the whole world will. This was not just a policy failure. It was the deliberate empowerment of extremists, a willful blindness that valued short-term tactical gains over long-term security, regional stability, and innocent lives. The result: terrorist warlords rising to power, Western silence turning into complicity, and a shattered Syria left in the hands of fanatics who continue to commit atrocities and massacres daily. What matters is that three outcomes be avoided. The Assad regime should not be permitted to reunite Syria under its rule. The Islamist rebels should similarly not be allowed to establish a jihadi state in the country, and the Islamic State should not be permitted to remain in existence. By strengthening the alliance with the SDF, utilizing it and its allies to take Raqqa and destroy ISIS in the east, and then allowing its component parts to establish their rule in eastern and northern Syria, these objectives can be attained. For a change, the U.S. and its allies have found an unambiguously anti-Islamist and anti-jihadi force in the Middle East which has a habit of winning its battles. This is a success which should be reinforced. In a statement appearing to hint at a yet more ambitious Israeli strategy, the Prime Minister added that Israel demanded the full demilitarization of southern Syria from troops of the new Syrian regime in the Quneitra, Dara, and Suwaida provinces. In the same week, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said, "We will not allow the extreme Islamic regime in Syria to harm the Druze. If the regime harms the Druze, it will be struck by us." "We are committed to our Druze brothers in Israel to do everything to prevent harm to their Druze brothers in Syria, and we will take all the steps required to maintain their safety." These remarks were followed by an additional statement from Israel's Defense Ministry, according to which IDF troops had been ordered to prepare to defend Jermana, a Druze suburb of Damascus. This followed clashes between armed Druze and fighters associated with the current regime's security forces. These moves come against a background in which Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, the Sunni Islamist group which seized power in Syria in December 2024, is moving to consolidate its rule. On February 25th, a long-awaited National Dialogue Conference took place at the Presidential Place in Damascus, formerly the dwelling of the ousted dictator Bashar Assad. The conference brought together 600 selected Syrians and concluded with the appointment of a 7-member committee tasked with drawing up a constitutional declaration. The conference issued a number of additional non-binding resolutions. HTS leader Ahmed Shara has said that it could take up to 4 years for elections to be held. In the meantime, Shara himself, along with a number of fellow Sunni Islamists from HTS, will continue as the de facto rulers of the country. The consolidation of HTS rule in Damascus and Israel's actions further south are directly linked. Israel views the emergent regime in Damascus as characterized by 3 factors: a Sunni Islamist/jihadi orientation, strong links to Turkey, and relative weakness. It is acting accordingly. Regarding the first issue, for the foreseeable future, the administration assembled by Ahmed Shara from among his HTS comrades from Idlib is set to rule Syria. HTS's highest religious authority, 1 Abd al-Rahimatown, offered enthusiastic support for the October 7, 2023 massacres in southern Israel. A town said at the time that what the Mujahideen are doing for the sake of Allah Almighty in the Battle of the Flood of Al-Aqsa is the greatest act of Islam in this era, and it is a blessed jihad to repel aggression and defend religion. Post-October 7th, Israel is disinclined to take chances regarding Islamist and jihadi movements professing sentiments of this kind. Regarding the Turkish link, the HTS authorities in Damascus owe their victory largely to Turkey. This enabled them to maintain their fiefdom in Idlib for the 7 years between 2017 and their victory in 2024. Turkey is overseeing the establishment of the new regime's military and security forces. Discussions currently underway between the HTS authorities in Damascus and the Turkish government include the prospect of a defense pact between the two countries. Ankara, according to recent reports, wants to establish 2 air bases in the Badia, the large desert that covers much of central Syria. Turkey, in addition to its close relations with HTS, has been strongly supportive of Hamas both prior to and during the current war in Gaza. Erdogan's government has long permitted Hamas to maintain an active office in Istanbul. This facility, Israel considers, is not focused solely on political and diplomatic tasks. Rather, it is a center for operational planning. In addition, Ankara has facilitated the activities of Hamas officials by providing them with Turkish passports. The AKP, the ruling party in Turkey, is an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, as is Hamas. The relationship between the two is thus both extensive with deep foundations. Israel regards Turkey as an increasingly hostile state, with a sophisticated ability to make use of proxy non-state and quasi-state organizations, similar to Iran. So from Jerusalem's point of view, the emergence of an Islamist regime to the north, backed by a powerful, increasingly hostile state, is a matter of deep concern. The third notable element is HTS's current weakness. With only 40,000 fighters at the time that it took power, the organization is struggling to exercise control even over the 70% of Syria nominally under its command. 30% is controlled by the US-aligned, Kurdish-dominated Syrian Democratic Forces. As a result of recent experience in Gaza, Israel's preference is now for buffer zones on hostile borders, keeping enemies as far as possible from Israeli communities. HTS's failure to quickly consolidate its hold over Syria, because of its lack of available manpower, enabled Israel to act quickly and establish a de facto area of control into the buffer zone laid down by the Separation of Forces Agreement of 1974 and beyond it. In many ways, perhaps paradoxically, Israel's incursion into Syria to disrupt a perceived threat resembles other foreign entries into Syria, including Turkey's 3 extensive operations against Kurdish forces in Syria's north in 2016, 2018, and 2019. The level of cooperation between Israeli forces and elements of Syria's Druze is hard to gauge. Sheikh Hikmat al-Hydri, the community's spiritual leader, recently confirmed his commitment to a united Syria and rejected any thought of separatism. At the same time, al-Hydri affirmed that armed Druze groups would maintain their weapons and refuse the entry of government forces into their areas until a representative government and a new constitution were established for Syria. It appears that other elements in the community have established more direct relations with Israel. In this regard, it is worth remembering that Israel has its own well-established and non-marginal Druze community, which includes senior army officers and officials. These individuals are concerned for the well-being of their fellow Druze in Syria and are exercising their own influence in this area. So Israel appears to be pursuing a coherent strategy in Syria, which is in direct opposition to that of Turkey and its Islamist clients. This is a significant new development on the Middle East stage. It remains to be seen if, when, and how these two projects collide. The HTS government doesn't have formal control over all Syrian land. Nearly a third of Syrian territory, from the Euphrates River north to the Turkish and eastward to the Iraqi border, is ruled by the US-aligned, Kurdish-dominated Syrian Democratic Forces. This authority played a major role in defeating the Islamic State terrorist group in Syria in 2019. Its rulers are determined to maintain their independent political and military capacity, albeit within the framework of a united Syria. Aldar Khalil, a senior Democratic Union Party official, put it even more plainly. The revolution in Syria started to destroy centralized rule in Syria, and after that's gone, it's not possible to put something new ruling from the center. That's not acceptable. The Syrian Democratic Forces, with more than 100,000 fighters, is the most direct barrier to the consolidation of a new, centralized Islamist regime in Syria. But it isn't the only armed group outside Damascus's control. In the southwestern Chpater province, heartland of the Druze people, the armed Rijal al-Karama group, meaning men of dignity, is in control in alliance with other armed factions. The group won't let HTS fighters enter the province and is demanding a decentralized system of government. Hikmat Salam al-Hydri, a senior Druze leader in the province, recently told the Iraqi Kurdish Ruda news channel, "We will not hand over our weapons until the state, constitution, and government are formed and the decentralized system is the most appropriate system for Syria." To the west in the Dara province, Ahmed al-Adha, a former leader of the Sunna Youth Forces rebel group, commands an independent Sunni Arab militia. He is reputed to have the support of the United Arab Emirates. In the west, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, HTS is engaged in military operations against groups loyal to the Assad regime. Syria's coastal west is the hub of the Alawite community, from which the Assad family came. HTS forces, many hailing from the organization's heartland in the northern Idlib province, are carrying out search operations across the countryside, resulting in deaths on both sides. On January 24th, 10 HTS men were killed by unknown gunmen at a checkpoint near the town of Jabla. On the same day, 13 Alawites were killed in the town of Fahail. So Mr. Shara, declarations notwithstanding, isn't the undisputed president of Syria. His forces prevail in Damascus and the Idlib province. Elsewhere, things are fluid. HTS isn't a huge organization, and it appears hobbled by a lack of manpower as it struggles to control the region. When it seized power, it likely consisted of no more than 40,000 fighters. With these modest ranks, it now seeks to control Syria. The manpower shortage is evident on the ground. Driving from the Euphrates Dam across the desert toward the capital on January 14th, I traveled about 125 miles between the last Syrian Democratic Forces checkpoint and the first HTS-1. I passed many empty roadblocks deserted by the former regime. Only around the city of Homs, in an area of Alawite population, could many fighters of the new regime be found, conducting one of their sweeps. Even in the capital, one sees scant evidence of the new authority. Plenty of HTS fighters are hanging around and holding impromptu victory processions. But the Assad regime's police force has been disbanded, and nothing substantial has taken its place. The city is in limbo. European and other Western officials traveling to Damascus to meet what they imagine to be the new government of Syria should bear in mind that the country remains divided. The Islamist organization controlling Damascus is only one of many groups vying for control in the region. The task it faces is consolidating its power. It'll be up to the West to decide whether to support a new, centralized, authoritarian Islamist Syria or consider other options. All current indications suggest that the Turkish leader is making notable advances in his effort to place Turkey at the center of regional strategic affairs. As Erdogan's Turkey builds its power and influence, its opposition to and agitation against Israel is continuing unabated. Observe, this week, Erdogan hosted Ahmed al-Shara, the current interim president of Syria, at the Dolmabahce Palace in Istanbul. This was Shara's third visit to Turkey since he assumed power in Syria. The Syrian leader thanked Erdogan for what he called Ankara's critical support in securing the lifting of international sanctions against his country. The US and European decisions to lift sanctions against Syria open the way for Shara to acquire critical funds for reconstruction in Syria and potentially to consolidate his own rule. While US President Donald Trump acknowledged the role of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in securing this decision, Erdogan has been arguing consistently for the removal of economic restrictions against Syria in recent weeks, including, according to reports, in his conversations with the US president, with whom he enjoys great relations. In Trump's own words, the new Syrian leader is clearly keen to maintain good relations with Riyadh and avoid the impression that he and his organization owe their position in its entirety to the Sunni Islamist axis of Turkey and the Emirate of Qatar. At the same time, it would be difficult to exaggerate the centrality of Turkey in recent events in Syria. Crucially, it was the Turkish decision never to entirely abandon the Syrian Sunni Islamist insurgency that provided Shara with the territorial incubator in which he could maintain and grow the force that would eventually march to Damascus. In this regard, it is worth remembering that just a year ago, the regional and global consensus was that the Syrian civil war was over and Assad had won it. Erdogan's decision to stand outside this consensus has earned him the central role in determining the direction of Syria. Turkey appears set to develop a military infrastructure in Syria in cooperation with the new regime. This is likely to be framed as part of the ongoing struggle against ISIS. Such a framing is entirely disingenuous, given the former relations of de facto cooperation between Ankara and the Sunni jihadi organization, and the complex relations of ISIS with Shara and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS. Nevertheless, with Shara's new regime gaining in legitimacy, it may prove difficult to challenge these claims effectively. Sources I spoke with recently in Washington emphasized the determination of the Trump administration to wind down the American presence in Syria in the course of this year. The U.S. presence formed an effective containment to the ambitions of both Iran and Turkey in Syria. Should it be removed, Erdogan and his allies are likely to be the main beneficiaries. Alongside developments in Syria, things appear to be moving in a positive direction for the Turkish leader on the crucial Kurdish front. The PKK, Kurdish Workers' Party, announced earlier this month that it had held a congress in its area of control in the mountains of northern Iraqi Kurdistan, in response to the movement's leader Abdullah Öcalan's call for the end of its 40-year insurgency against Turkey. On May 12, the movement announced its decision to disarm and disband. The details still remain to be settled, and the chance that this process may break down remains. But if it is carried through, as appears possible, the Turkish leader will be able justifiably to present it as a historic achievement. Meanwhile, on the home front, Erdogan has secured the incarceration of his most serious political rival, former Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. The arrest of İmamoğlu appears to be the latest milestone on Turkey's road to undisguised autocracy. Notably, and in a sign of the times, Erdogan's suppression of political opposition at home appears to have been met with indifference in the West. Erdogan also spoke this week with Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Sharif thanked Erdogan for Turkey's support during its brief standoff with India after Islamist terrorists, who probably have links with Pakistan, murdered 26 people near Pahalgam, in Kashmir. This stance reflects Turkey's ability to combine strategic and pan-Islamic objectives, and translate these into influence both in the Middle East and beyond. It all appears to be going well for Erdogan. Burgeoning relations with the U.S., central influence in Syria, the apparent eclipse of a major security challenge, the successful repression of internal opposition, met with international indifference, and the casting of influence beyond the region. Clearly, he is remaking Turkey as an Islamic and Neo-Ottoman power. But what challenges and adversaries remain? In this regard, It should be noted that success is not serving to moderate Erdogan and his allies, in particular in their enthusiastic support for Hamas and the near-hysterical tone of much of their opposition to Israel. A headline in the Yeni Şafak newspaper this week caught the tone of the Erdogan government's rhetoric in this regard. Yeni Şafak is a Turkish-language publication known for its close relations to the government. Its headline on Tuesday, May 27th, referred to what it claimed were Israeli attacks on children in Gaza. The headline read, "There will be no peace for humanity until these vile murderers are destroyed." The headline joins similar utterances by Erdogan in recent months, in which he has variously compared Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with Adolf Hitler, claimed that Israel was planning to invade Turkey, and called for Israel's destruction. Erdogan's commitment to Israel's destruction combines geopolitical and Islamic ideological elements in the manner by now familiar. For the Turkish leader, Israel is a symbol of both Turkish and Muslim weakness. Its establishment in a former Ottoman territory is testimony both to imperial retreat and to Islamic inability to prevent territory held by Muslims from falling back into the hands of its pre-Islamic custodians. At the same time, Israel represents a formidable real-world adversary to Turkey's advance, able to challenge it on the strategic level in the eastern Mediterranean, in Syria, and on the diplomatic front in Washington and other Western capitals. Erdogan also fears the possibility of Israel finding its way to Turkey's other enemies. Halil Karavelli, a Turkish analyst writing in the New York Times this week, noted that, above all, Turkey fears a Kurdish alliance with Israel. It's undeniable that the Turkish challenge is set to be central in the period ahead for all those elements, in the region and beyond it, who are opposed to political Islam and its advance. The strategic and diplomatic contest between Israel and Turkey looks set to be one of the central regional dynamics in the period now opening up. President Donald Trump's administration has bet big on Turkey, based not on the reality of the terror-sponsoring state but rather on the sweet nothings and potential business deals President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has whispered into the administration's ears. This leads to inconsistencies. It is not possible, for example, to be both pro-Turkey and anti-Hamas. To support one is to embrace the other, especially as most Hamas terrorism now gets planned not in Tehran but in Istanbul, where Turkey has given haven and support to the group's financiers and leaders. Given Erdogan's increasing belligerence toward the Jewish state, including calls for military action and violent jihad against it, and the terrorism Erdogan sponsors, it is time to recognize the potential for a military conflict. The spark could be in Syria, especially now that Turkey effectively shares a border with Israel, as Erdogan uses Hayat Tahrir al-Sham to transform Syria into a proxy as completely as Iran used Hezbollah to transform southern Lebanon into a de facto Iranian colony. Or it could be a dispute over Turkey's nuclear program as Erdogan follows Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's path to use an ostensibly civilian program as a means to fulfill a long-held nuclear ambition. The United States must recognize what once was unfathomable: a war between a NATO member and the Jewish state. What would such a war look like? Would it involve missiles and drone swarms? Naval engagements in the eastern Mediterranean? Aerial battles with both countries using US-provided weaponry? Would Turkey attempt a landing to cut Israel in two at its narrowest point, barely 8 miles between the Mediterranean and the West Bank? In such a situation, how would the US react? What would Israel's neighbors do? Could King Abdullah II of Jordan, himself unpopular domestically, withstand the pressures from his own population that is fiercely antagonistic to Israel? Would Turkey use Syrian jihadi mercenaries and Islamic State veterans as Erdogan did in support of Azerbaijan's invasion of Nagorno-Karabakh? With the Trump administration reviving a potential F-35 Joint Strike Fighter sale to Turkey, both the Pentagon and Congress should consider what effect those planes might have if Turkey used them against Israel. Diplomats too often construct a cocoon of comfort and alternate realities. These may look good on paper, but they represent not a step toward peace but rather gross negligence by refusing to address reality. A war between Israel and Turkey is no longer a distant possibility but could easily occur within a decade. The question now is whether Washington can prevent it, what effect military sales might have upon its outcome, and whom the United States wants to win. Obama once listed Erdogan as one of his top foreign friends and stated his admiration for Erdogan was so great. He even took advice from the Turkish leader on how to raise his daughters. From Turkey itself to Syria to the Kurds, Trump's embrace of Erdogan has become so tight that Erdogan appears even to craft American policy by phone with Trump or in meetings with U.S. Ambassador Tom Barrack. There is a growing dissonance, however, between Trump's enthusiasm for supposed strong leaders such as Erdogan and Trump's promise to make America great again. Too often, the same authoritarians whom Trump praises interpret his admiration as a green light to target Americans on American soil. Erdogan has used not only the Turkish embassy in Washington but foundations and cultural organizations to spy on Turkish dissidents, many of whom are American citizens. I am not Turkish, but 15 years ago, when former Foreign Ministry spokesman Namık Tan became Turkey's ambassador in Washington, the Turkish government began to pepper me and my editors with lawsuits and legal threats as part of a concerted strategy to muzzle criticism. While Turkey has yet to carry out assassinations on U.S. soil, it is only a matter of time. Countries do not sponsor cells and conduct surveillance unless they plan to act. This could occur soon, as Trump's deference to Turkey leads Erdogan to believe he can get away with murder. Iran is open about its intentions. Soon after the 1979 Islamic Revolution, it killed a dissident in Bethesda. The past is precedent. The regime has recently sought to kidnap and kill an outspoken women's rights activist in New York. Iranian authorities have also threatened to kill first-term Trump officials Brian Hook and Mike Pompeo, as well as the president himself. That Trump has relaxed security on Hook and Pompeo only encourages Iran. China has been so bold as to set up informal police stations affiliated with internal state security to spy on and even discipline Chinese nationals in the United States. The Chinese Communist Party actively cultivates students who spy and report on classmates as a condition for permission to study abroad. Despite its cultivation of American think tanks, Azerbaijan's caviar diplomacy and the public image it seeks to project as a bastion of tolerance is one of the world's most brutal dictatorships, scoring less than Russia and China on political freedom indices. In recent years, it has crossed the Rubicon and begun targeting dissidents and families of dissidents on U.S. soil. The son of one prominent Azerbaijani critic, for example, had his home broken into and tossed in New Jersey in an incident law enforcement attributed to Azerbaijani security. African countries have now gotten in on the game. Eritrean diplomats and fake cultural organizations exist to spy on the Eritrean community. Eritrean President Isaias Afwerki refers to the pro-government diaspora as the regime's Fourth Front. In 2024, Fourth Front groups hired American law firms to pepper and harass Eritrean oppositionists with nuisance suits, an expensive prospect meant to silence them. For example, the Eritrean Association in Greater Seattle sued Eritrean democracy activists at the U.S. District Court in Tacoma. Cameroon is the latest country to turn its sights on its American diaspora. President Paul Biya is 92 years old and is rarely seen as henchmen govern in his name. Tabong Evo, the former spokesman for the Ambazonia Defense Forces, sued pro-Biya activist Emmanuel Nsalai for false reports leading to the swatting of Evo's home in the U.S. Minnesota-based activists Benedict Kua and Pascal Kikashi Wangbai also face harassment due to tendentious Cameroonian reports to the FBI. In May 2025, Secretary of State Marco Rubio threatened sanctions against states such as Switzerland that punish American free speech. Increasingly, though, this is the tip of the iceberg. If America comes first, Trump and Rubio must prioritize all attacks on Americans and punish not only Iran and China, but also African states and supposed allies who now target Americans on the home front. The West should not be embarrassed to substitute all manner of coercion for empty rhetoric. The cost of pretending that engagement with delusional dictatorships, rackets, and death cults is successful is often far higher than a broader strategy with transformative diplomacy at its core and democratization as its goal. For or against the West. Carl Schmitt named the alternative in 1932 when he stated that the Weimar Constitution is two constitutions and that the time had now come to choose between them: recognition of the substantial content and forces of the German people or retention and continuation of functionalist value neutrality with the fiction of equal opportunity for all content, goals, and currents without distinction. He considered the minimum of freedom as granted to the individual by functionalist value neutrality to be almost a thing of the past, while the forces of the people were clearly asserting themselves. It was a fact that plebiscitary legitimacy is currently the only remaining recognized system of justification. Thus, a very significant and rare kind of authority is now needed. It can spring from various sources, from the effect and impression of a great political success, from any remaining vestiges of a pre-democratic era, or from the political prestige of a secondary democratic elite, of which today's organized parties are usually only a surrogate or a caricature. However, the plebiscitary methods and questions of the left differed so much from those of the right that, under the impression of great political success, it took an authority such as Hitler, who Schmitt may once have regarded as a caricature, to complete the turn against the West, equipped with the existing residues of a pre-democratic era and the trust of the neo-democratic economic elite. From the hereafter to freedom. Before 1933, Franz Neumann was an almost typical representative of German otherworldly thinking. His pronounced reformism did not want to locate itself in the West and had no concept of what was happening in the East in the Soviet Union. So he was drawn to Carl Schmitt's political theology. How else could he have saved his model of a collective democracy? His political theory adopted from Karl Renner, Otto Bauer, and Hugo Sinsheimer in the crisis without breaking with the constitution of the Weimar Republic? A few months before Hitler's appointment as Reich Chancellor, Neumann himself told Schmitt that the substance of the Weimar Constitution cannot be the order of a bourgeois constitutional state. I believe that we will agree on this. It can only be an order based on freedom and property, but which is supported and should be maintained by the participation of all creative circles of the people. What Neumann wanted to agree with Schmitt on was evidently a kind of democratic fascism or libertarian corporative state, in his case with a particular emphasis on the status of the trade unions. The fundamental rights provisions of the Weimar Constitution contained the basis for the establishment of a social constitutional state whose goal is the realization of social freedom. Social freedom means that the working class wants to determine its own fate, but it should remain with fate, i.e. with the state, except that the sovereign should be a true social democrat. One who is committed to caring for the working class and to taming capitalist exploitation interests in their interests, because market forces can no longer be relied upon as the economy has entered its monopolistic and crisis-ridden phase. This is how Neumann wanted the German constitution to be understood, as Article 153(3) clearly states, "Property is an obligation. Its use shall at the same time be a service to the common good." The only question is what this best interest would be and who exactly would have to decide on it. The difference between Franz Neumann and Otto Kirchheimer in this respect, which is often emphasized in left-wing academic literature, proves to be negligible here. Kirchheimer only had an accelerated reformism in mind at the time, which was just as necessarily based on Carl Schmitt, except that he understood the Weimar Constitution as a formal rule of the game, which the more powerful is able to overrule at will in the absence of a higher authority. And this higher authority, which would have to be formed beyond Weimar, could only be a new state, a new sovereign. Kirchheimer thus simply allowed the disappointment that Neumann steadfastly fended off, just as every left-wing socialist is a disappointed reformist, and every reformist a disillusioned left-wing socialist. In 1930, Kirchheimer had also written in a similar vein to Neumann that the restriction of property to the individual sphere did not violate the meaning of the Constitution. But only if the state makes active use of this new meaning will it be able to put all those powers in their place that are also working effectively here to forge the present eternally to the past and to play off the eternal, acquired right against the right of today. End of quote. Kirchheimer's right of today was just another formulation for Neumann's collective democracy or social freedom. Neither of them, like Schmitt, thought of this right in terms of the individual. The collective, which Schmitt called the community, was the subject. But freedom is always and can only ever be the freedom of the individual, just as the freedom of the collective is always a paraphrase for the lack of freedom of the individual. This was what Neumann learned very quickly on his flight to the West, and where he was ultimately to agree with Kirchheimer on all important issues when they met again in the circle of the Emigrated Institute for Social Research. Neumann continued to understand personal freedom in bourgeois society as the form in which coercion appears. The legal person is the economic character mask of the property relationship. It leaves nothing to suggest that the entrepreneur disposes of the worker. Only now Neumann perceives it as a form in the first place, and that means, understood in its significance for the individual, as a condition of his subjection to the mute compulsion of relations and of emancipation from immediate oppression. Not seeing it precisely in this ambiguity and contradiction may appear to be a more radical critique, and is in fact the opposite. A transition to barbarism, which the individual would like to eliminate with the capital relationship and regain direct access to his or her body. Critique is immune to this through self-reflection. In law, as Horkheimer wrote a little later, we can recognize the means of domination that opposes it as the reflection by which it exposes itself. Nor is there any doubt that the form of law is an inverted one. In a society that cannot renounce violence in principle, true generality is not possible, wrote Newman. That there could be true generality can only be expressed in the analysis of the false. This realization now connected the former trade union syndic with critical theory in exile. Even before Horkheimer and Adorno developed the contradictions of reason in the dialectic of enlightenment, he had already developed those of law. It contains, on the one hand, objective law, i.e. the law established by the sovereign or at least attributable to the sovereign power, and on the other hand, the claim of the legal subject. In other words, on the one hand, the denial of the autonomy of the individual and at the same time its affirmation. Newman's analysis shows that this contradiction can only be maintained if, on the one hand, violence and the law are regarded as constitutive of the state, and on the other hand, the individual in his isolation, in his abstractness, is taken as the starting point and not the collective, be it that of the working class, which is exploited through the freedom of the individual. The formal and negative generality of the law in liberalism not only enables capitalist predictability, but guarantees a minimum of freedom, since formal freedom is two-sided and thus also grants at least legal opportunities to the weak. Behemoth and dual state. It was precisely these opportunities that Schmitt's political theology aimed to take away from the individual. His own concept of collective democracy was once also designed to do this, as Newman must now recognize. His self-reproaches about his loyalty to the SPD and the trade union, he practically only left the field when the SA stormed his office in May 1933, also affect his theoretical writings. And at the same time, something of the nameless feeling of guilt of the survivors comes through in them. Newman was of Jewish origin. For the 100th time he asks himself the question of the nature of Germany. Why I love the country so much and yet loathe it so much, perhaps it is a feeling of guilt that runs deep. How often after 1933 did I ask myself where my responsibility for National Socialism actually lay? Because I believe in collective guilt. But then I can't exempt myself from it. I saw with my own eyes how dishonest the SPD was in the months from July 1932 to May 1933, and not only then, and said nothing. How cowardly the union bosses were, and I continued to serve them. How dishonest the intellectuals were, and I kept quiet. Of course I can justify it with the united front against National Socialism, but basically I was afraid of being isolated. And I had great examples, Karl Kraus, Kurt Tucholsky. And I have always considered the Socratic point of view to be correct in theory, that the true intellectual must always be a matoki, a stranger to every political system. So I took part in the sellout of the ideas of the so-called German left. Certainly my contribution is small and the politician will view my attitude ironically. But can the decline of the SPD and the rise of the National Socialists only be seen as a political problem? Were there not moral decisions to be made? I made them too late and still not radically enough. End of quote. But Franz Newman made them, and with a radicalism that from the outset went far beyond the anti-fascism of the other leftists in Germany. By working out the contradictions of the liberal state, he got to the root of the Nazi state, but not in such a way that the two could become one. After all, the claim to distinguish personal freedom from the capital relationship, to which it is nevertheless causally related, is the basis of his large-scale analysis of National Socialism in Behemoth. In it, Newman wanted to prove, against the view held at the Institute for Social Research at the time, that National Socialism was a capitalist state, characterized by the tendencies of the monopoly capitalist phase. However, as is the case with proof in critical theory, the realization of the theory brings other things to light than what is to be proven. Thus Newman, against his actual intention, came to the realization that National Socialism was capitalist and anti-capitalist at the same time. It is authoritarian and anti-authoritarian. It is for and against private property. As much as Newman tried to derive this dual character directly from the replacement of competitive capitalism by monopoly capitalism, a look at the political structures in Hitler's Germany, which differed from all other political forms of monopoly capitalism, such as those that developed in the USA, did not allow such a derivation and made it necessary to clarify the intertwining of capitalist and anti-capitalist formations, and that meant unlocking the inner dynamics of the war of annihilation. Ernst Fraenkel, like Newman once committed to German social democracy and his partner in the Berlin law firm, had presented the first ever fundamental analysis of National Socialism with the dual state, and Newman referred to his friend's study in many ways. Seeing things through the eyes of the West did not necessarily require the experience of exile. Frankl had written the original version in Germany before fleeing to the USA in 1938. These years before the Second World War had already led him to speak of the war of extermination against the German Jews, enabling him to speak of the eternal state of emergency, the constitution of the Third Reich. In order to find the terms for this, Frankl contrasts the latest German development with the early English one, which led to the constitutional monarchy. This is how he grasps the potential dissolution of the boundaries of violence in the Nazi state. But with it, the political itself also becomes something else, and Karl Lowith expressed this most succinctly as early as 1935 in his debate with Carl Schmitt. Not just any social order, but solely the willingness to die and to kill was the supreme instance of National Socialist politics. This concept of the political gives rise to the concept of the total enemy, which also comes from Schmitt and is quoted by Frankl. It is only right and meaningful if a pre-existing, unalterable, genuine and total enmity leads to the divine judgment of a total war. The leader can only be believed in actively as the practical, daily driven annihilation of those who are characterized as total enemies or who cooperate with them. He only becomes total through the fact that he is forever a very specific, non-replaceable one. The enmity must be pre-existing and unchangeable, no matter how the enemy may behave. He will be destroyed. Only then is it possible to believe in redemption in annihilation, if at least this one is not interchangeable and at the same time embodies total interchangeability. But this is the logic of anti-Semitic madness, the monstrosity of which was too great for those threatened by it to comprehend. Frankl thus attempts to allow this purpose of political expediency to serve only as an example of the status of a minority in an unjust state. But the formulation of the war of extermination against the German Jews already goes beyond this and penetrates to the core of this political issue. Ultimately, it is also the situation of the Jews that most clearly calls into question his conceptual construction of the dual state as a stable, as it were balanced state of rule. As he already indirectly admits in the first version, the normative state holds no norm at all for the Jews. It is precisely the legal security based on the Volksgemeinschaft Göring. Like Frankl, Newman now assumes that in National Socialism, there is no realm of law and order, although there are thousands of calculable technical rules. Unlike Frankl, however, he comes to the conclusion that it is no longer possible to speak of a state insofar as such a state is conceptually defined by the unity of the political power exercised by it. Rather, it is a gang whose leaders are constantly forced to make up after disputes. The various groups exercising power in the Third Reich informally agree on a certain policy. They then implement this policy with the apparatuses at their disposal. There is no need for a state above all groups. None of the institutions possesses power per se. Each is only powerful to the extent that it is in harmony with a large number of other institutions. This also allows the leader to play off one group against another. To the extent that Newman can recognize in this extreme formlessness not a weakness but a strength of the system, it also becomes apparent that the whole system necessarily conditions the incessant aggressive expansion. This expansion is in turn just as capitalist as it is anti-capitalist. For the means for it cannot possibly be acquired through trade with other states on the world market. This can no longer be accomplished through purely economic exchange, but only with the help of political domination, which integrates those states into the German monetary system. However, the fact that this entire system is just as conditional as it presupposes the total enemy that National Socialism has created for itself in the counter-race of Jewry remains outside the horizon of this probably most important study on the Nazi state, and thus its core. Only in a comment in the second edition of 1944 does Newman grope his way to the realization that participation in such a monstrous crime as the extermination of the Eastern Jews made the German Wehrmacht, the German civil service, and the broad masses accomplices and helpers of this crime, and it was therefore impossible for them to leave the Nazi boat. At this time, Newman was already an employee of the Office of Strategic Services. The enemy reconnaissance he was able to conduct here had undoubtedly given him such insights, and for some time, working for the U.S. intelligence service was therefore an immediate part of the development of critical theory. As little as the weapons of critique can dispense with the critique of weapons, the need to see with the eyes of the West and not just speak of liberalism and democracy is just as clear. The concept of the West reflects the limits of liberalism, a form of society that cannot renounce violence in order to enforce and maintain at least the limited, formal and negative generality of the law, the minimum of freedom on a certain territory. Starting from the West means nothing other than knowing that this generality and this minimum is always concretely bound to the power and supremacy of certain states to be determined. Those who do not allow themselves to be marketed true freedom and universality by the West, however, need it all the more to their own astonishment. In his book, Newman refers to the symbolic meaning of the two monsters Leviathan and Behemoth in Hobbes. His Leviathan is the analysis of a state, that is, a system of political coercion in which remnants of the rule of law and individual rights are still preserved. In contrast, his Behemoth, or the Long Parliament, in which he deals with the English Civil War of the 17th century, describes a non-state, a chaos, a state of lawlessness, rebellion, and anarchy. In contrast to Hobbes, Newman explicitly mentions the version of the Jewish legend according to which Behemoth and Leviathan kill each other. Then the day of justice has come. Newman was not really interested in mysticism, and so he probably imagined it a little differently. The Allies could, through their victory in Germany and not least with the cooperation and influence of the intellectuals of the Institute for Social Research, first and foremost create the conditions for true generality in the defeated Germany, if only to make a resurgence of National Socialism, which Newman still considered possible long after the capitulation, impossible. What happened instead in the course of the bloc confrontation in Germany, or rather, did not happen, then made it almost impossible for Newman himself to do justice to his own insights gained in Behemoth, that is, to finally realize that the extermination of the Jews formed the unity that had held the Unstat together until the end. Just as the constellation created by the Cold War could be understood as depoliticization in the precise sense that the victorious Allies were unable and unwilling to finally realize what kind of enemy they had defeated. In this situation, Newman was in danger of falling back into the reformism of the pre-1933 period, but the experiences and insights he had gained could no longer be taken back. His new writings clearly show an inner helplessness, especially the large-scale essay on Fear and Politics, which nevertheless contains remarkable questions. Friends and colleagues report resignation in the last years of his life. We had the feeling that he had reached a dead end and did not know how to overcome it. He seemed to despair of his theoretical work. He had said that, for him, theory could no longer be the theory of the development of humanity towards freedom in the Hegelian sense. If this moment disappeared, then the lifeblood of his theoretical work had been struck. His son, who lives as a street painter in San Francisco, says of him, "He was defeated. Perhaps a time will come when Heidegger will be remembered mainly because, without him, Leo Strauss would not have been who he was and became." Emil Fackenheim once said this about Leo Strauss' early years. Instead of Heidegger, he could also have mentioned Carl Schmitt, who once helped the 32-year-old to win a Rockefeller Fellowship on Hobbes with an expert opinion. Strauss had experienced the Weimar Republic, as he later wrote, as the sad spectacle of justice without a sword. The fact that this sad spectacle threatened the Jews in particular, however, strengthened Strauss all the more in his early engagement for Zionism, which he had begun in the spirit of Herzl and Jabotinsky. The question of where this impotence of liberalism came from forced itself upon him, and it was this that drove him to engage with Carl Schmitt early on. Even before National Socialism was in power, he could see from Schmitt's concept of the political that a liberalism beyond the West and in contradiction to it could only be German ideology, that the always limited, negative justice must always be based on the sword, and that this sword must have a place that can be precisely specified. He quotes from the sayings of the Fathers in the Mishnah, "Were it not for the fear of government, men would devour one another alive." Fear means fearing something specific, but in the Weimar Republic, fear prevailed, and Heidegger and Schmitt ultimately set out to turn this fear into politics. In other words, to determine who the total enemy is that is to be devoured alive. Being and time and the concept of the political, however, were still content to speak of being toward death and readiness for death. But even then Strauss knew how to listen carefully, more carefully than Newman and Kirchheimer. He wrote to Schmitt in 1932, no less respectfully, that Schmitt's interest in his own Hobbes studies represented the most honorable and binding confirmation of my scientific work that I have ever received and that I can even imagine. He owed Schmitt the realization that liberalism negates the political. But it has not eliminated it, it has only concealed it. It has led to politics being pursued by means of an anti-political mode of speech. For Strauss, however, the negation of the political meant something else from the outset. To the same extent that he understood that anti-Semitism could be such an anti-political mode of speech with which politics could be driven within liberalism, he wanted to reclaim the political through Zionism. This was the result of all his experiences when, in 1931, already a member of staff at the Hochschule für die Wissenschaft des Judentums in Berlin for several years, he considered the possibility of a habilitation at a German university. With the shameful nationalization of all good things, and thus also of science, the fact is not indifferent that, faced with the question, "What nation am I?" I would answer, Jewish and not German. I could leave no ambiguity about this in a possible habilitation, and that would increase the difficulty that the habilitation of a Jew already has in itself. Zionism was the truth of the state and society of liberalism. This meant that Strauss no longer had to be a German, i.e., he did not have to wait for the Nuremberg laws. In 1944, Strauss became a citizen of the USA. He visited Germany once after 1945. Strauss's attitude to Zionism is defined by an awareness of what must be learned from modern Jewish history, that it provides the best demonstration, a living proof of the necessary and hence permanent limits of liberalism. But recognizing the limits of liberalism does not mean abandoning it. Certainly Strauss's turn to Zionism did not amount to a simple rejection of modern Western liberal democracy. Strauss never ceased to regard it as still the best modern political option available to Jews, even in Israel. So Strauss had already arrived in the West before he even left Germany, similar to his friend Gershom. Zionism had brought them there as quickly as possible. However, the separation from German ideology took place in another area even before 1933. It was not least Carl Schmitt who had drawn the young Strauss's attention to Hobbes. He taught him that the real possibility of the physical killing of people by people constituted the political. According to Strauss, however, liberalism, secure and trapped in a world of culture, forgets the foundation of culture, the state of nature, i.e. human nature in its dangerousness and endangerment. Against liberalism, Schmitt goes back to its originator, Hobbes, in order to find the root of liberalism in Hobbes' explicit negation of the state of nature. By following Schmitt's argumentation closely, Strauss is able to appreciate the whole contrast to Hobbes' political theory, and in doing so, he may have even enlightened Schmitt himself a little about his own theory, evil for the sake of evil. Strauss discovers the founder of liberalism in Hobbes, who was notorious as an apologist for absolutist monarchy. This 17th-century English philosopher of the state had geared his every political thought towards preventing the violent, above all the torturous death of the individual, because this death was the greatest evil. The right to secure naked life, in which Hobbes' natural law is resolved, has the complete character of an inalienable human right, i.e. a claim of the individual that precedes the state and determines its purpose and limits. It differs from developed liberalism only in that it knows and sees what the liberal, civilizing ideal has to fight against, not merely against corrupt institutions, against the evil will of a ruling class, but against the natural malice of man. Strauss is far from reflecting on this anthropologizing view himself. He is not even interested in the fact that it could be a projection. He does not want to admit that certain social conditions created by the original accumulation of capital are fantasized as an eternal human substance. But the precision with which Strauss traces the argumentation in Leviathan reveals precisely this, that the war of all against all, the state in which man is a wolf to man, is not about wolves in a pack, but about commodity owners on the market or about states on the battlefield or at the conference table. In the way in which Hobbes defines the state of nature, Strauss also recognizes the central difference to Schmitt. While Schmitt's polemic against liberalism also characterizes the depiction of the state of nature, Hobbes proves to be the founder of liberalism in the mere description of the state of nature. For Hobbes, it is the state of war of individuals. For Schmitt, it is the state of war of groups, especially of peoples. And according to Schmitt, it is part of the nature of the political association that it can demand readiness for death from members of its own people. By quoting precisely this passage from the concept of the political, Strauss also casts the harshest light on Hobbes, who only ever demanded conditional obedience, namely an obedience that is not in contradiction with the salvation and preservation of the life of this individual, for the safeguarding of life is the ultimate reason for the state. In his second letter to Schmitt from 1932, a fundamental criticism is therefore already apparent. Strauss insists on distinguishing between authoritarianism and nationalism, almost as if he wanted to win Schmitt over to a new conservatism directed against National Socialism. The ultimate foundation of the right is the proposition of the natural evilness of man. Because man is evil by nature, he therefore needs rule. But domination can only be established, i.e. people can only be united in a unity against other people. The tendency towards isolation, and thus the friend-foe grouping of humanity, is a given in human nature. In this sense, it is destiny. Strauss agrees with Schmitt in this respect, but what he also senses is Schmitt's attempt to enthrone this condition of state rule as its purpose. But the political, understood in this way, is not the constitutive principle of the state of order, but only the condition of the state. This hierarchical relationship between the political and the state, however, does not, I believe, emerge sufficiently in your writing. As carefully as the criticism of the academic patron is formulated, it nevertheless indicates the decisive point at which there can no longer be any common ground. Strauss has noted that the reinterpretation of Hobbes that Schmitt undertakes amounts to the utmost antithesis, because it makes the readiness to die and kill the highest meaning of the state, and in doing so understands the distinction between friend and foe as a relationship between groups and peoples, not between individuals and states. Something in particular had aroused Strauss' suspicion and made him suspect the worst as early as 1932. Schmitt spoke of malice, which is not to be understood morally, with an unmistakable sympathy. But this sympathy is nothing other than the admiration of animal power. Its inappropriateness can be seen immediately in the fact that what is admired must by no means be regarded as an advantage, but as a deficiency, a neediness, namely as a need for domination. The dangerousness of man, discovered as a need for domination, can only be appropriately understood as moral badness. As such it must be recognized, but it cannot be affirmed. But then what sense does the affirmation of the political make? The affirmation of the political in Schmitt is, as Strauss recognizes, the affirmation of the state of nature. Schmitt contrasts the affirmation of the state of nature with Hobbes' negation. The state of nature is the status belli par excellence. The affirmation of the political as such is the affirmation of the struggle as such, regardless of what is being fought for. In this indifference and neutrality, Strauss now recognizes a liberalism with reverse signs. Schmitt did not gain any horizon beyond liberalism, from which alone liberalism itself could be saved, which of course could not be in the mind of this German ideologue, who at the time was still somewhat reticent about this. The concept of politics, as defined by Schmitt, merely reverses the signs of liberalism. What Strauss hints at in mere philosophical exegesis was to be confirmed down to the last sociological detail by Newman's analysis of the Nazi state. That the National Socialist state, which propagated itself as totally unified, was in reality pluralistic. The formation of political will was produced by the haphazard competition of the most powerful social cliques. Society, incapable of reproducing itself in free movement any longer, breaks apart into a diffuse barbaric multiplicity, the opposite of that reconciled diversity which alone would be a humane state. Liberalism refers to this humane state as its promise to the same extent that it also always offers the possibility of realizing the barbaric multiplicity of the state of destruction. However, the disintegration is held together by the total enemy, as defined by Schmitt and put into practice by the Third Reich. It was precisely this singularity of the Nazi state, which Newman as well as Adorno, Horkheimer, and Marcuse shied away from, that Strauss was finally able to express. National Socialism was the only regime that has ever existed which had no other clear principle than a murderous hatred of the Jews, because Aryan had no other clear meaning than non-Jewish. On this basis, one of his students, Fackenheim, was then able to write in 1970. Even actual cases of genocide, however, still differ from the Nazi Holocaust in at least two respects. Whole peoples have been killed for rational, however horrifying, ends such as power, territory, wealth, and in any case supposed or actual self-interest. No such end was served by the Nazi murder of the Jewish people. It was annihilation for the sake of annihilation, murder for the sake of murder, evil for the sake of evil. With this catastrophe of the political in mind, Strauss ultimately sought a position that would not be absorbed into liberalism, but would make its salvation possible, a horizon that Hobbes had also needed for the foundation of liberalism. But unlike Hobbes, Strauss did not want the wickedness of human beings to be understood as natural, not as innocent wickedness, and so he turned to Jewish theology, in particular the pre-modern Jewish philosopher Maimonides, and to the Greek philosophers of the polis. The exegetically methodology of this thinking, which focuses strictly on the interpretation of texts by Spinoza and Hobbes, Plato and Aristotle, and yet owes much to contemporary experience, means that no immediate conclusions can be drawn about contemporary politics. In this, Leo Strauss is perhaps only comparable to Scholem in that he develops the philosophy of Judaism as a mere historian of traditional philosophical, political, or theological argumentation, through its precise interpretation that accentuates the contradictions. Quietly but steadily and irreconcilably, Strauss polemicizes against the political theology and existential ontology of the Germans, while Jacob Taubes or Emmanuel Levinas, for example, remain attached to Schmitt and Heidegger precisely in the form of the questions they raise on a grand scale. At the same time, Strauss clarifies the contradiction of modernity in astonishing proximity to Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment, to the extent that the systematic effort seems to succeed in completely liberating man from all non-human ties. Doubt grows as to whether the goal is not fantastic, whether man has not become smaller and more miserable to the extent that systematic civilization progresses. It is therefore hardly surprising that he defines the situation of Judaism with a figure of thought related to the dialectic of enlightenment. The Jewish people and their fate are the living witness for the absence of redemption. This, one could say, is the meaning of the chosen people. The Jews are chosen to prove the absence of redemption. Strauss also speaks of the self-destruction of reason, but he wonders whether it was not the inevitable result of modern rationalism as opposed to pre-modern rationalism, especially Jewish medieval rationalism and its classical, Aristotelian and Platonic foundations. In this he again resembles Hannah Arendt in that he refers emphatically to pre-modern rationalism and the freedom of the ancient polis and steadfastly ignores the necessity of going beyond this and thus bringing up the driving force of modernity. He is as little interested in the capital relationship as he is in ancient slavery. In contrast to Arendt, who turned away from Zionism and kept her distance from the Jewish religion, Strauss needs Athens and Jerusalem in order not to lose his mind in modernity. For him, the two together first represent the unity of the West, which must not be abandoned. His Zionism and his correct assessment of National Socialism were based on this to the end, which also saved him from totalitarian theoretical equations. Last but not least, he maintained that communism has not become what National Socialism always was, a prisoner of an anti-Jewish ideology, but it makes use of anti-Jewish measures in an unprincipled manner when and where they appear expedient. In many respects, it is to be wished that the disciples of Leo Strauss, many of whom today form the neoconservative circles of U.S. politics, had paid more attention. Nevertheless, it remains astonishing that someone who actually spent his entire life interpreting only Hobbes and Maimonides, Aristotle and Plato could become a point of reference for neoconservatism at all. Strauss was able to do so, not because he continued the teachings of Carl Schmitt and translated them into American, as a popular misunderstanding would have it, but because he broke with them at a decisive point and was no longer prepared to think beyond West and East. Anyone who reads his texts can learn step by step that the West is only a term for the attempt not to lose reason within the unreasonableness of the whole, and to defend it with the means of political violence. Critical thinking that does not stop at progress, wrote Horkheimer and Adorno in 1969 on the new edition of the Dialectic of Enlightenment, demands today that we take sides with the remnants of freedom, with tendencies towards real humanity, even if they seem impotent in the face of the great historical procession. This sentence undoubtedly formulates a program that every present has to reinterpret for itself if it wants to do justice to it at the height of the times. For Horkheimer and Adorno's today has long been a thing of the past. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the political division of the world into oversized blocks that are objectively forced to collide is obviously no longer a confrontation between capitalism and real socialism, but between the Occident and the Orient. Even the conflicts in the Third World mentioned by Horkheimer and Adorno and the renewed growth of totalitarianism were already condensed in the shadow of the Second World War and the systemic conflict into the anti-colonialist Islamic revivalist movement that is currently sweeping the world with its terror of suicide and virtue. As correct as it is to understand Islamism as a modern anti-modern reaction to the crisis of capital relations, the sole recourse to the litigious value is unable to shed light on the concrete form of Islamic hatred of civilization and the Jews. It is not possible to determine what distinguishes the Islamist suicide bomber from the Japanese kamikaze pilot, the Muslim virtue terrorist from the puritanical moral guardian a la Oliver Cromwell, by resorting exclusively to the fetish chapter of Marx's Capital. For Horkheimer and Adorno, at any rate, it was natural to reflect on the National Socialist transformation of the false whole into the full evil of Auschwitz in the context of Occidental history from the ancient Greeks to the present day. The stage on which they traced the historical philosophical drama of the dialectic of enlightenment, of nature and the mastery of nature, i.e. of drive, law, sacrifice, and individuation, was set in the West. In view of the fact that the headquarters of the barbaric revivalist movement, of which National Socialism was the prototype, has shifted to the east since the end of the Second World War, we should broaden our view of the drama of the history of civilization in the Orient, of which Islam has been the director since the 7th century. The Oriental dialectic of the Enlightenment will not only reveal its specificity in the confrontation with bourgeois society, but already in Christianity, which Horkheimer only rediscovered for himself on a large scale in his late writings. The updating of the critical program proposed here, the attempt to write a dialectic of enlightenment for the Orient and to relate it to that of the Occident, can only be outlined below using selected examples, as it is only just beginning. Among other things, an attempt will be made to show that the assertion, widely made by postmodernists and postcolonialists at the latest since the publication of Edward Said's Orientalism 1979, that the Occident has always constituted itself in distinction to the Orient as its very other, is quite true despite its anti-Western intention. It should also be directed against the so-called undogmatic left's betrayal of critical thinking. In Phase 2 in Jungle World, for example, self-proclaimed anti-sexists of all people, some of whom no longer know how to distinguish between Leviathan and Behemoth, between bikini and burqa, seriously discuss the extent to which anti-German criticism of Islam and the defense of civil rights is about the instrumentalization of feminism for a racist and sexist peace with the German conditions, and to what extent the Islamic patriarchy may be defended against this. And even the most delicate criticism of Islam now seems to be exclusively permitted in concrete, for example, as long as it is flanked in two ways. Firstly, by inflating and rejecting the socially completely irrelevant misappropriation of criticism of Islam for ordinary xenophobia, and secondly, by attacking Christianity. K. Sokolowski is primarily responsible for this at concrete. Since the original Nazis of the NPD, for example, like their historical predecessors, tend to be conspicuous for their Islamophilia, the right-wing foreigners out Muslim hatred, which incidentally usually has little to object to Islam in the Orient, can at most be used for a milieu that on average reaches less than 5% of voters in elections and can only bring a few hundred people onto the streets at national and international mobilizations for rallies. In view of this negligible influence on events in the Republic, in order to be able to rant somewhat consistently about an Islamophobic and racist danger, the demagogic denouncer Sokolowski simply assigns Islam-critical and liberal authors, such as the German Turks Kalek and Atesh and the Jewish Germans Broder and Giordano, to this right-wing camp. The fact that traditional anti-racism, including that of anti-sexists, is obviously overwhelmed by the predominantly Eastern zonal no-go areas for foreigners, the conditions in deportation prisons and in some cases at immigration offices cannot be blamed on it. However, he can be accused of using Islamophobia to construct an opponent for compensatory reasons, which, because it is non-existent or only marginally existent, at least appears to be defeatable. After all, the alliance of leftists, citizens and Sharia Muslims that is forming against it is certainly more threatening than the few right-wing critics of Islam. With a delay of 2 to 4 centuries, the birth of the New Orient took place in the form of a poor copy of Europe's constitution. Both here and there, the barbarians of the hinterland, i.e. Germanic tribes, Goths etc. here, Arabs there, militarily overthrew the respective advanced civilizations of the Old World, i.e. Rome here, Persia there, with monotheism, i.e. Christianity here, Islam there, becoming the central social ideology. However, the sequence of events in this process already showed a striking and momentous difference. In Europe, the Romans had in fact long since and voluntarily Christianized themselves when Rome succumbed to the invading barbarians, who then, fascinated by the cultural heights of the defeated civilization, also voluntarily converted. War and violence in the name of Christian mission subsequently remained episodic and regionally limited practices that were always theologically controversial as deviations from the Christian ideal. They therefore never attained the systematic status of dogma. In the Orient, on the other hand, the Arab barbarians were Islamized first, who then organized their campaigns of conquest as civilized Muslims in order to murder or Islamize the defeated polytheists and subjugate the owners of the scriptures. Critics and apologists of Islam agree that the simple and tautological monotheism of Muhammad acted as an ideological bond that united the Arabs, who had previously cultivated competing tribal polytheisms and fought each other, into a community of one God believers. The religious war against non-Muslims not least channeled the traditional anarchistic economy of plunder and war to the outside world and thus created the possibility of inner peace. At the same time, this peace was guaranteed by the fact that Arab customary law, such as blood revenge, was replaced by Sharia law. Alongside the adoption of slavery, the introduction of patriarchy and dhimmitud, jihad was thus a central subject of Islamic jurisprudence and eschatology from the very beginning. It is not only the Islamic combination of war and salvation, i.e. the Shariatization of the world as a prerequisite for the last day, that is a new concept that is still completely alien to Judaism and Christianity. Thus, the Judeo-Christian blood witness or martyr, who passively endures persecution, torture, and death in steadfastness for his God, and whose self-sacrifice is a vicarious atonement for the sins of his own collective, is replaced in Islam by the Shaheed. The Shaheed sacrifices himself without having to take the detour via the punishment of the grave, the primitive variant of purgatory, in active struggle against foreign collectives for privileged and immediate access to paradise. When Horkheimer and Adorno write, referring to the Counter-Reformation and Reformation, the atrocities of fire and sword were not committed as an exaggeration but as the realization of the principle of faith itself, then this is at most a polemical exaggeration, whereas it applies to Islam in its entirety. Hitler recognized this difference. If Karl Martel had not won at Poitiers, if we had already taken the Jewish world upon ourselves, Christianity is such a bland thing, we would much sooner still have adopted Mohammedanism, this doctrine of the reward of heroism. The fighter alone has the seventh heaven. The Germanic tribes would have conquered the world with it. Only Christianity has kept us from it. For Heidegger's philosophy, whose idolized actual being toward death incorporates the frontline experience of the German soldier in the First World War, the idea of reward is of course too primitive, because an egoistically motivated sacrifice is of no value to it. For Heidegger, however, the real and true self-sacrifice consists in being absolutely devoted and purposeless. The epilogue to What is Metaphysics? From 1943 states, the addiction to purpose confuses the clarity of the fearful timidity of the courage to sacrifice. While Winston Churchill described Hitler's Mein Kampf as the new Quran of faith and war, pompous, long-winded, formless, but pregnant with its message, Being and Time and Heidegger's subsequent writings are more like the Quran for intellectuals. While Jews and Christians also cherish allegorical fantasies about paradise itself or the earth after the Last Judgment, according to which people who have overcome death will once again live in harmony with God and all creatures on a higher level than before the fall, redemption in Islam means something different. The expulsion of the spirit from a land of milk and honey, which is characterized by the unrestrained and commitment-free penetration of virgins. Stripped of all earthly social and ritual regulations of coitus, wine and sperm should flow in streams instead of milk and honey. In the Islamic eschatology of war and copulation, nothing remains of Jewish messianism, which Christianity still retains in the paradoxical form of a Messiah who has already come and is expected again. The protest against earthly misery, against the false arrangement of the world, which Marx negligently attributed to religion per se, and whose secularization justified his categorical imperative as a consequence of the critique of religion, gave way to the doubling of earthly misfortune in Islam, whose God explicitly declares his pleasure in blood. If the transition from nomadic life to sedentarization, from communal property to individual property, takes place while maintaining androcratic continuity, then property must not only be protected from robbery, but its male line of inheritance must also be guaranteed. From a historical perspective, this necessarily led to the destruction of matriarchal forms of socialization through the establishment of patriarchy, which essentially obliged women to monogamy and chastity. This went hand in hand with the legalization of intimate marriage and the demonization of extramarital sexuality. However, Islamic patriarchy has numerous peculiarities, especially when compared to the Occidental patriarchy that was overcome by bourgeois society, that can be traced back to a purely phallocentric solution to the dichotomy between the rejection of sexual urges within marriage and the renunciation of sexual urges outside of marriage. The socially required regulation of drives is declared to be more or less the sole concern of women under the primacy of male potency. In Islam, coitus within marriage is not only legal, but its maximization is a religious obligation for two reasons. Firstly, procreation and with it male potency as well as female fertility are politically and eschatologically stylized into a birth jihad. For Muhammad al-Ghazali, the most important theologian of Islam, the great jihad enduring with women and children is just as meritorious as the small jihad fighting in the holy war, not least because the great zeal provides the small one with the necessary human material, marry and multiply. He quotes from the Sunnah in his Book of Marriage, "For on the last day I will make state with you before the rest of the nations, even with premature birth." Accordingly, for the sexual union with his wife, the Muslim is credited with the reward of a son who fights and dies for the holy cause. Secondly, Islamic theology understands coitus within marriage as one of two decisive contributions to abstaining from extramarital sex. Since men are assumed to have a stronger desire than women, the duty of copulation is primarily a woman's disposal of erections, i.e. female sexual service. In this way, the wife can only apply for a divorce with a chance of success if she is able to prove publicly that her husband is abusing her, satisfying her less than every 4 months, proving to be impotent or incapable of procreation or ceasing to support her. Her husband, on the other hand, can violate her at any time and without bureaucracy as soon as she refuses to obey him, for example by refusing to consent to the sexual act. Every Sharia-compliant marriage contract therefore centrally seals the exchange of male maintenance obligations for female obedience with the bride wealth. In order not to overburden the individual Muslim woman with the attenuation of her husband's sensuality and as a seed field, and to compensate for the potential lack of men in a warlike society, Islam combined female monogamy with male polygamy from the very beginning, with the man's prerogative to the costly conventional polygamous marriage and the inexpensive pleasure or temporary marriage. The second decisive contribution to the renunciation of extramarital sex is not content with the taboo on adultery typical of patriarchy, punishment, public stoning. Nor is it satisfied with the additional criminalization of sexual intercourse, even among unmarried persons, punishment, public flogging, which makes the unconditional preservation of female virginity until the first marriage the central Islamic commandment. Rather, any situation that could lead to adultery and fornication, i.e. even the mere social encounter of unmarried and related men and women, is to be ruled out. The gender apartheid that arises from such rigid consequentialism thus materializes in a cage of virgins and chastity that is erected around the demonized women, because otherwise they would cause unrest qua their pure femininity like the incarnate one, seduce to zina and thus plunge the ummah back into pre-Islamic chaos. Apart from vaginal mutilation, the role of menstruation in marriage and penetration law, and the intertwining of hymen and family honor, which transform the vagina into a seedbed and battlefield of major and minor jihad, the religious zeal for virtue is institutionalized in the domestic isolation and public veiling of women and in their chastisement. As is well known, this chastisement can even lead to honor killing in cases of insubordination. The same urge that the Muslim woman has to satisfy permanently in private, even if it is on the back of a camel, sunnah, according to Al-Ghazali, must not be aroused in public, i.e. with other men, by desexualizing her own body. Even before prayer and other religious rituals, the Muslim woman therefore ennobles her character in the great jihad against the ego, Ibn Juzay, by being a willing, obedient, grateful, serving and obedient son factory to her own husband, who otherwise behaves chastely. Conversely, the ego stripping that the man has to accomplish consists in the removal of instincts, including rape, for the purpose of producing offspring, the dampening of sensuality and relaxation for the ritual, as well as in the selfless material entertainment, education and chastisement of his loved ones in order to save them and himself from hell. While the Christian paternalistic patriarchy halfway recognizes the woman as a person and secures her materially, for example through the divorce taboo, male monogamy, virilocality, the ideal of love, the reduction of sexuality to reproduction, and the female right to self-determination is already enshrined in Kant's bourgeois marriage contract. The Oriental patriarchy completely subjugates women to a sexist triad of money, violence, and coitus. The term pig has always been used as a derogatory term for people whose sexuality deviates from the social norm and who therefore appear to be animalistic, natural, and libidinally inhibited. As Horkheimer and Adorno assume, this attribution was probably made on the one hand due to certain similarities between humans and pigs in terms of anatomy and the taste of meat, and on the other hand due to the sense of smell which is still dominant in pigs and has gradually been suppressed and repressed in humans. However, the happiness of this sense, which is as close to sex as to the memory of the past, is already distorted in the image of the pig to unfree sniffing on all fours. In Homer's Odyssey, at any rate, Kirk transforms the civilized men who fall prey to her into pigs as punishment. In contrast, Odysseus' self-control as the suppression of the instinct that makes him a self and separates him from the animal, is paradoxically rewarded with what the disinhibited desire in vain and for which they are punished: sexual intercourse with Kirk, which resembles their submission. In this way, the myth conceives of dominion over oneself, i.e. the taming of inner nature by means of reason, as a prerequisite for dominion over outer nature, and the women identified with it as the enigmatic image of irresistibility. The same applies to Odysseus' struggle with the sirens. However, Horkheimer and Adorno place the emphasis here on resisting or outwitting fate as a condition of individuation. Furthermore, it remains unclear whether Odysseus, who is tied to the mast while his crew rows with their ears plugged, is rather renouncing or sublimating when he is prepared in this way to surrender to the siren's song, i.e. to allow himself to be bound by it without simultaneously giving himself away and unleashing himself. What remains, however, is the longing of the one who passes by. Islam, on the other hand, avoids such individuation dilemmas and kills longing by, conversely, silencing and binding the sirens, i.e. the women. Thus, veiling itself is described as a traditional shackle by the post-colonial mastermind Frantz Fanon, who affirms it as a weapon in the fight against the voyeuristic gaze projected onto the colonizers. Even Fatima answered the Prophet's question about what is best for a woman, that she sees no man and is seen by no man, an answer that delighted Muhammad. By this I know my daughter. Sunnah, according to Al-Ghazali, after all, under Islam, a man should be allowed to remain a pig or a goat even where he is required to renounce his sexual desire. With the veil and the demand to lower one's gaze and not to send any acoustic signals, i.e., to remain silent and to refrain from clicking heels, the Muslim woman is made invisible, inaudible and blind to others at the same time, so that desire may not even stir, wherever the unleashed gaze of Muslim men may wander. It is true that this brutalization of gender relations and sexuality dehumanizes the Sharia-compliant Muslim woman into a ghost and a sun factory. However, by becoming the guardian of public order internally and the producer of jihadists externally, she is able to eroticize her own submission, i.e. to desire the headscarf or the sun as her phallus beyond measure. Self-confident and educated headscarf wearers therefore do not speak for the harmlessness of the headscarf or against phallocentric oppression, but for the loss of the very self whose existence is all the more fervently insisted upon. In contrast, the destructive tendency of the progress of male self-mutilation in the Occident is to establish the domination of men over men, especially men over women, and to overcome or break nature by means of self-aggrandizing renunciation instead of reconciling it. This is most clearly expressed in the castratism of the early Church Fathers, who took the Sermon on the Mount a little too literally. You have heard that it was said, "You shall not commit adultery." But I say to you that anyone who looks covetously at a woman has already committed adultery in his heart. Therefore, if your right eye causes you to sin, pluck it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one of your members than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. And if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. For it is better for you to lose one of your members than for your whole body to go to hell. However, Occidental progress itself, especially in contrast to the Islamic Orient, is thus also clearly evident, namely the de-threatening and humanization of gender relations and sexuality. Just as the undressing of the Western female body, lamented by post-feminists e.g. Christina von Braun and Bettina Mathis, is also inconceivable without the disciplining of the male gaze and instinct. Odysseus confronts the inevitability of fate by means of his self-assertion. He is neither in bondage to Kirk nor to the sirens. This is the initiation of individuation and Western civilization that Horkheimer and Adorno sympathize with, despite all the sadness about the price that had to be paid for it. In stark contrast to this, Heidegger's actual existence stands for regression, as it is only realized as soon as it belongs to fate as an authoritarian community of people and destiny. In the Odyssey and the Sermon on the Mount, what is decisive for Occidental development according to Norbert Elias appears that the centralization of political power in the public sphere corresponds to a centralizing control of affect, superego formation, within the individual. The rhetorical question posed by Cologne cabaret artist Jürgen Becker as to why Muslim men do not wrap women's headscarves around their eyes to protect themselves from female charms therefore sums up the fundamental and momentous difference between Oriental and Occidental drive regulation in all its simplicity and banality. Sharia law differs from civil law, which is firmly anchored in the traditions of the Occident, even before any substantive definition, in three essential prerequisites that, remarkably, hardly play a role in public discussions. Firstly, against the legal principle of the abstract equality of all citizens before the law, both the legal expression of the Judeo-Christian equality of all people before God and the repressive egalitarianism of commodity society, which must abstract from the particular in order to make it comparable. Sharia law commands that the equal be treated equally and the unequal unequally. The Central Council of Muslims and legally trained converts such as Murat Hoffman repeatedly refer to this principle with some pride, as if it were an objection on behalf of the concrete and unmistakable individual against being reduced to the general, and not merely the legitimization of the unequal treatment of groups of people under rule. of men and women, patriarchy, believers and non-believers, dhimmitid, slavery and jihad. Secondly, in this sense, the concept of passive individual rights is completely alien to Sharia. Instead, it merely claims to assign all conceivable human actions in political, civil, and ritual life to the 5 categories of obligatory, recommended, forbidden, frowned upon, and permitted. Rights are therefore always and automatically identical with the obligatory actions of others, such as the husband's right to female obedience or the wife's right to male maintenance. This is precisely why Islam cannot recognize the individual right to physical integrity, for example. On the contrary, it punishes the slightest offenses with the barbaric corporal punishments that the Western public alone seems willing to accept as typical of Sharia law, e.g. chopping off hands for theft, flogging or stoning for alcohol consumption, fornication, and adultery. However, the torturable Leib, Bertolt Brecht, the creatureliness of the delinquent, is not just a matter of archaic sadism. There are explicit precautions to avoid debauchery and excess. Rather, the public chastisement is understood as a ritual purification of the best collective on earth. As the repayment of forbidden pleasure in the coin of pain, Farida Kashbom, is carried out by the crowd blow for blow and throw for throw in the case of stoning actually, in the case of flogging mimetically, all those involved purify themselves of the guilty and impure, split-off parts of their own ego that are projected onto the delinquents. In addition, the third characteristic of Sharia law, the thwarting nature of criminal procedure, stands between the fantasy of punishment and its actual execution. The conviction of capital crimes, for example, requires a confession to be made 4 times by the offender or 4 male eyewitnesses to the offense. Even a merely unproven, i.e. not a proven false, accusation is considered slander, which in turn is declared a capital offense. Any witnesses were therefore already guilty without trial if fewer than 4 dared to testify. At the same time, the Oriental God advises against confession. Everyone in my community, Ummah, may count on the forgiveness of their sins, with the exception of those who confess their sins. Sunnah, he seeks to bribe or pressure any witnesses into silence by means of eschatology. Whoever covers the sins of his neighbor in this world, God will cover his sins on the last day. Sunnah, or those who wish that something abominable that is said about the believers should become public knowledge have to expect a painful punishment in this world and in the hereafter. Quran 2400 hours 19. Both Islam-critical Sharia experts such as Christine Schirmacher and Islam apologists such as George Clauda, who goes about his business on the internet as Lysis, want to see humanity guaranteed in the Sharia's renunciation of expansive criminal prosecution. One interprets the elasticity of criminal law as an attempt to mitigate or circumvent the draconian punishments, the other the self-restriction of the monopoly on the use of force as a gain in freedom for individuals in private and in secret, over which Allah imposes his protective veil, Sunnah. Both fail to recognize that this practice fully exposes the barbaric and despotic character of Sharia. The punishment of Sharia contradicts the concept, the idea, the form of law and justice as such, because it shifts its goal and loses its predictability. Legal certainty, and thus a rational relationship between the law and those subject to it, i.e. the subjects, is not even sought by it. Finally, the punishment, once it is actually carried out as an exemplary exception in order to maintain the threat of punishment, no longer applies to the original offense itself, but either to the confession of this offense, which appears 4 times repeatedly as an unabashed confession of sin and thus becomes the actual offense, or, in the absence of a confession, it is directed against the lack of secrecy or cover-up of the sin committed, so that 4 male eyewitnesses feel compelled to testify. In contrast to the Occidental legal tradition, to canon law, confession, and the Inquisition, which prepared the ground for civil law, confession, and truth in Islam have no mitigating effect on punishment, but are themselves criminalized. According to an Arabic proverb, when the hidden sin is 2/3 forgiven, the awareness of injustice is no longer directed at the offense in and of itself, but only at its becoming known. Only then do the Sharia courts strike, and relentlessly at that. The elasticity of Islamic criminal law, which fascinates Schirmacher, results from the indeterminacy of the boundary between the hidden and the public, which is constantly shifted by daily political interests and the mood of the collective, and thus obeys no law except that of arbitrariness. In the private sphere protected by Sharia law, which Clauda hallucinates as a refuge of individual self-determination, the law of the strongest lurks from the outset, because the Islamic State's renunciation of its monopoly on the use of force is identical with its highest legal good, the mainly self-regulating honor of the collective and Allah, in whose name the greatest abominations that the faithful do to one another are to be covered up. It may be a sin in Islam to beat women and children half to death or to rape them. However, perpetrators, victims, and uninvolved relatives must deal with such shameful acts within the family, because otherwise they would bring shame on the community of believers. In general, the relationship of Sharia law to the earthly monopoly on the use of force to state sovereignty is already characterized by a memorable tension. On the one hand, the ideal of the unity of religion and state pervades the history of Islam. According to this ideal, Muhammad's rule in Medina, transfigured into a golden age during which the laws of Allah ruled on earth, is to be restored. On the other hand, this ideal cannot be realized on the basis of Sharia law. Firstly, the canonical texts not only contain no concrete provisions on the legitimate succession of Muhammad, but also no references to preferred forms of government, such as the obvious theocracy. Therefore, if the Sharia calls for state rule, but at the same time leaves the question of the legitimacy and institutional constitution of political power unanswered, then any concrete earthly form of government and legal practice can be attacked as un-Islamic with the Quran and Sunnah, which is why anarchy, despotism, and palace revolts do not characterize the real history of Islamic statehood by chance. Secondly, the Sharia still has the monopoly on the use of force itself, declaring its judicial and executive application to be the task of every single free and male Muslim. You are the best community that has been created for mankind. You enjoin what is right and you forbid what is wrong, and you believe in Allah. Quran 3:110, cf 7 hours 71 minutes. 9:112, 2241. Here, state power in the ideological sense of representative democracy is not supposed to emanate from the population. Here, the monopoly on the use of force is disentared and multiplied against its concept in vigilante justice. The alleged laws and rights of the Sharia, which are supposed to be static in their conception and should amount to legal certainty and truth, thus already have the ideal character of dynamic measures that can be adapted to the respective situation or the respective interests and moods of the collective with a short period of validity, as Arendt, Newman, Adorno, and Horkheimer have worked out in relation to the National Socialist unstate. The behemoth, Hobbes, which is characterized by the absence of reliable sovereignty, does not reproduce order, but keeps the community in militant motion, i.e. disorder, in order to execute the law of nature, as in Nazism, the law of history in Stalinism, and the geopolitical order of Allah in Islam. To insist that the Arabic term Sharia is not translated, as is usually done, as Islamic law or Islamic law, but is instead translated literally as way to the trough, is not based on pedantic philology. On the contrary, it is an imperative of the matter. After all, the telos of Islam itself is expressed here unapologetically. To set in motion a herd of mutton that willingly and resolutely submits itself and the world to Sharia so that the last day can come, whereby the individual is always sacrificed to the collective. In contrast, the Occidental state theorists, Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, Augustine, Machiavelli, Montesquieu, Hobbes, consistently regarded despotism or tyranny as degeneracy, however authoritarian their respective ideal state may sometimes appear. To accuse Islam primarily of not having produced a doctrine of two powers, secular and divine, as a starting point for the later secular to secularist separation of state and religion, in contrast to Christianity and Judaism, not only obscures the view of the much more relevant despotic character of the Islamic understanding of law and state. Rather, the actual civilizing achievement of canon law is also suppressed from the cultural memory of the Occident. Until the bourgeois revolution, this consisted less in the power politically necessary division of earthly jurisdiction than in the preservation and further development of Roman, and thus the preparation of bourgeois law against the pagan customary law of the Germanic, Gothic, etc. barbarians. Barbarians. The Church and its representatives, not princes and emperors, spoke the more progressive law in the pre-civil Occident. From Jesus saying, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's," to Augustine's theory of the state and the medieval two swords theory, to Luther's two kingdoms doctrine, Christian theology reflects the real historical non-identity of ecclesiastical and secular authority. In the Talmud, diaspora Judaism subordinates religious law, Torah, to the prevailing secular law. The law of the state is law. The terms I, ego, self, and subject were admittedly used here in a somewhat general and vague way. This is due to the shifts in their meaning which cannot be broken down in detail here, depending on whether we are talking about family and education, social morality, law, or the state, for example. with regard to the Islamic conditions of individuation or socialization, for the elucidation of which both psychoanalysis and the unstate theory, cf. above all Gerhard Skeit's texts of recent years, should be applied. In contrast to pre-Islamic customary law, the Sharia thus creates legal subjectivity for women in particular, insofar as women are no longer merely objects of the law. Nevertheless, it is not possible to speak of subjects in the emphatic bourgeois sense. It is true that an actual internalized, bad conscience can be assumed, which differs from the Occidental one in its collectivist despotic character. However, a real internalization of external authorities in the form of the superego probably does not take place, or only precariously, because libidinal bonds between parents and children are not very pronounced or interpersonal obedience is not overcome. Even if, in a gender-complementary way, Muslims are supposed to remain the givers or receivers of orders or both throughout their lives, so that no self-responsible, autonomous individuals emerge. Did the right-wing Atlanticists of the 1950s, Adenauer, Hughes, link their policy of westernization with the unfortunately forgotten Occidental ideology of a synthesis of the three hills of Acropolis: freedom, reason, Greek philosophy; capital, Roman law, i.e. the rule of law; and Golgotha, i.e. equality and compassion? The historical continuity in the Orient is explained more by the contrast between the desert, deprivation, renunciation, barrenness, suffering, this worldly life, and the oasis, fulfillment, breaking of the fast, rejection of instinct, life in the hereafter. The right-wing Atlanticists of the 1950s, Adenauer, Hughes, tried to underpin their policy of Western ties with the unfortunately forgotten Occidental ideology of a synthesis of the three hills Acropolis: equal, freedom, reason, Greek philosophy; capital, equal, Roman law, i.e. the rule of law; and Golgotha, equal, Christianity, i.e. equality and compassion. The historical continuity in the Orient is explained more by the contrast between desert, equals, deprivation, renunciation, barrenness, suffering, life on this side; and oasis, equals, fulfillment, breaking of fast, rejection of urges, life on the other side. It is in keeping with the spirit and letter of Sharia law that cost-effective vigilante justice takes precedence over state intervention as a means of preserving collective honor. Thus, the murderers of apostates or adulteresses have been and still are acquitted or only mildly punished by the official courts of the Islamic world. And so, in typical patriarchal fashion, the male heads of families continue to act towards women and children as the legislative, judicial, executive, and welfare state in personal union. In contrast to the Sharia courts, which may strike arbitrarily but are nonetheless bound by confession or witnesses, a rumor is enough for the virtue terrorists because, whether true or false, it already tarnishes the family's reputation. God loves jealousy based on suspicion, as Al-Ghazali tradition has it. If, for example, the victim of an honor killing turns out to be innocent in retrospect, this is no reason for the murderer to feel remorse or shame. Their victim should not have behaved in such a way as to give rise to rumors. The consequences of this awareness of injustice for the individuation and subject formation of those subjected to it should not be underestimated. Even the most authoritarian legal state relies on the certain fear of its subjects because the causal relationship between disobedience and state consequence remains stable, and thus rationally calculable. Adaptation, for example, to the most rigid sexual morality, at least guarantees survival. In contrast, the instability of the despotic chaotic state of measures destroys any possibility of rationality in anticipatory obedience and thus creates undefined fear in those subjected to it. As the reality of all actions has to be subordinated to public appearances, not only do lies and dissimulation become the moral virtues of socialization under Islam, moral subjectivity per se becomes necessarily precarious. Unlike the guilty conscience of the Occidental subject, which, like the Christian and Jewish God, whose internalization it is, sees and judges everything, including the hidden, and thus serves exclusively as a guide for one's own actions in, albeit limited, rational form, the guilty conscience of the Islamic subject is necessarily directed towards something that categorically eludes its rational control, as it were, the rumor about one's own actions as well as the activities of those who affect the group's honor. The internalized collectivist code of honor is thus not aimed at subjects who adjust their actual actions to an awareness of right and wrong and take individual responsibility for them. On the contrary, the law of good reputation requires the individual to take responsibility for the public perception of the actions of others, whereby such appearances, even with regard to one's own actions, can only be individually responsible to a limited extent. On this basis, moral objects rather than moral subjects inevitably emerge, who, whether perpetrators or victims of the terror of virtue, always believe themselves to be driven by circumstances. In Turkey, for example, honor killers are unsurprisingly called victims of fate. This despotic spirit, which pervades classical Islamic society from the arbitrary God who has been freed from reason and thus from theodicy, to Sharia law, from forms of government to child education, and which determines the relationship of individuals to sin and delinquency, therefore does not mark a difference in morality, but between morality and amorality. For example, Article 12 of the Islamic Declaration of Human Rights issued by the Islamic Council for Europe in 1981 interprets the passive right to freedom of expression in the light of Sharia law as follows. Everyone may think, believe and express what he thinks and believes without interference or hindrance from another, as long as he remains within the general limits prescribed by Sharia. What is not permitted is the spreading of falsehood and the publication of that which serves to spread shamelessness or weaken the Ummah. If the hypocrites and those who stir up trouble in the city do not stop, we will surely cause you to take action against them, and they will then be your neighbors in it for only a short time after that. A curse will be on them. Wherever you get hold of them, you will seize them and kill them ruthlessly. With his polemics against the Occidental confessional animal or the hermeneutics of the self as a regime of truth, the totalizing expansion of pastoral power or the seizure of the body by the soul, which are still influential today, the postmodern philosopher Foucault only seemingly criticized the destructive nature of progress, i.e. the renunciation and refraction of nature. For by either not taking note of the increase in legal certainty, rationality in the relationship between subject and law, as well as the de-threatening of sexuality and gender relations, etc., or by identifying them exclusively with the subtilization of power and domination, he also does away with the remnants of freedom, the tendencies towards real humanity, individuality and reconciliation, i.e. progress in the history of civilization in the Occident. If one absolves his thinking of evil intentions, then it is the abandonment of materialist dialectics propagated in the spirit of postmodernism that mediates between Foucault's micropolitics of de-individualization, which he initially claimed to be at least anti-fascist and critical of domination, and his later Islamophile kowtowing to the authoritarian truth and reason-hostile collectivism of the Orient. The three intertwined imperatives central to socialization under Islam, the doctrine of jihad and martyrdom, the phallocentric regulation of instinct in patriarchy and despotic group honor as the vanishing point of Sharia law and morality, all of which amount to forms of sacrifice by the individual for the interests of the collective, are also reflected where Islam is thought to be comparatively harmless. In ritual, the so-called 5 pillars of Islam. For example, as easy as it is to become a member of the Ummah, all that is required is a profession of faith in front of witnesses, first pillar. It is supposedly impossible to leave the community of believers alive again, i.e. to weaken the collective. Apostasy is punishable by death. In general, the sophisticated monotheistic rituals can be interpreted as overcoming and sublimating archaic sacrificial cults, as an objection to the, as Nietzsche says, disgusting barbaric form of guilt sacrifice, which is always the sacrifice of the innocent for the sins of the guilty. Thus, the human sacrifice of the firstborn in the Hebrew story of Abraham and his son Isaac is replaced by the animal and pars pro toto sacrifice of the foreskin. The self-sacrifice of Jesus in the New Testament abolishes animal sacrifice, indeed the practice of sacrifice per se, which is recalled in the ritual of the Lord's Supper, among other things. Judaism and Christianity also internalize, individualize and rationalize the archaic renunciation of instinct of the firstborn, the first fruits of the field and one's own livestock, and the cunning that motivates it. After all, the gods are to be bribed, swayed by means of purification rituals, dietary laws, fasting, prayer, confession, preaching, etc. Such a progression of enlightenment is not to be found in Islam, which persists in its fundamentalist claim to have restored the original and authentic, Abrahamic, i.e. pre-Jewish ritual. In this sense, Oriental monotheism stands in contrast to Judaism and Christianity, and not only to this day for animal sacrifice. In the form of the sacrificial feast at the end of the pilgrimage ritual, the 5th pillar, it even forms the highlight of the religious calendar. Every year, hundreds of thousands of animals are slaughtered simultaneously for the millions of pilgrims in Mecca, whose blood then soaks entire streets and is used by the pious to smear their white robes. The archaic human sacrifice, on the other hand, is neither propagated nor practiced by Islam. In the traditional jihadist who falls in the fight against the infidels, in the modern suicide bomber who celebrates the murder of the Jews as suicide, in the honor killer who risks his freedom by slaughtering his own daughter or sister, in these practices accompanied by rituals or even ritualistic traits and legitimized by eschatology, it survives in a transformed form, as a willingness to sacrifice oneself and others for the collective, as a disregard for the life of the individual, as a longing for death. In this way, the biblical story of Abraham and Isaac contains a decisive innovation in its retelling in the Quran. In contrast to the Old Testament, the son agrees to his imminent death after being informed of it. Then we gave him the good news of a gentle son. When he was old enough to work with him, he said, "O my son, I see in a dream that I am slaughtering you. Now look, what do you think?" He said, "O my father, do as you are commanded. You shall find me Allah willing among the patient." Quran 37:101f. According to the Quran, just as the Jew is more attached to life than anyone else, the exemplary Muslim is not at all. Islam also ascribes great importance to fasting in the form of Ramadan as the fourth basic religious duty of Muslims. However, while Jews and Christians generally only abstain from certain dietary and leisure activities, meat, alcohol, etc., for the duration of the fast or sometimes for a relatively short period, Muslims fast by abstaining from all food and drink, smoking, sexual intercourse, and other earthly pleasures for a whole month during the day, only to then indulge all the more extensively from late evening onwards, until they can distinguish a white thread from a black thread at dawn, and the rigorous renunciation begins all over again. This peculiarity of fasting confirms and reinforces two strands that are relevant for the socialization of individuals under Islam as a whole. On the one hand, the despotic discretion of God, who does not want to know or even covers up what the believers are doing in the darkness of secrecy. On the other hand, the disciplinary technique of domination to keep the Muslim's body in a constant state of extreme tension between the poles of total denial of urges, outside of marriage, and total rejection of urges, within marriage, two variants of desublimation. In contrast, prayer, the second pillar of the rite, is exclusively characterized by the renunciation of drives, submission, and the stripping away of the ego in the political struggle collective. Whereas in Judaism and Christianity it was still the sigh of the oppressed creature, Karl Marx, and, apart from collective festivals, above all a personal, individually varying dialogue between the individual and God, Islam exorcises every remnant of individuality from prayer. The individuals are merged into an egalitarian prayer crowd. According to rules that are formally defined down to the last detail, it is performed in the same way worldwide, even synchronously in the mosque, and at the same time, which is determined by the public call of the muezzin. Jews and Christians, according to the explicit Quranic reproach, do not even join each other in the same direction of prayer. Quran 2:145. This practice of discipline, which must be completed 5 times a day, structures and rhythms everyday life, and, in addition to the small or large ablution of the believer immediately preceding it and the ritual cleansing of clothing and prayer place, takes up almost half the day in total. Bearing in mind the ritual dichotomy of bodily purity and impurity, the prayer times are therefore the only periods in which the Muslim can feel comfortable in his own skin, in purity with his body, the community, and God. The repetitive monotony and the dullness of the verbal, the content of the prayer hardly goes beyond the umpteen repetitions that God is one and the greatest is doubled physically. The pious Muslim makes a total of 17 bows and 34 prostrations every day. This so-called proskynesis is both a regression to the progenitor Abraham of Genesis and a confession of ancient Oriental despotism. While isolated attempts to make the gesture of submission known from Persia an integral part of court ceremonies and/or religious rituals only proved successful for the ancient Greeks and Romans, in the Eastern and above all the Western Church, either for a short time or limited to certain rooms or dignitaries, Islam succeeded in generalizing it completely. The mosque is the place of this prostration and traditionally a multifunctional house, Nekla Kalek, in which business is conducted, the political doctrines of the respective caliphs are proclaimed, calls are made for small and large jihad, the social levy, third pillar, is collected for the purpose of feeding the poor, building mosques or financing jihad, and homage is paid to God and the Ummah, in order to constantly reconstitute the collective's resolve and determination as a unity of Allah worship, ritual purity, business, and politics. Those who kneel down, writes Gerhard Skeit, must still have their heads on the ground, and instead of the one great vicarious self-sacrifice, which is worshipped kneeling because redemption has already occurred in its name, each individual prostrate is presented with death as a worthwhile goal for the community of believers. no passive suffering of the necessary sacrifice by the predestined Son of God, but joyful achievement of the predestined goal of a whole host of chosen ones in the war against the unbelievers. Quranic verse 37, which deals with the eschatology of heaven and hell, the battle of faith, the right and Isaac's consent to his own sacrificial slaughter, is then also called as Safat, which means those who stand in rank and file. Accordingly, the later Turkish Prime Minister Erdogan proclaimed at an election rally on December 6, 1997, "Democracy is only the train on which we climb until we reach our destination. The mosques are our barracks, the minarets are bayonets, the domes are helmets, and the believers are soldiers." The Nazi collaborator and former Mufti of Jerusalem, Amin el-Husseini, commented on Islamic rites in his time as follows: "The various cults of Islam serve to educate order, obedience, and discipline. Prayer, for example, is an excellent exercise in this sense. Muslims must perform prayer in orderly ranks under the leadership of the imam, like orderly soldiers under the leadership of their superior. It is correct to describe Muslim prayer as a daily military demonstration before God. The other cults of Islam, such as fasting and pilgrimage, also serve to educate order, discipline, and obedience. It may be in the logic of the world market that it produces an incomparably greater degree of material and spiritual misery in the peripheries than in its centers and metropolises. On the one hand, however, the concrete form of local misery is also due to how the respective traditional culture of domination integrates the requirements of capital accumulation and transforms itself in the process. On the other hand, the specific nature of the respective spiritual and material misery also depends on which real or invented traditions a possible pathological crisis consciousness can mobilize against the negative side effects of the very same social upheaval process. Two things are significant for the Orient. Firstly and fundamentally, the collective experience of impotence of the impoverished masses here, in marked contrast to the dependent regions of Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, or Asia, for example, collides with the internalized omnipotence fantasy of the Islamic Herrenvolk ideology. Instead of relying on secularization against the symbiosis of traditional despotic Islamic rule and capitalism responsible for the misery, and fighting with and against modernity for the appropriation of its achievements, the Islamists declare the apostasy of the believers and their societies from the supposedly pure Islam of origin to be the cause of the misery. They propagate the re-Islamization of the Ummah as a panacea. However, by trying to cast out the devil with the Beelzebub in this way, the innovators are creating nothing more than an ever-increasing apocalyptic endless spiral of impoverishment. Their telos is the modern suicide bombing, in which the traditional small jihad against unbelievers and apostates and the traditional great jihad against one's own instinctive soul become identical in the nothingness of annihilation and celebrate their wedding night, as Sufism already glorified death. Secondly, the material misery that the negative crisis solution of the Islamic revivalist movement always presupposes, and at the same time generates, is based on the crisis of the specifically Oriental regulation of drives that is inevitable in view of the totality of the world market. For classical Islamic phallocentrism organizes the renunciation of extramarital drives not only through the desexualization of the public woman, so that the male drive is not incited in the first place. Rather, and even more importantly, the passion or devilish power aroused by foreign women is to be banished in coitus with one's own wife. Consequently, as long as marriage is a stable institution, the renunciation of sexual urges is first and foremost a rejection of urges. The great jihad against the ego, therefore, does not require a great sacrifice. And even the small jihad to enforce the chastity imperative against women does not have to be carried out particularly rigorously. However, if the economic crisis transforms the solvent patriarch into an unemployed good-for-nothing, then it is not only the collective honor that gains in importance for him compared to his declining individual reputation. Moreover, with his income, the husband loses the moral and legal right to enforce his wife's sexual obedience, just as the young man loses the means of marriage altogether. To the extent that the great jihad against the lower instinctual soul thus demands the total renunciation of instinct, it is reduced to the terror of virtue against the now incomparably more threatening women. This terror can no longer tolerate moderation, because suddenly one's own body must appear as a potential collaborator of all those who seek to seduce it and awaken its sensuality, which can no longer be repressed. According to the delusion, these are women, but also the Jews and the West. The promises of happiness of modernity, prosperity, individual freedom, love, happiness, which cannot be fulfilled, not even partially under Sharia law per se, become the object of obsessive hatred. The suicide bombing promises redemption from the potentiated but unmanageable inner ambivalences, and at the same time the elimination of all enemies of Islam. The murderous self-disembodiment is libidinous, ritualistic, and eschatologically charged, as it seeks to draw its energy from the earthly failed drive itself. It is directed towards the infantile and perversely distorted fulfillment of the hated bourgeois promise of happiness in the afterlife. Thus it is ultimately the promised eternal desecration of virgins for which Islamic suicide bombers ritually cleanse their penis before the act and wrap it in a kind of sheath. The slogan of the Madrid suicide bombers, "You love life, we love death," sums it up. The negative sublation of Oriental phallocentrism on its own basis. Pro-American authors, i.e. those who are on the right side in the war on terror, often emphasize the successes of the NATO intervention in Bosnia or Kosovo in order to dispel the concerns of their critics, today's opponents of the war, with whom they knew they were in agreement at the time. One example, Henrik M. Broder summed up his criticism of the European policy of appeasement towards Islamism in the Welt am Sonntag newspaper on November 14, 2004. "Europe, your family name is appeasement." Matthias Dopfner referred to this a few days later in the Welt, and remarked that he could not get this sentence out of his head, because it is so terribly true. European appeasement had cost the lives of millions of Jews and non-Jews because Britain and France had realized too late that they could not negotiate with Hitler. Disguised in the nebulous word equidistance, European appeasement today relativizes the Palestinian suicide attacks in Israel and allows Europe to overlook the 300,000 victims murdered and tortured by Saddam Hussein in peace-moving self-righteousness. And finally, it is appeasement in its most grotesque form to react to the escalating violence of Islamist fundamentalists in Holland with the proposal to introduce a Muslim holiday in Germany. The only way to avoid this assessment is by systematically making a fool of oneself, and would instead like to provide further examples to prove it right. The Spanish voters' prostration before terrorism after the attacks in Madrid on March 11, 2004, or the game of hide-and-seek played by European diplomacy and the United Nations over the Iranian nuclear bomb, which is currently being presented to the world public as a distraction. Yes, the war against Islamic fascism is necessary, and this insight is being nipped in the bud in Europe by anti-American resentment. One merely has to qualify Broder and Dopfner by adding that this judgment does not do equal justice to all parts of Europe, that Europe is divided on this issue, and that it is rather the dominance of Germany and France within the European Union, core Europe, that is currently creating this appearance of anti-American European unity. Even if it is itself a coarsening of the situation, the distinction coined by Donald Rumsfeld between Old Europe and New Europe does more justice to reality. Broder, Dopfner, or Die Welt, which are known for their consequent partisanship in the war on terror, are themselves proof of the existence of this exception to the rule. Their weakness is partly the result of this lack of differentiation. It is above all the result of the appeasement towards Germany to which they have all succumbed, apparently the overwhelming majority of those who support the anti-fascist campaign against Islamism to the best of their ability. As a result, most of the pro-American authors also come to completely erroneous conclusions about other theaters of war where Islamism plays a significant role but is not recognized, denied, suppressed, or ignored by these authors, and where, motivated by anti-communism and Russophobia, they take its side. Examples: Chechnya, Yugoslavia. This also happens to Matthias Dopfner. In his search for more evidence of European appeasement and historical comparisons, he finally claims that it was the same appeasement that paralyzed Europe when genocide raged in Kosovo and people debated until the Americans did our job there. First of all, it is noticeable that this strange comparison between the Iraq War and the Kosovo War is based on pure insinuation. There was never any appeasement towards Yugoslavia/Serbia, at least not in Germany. One could perhaps come up with the idea of calling the policy of France and England between 1991 and 1994 appeasement, when these two countries initially tried to avoid a war between the Balkan peoples and, when this failed, finally interposed themselves between the fronts with a joint blue helmet protection force and thus failed once again. But then this appeasement would have been one towards all parties involved, not only towards Yugoslavia/Serbia, but also towards its opponents and especially towards Germany, which wanted the war from the outset. Any attempt to appease Germany, which uncompromisingly supported the popular uprisings in Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo and defended them against its partners in the European Union, NATO, and the United Nations, was bound to be unsuccessful. There can therefore be no question of European appeasement, in the context of that time, quite unlike today, for example, in view of the German-British-French appeasement towards Iran's nuclear policy. A diplomacy which fully deserves this name. The conclusions drawn by Matthias Döpfner can therefore only be reached if one assumes from the outset that the Germans have an image of Yugoslavia/Serbia as the aggressor and its opponents, the separatist uprisings in Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo as the victims. This depiction of the war in Yugoslavia is a direct reversal of the actual course of the war and its prehistory and a feat of German war propaganda, especially in the preliminary and early phases of the war, in the execution of which, for example, Die Welt was not in charge. That was more likely the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, but was nevertheless heavily involved. As a result of this reversal, the comparison of the warring parties in the Yugoslavian War and in the Iraq War leads to the formula: Slobodan Milosevic equals Saddam Hussein, and Croats, Bosnians, Kosovo Albanians equals America, one the dictators, genocides, the other the victims or liberators. The comparison is used by pro-American authors and politicians as a tool to influence those who, in view of the Balkan Wars of the 90s of the last century, had set aside their notorious pacifist inclinations in order to throw themselves into the war against the Serbian dictator and the Yugoslav prison of nations, a public that is ideally embodied by the party the Greens. The argument is intended to convict them of logical contradiction and inconsistency, because it argues on the false premise that Croats, Bosnians, and Kosovo Albanians represent one side of the victim and the liberation struggle, while Yugoslavia/Serbia represents dictatorship and Milosevic genocide or fascism. The argument is aimed at and hits nothing. This is because the addressees of the argument, such as the Greens, also presuppose this. But for them, Milosevic has turned into Bush and Sharon and the liberation struggle into Saddam Hussein and the Palestinians. The Greens could thus return the accusation of inconsistency to the world, for example, because they supported the liberation struggle of the Balkan peoples and previously that of the East Germans, but not that of the Third World, which is supposedly what matters today. The contradiction that the Germans fought the war against Yugoslavia and the Serbs with just as much enthusiasm as they reject the war against Islamic fascism is only an apparent one. For if one compares the warring parties more closely, then the Folkish uprising against the socialist multi-ethnic state and the Serbs, who were degraded to a minority in the seceded republics and provinces before being expelled. Today, the anti-Semitic terror against America and Israel, one can easily recognize the consistency and stringency of German foreign policy. Germany is always on the side of the oppressed and struggling peoples, and that was also the case when the CDU was chancellor and the FDP was foreign minister. In Germany, there is always a consensus somewhere. It is not Germany but America that changed fronts on September 11, 2001. Matthias Döpfner could have found a reference to these connections in the same issue of his newspaper in which his commentary on European appeasement towards Islamism appeared. After ZDF's Heute Journal first reported on the case on November 18, Die Welt also devoted itself to the new Kosovo affair on November 20, as it was now called. The affair concerns the Federal Intelligence Service, the German Foreign Intelligence Service, and one of its informants in Kosovo, the Islamist Saimdin Hissari, alias Hoxha, a rather strange nickname for an Islamist, by the way. As the leader of Albania, Enver Hoxha was the hero of those Stalinist organizations in Kosovo that managed to mobilize a few unemployed people and students into small popular uprisings in the early 1980s. In the 1990s, these organizations formed key factions of the KLA, the so-called Kosovo Liberation Army, and after the NATO intervention it provoked in 1999, they brought the police and military apparatus in Kosovo under their control. Saimdin Hissari, alias Hoxha, is one of these then and now leaders of the Kosovo Albanians. For men like him, there seems to be no essential difference between the Albanian and the Islamic liberation struggle. The same applies to the Germans. Today's informant and Islamist was already an ally when, as a KLA commander, he carried out his attacks against Yugoslav and Serbian police and military units, Serbian citizens or Albanian collaborators, while NATO, above all America and Germany, provided the air force for him and his ground troops. At the end of February 2004, the Genex Center, German National Intelligence Cell, run by the BND in Kosovo, intercepted a phone call from its informant about preparations for a pogrom against the Serb minority. The pogrom actually took place 3 weeks later, on March 17th and 18th. During the 2 days, 19 people were killed, 1,000 injured and 4,000 displaced. 27 Serbian Orthodox churches and monasteries were burnt down. The Genex Center is based in Prizren, one of the centers of the violent excesses, where the KFOR units of the German armed forces also have their headquarters. A Serbian citizen was also murdered in Prizren. Samdin Hisari, the BND informant, was one of the ringleaders of the March pogroms in Kosovo. If the wiretapped phone call is too thin a piece of evidence for this accusation, the BND has a number of other documents at its disposal, as reported by Die Welt on November 20th. The Berliner Morgenpost also reported on the same day that it had these documents. Among other things, the ringleader who coordinated the attacks on the Archangel Michael Monastery in Prizren together with the informant is precisely named in these documents. The BND therefore knew who the attackers were and what they were up to and, according to the accusation, should have taken the intercepted telephone conversation seriously and used it as an opportunity to take countermeasures. However, both the Genik Center and the Bundeswehr leadership in Prizren, which the BND had informed about the whole case, decided that they had nothing of the sort to take seriously. To this day, they claim that the pogroms were spontaneous protests by the Albanian population, who merely wanted to express their displeasure, similar to when the NPD is elected to parliament in East Germany. Of course, it is not contradictory for a people to express their discontent spontaneously in a way that has been planned long in advance by their leaders. On the contrary, this is the ideal form in which the people can express their anger. One could experience a similar mood, i.e. coordination between leader and followers, on November 22, 2004 in Pristina, when 10,000 Albanians demonstrated against the arrest of 3 KLA veterans who had been charged as war criminals. Among other things, the 3 are held responsible for the murder of 35 Serbs and collaborators during the fighting in February/March and May/June 1998. The KLA's terrorist actions at the time were intended to provoke the Serbian police and Yugoslav army into counterattacks and prompt the so-called international community to intervene in order to save the alleged Albanian victims from the alleged Serbian terror. One could thus observe in this propaganda the same inversion of terror and anti-terror actions as is used today, for example, in German or Palestinian propaganda, where terror is treated as an act of desperation and an Israeli counterattack as a provocation, origin, and justification of future terror. It is not equidistance, as Dopfner meant, but the reversal of the real situation that characterizes this propaganda. As we have seen, Dopfner himself had to make such an inversion in order to justify his false comparison between the war in Iraq and the war in Yugoslavia. Incidentally, there is a striking and characteristic similarity in the propaganda of the Albanian and Islamic liberation struggle, a sign of their ideological affinity. One of the speakers at the protest rally in Pristina, Sharif Krasniqi, leader of a veteran organization of the KLA, also wanted to leave this impression of spiritual solidarity and militant comradeship when he screeched the threat into the microphone. If this criminal trial against the 3 war criminals continues, we will find other ways to prevent the honor and blood of our martyrs from being trampled on. The impression that the Albanian liberation fighters are comrades in arms of the Islamic ones is a construct of this liberation struggle itself, not one of the observer. It is not I who obsessively wants to talk about Albanian fascism in Kosovo and Macedonia, Islamic fascism in Bosnia and Croatian fascism forming a front with Palestinian, Lebanese, Syrian, Arab, Persian, African, European, Caucasian, and Central Asian and Southeast Asian Islamism, folkish Islamism with Catholic and Islamic anti-Semitism, and so on. It is the leader, Osama bin Laden himself, who talks about it compulsively, who repeatedly invokes this World War scenario himself in his tireless letter, video, and terror messages, e.g. in his letter to America. You have attacked us in Somalia, you have supported the Russian atrocities against us in Chechnya, the Indian oppression against us in Kashmir, and the Jewish aggression against us in Lebanon. We also advise you to stop supporting Israel, and to stop supporting the Indians in Kashmir, the Russians against the Chechens, and also to stop supporting the Manila government against the Muslims in the southern Philippines. End quote. Of course, the list of theaters of war is not yet complete. Osama bin Laden also lists Algeria, Afghanistan, Iraq, etc. in the letter and repeats it again and again. However, these are only examples, focal points, but the list can never be complete because what Osama bin Laden only wants to make clear here is that it is a world war. Kosovo or Bosnia are not even mentioned in this list. Why? America did not wage war against Islamism in Bosnia or Kosovo, at least not an open war, or at least not yet. That is why the 2 focal points of Bosnia and Kosovo are absolutely essential if you look at the war from the other side, from the side of the opponents of Islamism. because what are hot spots on the other side are flashpoints that need to be extinguished. The Federation of American Scientists therefore gives the following description of Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is multinational, with members from numerous countries and with a worldwide presence. Key leaders in the organization are also key leaders in other terrorist organizations, including those designated by the State Department as foreign terrorist organizations, such as the Egyptian Al-Ghama'at al-Islamiyya and the Egyptian Jihad. Al-Qaeda seeks a global radicalization of existing Islamic groups and the creation of radical Islamic groups where none yet exist. Al-Qaeda supports Muslim fighters in Afghanistan, Bosnia, Chechnya, Tajikistan, Somalia, Yemen, and Kosovo. Al-Qaeda also trains members of terrorist organizations from countries as diverse as the Philippines, Algeria, and Eritrea. Al-Qaeda's goal is the unification of all Muslims and the creation of a government that follows the law of the Caliph. Al-Qaeda's goal is therefore to overthrow almost all Muslim governments that are considered corrupt in order to eliminate Western influence in those countries and eventually abolish state borders. End quote. Bosnia and Kosovo were not the scene of the war on terror that America has been waging since September 11, 2001. They only became potential focal points and flashpoints of this war through the decision of the then American president, the Democrat Bill Clinton, who decided in April 1994 to rush to the aid of the Muslim army in Bosnia, which was on the brink of total defeat, to equip and train it, and finally to achieve victory over the Bosnian Serbs through military intervention the following year. And then the Clinton administration repeated this mistake 5 years later in Kosovo. Clinton's predecessor, the Republican George Bush, had imposed an arms embargo on Bosnia, against bitter criticism from the Germans, whom he had courted as a partner in leadership in 1990. Clinton lifted the embargo, and not only that, he also gave Iran the green light to supply weapons to the holy warriors in Bosnia. From then on, the weapons flowed onto the battlefield via the Croatian Adriatic ports, bringing with them an army of mujahideen. The American ambassadors in Croatia and Germany at the time, Galbraith and Redman, had to admit during questioning before Congress on May 30, 1996, that they had known about the secret diplomacy that had established this Iranian arms pipeline to Bosnia, and had even helped to arrange the secret diplomacy themselves. The two ambassadors also confirmed during questioning that the Clinton administration's decision to intervene in the fighting in Bosnia had been a life-saving operation for the Islamist regime in Sarajevo. Question: my understanding is that this decision was made in April 1994 in the context that everyone in our government believed, you believed, that the Bosnian government was in desperate circumstances, that it would not survive very long unless something was done immediately. Is that right? Answer from Galbraith: that's exactly right. Answer from Redman: yes, sir. Yes, sir. In August 1998, the Republican Policy Committee attempted in the U.S. Senate to prevent what it considered to be the government's planned second NATO intervention in Kosovo by referring to the results of the first intervention in Bosnia in 1995. In an analysis published on August 12, it quoted Colonel Harry G. Summers, who wrote in the Washington Times on the same day, "One of the most disturbing aspects of the current crisis is that it may have been triggered by our own inept foreign policy in Bosnia and Kosovo. There we find ourselves advocating, against all reason, for Muslim factions that receive support from the very same Islamic fundamentalist terrorist groups that are our mortal enemies elsewhere." End quote. The RPC had already outlined the extent to which the Clinton administration had encouraged Islamism through the intervention in Bosnia in January 1997. This promotion was not just about the Iran pipeline, through which the supply of weapons and mujahideen for the Muslim army flowed, but about the very survival of Elijah Izetbegovich's Islamist regime, about the conditions for the existence and spread of Islamism in Bosnia, which the Clinton administration's policy had created. The RPC analysis showed how this policy not only decided the course of the war, but how it also laid the foundations for a lasting presence of Islamist terrorist cells, parties, agitators, charities, etc. In short, according to the RPC, the Clinton administration's policy of facilitating the supply of arms to Bosnian Muslims made it a de facto partner of an international network of governments and organizations pursuing its own ends in Bosnia, the promotion of Islamic revolution in Europe. This network includes not only Iran, but also Brunei, Malaysia, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, a key ally of Iran, and Turkey, along with front organizations ostensibly engaged in humanitarian and cultural activities. End quote. As an example of such frontline, or the RPC cited the Third World Relief Agency, which played a key role in the transfer of arms to Bosnia while coordinating links to the leaders of international terrorist networks, such as Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, the mastermind of the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, to Ayman al-Zawahiri, who coordinated the Islamist terror operations in Bosnia-Herzegovina from a special headquarters in Sofia, Bulgaria, as well as Osama bin Laden, who was mainly in Afghanistan at the time, where the Mujahideen was taught the trade of war and terror in al-Qaeda camps before being sent to Bosnia. Later, the Mujahideen set up their own training camps in Bosnia, mostly controlled by the so-called Iranian Revolutionary Guards. James Jotras, who worked for the RPC from 1985 to 2000 was involved in the production of the aforementioned analyses, appeared as a witness in the trial against Slobodan Milosevic in The Hague on September 9, 2004, where he pointed out that the American Commission investigating the attacks of September 11, 2001 had found that the foundations for the al-Qaeda terrorist network were laid in Bosnia in the 1990s. The Mujahideen were fully integrated into the Bosnian army on the one hand, and provided independent brigades for special, i.e. terrorist operations on the other. At least 15 such Muslim liberation brigades were formed during and after the war. One of these special units was called the Hanzer Division, modeled on the Muslim SS divisions created by the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Muhammad Amin al-Husseini, during the Second World War with the help of the German occupiers in Bosnia and Kosovo. Only a few observers noticed at the end of 1993 that only a few members of the Bosnian Hanzer Division spoke Serbo-Croatian. They were Albanian mercenaries from Kosovo, the future theater of war. In Bosnia, what belonged together grew together. In 1998, the Albanian liberation struggle in Kosovo was in a similarly threatening situation as the Bosnian one 4 years earlier. The defeat of the KLA was immediately foreseeable. But in the summer of 1998, NATO was not yet discussing an attack against Yugoslavia/Serbia, the bombing of Belgrade or the like in order to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe, as it was called at the time. In May, the NATO committees were still discussing how to secure Kosovo's borders, in particular the southern border with Albania, in order to cut off the supply of weapons to the KLA, its lifeline. Without the supply of weapons from Albania, the KLA would no longer have been able to continue fighting, and the first phase of the Kosovo War, which initially ended with the complete defeat of the KLA in September 1998, could have been over weeks or months earlier. But an intervention on the side of Yugoslavia/Serbia against the KLA was again, as in 1994, out of the question for Clinton. It would not have been possible with his most important European partner, Germany. When General Wesley Clark, Commander-in-Chief of the NATO forces in Europe, confirmed in public at the time that concrete considerations were being made within NATO to seal off the border between Albania and Kosovo, and that at least 20,000 soldiers would be needed for this, the German defense minister, then called Volker Ruhe, not only reacted angrily to the fact that the American had gone public with internal information from NATO bodies, but also vigorously contradicted him. The real problem in Kosovo is the dictatorship, the police state, and the lack of autonomy for the Kosovo Albanians. The real problem is not the border between Albania and Kosovo." End quote. As is well known, this proposal for an alternative intervention, one to the detriment of the liberation struggle, did not prevail. No wonder that even the RPC, which had cited it in its criticism as an alternative to Clinton's Yugoslavia policy, rejected it in the end, because such a policy could have strengthened Milosevic. In fact, the RPC itself was so infected by anti-Serb propaganda that some of its attacks against the government turned into accusations that Clinton was indirectly strengthening Milosevic through his policies. Even among critics of Clinton's Yugoslavia policy, the fear of this seemed almost greater than the fear of the Islamization of southeastern Europe. The question of Kosovo's formal status under international law, i.e. the question of whether Kosovo remains a province of Serbia with some form of autonomy or becomes an autonomous or independent state, as the saying goes, is an immediate question of who rules over the country and its people. This statement is initially banal and requires further definition. Kosovo as an autonomous or independent state means the rule of the KLA and Islamism. The immediate consequence would be the unification of Kosovo with Albania and the secession and unification of the so-called Albanian areas of Macedonia. NATO's intervention in March 1999 simultaneously promoted such a development and stalled it halfway. Kosovo is in a state of waiting, in which the legends of the formerly supposedly nonviolent Albanian independence movement, such as Ibrahim Rugova, who was re-elected to the presidency in October, can still be kept in the public eye. In the meantime, however, the UN and NATO Protectorate has entrusted the KLA with the key positions of power. 3 examples. As with the 3 KLA veterans mentioned above, against whom charges were recently brought and for whom demonstrations were held in Pristina, these are war criminals against whom no formal charges have yet been brought. Ajim Siku, commander of the Kosovo Protection Corps, the Albanian police and military apparatus in which the UCK disbanded, i.e. legalized, after the NATO intervention in 1999. He is also the owner of 60 establishments, hotels, throughout Kosovo, which he uses as infrastructure for drug, arms, and human trafficking, prostitution. Hazem Tasi, negotiator for the KLA at the Rambouillet negotiations in February 1999, the failure of which resulted in the bombing of Belgrade. Since then the favorite of the Foreign Office in Berlin, his party occupies 30 seats in the Kosovo parliament and thus represents by far the most numerous opposition, gang leader. Ramus Haradinaj, Prime Minister since November 2004, 9 seats in parliament, owner of 500 gas stations, gang leader. So these 3 men lead the security apparatus, the government and the opposition in Kosovo, and through the police they rule over the provincial borders, smuggling and organized crime, which they themselves are, which has always been their economic basis. Another thing they have in common with Islamic fascism. And to stay with the similarities for a moment, the organization via family ties, clans, etc. is also common to both liberation movements, as is, of course, the permanent family strife and fratricidal war between them. Ramus Haradinaj was recently summoned for questioning by the International Tribunal on War Crimes in the former Yugoslavia. His election as prime minister is seen as a threat by his protectors, who do not want to allow his arrest, who are determined, as the demonstration speaker in Pristina put it, to prevent the honor and blood of our martyrs from being trampled on. The FAZ gives us the following scenario. In this case, however, in the event that Ramus Haradinaj is arrested, violent protests by the Albanian majority in Kosovo are feared. For the Kosovo Albanians have not forgotten the Kosovo Liberation Army, KLA, which was formed in the 1990s, whose fighters succeeded in drawing the world's attention to the Milosevic regime's repressive policies in their homeland through attacks and assaults on representatives of the Serbian state. Ramus Haradinaj is said to have been one of the main perpetrators of the terror carried out by the KLA in 1998 against so-called collaborators and Albanian civilians, whether to force them to participate, to blame the Serbian police for the murder, or to plunge Kosovo into a bloodbath in preparation for the expected intervention of the so-called international community. Ramus Haradinaj has been blamed, among other things, for the 36 deaths discovered in 1998 in the vicinity of his headquarters in Glogjan. His brother Daut has already been convicted of murdering rival gangs and families at the end of the war in 1999. Among other things, Daut was responsible for smuggling Mujahedin into Macedonia, where the UCK rehearsed the uprising in spring 2001. He is accused of involvement in al-Qaeda attacks. This is not the only connection between the KLA and al-Qaeda. Hazem Tasi and Ramus Haradinaj were guests of the then Albanian president Sali Berisha, an ardent supporter of the Albanian cause, at a meeting with Osama bin Laden in Albania in 1995. At the time, it was about the establishment of al-Qaeda bases in northern Albania and Kosovo. The then head of the Albanian secret police, Bashkim Gazadita, was elected at this meeting to a group of al-Qaeda leaders whose task was to coordinate activities in the Balkans. According to Interpol, al-Qaeda members commanded elite units of the KLA, e.g. Muhammad al-Zawahiri, the brother of Ayman al-Zawahiri. In the Hotel Lion in Yaroslav, another center of the pogroms in March 2004, Islamic Relief, one of these Islamist apron or charity organizations, is said to have recruited children to commit suicide in the absence of their parents. On December 2nd, the European Union took over the UN mandate in Bosnia. Of the 60,000 soldiers, mainly Americans, who invaded Bosnia under the NATO banner at the beginning of 1996, a 7,000-strong, not to say weak, European force with the euphoric name EUFOR remains. The Mujahedin will feel at home in the country under their regiment and the scent of multiculturalism that their political leaders, especially those in Berlin, are spraying everywhere. They have all married into the country anyway, in order to escape the suspicion of mercenarism, which is followed by the suspicion of terrorism. Here the FAZ and TAZ agree again, Germanism and Islamism, folkdom and religion reconciled in the Croatian, Bosnian and Albanian liberation struggle. Only a NATO command of just under 200 men, again mainly Americans, will remain in Sarajevo. Its most important tasks are listed as fighting terror and training the multinational Bosnian army, i.e. mixed Croatian, Muslim and Serbian army, which is to be the counterweight not only to the Islamist violence lurking in Bosnia, as no less in Kosovo. The saying, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do," presumably dates back to the 80s of the 20th century Christian era, to a time when the American Central Intelligence Agency was still busy winning the Cold War with hot affairs between Iran and the Contra and a proxy war in Afghanistan. The saying cannot have been meant literally. It sounded more like an incantation that had already lost faith in itself. If only they had known, pious, i.e. otherworldly wish. Because, of course, they knew only too well what they were doing when they got involved with the Tehran Devil to drive out the Sandinista Beelzebub from Nicaragua, and when they offered the Muslim militias fighting against communism in the Hindu Kush $3 billion in weapons of exactly the type and quantity needed to actively promote the domestic and foreign policy crisis in which the opposing superpower found itself at the time, with a war of occupation that would ultimately be lost. And with the Stinger missiles that the CIA procured to thwart the Red Army's air superiority, the plan worked perfectly. That part of the coup was pretty well thought out, the math worked out, and there was nothing to forgive. But did they know exactly what it meant that the mercenaries they had hired for this particular purpose called themselves Mujahedin? It meant that they saw the Cold War, to which they were impartial, only as part of the Holy War, and it meant that their war would not be over after they had taught one of the two superpowers a lesson. From their point of view, the Communist Party looked no more materialistic than Hollywood, and that they accepted the help of the great Satan at all only proved that no religious scruple could keep them from sanctifying the means they received with the ends they pursued. Should a CIA analyst have known this, or at least Zbigniew Brzezinski, who later boasted that he had thought it all up? Or his boss at the time, Democratic President Jimmy Carter, who still boasts today in his books on Israel and the Palestinians that he hasn't the slightest idea? Should such strategists have known what even an ideological critic who was possibly better trained in this discipline would not have found easy to assess at the time? That here, in Afghanistan, the cold would soon turn into the holy, and then into the war against international Islamic terrorism? In any case, every citizen of the world with or without an internet connection has known this for 5 years. With the Afghanistan coup, the CIA not only promoted the ruin of the Soviet Union, which withdrew from Kabul in defeat in 1989 and ceased to exist soon afterwards. The Taliban emerged as a byproduct of the civil, tribal, and sectarian war that broke out in Afghanistan after the end of the Cold War in 1994, conquered Kabul in 1996, and established a state of God and terror the likes of which the world had not seen since the Stone Age. The aftermath of the CIA's Afghanistan coup was that, instead of communism, life there was now dominated by godforsaken interpreters of the Quran, and Afghanistan became an open-air prison for women and the fortress of Al-Qaeda. Afghanistan had become a mecca for Islamic terrorists from all over the world. Many of the big and small freedom fighters who had previously been under contract to the CIA later found themselves in the ranks of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. One of the larger ones who had received a lion's share of CIA funds was Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. He fought earlier against the Russian and later against the American ogre who had invaded his country. The warlord Gulbuddin Hekmatyar and his Islamic party, Hezb-e-Islami, became allies of the Taliban. Another was called Osama bin Laden. For over a decade, all the murderous Islamic scum from everywhere gathered in his training camps to prepare for jihad. During the first half of the 1990s, the Islamic death squads operating in Bosnia trained here at the expense of Saudi kings or Iranian ayatollahs. In 1995, the USA intervened, once again, in its favor against Serbia, favored by Russia. In the mid-1990s, Chechen terror squads, men and women, came to learn how to overwhelm large crowds in hospitals and theaters and shoot schoolchildren in the back. It was against Russia again. Then the people of Hamas and Hezbollah arrived to prepare for the final battle with Israel, and finally the holy warriors of Al-Qaeda to wage a world war against Jews and crusaders from here. Among them was Mohammed Atta from Hamburg and his gang of murderers. When the decade came to an end, they finally set their sights on America itself. At the beginning of October 2006, almost as an anniversary, a video reached the media showing accomplices Mohammed Atta and Ziad Jarrah in an obviously excellent mood at Osama bin Laden's headquarters in Kandahar at a time when the whereabouts of Atta, who had disappeared from Hamburg shortly before, were unknown. The footage was from January 18, 2000, and all that was known was that he had been given operational command of the attacks in America, where a year and a half later he himself would pilot a fully occupied and fully fueled passenger plane into one of the twin towers of the World Trade Center. The images of the Laughing 9/11 bombers were a timely reminder of why the war against international Islamic terrorism had to begin in Afghanistan 5 years ago. On the afternoon of Sunday, October 7, 2001, almost 4 weeks after September 11, American forces, supported mainly by British forces, attacked Taliban and al-Qaeda positions first in Kabul, then in Kandahar, Jalalabad, and Mazar-e-Sharif. They attacked with Tomahawk cruise missiles fired from submarines in the Arabian Sea and an Allied bomber squadron from the air, while the Northern Alliance, armed with Russian tanks and maneuvered by American generals, prepared the ground offensive. The coordinated military operation made rapid progress, with the Taliban and al-Qaeda losing one city after another from the north to the south, and just 1 month after the start of the war, on November 13, 2001, Kabul fell into the hands of the attackers. The next day, CNN broadcast the message with the headline that sounded almost unbelievable at the time. Music plays again in Kabul. The war against international Islamic terrorism began with a demonstration of unrestricted military superiority on the part of the attacking, also international coalition led by the USA. But as on April 9, 2003 in Baghdad, which later became Iraqi Liberation Day, the war was not over in Kabul on November 13, 2001. After being driven out of Kabul and the cities in northern Afghanistan, the Taliban and al-Qaeda entrenched themselves in their bunkers in the mountains and caves in the south and east of the country. Mullah Muhammad Omar and Osama bin Laden had fled to Pakistan and from there called on their followers in chorus to wage jihad against the infidel invaders. Enduring freedom, America's new Afghanistan coup, like the Iraq War and the war against international Islamic terrorism as a whole, could not be won by toppling the regime alone. Regime change had to be added to prevent the return of the old powers and to give the opposing social forces room to maneuver. This time, the liberators of Afghanistan had to succeed in building on their military victories to establish a state that could guarantee its citizens the most basic civil liberties, as the name of the mission implied, by protecting them from the Taliban, warlords, terrorists, tribal superiors, Sharia law, and so on. This was partly against the will of an unknown but probably not insignificant number of Afghan men who had enjoyed the Taliban's cult of mastery, but certainly in the interests of their daughters. 9/11 had embroiled America in a war that could not be won without simultaneous nation-building. Afghanistan became the first test case for this dual strategy. The difference between the first and second Afghanistan coup, the transition from Cold to Holy War, could be reduced to a simple denominator. If at first the lesser of two evils was cast out with the greater, since 9/11 it has been the other way around, rather an Islamic Republic of Afghanistan than Taliban and al-Qaeda. This did not necessarily mean that the civilization of Afghanistan was the original motive of the mission. It simply meant that the war was simply unwinnable without a certain degree of such civilizational progress. The coalition troops were thus initially faced with two tasks. 1. The already conquered north had to be secured and reconstruction and nation-building had to begin there, while 2. The war against the Taliban and al-Qaeda still had to be won in the other parts of Afghanistan in the west, south, and east. The dual mission of war and nation-building led to the immediate institutional division of the Afghanistan mission, which was particularly important to the German government at the time, which never seemed to want another war after Kosovo, but certainly not one against Muslims. The division of labor, if it was a division of labor, was such that the OEF troops led by the USA were entrusted with waging war in the south and east of Afghanistan, while reconstruction in the north was to begin under German responsibility. Thus, in January 2002, after the Petersburg Conference, where the Afghan parties had agreed on the future constitution of Afghanistan under the auspices of the so-called international community and Joschka Fischer, the first ISAF troops arrived in Kabul in order to gradually take over the remaining areas previously militarily cleansed by the OEF troops. It was not until October 2003 that the UN Security Council authorized the expansion of NATO's area of operations beyond Kabul to include the whole of Afghanistan. NATO decided in Istanbul in June 2004 to implement this plan step by step. North, from August 2004, NATO/ISAF troops first spread out in the northern provinces of Afghanistan. Compared to those still to come, this was the easiest part of the project. The Taliban put up no resistance. They had been defeated here 3 years earlier, and in the north they never had a solid base or much popular support anyway. Even during their time in Kabul, some northern provinces were still controlled by Northern Alliance militias. The task of occupying the north in order to begin reconstruction and nation-building was mainly carried out by German and French troops. West. From September 2005, Italian and Spanish troops advanced into western Afghanistan. Here, too, everything went more or less according to plan. South and East. In August 2006, NATO was to take control of the South, then the East. As in previous cases, the prerequisite for this would have been the prior military cleansing of these areas by the OEF troops. And at the end of 2005, it did indeed look as if the Taliban had been defeated here too. But the following spring, the Islamic terrorists surprised the ISAF troops that had already been deployed to the south, especially the British soldiers in Helmand province and the Canadians in Kandahar, as well as the American OEF troops in the east by going on the offensive themselves. It seemed as if the Taliban had only kept quiet for a while in order to reorganize underground. Once again, no secret service seemed to have noticed. The result, however, was that the ISAF troops, because NATO did not want to withdraw the timetable for the expansion of their area of operations, i.e. capitulate to the Taliban, had to conquer the areas to be occupied themselves this time. This could not happen without problems. For although NATO, just one day after September 11th, on September 12, 2001, for the first time in its almost 60-year history, assumed a state of emergency in accordance with Article 5 of the NATO Treaty, whereby all member states interpreted the attack against America as an attack against them all, for not all allies behaved accordingly. Some of them seemed to regard the war on terrorism at best as a matter for the Americans, from which it was better to stay out of. This is why not all NATO members were present when Operation Medusa began on September 2, 2006, the military offensive by ISAF troops to bring the South under their control. This was one of the reasons why Operation Medusa almost ended as a fiasco, especially for the 5,000 British and 2,000 Canadian soldiers in Helmand and Kandahar provinces, who had to fight most of the battle in the south, but also for the 1,700 Dutch soldiers defending Oranjefront province against the Taliban, as well as for NATO as a whole. The Taliban had surprisingly attacked in regular military formations and then, again surprisingly, switched to the warfare familiar from the terrorists in Iraq. Roadside bombs and suicide attacks against the occupation forces, representatives of the Afghan government, employees of international aid organizations and civilians, women's rights activists, teachers, kidnapping of journalists, etc. Only after several weeks of fierce fighting did the ISAF troops finally declare at the end of September that they had defeated the Taliban. However, the image of the victorious coalition troops of November 2001 was also tarnished. The ISAF troops had won the military confrontations with the Taliban, but only by the skin of their teeth, and the terrorist attacks not only continued unabated, but increased to a quasi-everyday level after the end of the military operation. The Afghan theater of war was now almost indistinguishable from the Iraqi theater of war. Kabul, the quick conquest at the beginning of the war, was not spared from the terrorist attacks, where the most serious attacks took place in August 2006, with over 20 dead in some cases. Some had been inspired by Ayman al-Zawahiri, who had called on his fellow believers in Kabul to defend Islam against the invaders and occupiers in a video message on June 6, 2006. Remember the history of your fathers and their resistance against the invaders. Fight united with the Mujahideen until the invaders are thrown out and Afghanistan is liberated and Islamic Sharia and security and justice prevail. The first attempt to practically eliminate the institutional division of the Afghanistan mission by giving ISAF an independent military operation was not a failure. The ISAF commander, British Lieutenant General David Richards, who was responsible for the recently concluded military operations in the south, could justifiably exclaim, "This is the biggest victory over the Taliban since 2001. But he also had to admit that this victory had been harder to achieve than he himself had expected. The statistics showed that the roughly equal number of British and Canadian ISAF soldiers killed since the start of the war had risen in September from just under 10 before the military operation to almost 50 each. British and Canadian officers spoke publicly after the fighting that they had not been adequately prepared for the ferocity of the Taliban fightback, and that they were short of warplanes, helicopters, soldiers, sometimes ammunition and food rations as they defended their lives against the attacking Taliban hordes. No one had expected the Taliban to return in such military strength 5 years after their fall. The year 2006, in Afghanistan as in Iraq and on other fronts of the war against international Islamic terrorism, had become a year of heightened doubt as to whether and how this war could be won at all. Of course, there were no satisfactory answers to such questions. However, the increasing uncertainty was grist to the mill of those who thought the war was unwinnable anyway, who wanted to end it immediately because they thought it was wrong from the start, and because they had already forgotten that this war had not started on October 7, 2001 in Afghanistan, but earlier on September 11, 2001 in America. Such opponents of the war were not only to be found in the peace movement, but also within NATO itself. This problem was now re-emerging as a result of the difficulties that had just emerged during Operation Medusa, but it was not caused by these difficulties. The lack of solidarity among NATO allies was itself one of the reasons why the difficulties had arisen in the first place. Some European countries had hesitated or, like Germany, refused to provide troops for Operation Medusa or any other combat mission. The problem had already become virulent in the run-up to the operation when it became apparent in the summer that the Taliban would put up more resistance to NATO's advance into the south and east than originally expected, and U.S. Marine Corps General James L. Jones, both commander of U.S. forces in Europe, USUCOM, and Supreme Commander of NATO forces in Europe, SASUR, requested an additional 2,500 soldiers from the Allies to cope with the tasks ahead. He did not get any. By the end of September, when the military operation was officially over, only Poland responded and offered 900 soldiers, who were not to be deployed to Afghanistan until the following spring. The details of the problem became clear when one considered that the 2,500 reinforcements requested by General Jones for the South happened to correspond exactly to the size of the German ISAF contingent already stationed in Afghanistan. The catch was that the Germans were stationed in the north and, due to a national reservation by Berlin, were not allowed to move away from there or to take part in a military operation here or anywhere else in Afghanistan. The German ISAF soldiers had a purely non-violent combat mission. The Bundeswehr mission was merely a continuation of Germany's policy of appeasement by military means. According to a Congressional Research Service (CRS) report submitted to the U.S. Congress on August 22, 2006, the German ISAF soldiers had long been known among the Allies and the civilian population for hardly venturing beyond the walls of their dormitories and offices for fear of angering the Afghan public or coming into contact with armed elements. They did not undertake extensive patrols or respond to security incidents on the ground. The CRS report purported to list its accusations against the unsupportive Allies, which of course it did not name directly, in an order beginning with the governments most indecisive about the use of combat forces, starting the list of unsupportive ones with Germany and putting Berlin's national reservation first. The American Secretary of State Nicholas Burns later addressed the problem again at a press conference in Berlin after the conclusion of Operation Medusa. I would very politely ask the Germans to give some thought to whether the very tight and very rigid restrictions that have been placed on German troops make any sense to NATO, whether it would not be better, he politely went on to ask if Germany would be willing sometimes, on a periodic, temporary basis, to detach those troops to help the Dutch, British, Americans, and Canadians who are bearing the brunt of the fighting. Burns politely asked for help, but he was only asking for what the Allies had committed themselves to in the international treaties that bore their signatures. It was obvious, after all, that Berlin's national reservation, which banned German ISAF soldiers from participating in military operations in Afghanistan and restricted their area of movement to the north, contradicted the commitment of Article 5 of the NATO treaty, as did the then German Chancellor's assurance immediately after September 11 that America enjoyed our unqualified solidarity. And, of course, it contradicted the ISAF mission itself. Under a NATO map showing the responsibilities of the various countries involved in the ISAF mission for specific areas in Afghanistan, the mission was described as follows: Mission: to conduct military operations in assigned areas in support of the Afghan government. Accordingly, the ISAF troops had to fulfill their mission without the German troops, who were prohibited from participating in military operations due to the national reservation. However, the map also indirectly explained how Germany managed to uphold its mandate, which was contrary to its mission, and still play its part in the ISAF mission. The secret was to be in the right place at the right time where there was no fighting. The Bundeswehr led the operational command in the northern cities of Kunduz and Faizabad, and supported the Swedish command in Mazar-e-Sharif, the headquarters of the Regional Command North, the command over the entire North, which was also a German responsibility. The Germans had therefore taken command of the entire North. The reason for this: there had been no more fighting with the Taliban in the North since November 2001, and not a single German ISAF soldier was allowed to be detached to the south or east, where there was still fighting. This was again prohibited by the national reservation. There were rumors that German soldiers had occasionally taken part in military operations in southern Afghanistan. However, This did not refer to the German ISAF contingent, but to the Special Forces Command, KSK, which Germany had already provided for Operation Enduring Freedom in 2002. Now, not much can be said about the activities of the KSK in public, but according to everything that became known about it, the activities of the KSA also went beyond the occasional logistical support of the military operations carried out by the other allies, the occasional mistreatment of prisoners previously taken by U.S. troops and similar. As a rule, this did not go beyond the occasional stooge service. A German frigate scoured the Arabian Sea for fleeing terrorists. In Uzbekistan, a German logistics unit refueled Allied fighter planes, and German reconnaissance guided unmanned aerial vehicles over enemy territory where others would later fight. According to the German Minister of Defense, no KSK troops had been in Afghanistan at all since November 2005. On November 1, 2006, it was then revealed like a secret that 20 Bundeswehr long-range reconnaissance troops were active in the cities of Kandahar and Bagram, not without assuring that they never left their bases, which were secured by their comrades from other nations. In any case, Operation Medusa not only had to do without the support of German ISAF troops, but also without the support of the KSK. The criticism of the Allies, however politely formulated, fell on deaf ears in Germany, because all the attention of the public there at the time was already absorbed by prisoners with KSK soldiers pulling their hair and by Bundeswehr soldiers who had to pass the time with skulls for lack of more lively opponents. The German discussion was therefore not constructive, but had a completely different thrust. The Bundeswehr should withdraw immediately and completely from Afghanistan. This reminded us that the criticism of the German ally, who did not want to fulfill his duties, was not necessarily aimed at educating the Germans to become better soldiers after all. If they knew what to do with democracy, freedom of opinion, and other civic achievements other than abuse them to defend the right to their own opinion, then they would have known of their own accord what was worth fighting for. But as things stood, there really wasn't much to be said against withdrawing the Bundeswehr from Afghanistan immediately. They could have been excluded immediately and for the future from all military operations and other humanitarian missions worldwide, where they are usually just in the way anyway. They would not have been missed anywhere, and on the fronts where there was still live firing, it would not even have been noticed. But on September 28th, the same day that NATO announced its intention to take over command in the south and east the following week, the German Bundestag once again expressly reaffirmed Berlin's national reservation. Counterterrorism operations will continue to be carried out exclusively by the OEF. The clear distinction between counterterrorism and ISAF security operations, which is important to the federal government, will remain. A few sentences from the Bundestag's draft resolution may serve to illustrate the way in which this was a case of dilly-dallying between a desire to fulfill one's duty and a denial of it. First of all, it was objectively stated that since the end of 2005, the development of the security situation, particularly in the south and east, has given some cause for concern. The unstable security situation remains the greatest challenge for the Afghan government and the international community, so that further efforts are needed to fundamentally and sustainably improve the security situation. The German government was also aware that NATO/ISAF had taken control of the south and east of Afghanistan in 2006, thus assuming responsibility for providing security support to the Afghan government throughout the country. Likewise, that the alliance as a whole is called upon to meet this challenge. So far, so good, but what was the German contribution to meeting this challenge supposed to be? Until then, there had only been rather vague talk of security support, not of any military responsibility. The German Bundestag's draft resolution solved this problem as follows. We already have military responsibility in the north, but elsewhere we are happy to help out the troops of other nations fighting with the Taliban with logistics, if absolutely necessary. By taking over the Northern Regional Command in Mazar-e-Sharif, and thus the international military responsibility for the entire northern region, the German armed forces are making a significant and important contribution to the ISAF mission for the whole of Afghanistan. In addition, the German ISAF contingent, German soldiers in NATO staffs, as well as German contributions to NATO units, e.g. NATO remote communications battalions, are in a position to support the ISAF operation in other regions in addition to the operational focus of the ISAF northern region for a limited period of time, and to a limited extent if this is indispensable for the fulfillment of the overall ISAF mission. This applies in particular with regard to logistics and medical supplies as well as intelligence and reconnaissance covering the entire ISAF area of responsibility. The Bundeswehr should still have nothing to do with military operations. On the other hand, An example of what a military operation should look like according to German taste was advertised on the Bundeswehr website under the title A Tent for Allah. In their camp in Mazar-e-Sharif, the German soldiers had set up a place of prayer where the Afghan employees could now perform their 5 daily prayers prescribed by the Quran, including a cleaning procedure. In this way, the Germans want to show that they respect the customs of the country and show consideration for the religious traditions of the local population. The Dutch also had their reservations about the war, but their views differed fundamentally from those of the Germans in that they nevertheless recognized the need for military operations to combat terrorism and took part in them, including as part of the OEF. Because of their reservations, the Netherlands ranked just behind Germany in the CRS report's list of unsolidarians. However, they did not deserve to be placed in the corner of the unsolidarians alongside the Germans because of their occasional grumbling. On the contrary, as far as their deployment during Operation Medusa was concerned, the Netherlands was right on the other side of the scale, just behind Great Britain and Canada. The approximately 1,700 Dutch ISAF troops fought in Oresgun, the central Afghan province directly adjacent to the trouble spots in the south and east, where they had also been exposed to increasing Taliban attacks since summer 2006. The reservations of the Dutch were not at all expressed in their refusal to make troops available for combat missions, but in comparably harmless ideological stunts that could hardly be taken seriously, which is apparently how the artists themselves felt in the end. For example, the Dutch government insisted on paying its financial aid for the reconstruction of Afghanistan, unlike the Americans, for example, directly to the government in Kabul, which would then decide for itself what it wanted to do with the money. They considered this to be an imperative of Dutch tolerance, whereas the arrogant Americans usually carried out the projects they financed themselves, using their own manpower and equipment. With their liberal generosity, the Dutch politicians were obviously pursuing pedagogical intentions, as the CRS report explained. Only in this way, the Dutch believe, can the Afghans learn how good governance works and how to manage their own affairs themselves. In reality, however, the money disappeared into the private pockets of politicians and civil servants. The Dutch funding proviso served and promoted the opposite of its good intention: corruption, poor instead of good governance. This was not particularly conducive to nation building, and even more so to reconstruction, because the money that would have been needed for this was now gone. But at least one could console oneself with the fact that corruption was somewhere on the road to civilization, that the direction was right, that the problem was not very dramatic, and that in the end one could laugh about it. In any case, the solidarity of the Dutch with their NATO allies was beyond doubt. This was confirmed on November 1st, when Canadian Brig General David Fraser, who had been coordinating the military operations in the south for the past 8 months, handed over command to a Dutchman, Major General Ton van Loon. And van Loon, who commanded the Dutch ISAF troops in Oresgun, had already documented in an interview with Radio Netherlands in the summer, when his soldiers experienced the first battles with the Taliban, that he assessed the relationship between war and nation-building in Afghanistan entirely in line with the ISAF mission, i.e. somewhat differently from the Germans, and also differently from his fellow citizens. He had little use for the discussions taking place in the Netherlands about the nature of the NATO mission in Afghanistan. There was not a choice between reconstruction and security, it was about both. Depending on the situation, one time you are more busy with tasks concerning security, and then, immediately afterwards, you are back to supporting national or international aid organizations. Without security, they cannot continue their projects. You can't separate security from reconstruction and reconstruction from security. The Netherlands was not part of the problem, but part of the solution. The other, more serious problem, that of the loudmouthed but not equally generous allies who wanted to have a say everywhere but bear no responsibility anywhere, remained unsolved for the time being. It diminished somewhat and in a somewhat surprising way when NATO officially took control of the provinces in the south and east on October 5th, with 12,000 American OEF troops who had been fighting in the east being transferred to NATO command. The number of ISAF troops thus grew by a third to more than 30,000 at a stroke, while their combat strength probably tripled due to the increase in Americans fighting against international Islamic terrorism without national reservations. An additional 10,000 U.S. soldiers continued to be deployed as part of the OEF, meaning that the entire Afghanistan mission was still being carried out by a total of 40,000 ISAF and OEF troops. Although General Jones had still not received a single one of the NATO soldiers he had requested months ago as reinforcements, he had come one step closer to his goal of gradually reversing the institutional division of the Afghanistan mission, the clear demarcation between ISAF and OEF, which was important to the German government. The total number of troops at his disposal, 40,000, had not changed, but the numerical ratio between ISAF and OEF troops had increased from 1 to 1 to 2 to 1, i.e. there were now more troops under a single command, and above all significantly more troops suitable for military operations than before. In addition, there was no longer a geographical dividing line between ISAF and OEF since NATO controlled the entire Afghan territory. The ISAF command, reinforced by the American OEF troops, was led at this time by British Lieutenant General David Richards. In spring 2007, an American general would take over this task. The supreme commander of the entire Afghanistan mission was already an American general, Jones. The reintegration of the two missions, OEF and ISAF, into one mission under American leadership, which it essentially always was thus almost realized. The policy of separating the two missions, which dated back to the days of the Schroeder government and was supported by the German public and has not yet been corrected by the Merkel government, was met with less and less understanding by the Allies. The separation could no longer be justified on the merits. Recent experience had made it clear once again that the difficulties of the Afghanistan mission arose precisely from the fact that this separation did not work, because no reconstruction or nation-building could begin where the Taliban had not yet been defeated. But the Taliban was not defeated as long as nation-building had not progressed. Nation-building, in turn, was hampered by the ongoing war. There was no easy way out of these conflicts, especially not through the institutional separation of two components of a mission that were practically inseparable. How could an education system exist in Afghanistan, for example, if the newly built schools could not be defended against Taliban attacks? On October 2, 2006, the UN news agency IRIN reported from Lashkar Gah, the capital of Helmand province, which had been fought over and defended by British ISAF troops in the weeks before, over 300 schools closed in the south. Why did the schools have to be closed? Because they could not be defended against Taliban attacks. And since when had the schools even existed? Schools where girls were taught? Not before the fall of the Taliban in November 2001. According to the United Nations, from the fall of the Taliban until December 2005, i.e. in about 4 years, 5 million children had been educated, including 1.5 million girls who had been excluded from school during Taliban rule. But in the province of Kandahar alone, defended by Canadian ISAF troops, 150 schools were closed in October 2006 for fear of the Taliban. Also in Kandahar, the representative of the Ministry for Women's Rights, Safia Hamajan, was shot dead in September. She had become known for organizing underground schools for girls during the Taliban rule. Since the spring of 2006, teachers and students have been receiving phone calls threatening to kill them if they are seen in a school again. It was no different in Lashkar Gah. Wherever the occupying forces had not yet asserted themselves or were too weakly represented for the Taliban to become active again, women no longer dared to walk the streets unveiled, teachers no longer dared to go to school, politicians no longer dared to go to the office, aid organizations ended their projects because they could no longer protect their employees any more than they could protect the roads, bridges, and houses they had just built. If the infrastructure in Afghanistan, of which not much remained after 2 decades of war and chaos, could be destroyed again by the Taliban as soon as it was rebuilt, then there was obviously a lack of security, soldiers, or at least police officers. As we have seen, Germany did not have much to contribute militarily, but what about the police? Since April 3, 2002, Germany had been responsible for training the new Afghan police force. This was now a task that did not belong to the immediate military part of the mission, but to nation building. Just the right task for the Germans. So did Germany at least prove its worth on this front? The Allies were not so convinced either. George W. Bush, for example, cited the shortcomings in police training as an example when he took stock in a speech at the end of September and admitted setbacks in the war against international Islamic terrorism, including in Afghanistan. The training of the Afghan police has not been as smooth as that of the army. He found the training of the Afghan army successful. The Americans had taken on and mastered this task, so that Bush's admission of setbacks, as the media interpreted it, was in any case not an admission of his own mistakes in this case. Unless one wanted to recognize the mistake of having entrusted the Germans with responsible tasks in the first place. Bush had deliberately abbreviated the argument so that the journalists could hear what they really wanted to hear. The full argument, as General Jones had already formulated it in July, sounded somewhat less subtle. While the building of the Afghan army is one of the glorious stories, one of the less good ones so far is the failure to make comparable progress in police reform, for which Germany is responsible. There were 80,000 police officers in Afghanistan in 2001. However, they were a self-contradictory bunch of police officers who had been trained by the Soviet Union, veterans of the anti-Soviet jihad, and some gunmen of incumbent Afghan warlords. In 2002, the US began army training and the Germans began police training, but Germany sent only 40 instructors and focused on developing a cadre of 3,500 well-trained commanders at a reopened police academy. However, the tens of thousands of officers outside Kabul received no systematic training until 2004, when the US took up the cause and opened 7 regional training centers on its own authority. Only since then has there been progress in establishing the police in more remote areas. In an interview with the New York Times, Hamid Karzai admitted that the failure to train a professional Afghan police force was a key mistake in the immediate aftermath of the fall of the Taliban when the Germans were in charge. Karzai's, "We would like to have much more support from the United States in training the police." The Afghanistan veterans of the Red Army also assume that a war against the Mujahideen cannot be won. How could it be otherwise? But this time the freedom fighters do not have the superior superpower behind them, but in front of them. They now have to procure their inferior weapons themselves via a detour mediated by the production and distribution of opium. And their only refuge today is Pakistan, an ally that is too weak. That there was a problem with Pakistan had become clear during OEF Operation Mountain Fury, the offensive by coalition forces in the east, which took place in parallel with Operation Medusa in the south. In June 2006, General Pervez Musharraf, the Pakistani president, had agreed a ceasefire with militias of Pashtun tribal chiefs affiliated with the Taliban in North Waziristan, an area in northwestern Pakistan on the border with Afghanistan, which from then on served the Taliban and al-Qaeda as a military base on Pakistani soil inaccessible to US and NATO troops. The entire Pakistani provinces touching Afghanistan's eastern border, from the cities of Quetta, where Mullah Omar is believed to be, in the south to Peshawar, where Osama bin Laden may be, in the north, are populated by Pashtun tribes. On the opposite Afghan side are the cities of Kandahar in the southeast near the Pakistani border, Lashkar Gah to the west, the provincial capital of Helmand, and Kabul in the northeast. On the Afghan side, Kabul was the site of the heaviest fighting in recent times. The Taliban emerged in this area in 1993, and Kandahar was their first conquest in 1994. The places on the Afghan and Pakistani sides together mark a contiguous area inhabited by Pashtun, who make up almost half of the Afghan population, covering almost the entire southern part of Afghan territory and the provinces bordering Pakistan in the east. The Taliban still enjoys a great deal of sympathy today, especially among the Pashtun population. In North Waziristan, in the Pakistani no-man's land of the Pashtun, a mini-Taliban state emerged, encouraged by the ceasefire in June, a kind of state within a state, as it was established in a slightly different form in southern Lebanon after the Israeli army withdrew its troops from there in 2000, or as the Taliban proclaimed it throughout Afghanistan in 1996. An area developed here in which the law of the Pakistani state no longer applied, but Islamic tribal law, in a small theocracy where the guardians of morality set the tone. The Taliban openly attacks women who work for aid organizations, closes cinemas and practices its own legal system, and we do not see the Pakistani state intervening to end this state of affairs. Since the ceasefire in North Waziristan, Taliban attacks in the Afghan provinces of Paktika, Paktia and Khoust on the other side of the border, the operational area of Operation Mountain Fury, have tripled. This was particularly felt by the American soldiers stationed there. In October 2006, the U.S. troops recorded the highest number of casualties within 1 month with over 100 dead, a third of the total losses of the U.S. troops since the beginning of the Afghanistan mission. Only after Musharraf returned from Washington towards the end of October, where he had been read the Riot Act, did the tide turn. Days later, the Pakistani army attacked an al-Qaeda training camp disguised as a madrasa, sending 81 young terrorists to paradise in one fell swoop. The army leadership stated that the attack had also been carried out on the basis of CIA information, but without the involvement of American troops. Pakistan once again showed itself to be an ally that could never be relied upon, but could be brought to heel by adequate means of pressure. The problem with Pakistan and the Pashtun, who lack distance from the Taliban, is more likely to be solved by the strategists of the State Department or the CIA than that with the unsupportive allies. Governments such as the British, Canadian, or Dutch ones, which have so far resisted the popular demand for an immediate withdrawal of troops, could also fall prey to the German-Spanish ideology that you just have to stay out of everything in order to avoid what is coming. The Germans are also setting a bad example in Afghanistan, which, if it were to set a precedent, could cause the whole mission to fail. Has America lost the war in Afghanistan and the belief that it can still defeat international Islamic terrorism? No, Barack Obama did not say what people in the command centers of the Taliban and al-Qaeda in the Pakistani hinterland and in the offices of German newsrooms and the German Foreign Office think they have heard. He answered a question in the negative, which was formulated in the progressive form, saying that America is not in the process of winning the war in Afghanistan, which in itself is a simple fact that no one has questioned. But how should this be understood? Wrapped up in the announcement of a new strategy for Afghanistan, which, as the new thing, is supposed to include negotiations with a moderate Taliban that others say does not exist, it sounded to the sensitive ear like the latest self-recognition of a reformed superpower that has reached its limits, repented, and finally wants to reach out to its enemies instead of beating them. If that wasn't his message, it was certainly taken as such. The headlines he made with it only prove how eager the world is for the USA to be defeated. Providing a point of reference for this crazy longing is the secret that explains the boundless popularity of the new American president. It is now also the recipe for Hillary Clinton's diplomatic offensive, with which she wants to break through the isolation into which George W. Bush's foreign policy is said to have driven the USA. However, he did not scare away America's friends, but had too few of them when he declared war on his enemies. The first thing that can therefore be said about the foreign policy of the new American administration is that, instead of attacking its enemies, it is making the concept of it that the old president and Richard Cheney still had the object of their attack. Joseph Biden, the new vice president, declared at a NATO conference in Brussels in March that only 5% of the Taliban were incorrigible, not susceptible to anything other than being defeated, that another 25% or so were still uncertain, but that 70%, he was sure, were merely confused or could easily be confused by giving them money and thus persuading them to turn back. He was not yet sure exactly how to approach these people, but he thought it might be worthwhile approaching them and finding out whether one or other of them would be willing to do so. It would be difficult to sell this kind of jibber-jabber, adorned with figures that pretend to be accurate even though they are clearly made up out of thin air, as a new strategy if the novelty were not exclusively about ideological concessions to a fan base that enjoys such jokes and does not want to win a war, but just wants to hear their hearts beat faster. In his interview with the New York Times, Barack Obama tried to be more realistic when justifying his idea of negotiating with the Taliban by referring to his experiences in Iraq and invoking General David H. Petraeus as a key witness, under whose command the 2007 offensive brought about the breakthrough in the war against al-Qaeda in Iraq and the Shiite militias of Muqtada al-Sadr. If you talk to General Petraeus, I think he would say that part of the success in Iraq had to do with the fact that we had reached out to people who we would consider Islamic fundamentalists, but who were willing to work with us because they were deeply alienated by al-Qaeda's approach in Iraq. There are perhaps comparable opportunities in Afghanistan and Pakistan. End quote. Perhaps. In fact, David Petraeus, already hailed as a hero by the previous administration and currently commanding U.S. Forces Central Command, to which the Middle East, Afghanistan, and Pakistan are assigned, had already hinted at such possibilities 6 months ago, with the difference that he did not present them as the brilliant move in an already lost game. He said at the time, "People often ask me, what did you learn in Iraq that could be transferable to Afghanistan? The first lesson, the first warning really, is that every situation like this is really absolutely unique. One area that of course proved to be particularly significant in Iraq and perhaps, and I emphasize perhaps, has some significance in Afghanistan is the concept of reconciliation." End quote. Petraeus did not have to go into the fact that the people in question in Iraq were most likely Islamic fundamentalists, which Barack Obama could not resist saying, because for him the issue is not a military but a purely ideological battleground on which he has to prove that you can get along with even the worst riffraff. Perhaps he was also thinking of the Christian fundamentalism of his predecessor. Either way, he has only proved that he has no concept of the enemy that needs to be defeated. The fundamentalists are only the second worst here, otherwise the change of front in Iraq would not have happened at all. Cooperation with them did not involve any ideological concessions either, but had a precisely limited function in terms of time and place, namely to shift the current balance of power on the battlefield in favor of the coalition forces, which these fundamentalists offered to do, while demonstrating their suitability to do so by helping to win some of the decisive battles against al-Qaeda in Iraq alongside U.S. Marines on the front lines, at no point entering the field of ideological critique, where fundamentalism in itself would be an immediate natural enemy of negative thought. In passing, Petraeus remarked that something similar had been tried out in Afghanistan for some time, without much publicity, as nothing had come of it so far. In any case, since 2003 there has been a reconciliation program proclaimed by the Afghan government and supported by all the institutions of the international community active in Afghanistan, the peacebuilding program. It was so shockingly ineffective from the outset that the Afghan government was only able to report a dramatic increase in the program in October 2005, when more than 14 former enemy fighters unexpectedly showed an interest in it. In the years since, the offer of reconciliation has only attracted a small number of Taliban foot soldiers, not a single commander of a higher rank. It has remained a humanitarian action for isolated, confused fundamentalists, with no influence on the mass of jihadists and the war so far. Another experience was made in Iraq, which was of greater importance for the success of the mission there, is directly transferable to Afghanistan and is related to the troop reinforcements that were deployed in Iraq from summer 2007. Together with the newly trained units of the National Army and Police, there were now sufficient forces available for the defense of the Iraqi Republic to bring about a change in strategy in the fight against al-Qaeda in Iraq. Before, it was a cat-and-mouse game. The coalition forces captured one place, the enemy retreated and reappeared in another place, the coalition forces pursued and drove him out of there, and so on until you were back at the starting point. But now they had the necessary reserves to hold any conquered territory. Incidentally, the new strategy was first successful in the province of Anbar, which at the time was thought to be almost lost, thanks to the Sunni fundamentalists who were available there as additional forces. Although there is no comparable ally in the Hindu Kush as yet, the change in strategy that was successfully tested in Iraq is currently being prepared in southern Afghanistan, as reported by the commander of a U.S. Army infantry unit stationed in Maywand, near Kandahar, since last September, who was visited by a group of journalists from the Washington Post in mid-March. The preparations were not based on Barack Obama's new Afghanistan strategy, which was not even available at the time, but rather the dangerous state of affairs in the area prompted them to think and act, as the battalion commander explained. The approximately 38,000 American troops currently stationed in Afghanistan have so far mainly fought in the eastern provinces, on the border with Pakistan, from where the Taliban, who were driven out at the end of 2001, are advancing into the Afghan theater of war. Only now that it has become somewhat safer in this area are U.S. units being increasingly deployed to the south, which until then was mainly defended by British, Canadian, and Dutch units. The expected troop increase of 17,000 soldiers, announced by the new American government in February but planned long beforehand, should now make it possible to apply the new counterinsurgency doctrine developed in Iraq here too. Deploy the troops in such a way that they form a security zone around population centers instead of launching out-and-out attacks against the insurgents. The Canadian Army, explains the commander, who had been responsible for this area since the spring of 2006, came every few months to clear the area of Taliban fighters, but the insurgents inevitably came back as soon as the troops left. He and his battalion will do things differently, he says. They will stay in Maywand. What they won't try to do, he says, is copy another page from the script in Iraq, namely form tribal militias to drive out the Taliban. Because such an endeavor could only create more warlords and intertribal feuds here. The commanders in Afghanistan, writes the Washington Post, see little benefit in negotiating with the Taliban right now, despite Obama's support for such an offer. The new counterinsurgency doctrine favored here is additionally promoted by the planned doubling of the number of Afghan soldiers and police to around 400,000, a project that is just as little attributable to Barack Obama's new ideas, but where the concrete requirements for the implementation of the old and the new strategy meet. To win the war or to leave the problem to the Afghans, a strong national army and police force would serve both options. The diplomatic offensive of the new Secretary of State could also in some ways refer to Petraeus, the general who is popular across party lines because of his successes in Iraq. Asked about Iran's role, he said in January, "I'd rather leave that to the diplomats and politicians. It's a very hot potato. Nevertheless, there are some common interests. Iran is concerned about drug trafficking in Afghanistan, does not want Sunni extremists, or rather ultra-fundamentalist extremists, to rule Afghanistan. He qualified this by pointing out that the USA and Iran also have a number of other points of conflict of considerable importance. End quote. As commander of the U.S. troops in Iraq, Petraeus accused Iran of supplying the Shiite militias, but also al-Qaeda in Iraq, with the most lethal weapons at the time for the coalition troops there, roadside bombs known by the abbreviations RPG and IED, which have also been used extensively by the Taliban in recent years, which Iran is also reportedly equipping with Chinese-made shoulder-launched air defense missiles, similar to the Stinger missiles the Mujahedin received from the CIA in the 1980s. For the jihad against the Soviet Union, Iran may not want Afghanistan to be ruled by the Taliban, but it may not want the U.S. to win the war either. Never mind, Hillary Clinton has already invited Iran to her hopeful Afghanistan conference in The Hague. Isn't there still someone missing to shake hands with? Russia certainly has no interest in the ultra-fundamentalist extremists returning to Kabul, with whom it has never dealt. In the second half of the 1990s, the Caucasian and Central Asian Jihad, the holy warriors from Chechnya to Uzbekistan, profited from al-Qaeda's training camps, which, under the rule of the Taliban, who were still trying to prevent the cultivation of drugs at the time, provided the only export commodity whose production was permitted in Afghanistan at the time, terror. Long before September 11th, the Russian Air Force itself threatened to bomb these facilities several times, until American and British forces finally carried out the threat. To conclude from this that Russia now wishes the coalition forces an outright victory over the enemy that once defeated the Red Army would be no less premature than in the case of Iran. For both powers, a never-ending war between their global and regional rivals, in which they expend their forces and as long as it is geographically limited to foreign territory, could appear even more attractive. Russia does not supply the Taliban with weapons, but indirectly hinders the coalition forces by influencing the former Soviet republics, which share a border with Afghanistan and are therefore important for the transit of military supplies, among other things. 3/4 of the goods needed to arm and supply the soldiers and maintain their bases in Afghanistan are still brought in via the Pakistani border. But this border is not safe terrain, as the Taliban is entrenched here on the Pakistani side and regularly attacks the transport units. At the beginning of March, Kyrgyzstan, which is allied with Russia, terminated the agreement for the use of the only military airport currently available to the American forces in the area, shortly after Moscow had injected a large sum of money into the ass of Bakiyev, the head of government. However, it is said that the one has nothing to do with the other. It is also said that the USA wants to offer Russia to abandon the planned deployment of a missile defense system in Eastern Europe in order to achieve better cooperation in Afghanistan and with Tehran, where Russia, like Europe, is undermining a united stance of the international community against the upcoming Persian nuclear power. The offer of appeasement could also include the postponement of NATO membership for Georgia and Ukraine. Moscow's actions, however, indicate more that the prospect of a deal offered in a pose of weakness will not be immediately rewarded with concessions, which is also obvious, as those being ensnared first want to test whether the price can still be negotiated upwards. Incidentally, the Iraq deal cannot be used as a model for this summer sales diplomacy either. The Sunni fundamentalists approached the U.S. troops on their own initiative, not so much to offer their help as to ask for it, after they had learned in their towns and villages how fundamentally different their primitive tribal rule is from the gang barbarism of al-Qaeda. The guiding principle of the new Afghanistan strategy, the idea underlying all its details, is supposed to be the truism that the war cannot be won by military means alone, as if this empty formula, brimming with banality, were the latest insight that no one had come up with before. Although the new strategists do not tell us what this could mean in concrete terms, it has long been practiced in Afghanistan. The provincial reconstruction teams, for example, in which small units of the American and Afghan army work together with companies and the local civil administration and population to set up schools in regions remote from the city centers, build roads and bring water and electricity to the almost hopelessly backward places, were set up at the end of 2002 on the initiative of the American government. The military component of the teams is there to defend these modest achievements of civilization against attacks by the Taliban, who would otherwise immediately raze to the ground every little bit of progress, especially the girls' schools, which receive special support. This is civil-military cooperation per excellence, and civilian means alone would achieve nothing here. It is striking that, beneath its ideological flights of fancy, Barack Obama's new Afghanistan strategy has nothing new to offer. As soon as it becomes concrete, there is not a single detail that is not already being practiced or worse, has long since been tried out and discarded because it led nowhere or was misleading. The International Crisis Group, which does not enjoy the reputation of being neoconservatively infected, therefore begins its most recent analysis of Afghanistan with the ironically meant but understandable remark. A review of past policy by the Obama administration has reopened the discussion about how to defeat the forces of violent global jihad, al-Qaeda and its protectors, the Taliban, in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Most of the ideas on offer, such as declaring victory and then withdrawing, negotiating with the insurgents, organizing regional conferences, prioritizing relationships with select individuals and allies over developing strong democratic institutions, have all been tried at least once in the past 2 decades without success. We now know what not to do. Knowing what to do and how to do it is more difficult. What Afghanistan needs is a strong state. End quote. Abandoning nation-building is indeed a new idea of the new strategy. The establishment of democratic conditions under the rule of law where previously Islamist gangs or fascist dictatorships ruled, an idea that was originally an indispensable part of the war against international Islamic terrorism and the Bush Doctrine, since, according to neoconservative conviction, lack of freedom underlies the evil to be combated, no longer fits into the ideological grid of the new defenders of the old world order. Stability instead of freedom is the new magic formula. What it looks like inside Afghanistan is basically irrelevant as long as nothing leaks out. The objectives of the Afghanistan mission are to be limited so that they can be achieved sooner and the soldiers can be brought home more quickly. The Afghans are no longer promised Valhalla, because now it is all about preventing Afghanistan from being used by terrorists and extremists as a base for attacks on the United States and our allies, as Robert Gates announced in his inaugural speech as the new old U.S. Secretary of Defense. The strategists may have thought that it might even be possible to negotiate with Mullah Omar, the new old Taliban leader, as the Taliban might be more interested in taking power in Kabul and Islamabad than in global jihad. To prove this, they would only have to hand over Osama bin Laden to the Americans, whose priorities are known to be the other way around. It's hard to believe, but attempts to move in this direction have allegedly already taken place. Journalist Christina Lamb, who spoke in Kabul with the Afghan president's brother, who is apparently mediating the talks, reports in the Sunday Times. Speaking for the first time about his role, Qayyum Karzai said he traveled to Kandahar, half of which is under Taliban control, on Monday as soon as he heard about Obama's comments. I have met the Taliban over the last 5 days, and I can tell you Obama's words have created tremendous optimism on both sides. There is no way out except talks. Frankly, both sides have exhausted all possibilities of achieving their goals in the war. End quote. One can vividly imagine the optimism on the part of the Taliban. Allegedly, Mullah Omar has already expressed his curiosity, although a Taliban spokesman angrily denied this. In any case, the preconditions for any kind of negotiations that the Taliban would be prepared to conduct have long been known: withdrawal of all foreign troops and the resignation of the Karzai government. In any case, the diplomatic trick of playing the Taliban and al-Qaeda off against each other has long been attempted. It was the content of the ultimatum that the American government issued to the Taliban regime immediately after September 11th. Mullah Omar renounced it at the time, preferring to abandon Kabul and go into hiding with his comrade-in-arms in Pakistan, where together they organized one of the most important front lines of global jihad to this day. The relationship between the Taliban and al-Qaeda is now more inseparable than ever before. Some of the unwilling parties that the new strategists have to deal with are old acquaintances. No Afghanistan strategy has been or will be able to avoid Pakistan. The new strategists probably realize that they cannot end the war overnight and that they have long since advanced into the Pakistani border areas, where the jihadists have retreated to strike back from there. But this means that their strategy once again only covers the extended terrain with the narrowed concept, without them realizing that the enemy facing them on this front is waging total war. If they had any idea, they would not have been allowed to abandon the very elements of the Bush Doctrine whose abandonment is the essence of the new strategy: nation building and the will to win. Military victory would not merely be a means to an end, and its end itself would not be a military one. The enemy could only be defeated ideologically by military means. Having emerged from the jihad against the Soviet Union, having defeated a superpower before, motivated by the delusion of world domination, animated by an ideology, also related to that of National Socialism, which endows him with God-given superiority, the conceit of his certainty of victory is precisely the point at which he would have to be refuted ideologically, i.e. militarily. In his short foreword to Behemoth, Franz Neumann emphasized the importance of this moment of warfare in the first phase of the global confrontation with National Socialism. A military defeat of Germany is necessary. Whether National Socialism can be crushed without a military defeat, I do not know. But I do know one thing for sure: a military defeat will wipe it out. The military superiority of the democracies and Soviet Russia must be proven to the German people. The ideology of National Socialism stands and falls with its alleged power. This must be refuted. More and better airplanes, tanks and guns, as well as a complete military defeat will destroy National Socialism in the consciousness of the German people. End quote. Nation building in Afghanistan could only succeed on the basis of a complete military defeat of the jihadists, never as a result of a compromise with them. Therefore, the new strategists must reject the other element of the Bush doctrine along with the one. This also describes the Pakistani problem. Pakistan has not yet succeeded in nation building. Large swathes of land, especially the areas along the Afghan border and in the northwest, are dominated by the primitive Pashtun tribes, who also represent both a human resource and a protective shield for the Taliban in southern Afghanistan. The Taliban's relationship to these tribes is described by the rule of thumb. Not all Pashtun are Taliban, but all Taliban are Pashtun. Islamabad has no governmental authority over these provinces, which carry the stigma of no man's land in their very name. Northwest Frontier Province, federal and provincially administered tribal areas. Here you can see what it means in concrete terms when the sovereign, instead of asserting itself militarily against its, in this case, internal enemies, makes compromises with them. In Swat, a district north of Islamabad with a former population of 1.5 million, a third of whom have since fled, the Pakistani state made peace with the Taliban in February. It is a capitulation across the board. After a failed offensive by the Pakistani army, whose leadership brought about the surrender with its own hands, the government agreed a ceasefire with the Sunni jihadists based in Swat, who are allied with the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. In return for their verbal renunciation of violence, the entire Malakand region, which includes Swat, was handed over to them. The Pakistani police have dismantled all roadblocks and the army has withdrawn to its barracks. Since March 16th, the moderate Sharia has been the law in Malakand, a compromise negotiated with the government, according to which, contrary to the divine commandment, girls in the lower school classes are allowed to attend school, provided they are fully veiled and accompanied by men. However, no one expects that many will take up this option, as attending school will remain life-threatening for girls even in this disguise. Because everyone knows that the religion of the new rulers actually forbids such compromises, and no one can believe that the barbarians who have just imposed themselves here by force feel more obliged to the treaties with the goddamn government than to Allah and the Prophet. Before the peace treaty was signed, they had already burned down almost 200 of the hated schools. Some of those who have since fled still remember that in the 1960s, when the former vacation paradise was still attracting hippies from the USA, there were schools here where boys and girls were taught together. This has long since become unthinkable. The most recent terror campaign in Swat began in October 2007 with the desecration of a Buddha statue in the style of the Kabul Taliban regime. In order to gain respect, the Sharia activists beheaded, kidnapped and raped anything they could get their hands on, destroyed schools, chopped off girls' fingers with painted nails, shot, murdered and won. Now Malakand is a moderate Talibanistan, with closed music stores, Islamic courts, alcohol bans, Quran schools, invisible women and fear lurking on dead streets. Robert Gates, who can still call himself America's Secretary of Defense, happened to be in Kabul on the day the peace treaty was signed in Swat. He commented on the compromise as still justifiable and as a possible template for Afghanistan. After all, Richard Holbrooke, Obama's special representative for the region, who was in Kabul at the same time, immediately contradicted him. In 2008, the CIA established an undeclared war against the Taliban in the border region of the tribal areas, which has intensified since the beginning of this year, untouched by the change of government in Washington. From Afghanistan, military targets on the Pakistani side are tracked down by drones and shot at with missiles. A number of high-ranking Taliban leaders and training camps have been eliminated in the process. The war on terror has long since reached Pakistan. But it still does not go far enough. It is significant that, as far as Pakistan is concerned, there is still the slightest difference between the old and new strategies, even if the new American administration pretends that it was the first to discover Pakistan as a field of action. The reason why these differences hardly exist in reality is that the old strategy already failed because of Pakistan. Firstly, because the network of Sunni jihadists, which could be mapped on the basis of the mosques and Quran schools they run, extends across the entire national territory, with focal points in Punjab, the most populous province in the center of the country, all the way to Kashmir in the northeast. The Taliban and Al-Qaeda are only part of a much wider terror system, dedicated to the same ideology, waging a regional war against Kabul, Islamabad, and New Delhi, and a world war against the West. The attack on the Danish embassy in Islamabad in June was the work of Al-Qaeda. The attack on the Marriott Hotel in September was probably carried out by a group from Punjab. The commando that went on the rampage in Mumbai in November came from Kashmir. The suicide attack on the Kabul Ministry of Justice in February and the massacre of the Sri Lankan cricket team in Lahore were also carried out by Pakistani jihadists, to name just a few of the more spectacular examples in recent months of the potential, diversity, and reach of these groups, which spread a quasi-everyday terror inside and outside Pakistan, the fullness of which is no longer covered by the media. Secondly, the Pakistani army is only prepared to a limited extent to stand up to this threat. The military prowess of today's jihad, both in the narrow and broader sense, is the result of thorough war experience dating back to the 1980s, when the CIA and Pakistan's ISI trained and armed the Mujahideen for the war against the Soviet Union. These proxy warriors became uninteresting for the USA after the defeat of the Red Army in Afghanistan in 1989 and the subsequent collapse of the Eastern Bloc. However, while the American Secret Service is now fighting them, the Pakistani Secret Service is holding on to them in order to use them against India if necessary. The Pakistani military's doctrine is based on the mistaken idea that an attack by India is imminent, which is why the armed forces are concentrated in the east along the Indian border instead of directing them against the enemy within. Since the invasion of Afghanistan by coalition forces in late 2001, the Pakistani army has been supplied with substantial sums of dollars to equip it for the war against terrorists at home. In fact, the no less considerable political pressure from Washington prompted the army to undertake a series of offensives, especially in the tribal areas, in which around 1,500 more soldiers have died than on the side of the coalition troops in Afghanistan. However, the Pakistani army's approach is reactive and selective. The groups that the ISI deems useful for a war against India remain outside the line of fire, and the most dangerous parts of the terrorist network, such as the Sunni jihadists in Punjab and Kashmir, are hardly affected. Last September, the U.S. government began drawing up plans to extend the CIA's covert war to these hitherto virtually unchallenged structures, but without putting them into practice. So far, only a suggestion by David Petraeus to extend the drone fire along the Afghan border further south to the area around Quetta, the provincial capital of Baluchistan, where the Taliban is said to have concentrated its activities in the meantime, is being considered. Petraeus is also suggesting short commando operations by special units from Afghanistan into Pakistani territory. Although this would be the first time that the CIA's covert war would target a province directly administered from Islamabad, it would again only affect the part of the Pakistani terrorist network that has already been combated. This limited expansion of the war is still the subject of controversial debate within the new American government. The old administration was already wary of a further escalation that would effectively turn Pakistan itself into a theater of war. Overall, there is nothing new to report about the Germans. Their engagement in Afghanistan has and will outlast every change of government unchanged. It has achieved the feat of staying out of trouble all these years with one of the largest contingents of troops. However, it cannot be said that the Germans did not play a role. In the disruptive fire of the unwilling, they achieved a high, if not the highest rank early on. From Gerhard Schroeder's initiative for an Ashes of Peace in the run-up to the Iraq War to Angela Merkel's persistent refusal to transfer soldiers from the pacified north to the embattled south of Afghanistan, one could be forgiven for thinking that German foreign policy in recent years has served as a template for the new American ideology. So far, none of these things have had any visible effect on the events on the theater of war itself, which may of course still change. However, the new ideology will certainly have an influence on the mood of all those involved and those not involved over time, perhaps least of all on the fighting troops and their commanders. The unwilling, however, will certainly already feel strengthened in their conviction that the war is wrong and must be ended as quickly as possible. Their impatience will increase and perhaps break political ground here and there in order to force a vulnerable coalition partner to retreat. In the U.S. itself, according to a poll by Gallup and USA Today, the percentage of the population who think the war in Afghanistan is a mistake has already risen from 30 to 42% in the first month since Barack Obama took office, which, although the level of unwillingness there will certainly never reach the level that has consistently prevailed in Germany since the beginning of the war, is an unmistakable sign of the expectations that the new ideology raises. The strongest effect will perhaps be observed in the enemy, who will find confirmation in the fact that his opponent has no will to persevere. With victory within his grasp, he will stir up his will to destroy to the last stand. At the beginning of 2007, the American government announced an increase in its military engagement in Iraq. The deployment of 30,000 additional ground troops and their weapons was completed in mid-June. At the beginning of the summer, the USA thus had a force of 160,000, together with the other coalition troops and the new Iraqi army, over 35 million soldiers at its disposal to carry out the offensive prepared in the preceding months by the commanders in Iraq and the Pentagon. Parallel to the reinforcement of the ground forces, the American Air Force had multiplied its striking power and activity in and over Iraq, expanded its airports in Iraq, brought its veteran B-1B large bombers, last used during the invasion in spring 2003, back to the front and deployed its F-16C fighter jets equipped with the very latest electronics to work in close cooperation with the ground forces in operations against al-Qaeda, Baathists, the Mahdi army, and all the other Shiite and Sunni Islamic terrorist groups. The U.S. Navy had already been present in the Persian Gulf and Arabian Sea since January with 2 aircraft carriers and their accompanying warships to support the coalition forces in Afghanistan and Iraq with additional combat aircraft and reconnaissance flights. A 3rd aircraft carrier arrived in the Gulf at the beginning of August, where it took part in a joint military exercise involving the American naval, air, and ground forces with a total of 20,000 soldiers, 30 ships, and 280 aircraft. This deployment was the American government's response to the security situation in Iraq, particularly in Baghdad and the neighboring provinces, which had deteriorated dramatically since spring 2006 as a result of increased attacks against coalition troops and the escalation of religiously motivated violence. And it was also the answer to the defeatism spread by the Democratic presidential candidates in the run-up to next year's elections, which invoked war weariness and, in view of the Iraq disaster identified by so-called experts, demanded that the USA admit defeat in Iraq. The assessment of the military and political reality in Iraq, whether it was initially judged to be merely dramatically bad or already regarded as a disaster, was not the point that led the government and the opposition to such contradictory conclusions. Or rather, this difference in the assessment of reality was already a derivative one, a function of an earlier and more fundamental divide. The majority of those who now considered Bush's Iraq adventure a failure were of the same opinion before it had even begun. Long before the American opposition, the German government knew it, having long since led the coalition of the unwilling in October 2002, when Hillary Clinton was still threatening Saddam Hussein with American military action in the words "disarm or be disarmed." For the Germans, every piece of bad news from Iraq since then had never been more than proof that their premature prophecy that things would not end well finally seemed to be coming true. What the opponents of the war were now criticizing was therefore not the failure of a mission that might once have had a good idea behind it, but the idea of this mission itself, that it was both necessary and possible to topple Saddam Hussein and establish a democratic state in place of his dictatorship. The idea of liberating Iraq through a coalition of the willing was rejected by Hillary Clinton at the very moment she voted in the Senate to disarm Saddam Hussein with the help of American forces if necessary. This idea was perhaps tempting for some, she warned in her Senate speech at the time, because they hoped that such an attack would give the Iraqi people the chance to build a future in freedom. These people, by which she meant the neocons, possibly thought that the removal of the dictatorship would create the possibility of establishing a democratic state in Iraq and perhaps even lead the whole region to democratic reforms. But she rejected such ideas because they were not shared by the United Nations and covered by international law, and if the U.S. tried to realize them on its own, it would set a precedent that could encourage other states such as Russia or China to embark on military adventures. Clinton agreed to military action only if it was limited to forcing Saddam Hussein to comply with UN resolutions dealing with the production of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and only if all non-military means would fail to achieve this. With its vote at the time, it expressly did not agree to a war to liberate Iraq, a regime change. However, a precedent, albeit of a somewhat different kind than that invoked by Clinton, was precisely what the American government wanted to create. It didn't just want to democratize Iraq. The need to attack Iraq arose from the connection it made between the undemocratic conditions in the Middle East and the Islamic terrorists who had declared war on America on September 11, 2001. She claimed that the specific political lack of freedom in the Arab and Islamic states, rather than the general social injustice in the world, was the soil from which terror grew. And it recognized Saddam Hussein's dictatorship as the first obstacle to a democratic revolution in the entire Middle East, to which it wanted to provide the impetus. The possibility of removing this obstacle arose from the military superiority of the USA, but initially only as far as the overthrow of the dictator was concerned. That it was also possible to replace the dictatorship with a democratic state was until then little more than an idea, the realization of which depended not only on the military balance of power, but also on whether Iraqi society would identify with the idealism of the American government, and with what determination and tenacity the resulting alliance of Iraqi and American Republicans would defend this idea in practice against their enemies. This idea of jointly won freedom was symbolically captured in the world-famous scene that took place in Baghdad on April 9, 2003, when U.S. Marines, together with Iraqi citizens, removed the 12-meter-high statue of Saddam Hussein from its pedestal in Firdos Square. In the center of the newly liberated city. 2, the statue had been erected there a year earlier in honor of the dictator's 65th birthday, and its toppling was the symbolic execution of the collective tyrannicide that did not actually take place until 3.5 years later, then under more sober circumstances and with correspondingly altered symbolism. And of course, the scene at the time already distorted the real circumstances in a decisive way by greatly exaggerating the contribution that Iraqi society had made to the overthrow of the dictator, the first step towards their liberation. Yet it was precisely in this distortion that its symbolic power, its idealistic moment, lay. The exaggeration expressed the discrepancy between the idea and the reality of the Iraqi Republic that was to be established in place of the dictatorship, and this difference pointed to the contribution that Iraqi society still had to make to its liberation. But after the removal of the dictatorship, the next obstacle stood in the way of the democratic revolution to which America had provided the impetus. Not all Iraqis were Republicans, just as not all Americans are Democrats, so that Iraqi society was politically divided into supporters and opponents of the Republic, those who wanted the old regime back, others who wanted to establish a theocracy instead of a constitutional state, or those who wanted to divide Iraq according to religious or ethnic criteria or simply wanted to prevent America from winning this war. As a result, Iraqi society was unable to organize itself democratically, as the revolutionary idea demanded. Instead, it was the enemies of the Republic who had the ability to self-organize, while the fate of the democratic revolution depended almost entirely on America's engagement even after the removal of the dictatorship. Immediately after the fall of Saddam Hussein, supporters of the defunct regime began organizing a guerrilla war to revive it. Sunni tribal chiefs and Islamists, especially in the province of Anbar, joined them. Al-Qaeda declared Iraq to be the scene of a decisive battle against the infidels and won allies among the Iraqi Sunnis by arguing that democracy was only the form that would bring the Shiite majority to power. In Baghdad, Muqtada al-Sadr mobilized the Shiite masses for war against the liberators, while his militia, the Mahdi army, killed Americans, Baathists, and Sunnis alike. Al-Sadr also attacked the Shiite establishment that cooperated with the coalition forces because he wanted neither the old regime back nor a democracy, but a Shiite state modeled on Iran. 1 year after the invasion, in 2004, this mixture had long since established itself as a permanent barrier against the Iraqi Republic. In 2004, Musab al-Zarqawi founded al-Qaeda in Iraq, AQI. With attacks on coalition troops, the UN headquarters in Baghdad, the murder of Shiite clerics, and over 100 terror victims, he was already involved in all fronts of the Iraq War in August 2003. Terror against the liberators, collaborators, and infidels. In March 2004, he caused 150 deaths with coordinated attacks on Shiite mosques in Baghdad and Karbala, and achieved worldwide fame in May with a video of the beheading of Nicholas Berg. Zarqawi's terror set an early benchmark for the level of brutality with which the Republic's enemies operated, leaving little room for doubt that al-Qaeda was waging all-out war in Iraq. Meanwhile, from April to August 2004, Muqtada al-Sadr fought his first major battles with American troops in Baghdad. After the dictator's fall, the district where he lived, a neighborhood of 2 million Shiites northeast of central Baghdad, was renamed from Saddam City to Sadr City. Al-Sadr claimed to be the true liberator of Iraq. But the ideas he had about the liberation of Iraq did not apply to all Iraqis. They were limited to mobilizing the Shiite masses, the underdogs, for a Shiite revolution along the lines of the Iranian one. His ideas of freedom revolved around the belief in the imminent return of Mahdi, the hidden imam, which he shared with the president of Iran. He and Zarqawi were united by their religiously based hatred of the Republic, while the two terror leaders and their clientele, Sunni and Shia, were deadly enemies. In the first 2 years of the war, the coalition forces repeatedly carried out successful operations, for example against the AQI, Baathists and their Sunni allies in Fallujah and the Mahdi army in Najaf, Karbala and Sadr city. However, after their victory, the troops withdrew from the conquered areas, and the barely developed Iraqi army and police were unable to hold the cities, so that they gradually fell back into the hands of the terrorists. In January 2005, in the run-up to the first democratic elections in Iraq since the end of the dictatorship, Zarqawi declared a bitter war against democracy and all those who were trying to establish it. He declared all candidates and voters to be enemies of Islam, a death sentence that AQI carried out with 300 attacks before the election. Since democracy is based on the principles of majority and pluralism, Zarqawi warned, it allows unbelief to spread within the community. Democracy, he said, was a plot by the Americans to bring their insidious beliefs upon Baghdad and the Sunnis. But Zarqawi's terror against democracy and Democrats did not prevent the first institutions of the Republic from emerging at the same time. As early as June 2004, the coalition forces had transferred sovereignty over Iraq to an Iraqi transitional government. In January 2005, 12 million Iraqis, almost half the population, elected a transitional parliament. In October, they adopted a new constitution in a referendum and elected the first government of the new Iraqi Republic in December. In the constitution, they recorded the dual awareness that these would only be the beginnings of a new order, which would have to be established and defended in battle if it was to prevail. The accusations that we are infidels and the terror could not deter us from advancing towards the building of a nation of law. The Iraqi Republic is a federal, independent and fully sovereign state whose system of government is republican, representative, parliamentary, and democratic. The state will fight terrorism in all its forms and ensure that its territory does not become a base, passageway, or staging ground for terrorist activities. End quote. The Constitution thus confirmed the alliance between Iraqi and American Republicans, which was based on the conviction that the defense of the Iraqi Republic and the war against international Islamic terror are one and the same. In 2006, 3 years after the invasion, the AQI attack on the Golden Mosque in Samarra triggered an escalation of religiously motivated violence between Sunnis and Shiites. The mosque contained the tombs of 2 9th-century imams revered by the Shiites, one of whom was the father of the hidden imam. The attack was a deliberate and at the same time unbelievable provocation for all Shiites, but especially for those who believe in the Mahdi, and thus for the Mahdi army. The ensuing terror war between Shiites and Sunnis changed Baghdad dramatically within a few months, as the city was divided into religiously defined pieces in the course of an orgy of violence. Attacks against the coalition troops also increased. They were unable to bring lasting peace to Baghdad and the surrounding provinces, and the number of civilian and military casualties in the war rose to an unprecedented level. As the majority of the Iraqi population professed Shiite faith and the majority of voters voted according to their religious beliefs, the Iraqi government was dominated by the established Shiite parties. However, Muqtada al-Sadr, an avowed enemy of the Republic, also controlled several ministries. The Sunni parties boycotted the elections in January 2005, which they could not win under these demographic religious circumstances, but won some parliamentary seats in December and later obtained ministries. The Kurdish parties involved in the government also had to administer a largely autonomous region in northern Iraq. It was a government whose democratic form was undermined by vested interests. It hardly made any political decisions of national importance. The Iraqi army and police forces remained too weak to prevail against the militias operating throughout the country. The Iraqi Republic was still a vision that could only be maintained by the presence of American troops. The opponents of the war, who wanted nothing to do with the idealism of the American government, saw this reality, but no discrepancy with an idea against which it could have been measured, and thus lacked any reason to change it. Their realistic view of what had failed went completely astray because they had never believed in what was supposed to have failed. That is why the verdict they passed 4 years after the Iraq invasion was mercilessly realistic. This is not America's war, not a war America has to win or lose. We have given the Iraqi people the chance of freedom, the chance to shape their own country. It is now up to them to decide whether they want to take that chance or not. End quote. As if it had been the Iraqis themselves who had come up with the idea of liberating themselves. For the time after Bush, Hillary Clinton's website promised, if the Bush administration doesn't do it, as President and Commander-in-Chief of the American Armed Forces, Hillary will end this war. End quote. Clinton's campaign slogan was, I'm bringing our soldiers home, and that was all she had to say about Iraq. If Clinton had been president of the USA in 2003, the Iraqi people would probably never have been given the chance to be free. She may have been right on all counts when it came to her portrayal of reality, her criticism of the Iraqis' failure to contribute to their liberation and the government they elected, which Clinton accused of having failed and of being infiltrated by Muqtada al-Sadr's militias or controlled by Tehran. But was she right when she said that this was a reality that no longer concerned America? Her government had certainly not attacked Iraq, smashed the dictatorship, created the first democratic institutions and sacrificed 4,000 American soldiers because it thought that Iraq was none of its business, or only to search for weapons of mass destruction there. For the American government, the establishment of a republic instead of a dictatorship, Iraq as a precedent for the entire Middle East, was the linchpin of its strategy in the war against international Islamic terror. The first foundations of the republic had been laid after the invasion, and they were neither secure and unchallenged, nor had they collapsed under the terror. What was certain was that the republic was in the critical stage of its defense, with no way of knowing how long this state would last. But there was also no recipe or script in which one could have read how long it would take and how much it would cost to win this war. The only certainty was that the Iraqi Republic was not in a position to defend itself, so America had to help it. And the American government was convinced that America had to do this in the context of the war against international Islamic terror and therefore in its own interests. We have already seen al-Qaeda use a failed state thousands of miles from our shores to bring death and destruction to the streets of our cities, and we must not allow them to do so again. However difficult the fight in Iraq may be, we must win it. And we can win it. End quote. If the war had to be won and could be won, it was not yet known how or whether it would actually be won, but the American government was convinced that withdrawal in this situation would have been a doubly serious mistake. Sunni and Shiite terrorists and a civil war fueled by the surrounding competing Arab and Islamic powers would drown the Iraqi Republic in a bloodbath, and America would have lost the first decisive battle in the war on terror. That may have been the way Clinton wanted to end this war. Bush, however, wanted to win the war first and then end it. 2006, no different in Iraq than in Afghanistan, was a year of offense by the terrorists and defense by the coalition forces. War fatigue not only overcame the opposition in Washington, but also threatened to overwhelm the American troops on the front line. In September, a report leaked to the Washington Post by the intelligence chief of the U.S. Marines in Anbar province assessed the situation as hopeless. The United States has lost in Anbar. The commanders complained above all about having too few soldiers to pursue the terrorists everywhere in Iraq and at the same time to secure the towns that had already been liberated. The Sunni uprising against the liberators began 4 years ago in Anbar, the province inhabited by 1.5 million Sunnis, which covers the area west of Baghdad to the Syrian and Jordanian borders in the west, a third of Iraq's land area. Ramadi, the capital, and other cities in Anbar such as Al-Qaim, Haditha, Anna, Hit and Fallujah were home to the training camps of the AQI offspring. For years, these were the scenes of the fiercest battles between AQI and the coalition forces. Large parts of the infrastructure, stores, and schools were destroyed in the process and by terrorist attacks. According to UN figures, 30,000 people died in Anbar alone as a result of the war. In 2006, AQI declared Ramadi the capital of its fictitious emirate. It stirred up fear among the Sunni minority of the Shiite majority, which intended to wipe out the Iraqi Sunnis with the help of the Americans. With such conspiracy theories, it initially found numerous allies, but eventually it enforced Sharia law in the areas under its control using terrorist methods, even against the will of the population. Where it ruled, it established a strict regime similar to the conditions in Afghanistan during the Taliban era. However, in spring 2006, the first sheiks decided to break off their alliance with AQI. They seem to have come to the realization that the pact with AQI demanded more from them than it brought them. Their tribal law was strict, but at the same time still too liberal to be compatible with the laws of jihad. The population was devout, but not so devout that they believed it was necessary to have their fingers chopped off for smoking a cigarette if they had the misfortune to live in an area ruled by an AQI Sharia court. These sheiks therefore joined the coalition forces with their tribes. In his address to the nation on January 10, 2007, in which Bush announced the American government's new Iraq offensive, he also referred to the special situation in Anbar. Al-Qaeda had made the province the most violent region of Iraq outside Baghdad and was trying to bring it completely under its control. This would bring Al-Qaeda closer to its goal of destroying Iraqi democracy. The American government will station 4,000 additional soldiers in Anbar. These soldiers will work with Iraqi forces and tribal forces to maintain pressure on the terrorists. End quote. In the meantime, other sheiks had switched fronts, formed the Anbar Salvation Council, and mobilized thousands of men from their tribes to fight against Al-Qaeda. This new political development and the simultaneous offensive by American and better-trained Iraqi troops suddenly changed the balance of power in Anbar. With the additional forces, the cities infested by the terrorists could now not only be liberated but also held. Already in April 2007, even before the actual offensive, the commanders of the coalition troops, the inhabitants of Anbar, the Iraqi government and journalists alike reported that the security situation in Anbar had improved dramatically. But once again, AQI had not been crushed in Anbar, only driven out. It had moved its activities to the province of Diyala and had now declared the capital of this province, Bakuba, to be the headquarters of its emirate. Diyala, where the coalition forces had not carried out any operations for some time due to a lack of soldiers, was now considered the most violent area of Iraq outside Baghdad. After the American troop reinforcement had been completed, Operation Phantom Thunder, the new U.S. Iraq offensive, began in mid-June, declaring the entire Iraqi territory to be its theater of operations. On June 19th, around 10,000 American and Iraqi soldiers, supported by helicopters and U.S. Air Force fighter planes, attacked the infrastructure and the terrorists in Bakuba. From the outset, an alliance of former AQI allies, the United Jihad Factions Council, worked together with the coalition forces. In just a few days, the troops brought Bakuba completely under their control. They sealed off the city, destroyed weapons depots, and arrested or killed the terrorists. During their house searches in Bakuba, American officers also came across the legacy of the form of government that had dominated life in the city shortly before, an Al-Qaeda shadow government, as one American general called it. We found a courthouse, prisons, and a torture chamber, which is just an indication of the inhumane legal system you have to reckon with when Al-Qaeda is in power. End quote. As the offensive against AQI and Diyala progressed, Iraqi and American troops kept Anbar under control, guarding the roads around Baghdad to interdict the terrorist movements between the capital and surrounding provinces, and pressuring them with major and minor attacks throughout Iraq. The first weeks of Operation Phantom Thunder went well for the coalition forces and badly for AQI. Reconstruction could already begin in Anbar, children were able to go back to school, and the Iraqi police, together with the defectors from the Sunni tribes, were able to guarantee the safety of the province's inhabitants in more and more places without having to call on the help of the coalition troops. But the American government's new Iraq offensive had only just begun, and no one could have predicted with certainty at that point how long it would last and how it would end. Nor could the offensive be limited to fighting Sunni terrorists. It was also directed against the Mahdi army and some of its splinter groups. Numerous attacks were aimed at destroying the infrastructure of the Shiite terrorist organizations, an increasing proportion of which in recent years consisted of a network of individuals who procured their weapons from Iran. The coalition forces had suffered the heaviest losses in recent months from special versions of roadside bombs, which they assumed could only have fallen into the hands of Iraqi terrorists with the help of the Quds brigades, the elite unit of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards responsible for exporting the Islamic Revolution. It seemed that Iran was distributing its roadside bombs to Sunni and Shiite terrorists alike because their ability to penetrate armored vehicles made them particularly suitable for the war against coalition forces. On the religious front, on the other hand, Tehran exclusively supported its Shiite co-religionists, the Mahdi army and its associated death squads. However, the arming of Shiite militias did not exhaust Iran's possibilities of influencing the fate of its neighboring state. Tehran also maintained close relations with the Shiite parties that dominated the Iraqi government, from whose ranks the prime minister came, and which represented conservative, non-Sadrist Shiites. They owed their position of power mainly to the coalition forces, which stood for the democratic institutions from which the political leaders of the Shiite majority drew their legitimacy. The coalition forces kept the Sunni terrorists of AQI and the Shiite terrorists of the Mahdi army equally at bay. However, parties defined as religious and their voters were ideologically closer to Iran than to the Republican idealism of the American government, and after the withdrawal of the coalition forces, Iraq would fall into Iran's hands one way or another. Iraq shares a 1,500 kilometers border with Iran in the east, reaching as far north as Turkey in the Kurdish north and as far south as Basra and the Persian Gulf in the Shiite south, where American and Iranian warships faced each other. The British had already more or less left Basra to its own devices, i.e. to Muqtada al-Sadr, and the Iranian regime had no more intention of standing idly by while a republic allied with the USA established itself immediately next to the Shiite Kingdom of God, thus destroying the realization of its own ideas of a new order in the region, the destruction of Israel and a Shiite revolution in Iraq as a model for the entire Middle East. Iran also wanted to set a precedent, and thus Iran, alongside al-Qaeda, was the decisive strategic opponent of American Iraq policy. In order to achieve its goals, Iran not only supported the terror war against the coalition forces and the Iraqi Republic. Tehran was also preparing for a regional military confrontation with the USA and Israel. The Iranian and Syrian air forces were modernized, mainly with the help of Russian arms supplies, and the allied terrorist organizations Hezbollah and Hamas were armed for a war against Israel. The American government had two options for responding to these threats. It could attack Iran and thus expand the war on terror, a step that would be inevitable sooner or later anyway. Moreover, the timing of the attack on Iran was dictated not only by events in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Gaza, but even more by the progress of Iran's nuclear missile program, which the CIA expected to be completed in 1 to 2 years, a period that corresponded with the remaining term of President Bush's administration. There were objections to an expansion of the war, arguing that an attack against Iran could overstretch America's military potential in view of the reality in Iraq. Although no one doubted that it was possible to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities, there were all the greater doubts as to whether a regime change in Iran forced by American troops could be realized in parallel to that in Iraq. However, if the military means of the USA were not sufficient to permanently eliminate the strategic adversary Iran, and since no help was to be expected from Europe either, the second option to be considered was to find allies in the region and put them in a position to build up a counterweight to the growing Iranian power potential in the Middle East after the withdrawal of the USA. And with the intention announced at the end of July to militarily arm not only Israel but also the so-called moderate Arab states, above all Saudi Arabia, with tens of billions of dollars, the American government did indeed appear to be pursuing this second option. But that would have been nothing less than an admission of the failure of its previous strategy in Iraq, and thus the failure of its strategy in the war against international Islamic terror in general. It is true that Saudi Arabia would do everything in its power to prevent Iran and its allies from turning Iraq into a Shia state after the withdrawal of American troops. But in the worst, but not unlikely, case scenario, the result would hardly be more than a prolonged civil war in Iraq, additionally fueled from outside. In any case, the idea of a democratic Republic of Iraq, if its realization were to be delegated to Saudi Arabia, the most reactionary Sunni theocracy and largest financier of Islamist ideology worldwide, would finally become unrealistic with this option. Abandoned by Europe, put under pressure by the opposition in the USA and having reached its military limits, it initially looked as if the American government had decided to cover up its admission of defeat one last time in this way. The fragile alliance with the Iraqi sheiks, who had turned against AQI and had apparently been encouraged to do so by Saudi Arabia, could already be seen as a step in this direction. And wasn't the regime change in Afghanistan with the help of the Northern Alliance warlords based precisely on such a fatal alliance policy? Wasn't the armament of the Palestinian Fatah against Hamas also an attempt, dictated by helplessness, to cast out the devil with the Beelzebub? But the overthrow of the Taliban with the help of the Northern Alliance was not just a repetition of the CIA's Afghanistan policy of the 1980s. In autumn 2001, the American government did not delegate the liberation of Afghanistan to the Mujahideen, but instrumentalized the Northern Alliance during a campaign led by American troops. And even the signs that the American government sent out in the Middle East in the summer of 2007 were not so clear that they did not leave room for another interpretation. The American government seemed to be arming the Arab Gulf states, which would double the strength of their armed forces and secure them military technical superiority over Iran, not only for the purpose of finally being able to withdraw its own forces and leave the field to its questionable allies. The Saudi kingdom's air force would become the second strongest in the region after Israel's, and would be equipped with the most modern fighter aircraft, missiles, and air and missile defense systems. This would not necessarily put the Saudi armed forces in a position to engage in a military confrontation with Iran on their own initiative, but would improve their suitability to assert themselves as an ally in an American-led war against Iran. Nor did the incessant expansion of the bases of the U.S. armed forces in Iraq give the impression that American troops would soon be completely withdrawn from there. The American government explicitly kept open the option of maintaining the current troop presence in Iraq at least until 2009, the end of its term of office. In the event that Operation Phantom Thunder were to achieve further successes in the coming months, the rift within the Sunni Islamists were to spread, Sunni and Shiite terror were to be weakened, and the strengthened Iraqi armed forces were thus able to provide for the security of the Iraqi population largely on their own. Tens of thousands of U.S. soldiers would then be ready for the next Iran adventure. The U.S. Air Force established new bases or expanded existing ones throughout the Gulf region. Never before had the U.S. Navy stationed such an armada of warships in the Persian Gulf as it has since the summer of this year. One could not yet be sure whether all this would lead to an imminent American withdrawal, a possible disaster, or to an imminent expansion of the war, an attack against Iran. The only certainty was that the Europeans would not deploy 300,000 soldiers to stand by their NATO partner, whom they had assured of their support on September 11, 2001. That they would not do what they could, reshuffle the cards in the war against international Islamic terror. The Bundeswehr is not granted a breather. Immediately after the World Cup, during which the troops will be needed at home, the German armed forces face another foreign policy test, this time dealing with security problems of a completely different caliber. Nation building in deepest Africa. It starts at the beginning of July. The location: the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, a country that has not had a good time since gaining independence from the Belgian colonial power in 1960. At the end of the 19th century, the author Joseph Conrad had already given the title Heart of Darkness to the country, which King Leopold II had declared his private property at the time. But the darkest times were only a few years ago. It began with the genocide in Rwanda, in which 800,000 Tutsis were slaughtered at the behest of the then Hutu government between April and July 1994. In July, Tutsi rebels of the Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, who were fighting from positions in Uganda, conquered Kigali, took power and put an end to the killings. Many of the Hutu soldiers and members of the Interahamwe militia, who had carried out the genocide together, fled across the border to the west, into the DRC, then still Zaire. From here they wanted to organize a counterattack, overthrow the Tutsis who were now in power, and continue the genocide. To this end, several tens of thousands of militiamen had gathered in the Kivu provinces in the east of the DRC, immediately on the Rwandan border, and formed an alliance with the Mai Mai, an ethnic militia there that was also active in Katanga province. In the northern district of Ituri, along the border with Uganda, the Lord's Resistance Army, LRA, which maintains bases in southern Sudan and wants to rule Uganda according to the biblical Ten Commandments, and the Allied Democratic Forces, ADF, an Islamist militia, had established themselves. These militias waged a civil war in northern Uganda. In 1996, the governments of Uganda and Rwanda decided to take military action against these militias and invade the DRC for this purpose. They allied themselves with Laurent Desire Kabila, who had been leading an unsuccessful uprising against the long-ruling dictator Mobutu Sese Seko since the 1960s, at times with Che Guevara at his side. With Ugandan and Rwandan support, the uprising succeeded this time. Kabila's troops conquered Kinshasa in 1997 and ended Mobutu's 30-year dictatorship. Kabila became the new president of the DRC. A number of Tutsis who had supported the uprising were also given high positions in the new government and the new army. However, there was soon a rift between the hitherto allies. Kabila, who in turn revealed himself to be a dictator, had in the meantime joined forces with the anti-Ugandan and anti-Rwandan militias that were still present in the east of the DRC. Kabila now supplied these gangs with weapons, enabling them to resume their attacks against Uganda and Rwanda. In the course of a large-scale purge, the Tutsis lost their positions in the government and the army. In August 1998, Ugandan and Rwandan troops invaded the DRC again, now to support an uprising against Kabila, whom they had just helped to power. For their part, the two states armed their allies in the DRC. Uganda, for example, the movement Pour la Libération du Congo, MLC, and Rwanda, among others, the Rassemblement Congolais pour la Démocratie, RCD. But this time the venture failed, partly because three other African states, Angola, Namibia, and Zimbabwe, intervened in the fighting in favor of Kabila. Instead, Africa's First World War, Madeleine Albright, raged in the DRC, in the course of which and as a result of which 4 million people died. The battle caused a sensation not only because of its political and military dimensions, but above all because of the outrageous brutality with which more or less all participants in the war tried to prevail against their opponents. The fighting caused material devastation and an unparalleled humanitarian catastrophe, especially in the eastern regions, where the various militias tried to outdo each other in their terror against the civilian population. Women and children in particular were the victims of extreme orgies of violence. Initially, there was no clear winner in this war. With the mediation of other African states and the so-called international community, a peace agreement was reached in December 2002. The foreign troops withdrew from the DRC in the course of 2003. The internal warring parties formed a transitional government with Joseph Kabila, the son of Laurent Kabila, who was shot dead by one of his bodyguards in 2001, as president and his opponents in the war as vice president. A national army was formed from the military organizations of the former warring parties, the Forces Armées de la République démocratique du Congo, FARDC. The United Nations took charge of the reconstruction process and sent troops mainly to the east of the country to disarm the decimated but still active militias together with the FARDC. The UN mission in the DRC, MONUC, now has around 18,000 soldiers stationed there. It is the largest UN military deployment ever. In the east of the country, however, the fighting has still not stopped. The FARDC and MONUC are conducting joint military operations to disarm the remaining militias. In the process, the FARDC and other Congolese security forces have committed countless war crimes that almost overshadow those of the militias. The most recent MONUC report on human rights violations in March and April 2006 lists more than 80 cases of the most brutal use of force, rape, looting, etc. The report begins with the statement, "The Congolese Army, FARDC, is responsible for the majority of human rights violations investigated by MONUC in April 2006. Acts of cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment by the presidential guards and the police were reported in 5 provinces. The UN troops were also frequently accused of human rights violations. In this situation, democratic elections are to be held in the DRC for the first time again on July 30th, after 4 decades of dictatorship and war, and the Bundeswehr is now needed for this. It will lead a European Union military unit to ensure peace and order during the presidential, parliamentary, and local elections to be held between July and November. It is expected that Kabila will win the elections, if only because the political power of his opponents is mainly concentrated in certain regions, so that they can only achieve success at local level. It is therefore assumed that Kabila's opponents will lose their influence in the central state institutions, which was guaranteed to them by the proportional representation that prevailed in the transitional government until then, as a result of the elections. They therefore think nothing of the elections and certainly nothing of the expected results. The EU's Congo mission seems to be targeting them. If Kabila's opponents do not accept their defeat, want to stir up unrest or even take up arms again, the message is that they will have to deal with the concentrated military power of Europe. Kabila would have won the war after all, and Europe would have a powerful ally in Central Africa, the continent's 3rd largest state, in whose soil diamonds, gold and silver, copper, cobalt, oil, uranium, and many other treasures are waiting to be recovered in large quantities. It is not only the Europeans who are magically attracted by the huge natural riches, which are mainly found in the southeastern and northeastern regions, in Katanga, the Kivu provinces, and Ituri. At present, they are at the mercy of Kabila and the other locally dominant warlords and gangsters, while international capital lacks the minimum of state order and stability, the institutions through which it could gain privileged access to the mines. So far, the motives for the EU's Congo mission are no riddle. The mission, which will cost the Germans alone around 60 million euros, will be worthwhile. as there is a geostrategic gain that can hardly be weighed up in monetary terms if the mission is successful. This would be the case if nothing else happens while the EU troops are in the DRC, i.e. if Kabila wins the elections and his opponents resign themselves to the loss of power. Then the whole EU mission would actually have been superfluous, but one could at least claim that nothing had happened because the military presence of the Europeans had successfully deterred the potential troublemakers. Europe would finally be ahead for once, and the USA, which regards Uganda and Rwanda, but not necessarily Kabila as its allies, would also find itself on the losing side. However, this does not only seem to be the scenario that the EU would like to see, but also the only one for which it has prepared itself. This is because the EU is by no means deploying its full military might, not a force that any of the parties involved in the power poker in the DRC would have to worry about. The Europeans are sending just 2,000 soldiers to the front in a country that is half the size of the EU, in which almost 10 times as many UN soldiers are already stationed, and in which every self-respecting politician has his own armed formation with many times the number of troops provided by the EU. Kabila's private army alone, the Garde Spéciales de Sécurité Présidentielle, CSSP, numbers between 10,000 and 15,000 well-trained and well-equipped soldiers. His opponents may not be quite as well-equipped, but they are. It should also be borne in mind that the FARDC is an all-national army in name, but not in reality. The soldiers, who have been thrown together from the former warring parties, are underpaid, undisciplined, and disloyal, so that one must expect the Congolese army to disintegrate into the components of which it is composed in a very short time. In any case, no one in the DRC need fear a small EU force with little combat experience. This applies above all to the German contingent of the EU mission. The German soldiers themselves are probably more afraid of their mission in Congo than those whom this mission is supposed to deter. They are particularly afraid of a confrontation with child soldiers. For this reason, the Bundeswehr leadership and the German government took care during the international negotiations on mission planning to ensure that Germany would be in charge of the operation, but that its own soldiers would not be expected to do too much. The EU's Congo mission, EUFOR RD Congo, is being led from a Bundeswehr barracks in Potsdam-Gelto, which was converted into the operational headquarters, OHQ, in May and June. The operational commander is the German Lieutenant General Karl-Heinz Viereck, an Air Force commander with ministry experience. A total of 19 EU states plus Turkey are participating in the mission. Germany not only provides the command personnel, but also the second largest team with 500 operational and 280 support personnel, just behind France, 800, which is also responsible for military command on the ground. The force headquarters, FHQ, in Kinshasa, directly on the front line, is led by French General Christian Damy. Strictly speaking, however, one cannot speak of the front here. Kinshasa is by no means in the middle of contested territory. The fighting in the DRC is currently taking place exclusively in the eastern border areas, where militias are still hiding in the bush in some places. In the Ituri district, the Mouvement Révolutionnaire Congolais, MRC, which emerged from 5 former militias in June 2005 and is an alliance of Kabila opponents who have not been integrated into the transitional government, is making the area unsafe. The LRA, although considerably weakened by Ugandan troops, is also still present here. The Forces Démocratiques de Libération du Rwanda, FDLR, i.e. the former Rwandan soldiers and Interahamwe, as well as Mai Mai, are mainly active in the Kivu provinces. Kinshasa, however, is located more than 1,000 kilometers away from this crisis area in the rather quiet west of the DRC, barely a stone's throw from the Atlantic coast. And not only does the DRC cover a huge area, half of the national territory is also covered by rainforest. There are hardly any roads, let alone paved, railways, let alone intact ones. In the capital, you don't notice anything at all about what is going on the eastern borders of the DRC. For the German soldiers, however, this is not yet far enough away from the firing line. The German forces, i.e. those not required for reconstruction work or medical tasks, but the parts of the EU unit that are ready for combat, are all based in Libreville, the capital of Gabon, which is located directly by the sea. Gabon lies to the northwest of the DRC and does not even share a national border with it. In Libreville, on the northernmost stretch of Gabon's long Atlantic coast, another 900 kilometers from Kinshasa, a soldier is more likely to be bitten by a shark than encounter one of the child soldiers that haunt the German soldiers' nightmares. In reality, during its mission in Congo, the Bundeswehr will mainly be preoccupied with itself rather than with child soldiers. The tasks that have been assigned to it, i.e. that it has allowed to be assigned to it, are almost exclusively those that arise as a result of the mission itself. The Bundeswehr provides rooms, infrastructure, and personnel for the OHQ in Potsdam and is involved in setting up the French-led FHQ in Kinshasa. Otherwise, it is entrusted with logistical and, above all, medical tasks in the event of someone contracting malaria. And, of course, with the self-protection of the troops stationed in Kinshasa. It would only have a military task in the narrower sense in a fictitious case for which it claims to be prepared, but which it also hopes will not occur. And if it does, then it has already ensured in advance that it will not be too delicate for the German soldiers. The military task of the Bundeswehr in the narrower sense is vaguely defined as follows: carrying out evacuation operations to remove individuals from dangerous situations. Such an evacuation operation could in principle become necessary anywhere, i.e. anywhere in the DRC, including and above all outside the capital. But in that case, the Bundeswehr would no longer be responsible. In that case, the comrades from the other EU states would have to get involved, as only they are allowed to leave Kinshasa at all. The operational area of the EU-led Operation EUFOR RD Congo is the territory of the Democratic Republic of Congo, including the adjacent waters. German forces will only be deployed on the territory of the Democratic Republic of the Congo in the Kinshasa area. This does not affect German participation in the command of Operation EUFOR RD Congo. End quote. In the Kinshasa area, however, the only danger comes from the Union pour la Démocratie et le Progrès Social, UDPS, which initially boycotted the elections and is now no longer allowed to participate. It is led by one of the DRC's best-known politicians, Etienne Tshisekedi, who has fought against Mobutu and later against Kabila since the 1980s. However, fought here has a rather unexpected meaning in the context of the history of the DRC. What distinguishes the UDPS from the other parties is that it is unarmed. The danger it poses is the demonstrations it has been organizing in Kinshasa since June, which have so far been kept in check with police batons and tear gas. Is the Bundeswehr perhaps targeting these demonstrators? Whatever the case may be, the German defense minister advocated this division of labor. The Germans lead the military mission, the others carry out the military missions, when he negotiated the mission with France in the spring. He spoke to the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung in April. The geographical limitation to Kinshasa applies to Germany as far as the issue of evacuation is concerned, said Jung. In the event that evacuation services were necessary in the country, he had agreed with the French side that this task would be carried out by the French. This would be the case if the reserve, stationed in Libreville TB, had to be deployed. Jung, however, expressed the expectation that this would not be necessary. The main aspect of the European mission is based on deterrence. That, it was hoped, would be sufficient. End of quote. The security of the airport in Kinshasa, the second task of the mission in the narrower military sense, had been delegated to other European nations, some of which were participating in the Congo mission with small units of only a handful of soldiers. In June, an OHQ spokesperson described the principles of the EU mission as visibility, credibility, deterrence. The majority of the German soldiers are not stationed in the DRC, but in Libreville, so that they would not even be seen where it would be important to provide a credible deterrent. But the OHQ spokesman also had a clever answer to this. The Gabonese forces should, he explained, go on a sightseeing tour of Kinshasa anyway. They should also have seen Kinshasa once in order to be able to fulfill possible tasks for which they would be ready. This would then also contribute to their visibility. So much for the German contribution to EUFOR RD Congo. But what do the Europeans, especially the Germans, want to achieve with a military operation in which they hardly dare to be seen on the streets, let alone use the weapons they have brought with them in case of doubt? What kind of military operation is this? Officially, EUFOR RD Congo, or the German contribution to it, is about the temporary support of the United Nations peacekeeping mission MONUC during the electoral process in the Democratic Republic of Congo, about a contribution to the creation of a secure environment for the conduct of the elections in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and, thus, about supporting the international community in the political efforts to create a stable and peaceful Democratic Republic of Congo. So it's all about the DRC, stability, democracy, and peace? But how these lofty goals could be linked to such a low-lying mission, i.e. how the declared purpose could be linked to the means actually deployed, is a matter of astonishment for the expert and wonder for the layman. making a contribution to stability, democracy, and peace in a country like the DRC with just under 2,000 soldiers, almost half of whom, the German contingent, are determined to stay out of trouble but are leading the mission? The Europeans' Congo mission appears to be primarily symbolic. When Javier Solana, Europe's chief diplomat, visited the Henning von Tresckow barracks in June, where the OHQ is housed, he first addressed his words once again to the German soldiers, who could hardly be reassured despite the mission concept being so favorable to them. The risks of the mission, he assured them, were well calculated. The European, he meant the German, of course, soldiers will not be in any great danger. However, Solana then went on to talk about the purpose of the EU mission. It was an example for future missions. And not only that, this operation is also a signal for the European Union's ability to act in terms of security policy. End quote. So is it not about the DRC at all, but about Europe, as the International Herald Tribune then suspected, calling EUFOR RD Congo a purely cosmetic operation? The mission, wrote the two authors Jean-Yves Hain and Bastien Giegerick from the International Institute for Strategic Studies on June 12, was less an example of future operations than of how far the EU is from effectively fulfilling its international responsibilities. The mission has mainly to do with Franco-German friendship and the European Union's desire to revive faith in a European defense policy after the fiasco over a European constitution. The current situation in Congo is at best a secondary factor, but the EU mission would have precisely the opposite effect of what it intended. Far from demonstrating Europe's determination to be a serious peacekeeper, this mission only underlines Europe's current inability to be a strategic actor. If the EU had really been interested in the elections in the DRC, it would have deployed its troops where unrest is most likely to occur, in the east, not in Kinshasa. But the east of the DRC is exactly where the EU troops will not go. These insinuations could hardly be refuted in a factual manner, but Operational Commander Lieutenant General Karl-Heinz Vierek could not allow the suspicion that the troops he commanded were not up to the tasks they had set themselves to sit on him and his soldiers. He used a press conference in Brussels to save the reputation of his troops with a few pithy remarks. Although he was primarily relying on the means of deterrence to secure the elections in the DRC, he was also prepared to use lethal force if necessary. In the event that deterrence fails, Vierek said, his people would fight anyone who wants to disrupt the elections. Vierek also claimed that the EU mission was not limited to Kinshasa, but that the soldiers would intervene anywhere in the country, no matter where the unrest broke out. However, he failed to mention that this would certainly not apply, if at all, to all parts of the force, namely not to the German soldiers. His formulation was also incomplete, cut off at the end, so to speak, because he should have correctly said, in the whole country except the eastern territories. Because where tens of thousands of FARDC and MONUC troops are already operating, Vierek will certainly not send EUFOR soldiers. And if he does, then at most one Frenchman. Then Vierek lied again when he claimed that the purpose of the EU mission was purely military. How much truth there is in another statement he made shortly afterwards during a press conference in Berlin will not be clarified soon, because it refers to a fictitious situation that he, as commander of the entire mission in general and German lieutenant general in particular, will certainly know how to avoid, at least for his soldiers. Vierek said, if my soldiers find themselves in a situation where they are face to face with an armed child soldier, they will react as they would to any other soldier. Jean-Yves and Hain Bastien Giegerick are also likely to be right about another insinuation. They argue that in order to justify EUFOR RD Congo, the EU would point to the fact that the Europeans have already completed a successful military operation in the DRC, namely Operation Artemis in the summer of 2003 in Bunia, the capital of the district of Ituri. This was indeed a useful operation, the two researchers wrote, but mainly because France was prepared to take risks and even undertake off-mandate operations on the ground. It was unlikely that the Germans would accept such a risk. Operation Artemis took place between June and September 2003 and was mainly carried out by French troops under French command, although it was formally an EU operation under a UN Security Council mandate. After the Rwandan troops suddenly withdrew from Bunia in May, violent ethnic clashes immediately broke out in the town. Members of the Lendu and Jiti minorities attacked members of the Hema minority. Houses burned, and in a very short time hundreds were killed and thousands displaced. The situation escalated more and more. MONUC, which had barely 700 soldiers, mainly from Uruguay, stationed in the area at the time, failed to pacify the town. but the 1,500 or so French soldiers who arrived in June got the situation under control. This was not only due to the number of soldiers. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung recently retold an anecdote that makes the difference clear. The short story should be quoted in more detail here at the end. A three-headed boy with a Kalashnikov stands in front of the UN soldier's tank and tells the commander standing in the hatch to get out. The Uruguayan laughs. The boy releases the safety on his weapon. The Uruguayan hastily closes the hatch and has the tank turned around. End quote. Then the French troops arrived in Bunya. To welcome them, hand grenades were hurled into the French tent camp at the airport. The militias wanted to test whether they could deal with the French in the same way as with the UN soldiers. French soldiers chased the assassin's car to the Bunya marketplace, where the attackers managed to escape. The following day, the French commander addressed the militiamen. "Messers, you have exactly 24 hours to lay down your arms." Some of the militiamen believed that this was another call from the UN with no consequences. They were shot dead by French soldiers as they aimed their guns at a patrol. One of the dead was a child soldier. Nobody seemed to care. Not the French, not the Western journalists, and certainly not the civilians in Bunya, who had been terrorized by such youths for months. The news that the white soldiers were getting serious spread quickly. 5 days later, Bunya was unrecognizable. End quote. Of course, the motives for Operation Artemis were not entirely different from those for EUFOR RD Congo. At that time, immediately after the Iraq War, when Germany and France were trying to establish themselves as an alternative world power against the USA, it was also about Europe. They wanted to demonstrate that Europe was also a strategic player. But France was particularly keen to show that its anti-Americanism, unlike that of the Germans, was not merely based on appeasement and the peace movement. Under German command, even this small but effective military operation would have been a complete fiasco. As a candidate for the 2008 presidential election, Barack Obama embodied the self-critical world power that admits its mistakes, learns from them, and in future will stay out of all the global madness that is none of its business anyway. He won the election with this program, but the hope that this would make the world a better place or at least reduce the number of critics of America around the world has not yet been fulfilled. Instead, the USA has since been criticized for not interfering everywhere. The USA is blamed for the failure of the Arab Revolution, for example, precisely because it did not get involved. This is what is said to have happened in Egypt and Syria. In Egypt, there is a power struggle between the Muslim Brotherhood and the military apparatus. The military apparatus is the most powerful organization, the Muslim Brotherhood the most powerful opposition in Egypt. This was already the case before the revolution, and the revolution has not changed this situation in the slightest. The Egyptian revolution therefore offered no reason for the USA to intervene. The Egyptian armed forces are an important ally of the USA. Egypt was allied with the Soviet Union after the Second World War and had lost several wars against Israel during that time. The alliance with the USA came about after the ceasefire between Egypt and Israel brokered by Jimmy Carter and is based on treaties signed by all three governments in which the Egyptian armed forces undertake to guarantee free passage through the Suez Canal, including for Israeli ships. Therefore, if the military apparatus was in control of Egypt, including the Muslim Brotherhood, before the revolution, during the revolution, and after the revolution, should we not first ask what, or rather whether, a revolution took place in Egypt at all? The critics of the USA, however, believe that there was a revolution in Egypt beyond the military and the Muslim Brotherhood. However, this democratic revolution was so weak or its enemies were so strong that it could not have prevailed on its own. It would have needed the help of the USA to play a role at all, and disappeared into insignificance when this help failed to materialize. But how could the US lend significance to a democratic revolution that is itself so insignificant that it cannot even help itself? In Syria, the US is even said to be responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths and the gassing of children in a war in which not a single American soldier is involved. However, the responsibility for all the victims of war is said to stem precisely from the fact that the USA is staying out of the war. The war in Syria was also mistaken for a democratic revolution, which was simply unable to prevail. The fact that it was able to fall victim to the Muslim Brotherhood and terrorists can again only be explained by the refusal of American aid. However, this simply means that the democratic revolution in Syria must have been just as meaningless as the Egyptian one. But then that itself is supposed to be meaningless, because in the meantime it is no longer about this or that democratic revolution, but about the victims of a war, the slaughter of a people, and the innocence of women and children. The USA should therefore not intervene in Syria on the basis of political considerations or national interests, but rather bomb Damascus out of pure humanity. This might not reduce the number of deaths, but it would make it all the easier to blame the USA for the collateral damage. Barack Obama himself might like the idea, but unfortunately there are some constitutional objections to making humanitarian intervention part of the U.S. foreign policy program. This would turn the U.S. Army into the world's police force. Would this world police force then be sworn to uphold the U.S. Constitution? Would it be obliged to defend all people in the world as American citizens? Would America then be the world sovereign, the American government the world government, and would the American president not have to be elected by the entire world population? Thank God, the office of President of the United States of America only obliges the person who holds it to defend the interests of American citizens, not to save the world. Whether the person himself has the talent of a do-gooder or not is irrelevant, because he only embodies the office, which in turn represents the nation, whose interests are safeguarded against the personal arbitrariness of a president by the government apparatus with its officials and secretaries, a politically trained military apparatus, the courts, parliaments, secret services, parties, and public opinion. These political and social institutions and traditions also oblige the president to justify U.S. involvement in a war with the defense of national interests. But the USA is a world power, not just a state that is at home on a continent somewhere in the world and has interests elsewhere in the world, but a nation that also has the power to defend its interests anywhere in the world. The USA dominates the space around the Earth and the seas on it. It dominates the global economy and controls the internet. The cruise missiles on the U.S. Navy warships that patrol the waters surrounding the Middle East day and night alone can topple an Arab despot or establish a naval blockade that blocks Russian warships' access to the Mediterranean. Thanks to the CIA and NSA, the American government knows exactly who its enemies are, what they are up to, and where they are hiding. No state can build nuclear missiles, and no one can use chemical weapons in Damascus without being observed by an American Secret Service. And no leader of a terrorist gang operating in Syria can hope to escape an American drone. But what interests are to be defended there? The fact that the USA is a world power does not mean that it could or even wanted to rule the world, because world domination is a delusion and not an interest. A national interest is an interest of the nation's citizens. At present, for example, the American economy still needs the oil from Saudi Arabia and the other oil states, which has to be transported along the Iranian coast through the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, partly through the Suez Canal to the European trading partners, partly via the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean to the Asian trading partners. The transport of these oil masses must be secured militarily, because Egypt's earlier attempts to nationalize the Suez Canal and Iran's current threats to block the Strait of Hormuz prove the insecurity of the transport routes. The oil states themselves must be defended when they are attacked by hostile states, as Kuwait was by Iraq in 1990. The U.S. needs allies on the ground to ensure all this, just as the Allies need the U.S. to stay in power. But without the presence of the U.S., with its superior military means to all other states, all states in the Middle East would soon clash, not excluding the Allies among themselves, and conditions similar to those in Syria would prevail in the entire region. In Syria, however, a war is taking place that threatens not an allied state, but a hostile state that itself poses a threat to the USA's allies. Syrian oil is irrelevant for the supply of the global economy, and Syria does not threaten any transportation routes. However, Syria has waged several wars against Israel, occupied Lebanon for several decades, and is allied with terrorists who have killed Israeli and American citizens. On the Syrian coast, Russia, a rival but inferior world power, has its last military base in the Mediterranean, which dates back to the legacy of the Soviet Union. The largest Russian warships and submarines can now dock in the port area, which has been extensively modernized in recent years. Syria is allied with Iran, a hostile state against which war may soon be necessary to prevent it from arming itself with nuclear missiles. Iran threatens the transportation routes through the Persian Gulf and the allies of the USA. As for Russia, the Syrian coast provides Iran with its only access to the Mediterranean. If Iran loses Syria as an ally, Hezbollah will lose its weapons supplier. In this respect, the war against the Assad regime serves a number of national interests of the USA, and of Israel, its most important ally. However, this has nothing to do with a democratic revolution. The American people have lost interest in sacrificing thousands of American soldiers and hundreds of billions of dollars for a democratic revolution that is meaningless because of its own weakness or the strength of its enemies, also because the American economy's interest in oil from the Middle East is running out. In order to influence the course of the war in Syria, the USA would need allies in Syria itself. But who would that be? The war in Syria is a result of the Arab Revolution, which in Syria took the form of a revolution of the Sunni majority against a regime based on the religious minorities. If it is to serve the national interest of the USA to get rid of the Assad regime, the military formations and political coalitions that have emerged on the side of the opponents of the Assad regime in the course of the revolution and the war that followed it would therefore come into question as its allies. The development of these formations and coalitions must therefore be considered. The signal for the start of the revolution in Syria came when Hosni Mubarak was deposed by the Egyptian armed forces in February 2011, paving the way to power for the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. The Syrian Muslim Brotherhood, Turkey, Qatar, and Al Jazeera now took the initiative for the revolution in Syria. As in the previous theaters of the Arab Revolution, everything in Syria began with demonstrations that seemed spontaneous and unorganized. The mosques formed the center of the mobilization. The Muslim Brotherhood was the only organization that was able to lead the demonstrations politically. The Muslim Brotherhood did not doubt for a moment that the fall of the Assad regime had to be brought about by force, and there was no shortage of violence. One town after another joined the mobilization. Soldiers shot at demonstrators, government buildings were set on fire, and within a few weeks an uprising formed that spread throughout the country. The uprising clearly showed the characteristics of the Sunni revolution, for which it was the prelude. It was not a popular uprising. During the first weeks of the uprising, the Assad regime demonstrated several times that it was just as capable of mobilizing hundreds of thousands of supporters on the streets as its opponents. For the religious minorities, above all the Alevis and Christians, the revolution only represented an attack against themselves. In the event of their victory, they had to expect to be persecuted as infidels. But even parts of the Sunni majority itself, for example the Sunni middle class in the big cities, did not join the uprising, which started in the rural areas outside the urban centers and in the Sunni-populated districts where the workers lived, who regarded the richer Sunnis as traitors and collaborators. The Turkish Prime Minister, who knows a lot about domestic politics but little about world politics, had advised Bashar al-Assad to take Egypt or Turkey as a model and allow elections to take place, which everyone assumed the Muslim Brotherhood would win. An overdose of democracy was bound to be fatal for a regime that found 3/4 of the population already aligned against it on religious grounds, even before any other political opposition came into consideration. A mixed situation that would have allowed the Assad regime to play off military power against political power, as in Egypt, or political power against military power, as in Turkey, did not exist in Syria either because the party, state, and military apparatus still formed an indissoluble unit here. The Egyptian or Turkish model was therefore not an option in Syria. However, because the fall of Bashar al-Assad would also affect the national interests of Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, etc., the Syrian revolution from the outset amounted not only to a civil war that had to be fought along religious lines, but also to a war that could not be limited to Syria. Initially, however, the demonstrators only had the guns that most Sunni men have in their cupboards at home anyway, but which cannot be used to win a war against an armed force equipped with tanks, missiles, and chemical weapons. The political orientation of the uprising meant that its armament had to be organized. Money was needed for this. The Emirate of Qatar, which was allied with the Muslim Brotherhood, financed the first shipments of weapons, which now crossed the Turkish border into Syria. The first real battles, which lasted several days and in which not only rifles but also more warlike weapons such as bazookas and booby traps were used, took place at the end of May in Al-Rastan, a town of 50,000 inhabitants located on the main road between Homs and Hama, and at the beginning of June in Jizr ash-Sugar, a town of similar size on the Turkish border. Almost only Sunnis lived in both towns. A large group of defectors who had deserted the Syrian army came to Turkey with the refugees from Jizr ash-Sugar. In a video published on YouTube, the leaders of these defectors announced the formation of a free Syrian army. The headquarters of the FSA was set up near Antalya, a Turkish city close to the Syrian border. Its commander-in-chief was the defector Riyad al-Assad, a former colonel in the Syrian Air Force. He no longer plays a role within the FSA. In August, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Bahrain withdrew their ambassadors from Damascus, while France, Germany, the UK and the USA called on Assad to step down, and Turkish newspapers reported that Turkey was already making plans for an intervention in Syria. The Europeans spoke of sanctions and an arms embargo. At this point, the war had already matured into an international affair of the highest order. The Syrian National Council was founded in Istanbul to bring together all the groups already involved in the uprising, however irreconcilable their different interests, to form a common political representation of the revolution. The council included the small groups of left-wing and nationalist intellectuals who had published inconsequential declarations propagating vague reforms a few years earlier, or the new local committees that had formed in the embattled towns to produce videos of the demonstrations and battles for YouTube and Al Jazeera, for example, as if on an assembly line. The large group of Kurds represented by the Kurdish parties allied with the PKK did not represent a Syrian interest in the council itself, but a Kurdish interest, which consists of separating the predominantly Kurdish inhabited areas from Syria, which extend to the northeast along the Turkish and Iraqi borders, where they connect to the Kurdish areas there and, from the perspective of Kurdish nationalists, form the southwestern part of Kurdistan. The regime understood that this particular interest, which relates to an area far from Damascus, did not pose a decisive threat to it, and this disinterest in turn enabled the Kurds to take control of most of their territories early on in the revolution without serious confrontation with the Syrian army. These machinations of the Syrian Kurds must have appeared more threatening from the perspective of Turkey, on whose border they were taking place. Some Sunni tribes represented in the council, who are based in eastern Syria along the Iraqi border, where their Iraqi relatives live on the other side of the border, also have a special interest in the Syrian revolution. The border between Syria and Iraq does not exist for these tribes because citizenship is not the primary attribution of an individual to the surrounding society. The blood relationship is more important. However, their particular interest is already less interesting to the regime than that of the Kurds, because it undermines the national integrity of both Syria and Iraq. The threats lurking in the Sunni tribal areas had already manifested themselves once before, namely after the fall of Saddam Hussein, when the tribes living on the Iraqi side allied themselves with al-Qaeda to fight against the American troops stationed in Iraq and the new government in Baghdad, which was supported by the Shiite majority of the population. The Iraqi Shiites in particular had benefited from the democratic institutions that had come into the country with the American soldiers. However, when the al-Qaeda gangs attempted to rule the tribal areas in a way that did not respect the traditional order represented by the tribal chiefs, for example, finger chopping as a punishment for smoking tobacco, the tribes switched fronts and allied with the U.S. against al-Qaeda. U.S. Marines trained and armed the tribes for this purpose. The joint fight between American soldiers and Sunni tribes against al-Qaeda in Iraq, known as the Sunni Awakening in the history of the Iraq War, occurred during the reinforcement of American troops in 2007 and 2008 and made a decisive contribution to reducing terrorism throughout the country. However, after the withdrawal of American troops in December 2011, al-Qaeda in Iraq was able to regain ground and today poses a serious threat again. Not unlike their Iraqi relatives, the Sunni tribes in Syria also have an ambivalent relationship with al-Qaeda. They value terror as a weapon against their enemies, the Shiites, but they do not like it when it interferes in everyday tribal life. But the possibility of a repeat of the Sunni Awakening makes these tribes an interesting object in the U.S. search for allies in the Syrian war. As allies of the U.S., they are a potential threat to Assad and al-Qaeda alike. Another potential ally group in the National Council were the defectors. Although this group had not yet organized itself politically at the time, it could at least be assumed that it was one of the most nationalist factions within the council. Their military training in the Syrian army also made them an interesting ally. The Muslim Brotherhood. A number of other smaller and more insignificant groups and individuals joined, but the council was led by a single organization that was financially and politically superior to all other groups and individuals represented in it, the Muslim Brotherhood. However, the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood was an exile organization that had family and personal contacts in Syria, political supporters and covert members, but no organization, offices, media, preachers and cadres to fight a political battle on the ground. Hafez al-Assad's regime had crushed the organization with military force in 1982, after it had tried once before to bring about an uprising that challenged the regime through a combination of demonstrations and terrorist actions. The Muslim Brotherhood had thus not been directly active in Syria for 3 decades and had little influence on how the current uprising was organized on the ground, although its first phase seemed similar in form to the previous one. Through its international contacts and financial resources, however, the Muslim Brotherhood played an important role in arming the revolution. From its offices in Istanbul, it managed the distribution of the money provided by Chpater for arms purchases. In a number of places, various groups had begun to arm themselves. In some places, they had already grown into battalions, engaging the Syrian army in an increasing number of battles. The first battles took place in Damascus in August. Fighting resumed in Al-Rastan in September and in Aleppo in October. The uprising had now reached the civil war phase. Until then, the Muslim Brotherhood had played the decisive role in exchanging the financial resources provided from outside Syria for weapons and distributing these weapons to the combat-ready groups inside Syria. Salafists and terrorists. The prospect of the rise of the Muslim Brotherhood, made possible by the Arab Revolution, from an opposition that had previously been well guarded by Arab despots to a power that would soon rule several states in the region, posed a threat to Saudi Arabia, which the kingdom countered by arming its own allies. Some private patrons from the oil states, who had the corresponding assets at their disposal, formed an armed group just for themselves. This gave rise to a second front of Islamic combat units in Syria, the Salafist brigades, which are fighting together with the already active units financed by Chpater and the Muslim Brotherhood against the Assad regime, and at the same time competing for the hierarchy, leadership of the revolution and control of territories. Then the first al-Qaeda gangs came to Syria from Iraq, and at the end of the year al-Nusra carried out the first terrorist attacks in Damascus. A new phase of the war had begun. In al-Nusra, Salafists, terrorists, Syrians, Iraqis and jihadists from all over the world fight united under the black banner of Islam. Their military successes soon made the Salafists and above all al-Nusra, which carried the war into the city centers with suicide attacks, the spearhead of the revolution. This had the dual consequence that, on the one hand, the military reinforcement provided by the new units enabled Assad's opponents to wage an ongoing civil war against the Syrian army in the first place. On the other hand, however, it also changed the balance of power between the various groups fighting against the regime. In the end, the Muslim Brotherhood had to relinquish its position as leader of the revolution to the militarily superior new groups. 1 year after the start of the Syrian Revolution, this created new conditions for the USA's search for allies. While it would serve a U.S. national interest to weaken or remove the Assad regime, a regime led by the Muslim Brotherhood, or more likely now, a gang rule of Salafists and terrorists in its place, would run counter to U.S. national interests. The whole thing made no sense. The U.S. national interest had to be that neither side would win the war. But if neither side won, the war would never stop, and if it never stopped, it would expand geographically, intensify militarily, and threaten more and more U.S. allies, insofar as the war was from the beginning also a proxy war between Iran and Saudi Arabia, the Sunnis and Shiites in Lebanon, the Muslim Brotherhood against the Egyptian military regime and the Jordanian kingdom, the PKK against Turkey, al-Qaeda against Iraq, Yemen, Pakistan, etc. It had to be in the national interest of the USA for the war to stop at some point. So at some point either someone had to win it, or a balance of power had to be brought about between Assad and his opponents that neither side could overcome, which would therefore force both sides to negotiate the division of territories. But the USA now only had one more enemy in Syria, it just didn't have an ally yet. The CIA. But who could the USA ally itself with? Finding out was initially the CIA's task. During the phase of the war in which the Muslim Brotherhood, Chpater and Turkey determined the course of the Syrian Revolution, the work of the CIA agents who were sent to Turkey for this purpose concentrated on observing the arms shipments that crossed the Turkish border. There was nothing more to do. This was because the fighting units organized by the defectors and smaller groups in the contested locations and supplied with money and weapons by the Muslim Brotherhood were still too weak militarily at the time to pose a serious challenge to the Syrian army. Not only were they too insignificant for the USA to be taken seriously as allies, but there was also no national interest on the part of the USA that would have required it to choose between the Assad regime and a Muslim Brotherhood regime. But there was no other choice at the time, and considering the weakness of Assad's opponents, there was not even that choice. Consequently, the U.S. had no interest in the Syrian Revolution at the time, except to observe it. When the Salafists and al-Nusra began to lead the revolution, things got interesting. The opponents of Assad were now strong enough to impose an ongoing civil war on the Assad regime, and the war could be won by Assad, the Muslim Brotherhood, or al-Qaeda. From now on, the distribution of weapons not only had to be observed, but monitored and controlled. Over the course of 2012, the CIA developed a plan for arming the FSA into an ally capable of fighting a war on two fronts simultaneously. against the Assad regime and the terrorists within the ranks of Assad's opponents. The first part of the plan involved splitting the revolution. The second part involved training and arming the allies. The implementation of the plan first required the creation of political and military structures that had to exclude al-Nusra from the revolutionary organizations. The USA now took the initiative itself. The first condition for the successful implementation of the plan was the coordination of arms deliveries, which until then had been carried out by the Muslim Brotherhood, Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and the private sponsors from the other oil states not only haphazardly, but deliberately against each other, and which served less the purpose of the success of the cause as a whole than to strengthen their own clientele to the detriment of the others. The first tangible result of this coordination was the reorganization of the political representation of the revolution. With the founding of the National Coalition in Dubai in October, the National Council organized by the Muslim Brotherhood a year earlier was replaced by an alliance that now also included the groups armed by Saudi Arabia and installed them as a counterweight to the Muslim Brotherhood. Although this left the defectors even more marginalized, there was now a political structure that better represented the military conditions at the front and at the same time sealed the exclusion of the terrorist parts of the revolution. Only at the front itself was there no sign of such a split. Although the National Coalition working in Istanbul was supposed to be the preliminary stage of a future transitional government in Syria, it was unable to influence the course of the war in Syria itself. Here, each military unit fought on its own. Military coordination between the units was limited in terms of location and time to individual battles in which the strongest military unit involved in the battle determined the strategy and tactics. However, on this scale, which was limited to individual battles, military coordination between the various units was part of everyday life. In fact, major military operations were rarely carried out by one unit alone. In practice, any combination of cooperation between the units of the defectors, the Muslim Brotherhood, individual tribes, towns, districts, and al-Nusra was the order of the day. The next step in implementing the CIA plan was therefore to transfer the new political conditions to the military organization of the FSA. To this end, around 500 commanders of the individual FSA units met at the end of 2012 in Antalya, the same Turkish town near the Syrian border where the founding of the FSA had been announced in summer 2011. Security officials from the USA, Great Britain, France, Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and other Arab states took part in the meeting. The outcome of the meeting was the establishment of a military council that brought together all FSA units under a joint high command. Only al-Nusra and the Ahr al-Sham brigades, a coalition of jihadist combat units and one of the strongest military units on the battlefield of the Syrian Revolution, were excluded. The split at the front. With the establishment of the military council, which placed the FSA under the supreme command of the defector Salim Idris, a former general in the Syrian army, the military division of the revolution was completed on an organizational level. But at the front, the split remained a fiction. Even after the establishment of the military council, hardly any successful military operation against the Assad regime took place without the participation, or rather without the leadership, of the Ahr al-Sham brigades and al-Nusras. In a coordinated military operation in March 2013, several units inside and outside the structures of the National Coalition and the military council captured al-Raqqa, the first provincial capital to fall into the hands of the revolution, a municipality in the north with 250,000 inhabitants before the war, which at the time was also home to 600,000 refugees from other combat zones. The conquest of al-Raqqa illustrated the balance of power at the time between the Assad regime and its opponents on the one hand, and between the various military units of Assad's opponents on the other. First of all, the event demonstrated the weakness of the Syrian army on the front in the north and east of the country, where the regime had already lost virtually all territory 6 months earlier, including the largest oil fields in Syria. The conquest of al-Raqqa itself also demonstrated the strength of the jihadist elements of the revolution. Although the FSA units represented in the military council were involved in the fighting, the conquest was planned and led by Ahr al-Sham, whose brigades alone comprised around 20,000 men, while the total strength of the FSA was estimated at 100,000 men. The commanders of Ahr al-Sham had coordinated the attack with al-Nusra and an al-Qaeda group that had only announced its involvement in the war in Syria a few months earlier. This group calls itself the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria and is a merger of the al-Qaeda gangs in Iraq with their Syrian counterparts. It is thus structured similarly to al-Nusra, which makes both appear to be competing organizations. Although both are subordinate to the al-Qaeda leadership in Pakistan, under the orders of Ayman al-Zawahiri. ISIS is said to receive money from private sponsors in Kuwait, among others. Salim Idris and his military council were not involved in the attack plans. The subsequent al-Raqqa government was divided between al-Sham, al-Nusra, and ISIS, while the other FSA units involved in the conquest had no say in the matter. The administration of the city after its conquest was meticulously planned in advance in preparation for the attack. Individual functions of the municipal administration were delegated to smaller units that had been put together in advance and were responsible for supplying the city with food and energy, waste collection, public transport, etc. The police-like units were responsible for protecting the city. Police-like units were responsible for the protection of private and public property, so that the bank vaults are said to have remained undamaged, and there is said to have been less looting after the conquest than is usual in attacks carried out by smaller and less experienced groups. Journalists who visited the city afterwards reported unusually little garbage on the streets. However, the conquerors' cleansing squads also cleaned up after their opponents, who were either summarily executed or sentenced to be executed later by a Sharia court. The military obedience and political discipline with which the Islamic brigades knew how to impress friends and foes alike was also demanded of their subjects, the citizens of the city. Dozens of cities in northern and eastern Syria were conquered in a similar manner this year. On the one hand, these virtues are merely an expression of the arbitrariness with which the most powerful organizations of the revolution, the Salafist and terrorist ones, rule the areas under their control as the military means at their disposal allow. However, they are also an indication of the political weakness of these groups. At least their leaders are aware of the experiences of al-Qaeda in Iraq. If they do not respect the conservative traditions of the tribes, they could once again provoke a Sunni awakening, which could become dangerous for them if the angry tribes were to arm themselves. So far, there have only been isolated demonstrations. The intervention. Either way, the military superiority of the jihadist groups had to be overcome in order to enforce the division of the revolution at the front. Consequently, the units selected by the CIA as allies of the USA had to be strengthened militarily. The jihadists had already been in control of the northern front, the areas along the border with Turkey, for months. It therefore made sense to build up the counterfront from the south. To this end, the CIA set up a training camp in Jordan. The training began at the beginning of the year with a hand-picked group of FSA soldiers who were also to learn how to use weapon systems that were not allowed to fall into the hands of terrorists under any circumstances. The distribution of shoulder-launched anti-aircraft missiles in particular had to be restricted to a small group of trustworthy soldiers, as such weapons can also be used to shoot down passenger planes. Israel, whose airplanes would be an obvious target for terrorists possessing such weapons, supported the buildup of the front in the south. And not only for this reason. As far as the war in Syria is concerned, Israel's national interests are hardly any different from those of the USA. Neither the Assad regime nor al-Qaeda should win the war, but the war should stop at some point so that it does not spread any further. On the other hand, the threat is also closer for Israel than for the US due to its geographical proximity. So Israel's task in the training camp is to take its scrupulousness in selecting allies to the extreme. French, British, and Jordanian instructors worked at the camp. Some Sunni tribes from southern Syria provided the recruits. Saudi Arabia paid for the training program and the weapons. The new front was armed via the Jordanian border. Among other things, the Saudi royal family purchased a large quantity of weapons from Soviet and Yugoslavian production in Croatia, including not only light weapons and ammunition such as Kalashnikovs, but also machine guns, rocket and grenade launchers, mortars, artillery pieces, etc. Turkish and Jordanian airplanes transported the weapons. This large-scale transfer of weapons from the Balkans to the Middle East began in December 2012 and took place in regular batches. In one delivery alone at the beginning of March 2013, about which a Croatian daily newspaper published some details, 75 Turkish and Jordanian transport planes are said to have landed in Zagreb and returned to Jordan with 3,000 tons of weapons on board. The purchase of Soviet-made weapons also had advantages in the selection of soldiers for the training camp, where defectors were preferred for political reasons. Because the Syrian army was also equipped with such weapons, the defectors were already familiar with them, so that they could be recognized by them and their training took less time. One of the first groups of several hundred soldiers who had completed the training in Jordan is said to have been deployed in Damascus in August, where the units of an Islamic brigade, the Liwa al-Islam Brigade, which is part of the FSA and the Military Council and is one of the most powerful units of the FSA, had been carrying out an offensive in eastern Ghouta since the end of July, in the places that the regime attacked with chemical weapons a few days later. FSA units had already carried out several successful offensives this year. But with the support of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards and the Lebanese Hezbollah, the Syrian army was able to recapture some areas, including strategically important locations such as Al-Qusair, a town between the Lebanese border and Homs, which was recaptured in June. Despite several attempts, however, the Syrian army did not succeed in capturing the suburbs of eastern Ghouta held by FSA units to the southeast of Damascus. Instead, the FSA counteroffensive led from there was able to advance further towards the city center, in some cases within firing range of central military facilities of the Assad regime. During the battles, Syrian army fighter jets were occasionally shot down with shoulder-launched air defense missiles. However, the FSA was not equipped against chemical weapons. The possession of chemical weapons gave the regime a strategic advantage that could only be offset by U.S. intervention. Perhaps the threat was enough. However, the USA could also have used the use of chemical weapons in Damascus as an opportunity to bomb the Syrian Air Force and thus deprive the regime of another strategic advantage. If necessary, another reason could be found later. The CIA's plan to find allies in Syria and to train and equip them for a two-front war against Assad and al-Qaeda can be seen both as an alternative and as preparation for military intervention. However, it was still too early for this in August 2013, as the USA's allies were not yet in a position to wage war against these two opponents at that time. Although the possibility of direct military intervention by the USA alone had led to an increase in smaller battles between the FSA units, al-Nusra and ISIS, the FSA would not have been able to cope with a showdown with the al-Qaeda groups or al-Sham brigades, either militarily or politically, as the division of the revolution still appeared to be an open-ended project, and not only on the front itself. This was demonstrated by the founding of a new alliance, the Islamic Alliance, on September 24th. The alliance includes some of the strongest Islamic brigades within the FSA and the Military Council, i.e. allies of the USA, including Liwa al-Islam and the Tawhid and Soghar al-Sham brigades, as well as al-Nusra and al-Sham. In the founding declaration, the political goal of the alliance is the establishment of an Islamic state. It regards the National Coalition and the Military Council as puppets of the West and traitors. The alliance claims to represent 50,000 Islamic fighters. At first glance, it looked as if the Salafists, both inside and outside the FSA, were allying themselves with al-Qaeda. The only thing that seemed strange was that although al-Nusra was part of the alliance, ISIS was not, which in turn could be explained by the rank battles between these two groups. But the very next day, al-Nusra revoked its membership of the alliance, which thus turned out to be an alliance of Salafists against al-Qaeda. 3 days later, on September 29th, another alliance of Salafist brigades formed an Islamic army, which is separate from the National Coalition and the Military Council, and to which neither al-Nusra nor ISIS belong. It unites 50 Islamic organizations and is led by Liwa al-Islam, one of the most powerful Salafist brigades, which is supported by Saudi Arabia and is mainly active in and around Damascus. This reorganization of the Revolutionary Front that emerged at the end of September to the detriment of al-Qaeda on the one hand and the political and military organizations of the groups supported by the USA on the other could have been read as a sign of failure or as a sign of success of the CIA plan. However, either reading would have had to ignore the fact that the war had only just begun. In fact, the US allies still had a bargaining chip that promised them an advantage for the future that the others could not surpass. Having the US as an ally. This advantage just has to materialize on the battlefield at some point. After the lost battle for Aleppo, the Syrian revolution seems to have been lost as a whole, insofar as its goal is supposed to have been the realization of a national social order claiming the entire territory of the state and limiting itself to it, the establishment of a Sunni state throughout Syria. The realization of this goal would require a war against Russia, a repeat of the jihad against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. And why not? Because of its Sunni Islamic content, the revolution overshot its target from the outset and quite naturally, just as its brigades gathered on the battlefield have militarily and practically breached Syria's borders with Turkey in the north and Iraq in the east. The Syrian revolution, as a local event, is as naturally part of the larger context of the world Islamic revolution as the goals of the two opposing revolutionary perspectives meet in Syria. The revolution, which has been pushed back from the city to the provinces, is therefore not yet over, insofar as it has merely been politically reduced to its Sunni Islamic content and militarily returned to the position of a politically confused rural guerrilla, in which it already found itself before the attack on Aleppo, now only matured by the experience that it can destroy the cities, but cannot conquer them. The revolution must therefore continue in the provinces it still holds, i.e. if it is to continue, i.e. if it is to be capable of new offensives, it must reposition itself, close ranks, and first defeat the enemy that threatens it from within, those comrades who already want to give up, end the war, and betray the revolution. Al-Qaeda took the initiative immediately after losing the battle for Aleppo. After its Syrian ally, Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, JFS, was able to demonstrate its political and military qualities in Aleppo, the organization is ideally positioned to drive the Syrian revolution forward even after the lost battle. The fact that this role comes naturally to it is due to the fact that it has already played it well in the past. A JFS offensive at the end of January 2017 in the province of Idlib, which is still largely controlled by the revolution, against units of the Free Syrian Army, FSA, which were accused of negotiating with the enemy in Kazakhstan, demonstrated that it is also confident in this role. Others were specifically accused of providing the USA with coordinates for the bombing of JFS positions in Idlib. On January 25, one such gang of traitors, Jaish al-Mujahideen, who was also on the CIA payroll, was completely routed by a JFS commando. To protect themselves, the beleaguered FSA units then joined the all-powerful Ahr al-Sham brigades, previously an ally of the attacker, but which itself threatened to split into two camps as a result of the attacks. The attacks on the traitors thus lead to a split in the revolution, with the traitors on one side and the steadfast, the real Syrian revolution, rallying around al-Qaeda on the other. This reminds the Syrian revolution that al-Qaeda has already helped it out of a phase of confusion. Less than 6 months before the battle for Aleppo in spring 2012, barely a year after it began, the revolution seemed to have almost exhausted the initial momentum it had gained from the Egyptian revolution, with no prospect of taking over the state in the foreseeable future. In the preceding brief first phase of the revolution, in which the protest escalated into civil war, things were still progressing at a pace that was actually no longer controllable. After the first demonstrations in March 2011 and the bloody escalation in Homs in April, armed groups emerged throughout the country in May, which joined forces in June to form the Free Syrian Army and declared war on the Assad regime. However, the United Revolutionary Army was initially just an idea of the Muslim Brotherhood, which sought to coordinate the mushrooming uprising of the Sunni rural youth and to subject the revolution to a common political program and military command, which was to be assumed by the so-called deserters, the majority of whom were lower and middle-ranking officers, because the regime tended to fill such ranks with soldiers from the Sunni majority of the population. The Muslim Brotherhood's propaganda, for its part, used to exaggerate the number of officers deserting from Assad's army to join the revolutionaries in their ranks, on the one hand to conjure up the imminent collapse of the regime, and on the other to adorn the revolution itself, which appeared unpredictable, with the charm of a professional and responsible rank. Mobilizing the masses for armed struggle was very simple in this phase of the revolution. The easiest way to bring revolutionary youth into line was to put a Kalashnikov in their hands. A revolutionary council was set up in Istanbul. The money came in heavy suitcases and the weapons were sent across the Turkish border to Syria. Fighting had been going on several fronts since the summer, while the Revolutionary Council's propaganda department portrayed the battlefield, which was spreading daily, as if Assad's army was on a furious campaign of revenge against the Sunni majority, which was obviously only half the truth. However, the Revolutionary Council, in which the Muslim Brotherhood set the tone, hoped that this portrayal of the war would inspire the Western public with enthusiasm for the revolution and thus bring about an intervention like the one in Libya. The bloody images needed for the background were provided by the battle itself. In Homs, Syria's third-largest city, a revolutionary battalion had attempted to take control of the districts of Rastan and Baba Amr in order to conquer the city from there. By the end of the year, this had turned into an all-out civil war between the revolutionary Sunni majority and the religious minorities in the city, who saw the regime as a life insurance policy. In February, the Syrian armed forces besieged, bombed, conquered and looted Baba Amr, the last district still controlled by the revolutionaries, after the majority of residents had already fled and most FSA units had withdrawn. What remained were corpses and ruins, but the Muslim Brotherhood's plan had not worked out. The West moaned, but did nothing. However, this was not only due to Barack Obama, but also to the shortcomings of the revolution itself. The Institute for the Study of War concluded in December 2011 The armed Syrian resistance lacks the fundamental characteristics of the rebels who overthrew President Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. Above all, the resistance has been incapable of holding territory from which it could have operated and where it could have organized itself, unlike the Libyan rebels who were able to organize themselves in liberated Benghazi. In addition, Syria's armed resistance is only made up of small units of deserters and local insurgents, all of whom are only lightly armed, while entire units of the Libyan army had defected. Homs came into the spotlight for another notable reason. In the stories from Homs, the specter of religious bloodshed has appeared more clearly in those from elsewhere. The preparation of the attack. Homs lies between Aleppo and Damascus and is part of the area that the regime has to defend for better or worse. Compared to Aleppo and Damascus, however, Homs was more difficult to defend, i.e. only with more force, due to the religious majority and the corresponding revolutionary mood in the city. The attack on Homs in an early phase of the revolution was therefore a daring maneuver, but the defeat in this city was all the more frustrating because it meant that there was no way of winning a battle in the larger, more religiously balanced cities, which were politically divided between supporters and opponents with the weapons available. But new weapons had already found their way onto the battlefield at the time. Car bombs controlled by martyrs and homemade remote-controlled bombs, IEDs, such as those used by al-Qaeda against American troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. These weapons were particularly suitable for targeted attacks in cities. The first two car bombs, which were probably controlled by two female martyrs from Iraq, exploded on December 23, 2011 in Damascus near military facilities of the regime. On January 6, a martyr blew up a police bus. In February, two heavy car bombs controlled by martyrs blew up a security forces building in Aleppo. In March, it exploded in Damascus and Aleppo. The group that used the new weapons and obviously targeted the state power in the country's major cities with its attacks called itself Jabhat al-Nusra, JN, meaning Front for the Support of the Syrian People. The fact that the new front distanced itself from the revolution with this name in that it did not present itself as an immediate part of the revolution, but as a force coming from outside that wanted to help the revolution to victory, corresponded exactly to the role that al-Qaeda was to play in Syria. The core of the Nusra Front consisted of al-Qaeda members and sympathizers in Syria and Iraq who had already gained military experience in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya. The Nusra Front emerged in Syria as a local elite unit in the context of the global war for the unrestricted rule of Islam, which Osama bin Laden had proclaimed with the attack on September 11, 2001. A Sunni state in Syria would expand the Islamic sphere of power. In short, a victory for the Syrian revolution would be a stage victory for the Islamic world revolution. While the targeted attacks on the metropolises deepened the political rifts within the affected cities, each time larger revolutionary demonstrations met with even larger counter-demonstrations, the revolutionaries in the suburbs and the wider province around the cities were already busy encircling Aleppo. Compared to Damascus, Aleppo was better suited to an attack from outside, as the city is close to the Turkish border, through which a large part of the revolutionary logistics were handled. The northern provinces of Aleppo and Idlib were the focus of the Syrian revolution's military activities from the outset. In February 2012, a reporter for the Los Angeles Times reported from Hamadan, a village less than 10 kilometers from Aleppo, where the young men had armed themselves and driven out the police. According to Wikipedia, the village had a good 10,000 inhabitants, the newspapers say 20,000, but it is generally agreed that 30,000 people fled the village during a later attack by the Syrian army. The village was now in revolutionary hands. Not far from the main road leading from Aleppo city to the village, a handful of young men, each with a Kalashnikov, some covering their faces with scarves, stand at a checkpoint close to the entrance to the small village. Next to them flutters the green, white, and black flag of the Syrian revolution. The armed uprising has reached Aleppo's doorstep. The mood in the village must have been grim, according to the reporter's account. In a back room on the third floor of a newer building is the improvised media department of the newly formed Revolutionary Council for Aleppo and the suburbs. The people here don't want a peaceful revolution. They want war, says Faraj, who works for the council. In the summer, the hotheads were almost unstoppable, according to another reporter who visited the site in July 2012. Behind the villa they were guarding, a group of half-naked rebels bawled with glee while doing but bombs into the dirty, half-full swimming pool. Their commander, an illiterate 24-year-old, joked that while the war raged all around them, the people of Aleppo were just worried about their barbecue. He vowed that the rebels currently roaming the countryside would soon find their way to Aleppo. He promised that Aleppo would burn. The reason for this confidence was the initial success in bringing together the many armed groups that had been operating around the city more or less on their own until then. The attempts to unite the Muslim Brotherhood with the FSA as the military arm of a national council controlling the revolution from Istanbul had been unsuccessful because they did not correspond to the balance of power on the battlefield. At the front, however, it was no longer the FSA, which did not exist as a unit, but the jihad that dominated events. Anyone who wanted to be at the forefront joined it. In July 2012, dozens of revolutionary groups active in the province of Aleppo placed themselves under a joint command and called themselves the Tawhid Brigade, the Unity. Their common goal was to establish a Sunni state throughout Syria. The new formation was open to all revolutionaries who wanted to fight for the realization of this goal, whether they came from the FSA or Al-Qaeda. That was the new thing about it, so to speak, although the unity of local and global war was already present in the Sunni Islamic content of the Syrian revolution, albeit initially only as an idea that still had to prove itself in the realities of battle. It was actually the appearance of the Nusra Front that made the new unit possible, although it would never submit itself to any commander other than the Al-Qaeda leadership in Pakistan and the Prophet. The Tawhid Brigade commanded around 10,000 men before the attack, excluding the Nusra Front. On July 22, 2012, The Guardian reported, fighters from the rural areas around Aleppo have stormed the city of 3 million near the Turkish border. The Tawhid Brigade said in a video statement that the battle to liberate Aleppo had begun. 2 days earlier, thousands of fighters had invaded the city, using Kalashnikovs and bazookas to shoot their way into neighborhoods where they hoped to find a sympathetic reception due to their population composition. Homes were confiscated to set up revolutionary accommodation, offices and media stations. Schools were converted into military bases and command centers. Civilian life was shut down and the residents placed under the rule of the Stop Commando in charge of the street. The new rulers took what they needed, and if anyone complained about this, they were told. It was war, that's the way it was, there was nothing they could do. Within a few days, the revolution had conquered almost a third of the city and was at the gates of the old town in the center of Aleppo. A counteroffensive by the Syrian army was able to stop it there, but was unable to recapture the lost parts of the city. Residents who did not want to take part in this revolution fled the contested areas. However, those who wanted to oppose the revolution because, like the religious minorities in the city, they had nothing good to expect from it, had to join an Alevi, Christian, or Druze militia that helped defend the regime for better or worse. On July 30th, an FSA commando captured a strategic Syrian army checkpoint near Anadan. The fighters claimed to have captured the Hrayatan military base and the Anadan checkpoint. A video shows them triumphantly on the captured tanks. Colonel Abdel Nasser, the commander of the battle, told Guardian reporter Luke Harding that his men had captured 8 tanks and 10 armored vehicles, as well as mortars and a host of weapons. The rebels now control a strategic land corridor in northern Syria, all the way from Turkey to Aleppo. This was the main route of revolutionary logistics, the artery, so to speak, of the bloody battle for Aleppo that had just begun. It was now obvious that the individual armed groups were coordinating their operations with each other. The hot-headed illiterates from Anadan were now part of a complex battle plan to finally push the revolution out of the provinces and into the centers of power of the Assad regime. A New York Times reporter in Aleppo describes the situation in the city that day. In a school that has been converted into a military base, a rebel commander sits at a small desk while updates come in on his walkie-talkie. His fighters are on the front line watching the government troops massing around the town. An AK-47 lies on the desk. "We are preparing for a long, hard guerrilla war," he says as he instructs his men to organize night patrols in Salaheddin, the district at the center of the fighting. The city has been completely transformed, its gardens and schools overflowing with people who have been left homeless. In the hospitals lie civilians wounded in armed clashes or by incessant government shelling. New borders have emerged as the army and its opponents demarcate their respective territories with tanks or burning cars. Armed clashes have occurred mainly in the impoverished, informal areas on the outskirts of the city, where the rebels have found ready support, and in the central districts around the old city. Many neighborhoods have been cut off from electricity and water supplies. Most bakeries have closed. According to the United Nations, 200,000 people have fled the city. Those who could not leave the city have retreated to parks and the Kurdish and Christian neighborhoods that have been largely spared from the fighting. Reuters reported on August 1st. Rebels say they will turn Aleppo into the tomb of the Assad regime. In the end, it was not the Assad regime's grave, but that of tens of thousands of the city's inhabitants. The conditions for this had already been created at the beginning of the battle. During the ongoing offensive in the city, which aimed to conquer the old city, Aleppo was surrounded from the outside by revolutionary troops, who blocked all roads into the city. At that time, the city besieged by the revolution already resembled the eastern part of the city that was encircled by the regime's troops 4 years later, in which the revolution had taken root for a protracted guerrilla war that it ultimately lost. But it was only when, a few weeks after the attack, the old town of Aleppo and its cultural heritage were set on fire during fighting in the city center that the German world conscience was inflamed. Richard Herzinger suddenly recognized the pure hypocrisy behind the whining about the loss of the world cultural heritage, and at that moment his heart was also inflamed for the Syrian revolution. World cultural heritage? What was the point of the Syrian people, whom the world expected to live for decades under a particularly brutal, kleptocratic dictatorship, especially as international strategy experts from left to right largely agreed that Arab culture was simply not compatible with Western ideas of democracy and human rights? World cultural heritage? A world community that has been calmly watching the slaughter and torture of tens of thousands of people and the growing misery of hundreds of thousands of refugees. Besieged and persecuted people for a good year and a half can hardly call itself cultured, and therefore does not deserve such a legacy. Meanwhile, the routine persistence with which the West avoids any serious attempt to put a stop to the disaster also borders on barbarism. Even the shock to the world's cultural conscience that emanates from the smoking ruins of Aleppo's old town will not change this determination to do nothing. One is unpleasantly reminded of the Balkan War, when the bombing of Dubrovnik, the cultural pearl of Dalmatia, by the Serbian army at the end of 1991 provoked a fierce worldwide lament. End quote. That was the sound of the world's conscience for another 4 years. On the battlefield of political propaganda, the Syrian revolution remained victorious to the end. The role of the Nusra Front during the first phase of the assault was to challenge the regime with targeted bombing raids on strategic targets in the city. In late July, a young Nusra Front commander told a Time reporter about his work. "Our specialty is bombs, homemade bombs, IEDs. Most of our operations consist of planting IEDs on roads or remotely detonating cars," he said. On the night Time spoke to him, some members of the Jabhat were in a remote field testing a homemade missile constructed with instructions from Syrian veterans of the Iraq War. The homemade rocket was supposedly capable of penetrating a tank. A commander of a small FSA unit told the same reporter that he deals with the Nusra Front because he needs their bombs. The bombs were not the only assets the Nusra Front brought to the table. The soldiers of the Nusra Front were perhaps more religious, more disciplined, and more determined to help the Syrian revolution win than the fighters of any of the Free Syrian Army groups. However, there were also those fighters and groups in the Free Syrian Army who admired the soldierly demeanor of the Nusra Front and cooperated with it. On August 8th, a reporter from the Reuters news agency traveled to the front to investigate the relationship between the Nusra Front and the other revolutionary groups in more detail. She described the arrival of revolutionaries sitting on a truck. The fighters brought mortars and boxes full of homemade bombs, and wherever you find homemade bombs, there are most likely foreign fighters, says a rebel named Muhammad from a local unit. They brought a lot of experience in bomb making from the insurgency in Iraq. With their help, our bombs now have a blast radius of 3 to 7 kilometers. Now we can even detonate them by cell phone. But the Nusra Front was not only made up of foreign fighters. Many were Syrians who had fought in Iraq. Other former comrades in arms joined the Ahr al-Sham brigades, whose members are keen to point out that they were founded immediately after the revolution but before March 15, 2011, meaning that they predate the Syrian revolution. The reporter herself writes about these free men of Syria, which she describes as one of the most effective and mysterious groups in Aleppo. Their fighters include most of the jihadist foreign fighters in Idlib and Aleppo, the rebels say. They are extremely effective and secretive. They work with us to carry out attacks against the regime, but they don't take orders from anyone else. They have smuggled weapons into Syria that are much better. The Nusra Front and the Arar al-Sham brigades were quasi-natural allies from the beginning and remained so until the end of the battle for Aleppo. The war and Islam held the revolution firmly together. The reporter asked a Syrian rebel commander about this. "Let me be clear. I am an Islamist. My fighters are Islamists. But there is more than one kind of Islamism," he told Reuters. "The men who come here have taken part in uprisings like the one in Iraq. They are too extreme. They want to blow up all symbols of the state, even schools." But despite his reservations about this extremely radical approach, the commander hopes that the extremists will help him to establish an Islamic state. "Let's get rid of the regime first, restore stability, have a national dialogue, and then we can establish the Islamic State step by step and give people time to get used to it. I don't want to introduce Sharia law immediately and chop off people's hands if they have stolen something. I believe in Sharia law. But if we impose it on people, we will create fear. We have to make it clear to minorities that we will treat them well." End quote. And that they are minorities. What the rebel commander was saying was straight out of the Muslim Brotherhood's textbooks. Of course, the people from Al-Qaeda had also studied them. The suspicion of extreme radicalism was therefore completely unjustified if it was directed against the comrades of Al-Qaeda as a whole, as the media liked to distort the matter in order to justify their neat separation of good and bad revolutionaries. The Nusra Front, as the organization allied with Al-Qaeda in Syria, did what it could to live up to its name and support the Syrian revolution. The skills and courage of its soldiers inspired the revolutionary masses. Solidarity with the masses is the first commandment of every people's war, the Maoist tautology according to which a fish must swim in water. But the People's War was exactly what Al-Qaeda wanted, and the imperative of immersing oneself in the rousing current of the revolutionary masses, to whom direction must be shown, is therefore a principle of the organization's policy that is as self-evident as it is irrefutable. However, the problems with extreme radicalism were not just figments of the imagination. They came from within its own ranks, because part of the organization was determined to no longer adhere to these political principles. Extreme radicalism first organized itself in Iraq. After the fall of Saddam Hussein, Iraq was the center of global jihad for years. It was mainly the Al-Qaeda ally in Iraq, which at that time called itself the Islamic State in Iraq ISI, from whose war experiences the Syrian revolution now benefited. But the Iraqis had no social revolutionary strategies in mind. Their relationship with the masses was determined by the simple formula of physical violence. Either you follow us or you die. The political problems with the Iraqi ally had caused the Al-Qaeda leadership in Pakistan great grief since the time of the Iraq War, which only subsided temporarily when the Iraqis lost the war against the USA because they had fallen out with the Sunni tribes in Iraq and had thus actually already proven the stupidity of their policy. But after the withdrawal of American troops, the network of Iraqi Al-Qaeda, which had been forced underground, regained ground. In Syria, the veterans got something to do again, and in spring 2013, just over a year after its intervention in Syria, ISI felt strong enough again to unceremoniously annex the Syrian revolution and thus violate all the principles of Al-Qaeda's policy. In April 2013, the ISI declared its unification with the Nusra Front under the name ISIS Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, and the supreme command of ISI leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. The Nusra Front and the Al-Qaeda leadership fended off the attempted embrace, which was tantamount to an internal coup within the organization and ended in a war between the hostile factions. Ayman al-Zawahiri, the successor to Osama bin Laden, who was killed by a U.S. commando in an early phase of the Arab Revolution, had tried to explain the political significance of this split, which had far-reaching consequences for global jihad, to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's predecessor in a long letter years earlier. Musab al-Zarqawi, the then leader of Iraqi Al-Qaeda, had already made exactly the same mistakes that his successor apparently intended to repeat. He had introduced beheading on camera, terrorized ordinary Muslims, attacked the Shiites without need, and ignored the customs of the Sunni tribes. In the letter, the Al-Qaeda leader asks the leader of the jihad in Iraq to always remember that the strongest weapon that the Mujahideen can enjoy after the help and success of God is the support of the Muslim masses in Iraq and the surrounding Muslim countries. The support of the masses is the decisive factor that determines victory and defeat in a people's war, jihad, or intifada. The enemies of the Islamic Revolution do not intend to destroy the movement of the Mujahideen. Rather, they want to secretly separate it from the misguided and fearful Muslim masses. Then he wrote to him about the violent videos of the Iraqi comrades. Among the things that hurt the feelings of the Muslim people who love and support you the most, and which they will never accept, are the scenes of the slaughter of prisoners. And I tell you, we are in a war, and more than half of this war is taking place on the battlefield of the media. We are in a media war for the hearts and minds of our ummah. And however far our capacities reach, they will never be 1,000th of the capacities of the satanic empire that is waging war against us. And we can kill a prisoner with a bullet. In this way, Mach has achieved what it wanted without the need to expose us to the questions and doubts of the public. We don't need that. End of quote. But Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi had no interest in this eternal doubting. ISIS launched its campaign of conquest on its own and became the most spectacular event of global jihad since 9/11 precisely because of its violent videos and the triumphant proclamation of the Islamic State in Mosul in the summer of 2014. While the Islamic State IS conquered the Syrian east and the Iraqi west, it was chased out of the provinces of Idlib and Aleppo by force by the Nusra Front, which is loyal to al-Qaeda and virtually all other groups of the Syrian revolution. In the north, the Kurds stopped him. An international coalition fought against him in Iraq. The Nusra Front, on the other hand, had gained even greater popularity in Syria thanks to its determined fight against IS, as it was no longer just the vanguard of the Syrian revolution in the war against Assad, but now also a sovereign protecting the Muslim masses from the terror of extreme radicalism. Together with the Ahr al-Sham brigades, the Nusra Front thus became the strongest political and military organization of the Syrian revolution in Aleppo. In the battle in the city, which was designed as a protracted guerrilla war, the Nusra Front had now introduced a new weapon tailored to this type of battlefield. Along with other Islamist militants, the Nusra Front detonated a massive tunnel bomb near the Air Force Intelligence headquarters in the northwest of the city. It has been just a month since dozens of people were killed when the Nusra Front and other rebel groups used a similar tactic to attack the same intelligence headquarters. First detonating a tunnel bomb and then attacking government forces. Planting bombs at the end of tunnels dug into government-controlled areas has become a favorite tactic of Syrian rebels, especially in Aleppo. A former car mechanic from Anadan invented a weapon he called the Hell Cannon. Could shoot gas cylinders filled with shrapnel several kilometers. Its military function, to terrorize the inhabitants of enemy territory, was similar to that of the regime's barrel bombs. But despite all the mutual military efforts, the front line was frozen in the trench warfare that had been going on for years. Every day that this battle lasted undermined the authority of the regime. The world's conscience was on the side of the revolution. The more the misery in the parts of the city it ruled grew with each passing day. Only Russia's intervention in autumn 2015 interrupted this state of gradual decline of the Assad regime, of which the destruction of Aleppo had become a symbol. With the support of Russia and Iran, the regime's troops first advanced into the surrounding countryside in order to separate the revolutionary positions in the province from those in the city and cut off their supply routes to Turkey. By the summer of 2016, the regime had completely surrounded the city. Of course, the revolutionaries also knew that the final episode in the drama had now begun. The politically educated people of al-Qaeda also knew that this would be a media battle. The media was already used to portraying the Syrian revolution either as a tale of suffering of the unjustly persecuted or as the resistance of desperate battle victims. This fitted in perfectly with the role of the savior in distress that al-Qaeda wanted to play. At the beginning of the media battle, the Nusra Front changed its name to Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, Front for the Conquest of the Levant. In a statement, the new front declared that it had nothing to do with al-Qaeda and was solely committed to defending the Syrian people. Fatah al-Sham and Ahr al-Sham formed a joint high command and planned a counteroffensive to break through the enemy's siege ring, which gave the world audience staring spellbound at the spectacle taking place in Aleppo another moment to breathe a sigh of relief. A model of the old city of Aleppo stood on the table in the operations room of the High Command. After the counteroffensives in the north of Aleppo had been unsuccessful, the revolutionary force attacked the southern outskirts of the city. The Syrian opposition has shifted the focus of its operations to break the siege ring to urban terrain in southwest Aleppo in order to override the asymmetric advantage that the Russian and Syrian air forces are giving the regime. The closure of the siege ring in the north on July 28 used this relative advantage that the Russian Air Force and regime artillery provide on flat, rural terrain to force the opposition to defend Aleppo in what they see as unfair conditions. Even with their superior weapons, it will be difficult for regime forces to dislodge the opposition from this dense urban terrain. Tunnel bombs played a crucial role in this operation. The intention of al-Qaeda was to bring the battle, once it had been lost, back to the city and delay its end for as long as possible in order to give the media every opportunity to portray the battle for Aleppo as a sacrificial heroic story of a revolution that ended tragically. On December 6, 2024, Der Spiegel ran the following headline in light of the capture of Aleppo by Islamist holy warriors. The world has never stopped Assad from killing. Now the Syrians are doing it. Just 3 days later, one day after the capture of Damascus and the fall of Syrian dictator Bashar Assad, Die Zeit followed up with the headline "The Middle East's Moment When the Wall Fell," as if Syria was now facing a blossoming landscape and an end to history, immediately after the Syrians, magically united as a homogeneous people, had put Assad to flight. These and similar headlines were the tenor of the German media landscape after December 8, 2024. As little as such headlines told the reader about the true situation in Syria, they revealed a great deal about the thinking and desires in the mostly left-liberal editorial offices. The longing for a Syrian reunification in the post-Assad era is in fact an interested repression of the diffuse history of the civil war and the tribalist social structure in Syria. However, the tendency towards this mechanism of repression has been inscribed in the Western and specifically the German view of the Syrian catastrophe from the very beginning. Just think of the media coverage of the siege and brutal bombardment of Aleppo, occupied by Islamist groups, by Syrian and Russian troops in 2016, during which the German public practiced unconditional solidarity with the jihadists holding out in the city and trivializing them as rebels. After all, it was about nothing less than preventing a supposed genocide against the Syrians, whereby this identification of the Islamic Sunni militias trapped in Aleppo with the Syrian people in toto not only served to erase the internal contradictions of Syrian society, although these had become more than apparent throughout the duration of the civil war due to the confusing front lines, but this repression also expressed an Islamophile romantic view of the Occident, according to which only Islam, as an imagined religion of peace, would be able to pacify the country after its liberation from Assad. The fact that the civil war was not a unified uprising of the people or even a romanticized struggle for freedom against a brutal and oppressive regime, but that different religious, ethnic, and political groups had pursued their own agendas from the outset, and that the conflict between the Assad regime and the secular opposition on the one hand and Islamist gangs on the other had soon escalated into a fight for survival between all against all. The frequently changing status of alliance or mortal enmity between the different factions in individual regions was mostly determined primarily by shifting front lines and changing military power relations. Depending on the location, time, and specific front lines, the secular opposition sometimes fought against competing Islamist militias, at other times alongside Islamists of various stripes against Assad's troops. The Kurds in the northeast of the country either fought Assad's troops or came to terms with them against the threat posed by the Islamic State, IS. Many Christians who were more closely aligned with the secular opposition at the beginning of the uprising were forced to support the government side later on, as this was the only way to provide some protection from the fundamentalist holy warriors of IS or the al-Nusra Front. While the Yezids initially fell victim to IS's barbaric policy of extermination and enslavement and finally found protection in Kurdish territory, which was ultimately able to defeat IS with the massive help of a Western military alliance led by the USA. Although these multiple alliances were often of a purely tactical nature or followed the logic of existential necessity, they were also always promoted by the particularistic character of Syrian society, in which ethnic and religious affiliations were additionally structured and sometimes overlaid by family loyalties based on clan and clan. What was initially described as the so-called Arab Spring with deceptive hopes and was then kitsched out by many Western observers as the Syrians' fight for freedom was at no point more than a slaughter in which the various Islamist rebels, held together more poorly than well by the unifying bond of Sunni Islam, quickly gained the upper hand. This turned the uprising against the hated dictator, which began in 2011 and quickly turned into a civil war, into a 14-year struggle for survival, especially for the numerous minorities in ethnically and religiously fragmented Syria, which is still not over for them today. In 2011, before the civil war began, there were around 1.5 million Christians living in the country, whereas today there are estimated to be fewer than 250,000. They in particular are now under renewed threat of assassination and expulsion by the Hayat Tahrir Ash-Sham, HTS, an alliance of various Islamist militias led by the Salafist group Jabhat Fath Ash-Sham, a successor organization to the Syrian branch of al-Qaeda, better known by its former name al-Nusra Front. It has now formally broken away from al-Qaeda and its commander, who has mutated from wanted terrorist to president, would now prefer to be referred to by his birth name Ahmed al-Shara instead of his former combat name Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, for whom the USA once offered a bounty of $10 million, as a result of which numerous Middle East experts have recently resorted to the inflationary use of paradoxical terms such as moderate Islamists in their analyses and assessments. Such already absurd non-concepts are usually preceded by a common confusion of ideology and strategy and tactics, especially in this country. The formal separation from the al-Qaeda terrorist network carried out by Jabhat Fath ash-Sham in the summer of 2016 was initially tactical in nature and was primarily intended to increase the former al-Nusra Front's ability to ally with other less radical Islamist militias after numerous military setbacks and being pushed back into the area around Idlib. In strategic terms, this initially meant nothing more than rejecting the concept of global jihad advocated by al-Qaeda and restricting it to Syria. However, they did not want to make a definitive commitment in this respect either, as Jabhat Fath ash-Sham translates as Front for the Conquest of the Levant, and therefore refers geographically to the entire area east of the Mediterranean between the Euphrates and the Sinai. This reference also recurs in the name of the HTS, the militia alliance that now holds power in Damascus following the ousting of Assad. Hayat Tahrir ash-Sham translates as Committee for the Liberation of the Levant. For this reason alone, it is forbidden to speak of Syrian freedom fighters in relation to the groups mentioned, although this is obscured by Western ignorance of their ideological continuity. Even if the former al-Qaeda terrorist Ahmed al-Shara, who has been transformed into the new, transitional head of state, has so far been emphatically moderate towards foreign countries, the draft constitution presented by the new rulers in Damascus already leaves little doubt domestically that they are planning to transform Syria according to a strictly Salafist worldview and to subject the entire social life to a very strict interpretation of Sharia law, which will make life a living hell. For Syrian women in particular, against which the handshake refused by al-Shara to the German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock may seem like a trifle. In addition, since the change of power, there have been numerous reports of murders, abuse and expulsions against the Christian and Alawite minorities, with the Alawites in particular being affected by numerous acts of revenge due to their alleged collective proximity to the former Alawite ruler Assad, as evidenced not least by the bloody massacres in the coastal province of Latakia in early March 2025, which left over 1,000 dead. The honest joy at the fall of Assad's rule, the true extent of brutality and bestiality in the regime's torture chambers now coming to light, is tainted by such gloomy prospects for the future, especially when it leads to the murderous attacks on Alawites and the massacre of defenseless civilians being trivialized as battles between supporters of the old regime and so-called security forces of the new Islamist transitional government, or even slips into an entirely ideological projection in which the liberation of Syria from the Assad dictatorship is imagined as a great moment in the universal struggle for freedom and human dignity, as the journalist Richard Herzinger put it, particularly pathetically, but also as representative of the prevailing discourse in this country. The international reactions are correspondingly varied. Although the fall of Assad is universally welcomed in the West, not all states view the events as projectively as some German publicists, but instead create facts. Israel, for example, did not hesitate for long and used the days following the overthrow to preemptively destroy ammunition depots and the entire air force and navy of the Syrian army, so that their arsenal of weapons would not fall into the hands of a new unpredictable Islamic theocracy right on its own doorstep. In contrast to Germany, Israel has known from painful experience since the founding of the state that the universal fight for freedom and human dignity has always been one that can only be waged against Islamists of all shades and not with them. An insight that has also found practical application in the fact that the Israeli army has now established a demilitarized zone in southern Syria and placed the Druze minority living there under its military protection. Despite this, the idea that political Islam is only a significant global political problem if it is in league with the clerical fascist regime in Iran, and thus indirectly also with Russia, is unfortunately still being cultivated in many circles of Israel solidarist leftists in this country. The predominant conflation of solidarity with Ukraine and Israel in this kind of thinking into a geopolitical wishful thinking that focuses exclusively on the Moscow-Tehran axis, which has been weakened by the fall of Assad, partially blinds us to the continuing global appeal of Sunni Islam in particular and the mass subject deformations that accompany it in more and more countries that are not originally Islamic. While Israel's strategic situation has indeed improved, particularly on the northern front, thanks to the elimination of the Assad regime, Insofar as the Iranian-Syrian smuggling routes to Lebanon can no longer be used without further ado and Hezbollah is now distracted by border battles with Syrian soldiers, it must nevertheless view developments in Syria with suspicion, particularly in view of the growing Turkish influence. Whether Recep Tayyip Erdogan's anti-Zionist threats of annihilation will remain rhetoric in the long term is just as uncertain as al-Shara's offer to join the Abraham Accords, for example, remains more than doubtful. The fact that Israel and the USA will nevertheless remain focused on the Iranian threat in the medium term is partly due to the tangible danger posed by its nuclear weapons and partly due to the realistic possibility that this regime will be replaced by a humane one. The Iranian mullah regime is not only under pressure in terms of foreign policy due to the gradual dismantling of its proxy armies, but is also facing growing resistance from an increasingly secular and Islam-critical opposition. At home, while the Iranian regime can only rely on a minority of the population at home, the global impact of its anti-Zionist agenda is greater than ever. This is not only thanks to Western academics who are leading the war against Israel on the ideological front, but also to the radical Sunnis who saw the Iranian Revolution of 1979 as a wake-up call, a role model or a competitor to be trumped, and who are still active today in the axis of resistance forged by Iran, namely in its pioneers, the Sunni Hamas, as the spearhead of a redemption movement that the Arab royal houses, for example, worried about their own sinecures, have not dared to join. Just as the rise of Islamism in recent decades would have been inconceivable without Iran's initial spark, the Iranian regime's pioneering role in power politics and ideology would also have been inconceivable without the powerful echo that its revolution triggered in the much larger and more extensive Sunni world, but without its destructive forces, which have manifested themselves particularly in the past 2 decades, being taken seriously enough as a political factor in the West. The lack of awareness of this threat posed by Sunni Islam is also likely to have guided the actions of the 9th International Conference on Syria on March 17, 2025, during which, just a few days after the mass murders in Latakia, a further €300 million in aid was granted to the gang of murderers in Damascus from Germany alone. The victims of this appeasement towards the new Islamist rulers in Damascus are once again likely to be the Kurds, whose autonomous region of Rojava has been subjected to massive attacks by the Islamist mercenary force Syrian National Army, SNA, which is allied with the HTS and largely supported and controlled by Turkey since the fall of Assad. The fact that Erdogan's Islamist-ruled Turkey is striving to exploit the partial power vacuum in Syria to its advantage is not only evident in its military action against the Kurdish region in northeastern Syria, which is governed by the PYD, which is considered to be close to the PKK and whose autonomous status is also a thorn in the side of the ruling Islamists in Damascus, who are striving to consolidate their power. The military action by Turkey and its military proxies is particularly explosive, not least because more than 10,000 of its fighters are still being held in Kurdish prisons and detention camps since the defeat of IS, whose uncontrolled release as a result of the fighting would lead to a resurgence of the Islamic State with unforeseeable consequences for the entire region. The fact that Erdogan is now, of all times, attempting to clear away the remnants of the Republican Democratic State in Turkey by arresting CHP presidential candidate Ekrem İmamoğlu, the only serious domestic political rival to the president, is also unlikely to be a coincidental choice of timing. Moreover, it plays into Erdogan's hands that Turkey, which is militarily well-equipped, has become even more indispensable as a partner in Europe's new security and arms policy considerations as a result of strained transatlantic relations, meaning that he does not currently have to fear the imposition of sanctions by Europe either because of the continued military aggression against the Syrian Kurds, or because of his actions against the largest opposition party in Turkey. Sunni Islam is thus also gaining geopolitical weight, and all in the name of a supposedly value-driven defense of the West. When the Assad regime fell in early December 2024, the weekly newspaper Jungle World rejoiced. The Syrians have done it. The fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime was a revolution, an upheaval. It was Syrians themselves who put an end to this unworthy, merciless state of affairs. Therein lies the surprising and revolutionary greatness of their act. As befits a proper revolution, the mental and political territory of the Middle East will now change dramatically. End quote. The author did not say a word about the fact that the Syrians themselves were able to march through the revolution from Idlib via Homs to Damascus without much resistance, mainly because this march was preceded by Israel's substantial strikes against Iran, and Hezbollah and Russia used all its strength on the war against Ukraine and failed as a supporter of the Assad regime. His name is Oliver M. Chpater, and, together with Thomas von der Osten-Sacken, he founded Wadi EV in particular to provide charitable support for the Kurds in Iraq. The Israel Solidarity portal MENA Watch, for which Chpater occasionally writes, regards him as an expert in intercultural competence, which is apparently not seen as derogatory but as a sign of special expertise. In Jungle World, Chpater continues, this revolution has also demonstrated how incapable Europe has become of dealing with anything other than its own sensitivities and fears. Hardly had there been a decent moment of sympathy, even joy, than warning fingers were raised. The Islamists are coming. At the same time, the continent began a delusional return debate. End of quote. That Europe's fears and sensitivities are anti-Islamic and not, as can be experienced on a daily basis, characterized by widespread appeasement towards the greatest danger to Europe, every Islamist-motivated attack, for example, is talked about everything but the religion of peace. That the rational question of whether the end of Assad should not also mean the end of subsidiary protection granted in this country to those who fled from Assad is an insane one. This stems from the world of thought of an expert on intercultural competence who is equally valued by Jungle World and MENA Watch. Apparently it's not enough to have to call what is primarily a byproduct of Israel's defensive struggle after October 7, 2023, a revolution. Rushing ahead, he euphemistically describes an obvious Islamist force as having undergone a strange transformation immediately after coming to power. This is followed by the bleak, dialectical insight of left-wing world commentators that everything has two sides, which proved to be an alliance with barbarism at the latest after the Hamas attack on Israel. Without recognizing contradictions, one will neither be able to understand the events in Syria nor react to them in a meaningful way. Jungle World 50/24. Thinking in terms of major and minor contradictions, revolution and Islamists, which has always been anti-dialectical because it tears apart the connection between social dynamics and stagnation, between subject and object, between the general and the particular, between equality and diversity, also leads Chpater to appeal to potential doubters that contradictions should first be endured in order to eradicate them in the next step in favor of the enclosed object, which amounts to a longing for unambiguity. This appears in a paper whose readers and authors, like Chpater, are united by the claim to be pro-Israel. A paper whose makers hide behind the principle of pluralism of opinion when an Islamist takeover is celebrated in their paper. Obviously, this meets the needs of the readers, because there was just as little news of mass subscription cancellations after Peach's statements as there was of Chpater never being allowed to write there again. Apparently, no one at Jungle World wanted to be bothered by the fact that the old and new Syrian rulers are united by anti-Semitism and that Hayat Tahrir Ash-Sham, or HTS for short, which has been in power since December 2024, calls itself the Committee for the Liberation of the Levant. This self-proclamation already includes the usual program to destroy Israel, which unites all Arab Sunni jihadists in particular, whether they call themselves Al-Qaeda, HTS, IS, or the Muslim Brotherhood. They demand the elimination of all regional borders, which were laid down in the Sykes-Picot Treaty between France and Great Britain in 1916. By liberation, they mean the elective subjugation, expulsion, and liquidation of all non-Sunni people living in what are now Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, Israel, and the Palestinian territories. In his celebration of the Islamic takeover, which, significantly, was also published on the Wadi EV website alongside Jungle World, Chpater has unwittingly laid the trail that needs to be followed if one really wants to fathom, in Peach's words, how the mental and political territory of the Middle East could change dramatically since Assad fled to Moscow. When Chpater describes the fall of the Assad regime in the same text as the completion of the uprising, then the revolt that began in late winter 2012 under the sign of the so-called Arab Spring in Syria, he certainly gets to the heart of what he considers to be an orderly revolution. At the beginning of December 2024, the victory of the Sunni over the Shia took place in Syria, breaking through in an aggressive Sunni triumphalism, Malik al-Abday. This anti-secular triumphalism has always been longed for by the Sunni majority, especially with the Arab Spring, which was a Sunni revival in Syria like nowhere else. To understand this, it is of little help to claim, like the Syrian protagonist of the first days of the Arab Spring, Hadil Weiss, in the opinion forum of the Times of Israel newspaper, that the Syrian people, exhausted by war, have grown weary of endless hostility towards Israel, and that the majority of Syrians today are open to reconciliation and peace with Israel. Times of Israel, March 6, 2025. Weiss is right when she states that Israel's long campaign against Hezbollah and Iran has earned the country considerable admiration among Syrians because their main hostility has increasingly shifted to Iran and its militias in recent years. However, contrary to Wei's assumption, this does not indicate a longing for peace with the Jewish state, but rather the temporary superimposition of hostility towards Israel by a Shia enmity directed against the forces that have ruled Syria for years: Iran, Hezbollah, and the Alawites, who are considered heretics within the Shia community. The Sunni takeover indicates that there could be a kernel of truth in the decades-long Assad propaganda. The Assad regime had justified much of its claim to power with the warning that its replacement was tantamount to the subjugation, suppression, and liquidation of all those who did not belong to the Sunnah. Even the propagandistic exaggeration by the despot clan contains more knowledge about Sunni Islam and its brutal claim to power than culturally relativistic Europeans would ever admit. What the FAZ, for example, dismisses as baseless fear-mongering in order to swear Alawites in particular to the doctrine that only the Assads can protect them from the Sunnis was not just indoctrination as a means of domination, but to no small extent the truth about the Sunnah. The very idea and the emergence of an Alawite proto-state by French colonial grace in the period from 1920 to 1936 can only be understood if one takes into account that the Alawites, until then called Nusayrians, could look back on a centuries-long history of persecution by Sunni rulers of Arab and Ottoman provenance. This was etched in the collective memory of the persecuted, which even led to some Alawite activists positively paralleling their own cause with the project of a Jewish homeland in Palestine during the time of the founding of the state. If such an Alawite self-image had prevailed, an ideological and practical orientation associated with the concepts of Pan-Arabism and Baathism would have been prevented, which will be discussed later. In local cooperation and recruitment for the army, the French preferred to rely on Christians, Alawites, Jews, or Druze instead of Sunnis, and in return the four groups mentioned were happy to recognize the French as a protective power against the Sunnis. More historic was the Arab revolt against the Ottomans from 1916 to 1918 under the leadership of the Sheriff of Mecca, Hussein ibn Ali, and his two sons Ahmad, the later Emir and King of Jordan, and Faisal, who was King of Syria for a year after the end of the Ottoman Empire and, after the French took over Syria from the British, became king of the newly founded Iraq. The Arab revolt was an anticipated Pan-Arabism in that it aimed to break free from the Islamically legitimized domination of the Ummah by the Ottomans. The self-image as Arabs, which was fueled by the British, especially by Lawrence of Arabia, overlaid an open commitment to the Ummah due to the rejection of Ottoman rule. However, this had little in common with a commitment to the people or the nation in the European sense. The question of the relationship of other Arabs, such as Christian Arabs, to the Sunnah did not become an issue because the uprising was only supported by individual Bedouin tribes. The resulting tacit de facto equation of Arabism with Sunnism was only questioned with the emergence of Pan-Arabism or Arab socialism. The ideas of the Arab revolt have survived to the present day, above all symbolically as horizontal black-white-green flag colors, optionally with a red wedge or red bar on the left side. One of the ironies of history is that the flag was most probably invented by the lifelong pro-Zionist Briton Mark Sykes, and thus also the so-called Palestine flag, which resembles that of the Arab revolt to a T. Much to the chagrin of the Palestine-loving supporters of Turkishness, it is a decidedly anti-Turkish symbol. At the same time, the Palestine flag obsessively waved by Western and other post-colonial studies fans is the invention of a British colonialist who, together with François-Georges Picot, is responsible for the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which is abysmally hated by Islamists and leftists alike. Immediately after seizing power, the new Syrian rulers, whose HTS organization name is already dedicated to the liberation of the Levant, i.e. the fight against the Sykes-Picot borders, brought out as the new Syrian national flag the one with the colors of the Arab revolt of Ur, on which 3 red stars in the middle white bar instead of a red wedge on the left in the middle are supposed to represent the lost Arab blood. The new rulers have resorted to this flag because it has been regarded as the anti-Assad flag since the Arab Spring and stands for the period of the Syrian Republic from 1930 to 1958, to which the Alawite state was also incorporated in 1936 as a concession by the French to the Sunnis. This republic was initiated by the French and only gained its independence after the Second World War in 1946, which led to parliamentary elections for the first time a year later. This parliamentary attempt ended abruptly after the defeat of the Syrian army in the battle against the newly proclaimed Jewish state with the first of several subsequent military coups in 1949. The assertion that an almost civic national consciousness has developed among the Syrians of 2025 is a fairy tale that is cultivated above all by those who had already exaggerated the Arab Spring into a civic revolution in the Middle East. These are people who today do not want to admit that even an unpleasant German Middle East expert from the state-affiliated Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik can be right when he calls the Arab Spring, like the events in Iran in 1979 and Iraq in 2003, an intra-Islamic epochal date for the conflict of confessions, Guido Steinberg. Syria was and is above all a society parceled out according to tribes, which is the main reason why the Arab Spring could never become the endeavor to overcome tribes and confessions that its cheerleaders untruthfully declared it to be. When Thomas von der Ostensacken, for example, warns after the fall of Assad that we should not talk about granting minority rights in the future Syria, but instead about overcoming them through civic equality and status, he implicitly confirms that Syrian society is still a pre-civil, non-national society. Despite his glorification of the Arab Spring, he correctly identifies what would have to be overcome and what would then also have to be considered a Syrian revolution, namely that which has long since had to be defended again in the West against the backdrop of the acute threat from its counter-revolutionary left-wing, Islamic and right-wing enemies, the formation of a secular national and civic consciousness as common sense, which has overcome a particular confessional, cultural, or gender, specific family and personal status law. Under the Assads in particular, it was common practice, within the framework of tolerantly granted minority rights in family and inheritance matters, to make particularized judgments according to registered religious affiliation instead of according to an abstract equal right for all Syrians, which meant, among other things, that it was forbidden for a Muslim to leave or change his religion, as prescribed by Islamic law. Against this pseudo-secular background, a minimum Western demand on the new Syrian rulers should be to break with Assad's particularism and guarantee the indiscriminate legal equality of all Syrian citizens. Instead, however, the Western demand for the protection of minorities is working to the advantage of both the HTS Islamists and the Sunni majority. For their self-image is precisely assuming that the respective minority is not considered unworthy of life according to Islamic haram criteria anyway, to give those subject to them the tolerant special status of unequal and inferior wards, dhimmis, in accordance with the Islamic principles of faith. It is no coincidence that Syrian Baathism, unlike Nasserism, never saw itself as Islamic socialism, which was probably primarily due to the fact that Nasser probably saw this as a concession both to the Sunni cadre school Al-Azhar and to the Muslim Brotherhood, which was founded in Egypt and was particularly strong there. What remains remarkable about Nasser's biography is that he regarded Israel as a successful example of anti-colonial emancipation in his time before he became a pan-Arabist, i.e. as only an Egyptian nationalist, much to the chagrin of today's anti-Semitic fans of post-colonial studies. What is significant about the idea of Baathism is that not only was its main founder Michel Aflaq a Christian, who founded the Baath movement in close partnership with the Sunni Salah ad-Din al-Baitar, but also that the mastermind Zaki al-Arsuzi, who was ideologically appropriated by the Assad regime and even declared the Socrates of Baathism, was an Alawite who publicly professed to be an atheist. According to its founding idea, Baathism was an attempt to overcome the minority, or rather Islamic patronage system, because of its not coincidental protagonists and their experiences with the Sunni claim to power until the Baath party split into Syrian and Iraqi wings in 1966. In other words, Arab nationalism, strongly influenced by the tradition of German nationalism, tried to solve the problem of minorities by denying their existence. It speaks volumes that Michel Aflaq was expelled from the party and even sentenced to death at the same time as the party made Baathism, which was seen as having no alternative, its means of rule both in Syria, here against the Sunni majority, and in Iraq, there under the Sunni Saddam against the Shiite majority. In both cases, this grew into a tyranny of the minority, which suppressed the majority just as brutally as all representatives of minorities such as Christians, Kurds or Druze who wanted to escape what the ruling clique had turned them into in accordance with Islamic principles. Quasi-dhimmis of the Baathists. The fact that nation-building was out of the question under both Assad and Saddam was in the nature of Baathist spoils. However, the pan-Arabic idea of a diffuse Arab linguistic nation called Watan, whose renaissance was invoked as if the loot and subjugation campaigns under Muhammad FF from the 6th century onwards had been about founding an Arab nation and the Arabization of Syria, Egypt, Iraq, etc. had not been a consequence of Islamization, was a purely auxiliary construct. As an irreversible birth defect, this was based on a largely fictitious Arab history, which in reality is above all a Sunni history of subjugation. It is not known whether it was perhaps the realization of this historical truth that led Michel Aflaq, shortly before his death in exile in Iraq, to convert to Sunnism, take the name Muhammad and thus capitulate to his own pan-Arab life's work. Because the idea of an Ummah replacement was inherent in pan-Arabism from the very beginning, it had become bound to Islam in a way that doomed any serious attempt at secularization to failure. Unlike pro-Western Kemalist nationalism, which, with the creation of a state religious authority to contain Islam, proclaimed a peculiar but nevertheless constitutionally enshrined laicism, much to the chagrin of anti-Kemalists such as Erdogan. Pan-Arabism, in its open rejection and secret admiration of the West, pretended to want to overcome nation-statism and nationalism at a time when neither existed in the region except in deeply hated Israel. When the failure of Pan-Arabism was sealed at the latest with Israel's victory in the Six-Day War, and with it the rapid rise of both Sunni and Shiite Islamism, the so obvious absence of a pronounced national and civic consciousness was to be replaced by a boundless personality cult around the respective leaders, the absurd and brutal excesses of which are well known both in the case of Syria under the Assads and in the case of Iraq under Saddam. The Assad regime was the penultimate significant relic of Pan-Arabism. The last is the PLO, which without its cult figure Yasser Arafat has been in decline for years, and which was originally founded in 1964 on Nasser's initiative not as a national but as part of Pan-Arab liberation. For a Pan-Arabist like Nasser, there was never a Palestinian people, but only Palestinian Arabs as part of Al-Watan al-Arabi, the Arab nation. In Syria, both Father Hafez and son Bashar saw themselves as opponents of Arafat and his Fatah. Instead, they backed the left-wing PFLP led by George Habash, which still holds sway in the majority of Syria's so-called Palestinian refugee camps and fought alongside Assad's army after the outbreak of the Arab Spring. The distance to Arafat was less ideological, i.e. Pan-Arab in nature, because the Pan-Arab idea was effectively buried when Assad came to power. Because the fight against Israel was always seen as a prestige and legitimization project for their own rule, Arafat's solo efforts were always a thorn in Assad's side. This culminated in the 1982 Lebanon War, in which Syria was de facto dragged into as a result of Arafat's actions against Israel, which the Assad regime never forgave throughout its life, just as it never forgave the Syrian army's ultimately forced involvement in the Lebanese civil war. Only the London-based Middle East Monitor, which is financed by Qatar and has close ties to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood, is of the opinion that the negative view of Arafat was nothing more than a copy of the Israeli classification, a definition of Arafat as an enemy that was in no way inferior to that of Israel. What is, of course, far-fetched and above all meant as an invective against the infidel Assad regime, which is accused of having betrayed the fighting Palestinian people by equating it with the Jewish archenemy, also points to a particular facet of Sunni hatred of the Assads and the Alawites. The accusation that the Alawites cannot be true friends of the Palestinians and opponents of Israel, if only because of their religious background, has always been part of the Sunni enemy narrative. It is an accusation that has not diminished over the years, but has intensified with increasing involvement in the Shiite axis of resistance, the most active enemies of Israel outside the Palestinian territories in recent decades. It was of little help that, despite taking sides with the Mullah regime against the former Ba'ath comrade Saddam in the First Iran-Iraq War, 1980 to 1988, and despite increasingly close cooperation with Iran and Hezbollah, efforts were made to keep a distance from the Shia in order to reassure the Sunni majority. Of considerable importance was the fact that the withdrawal of the Syrian Mandate troops from Lebanon, also known as the Cedar Revolution, forced by the local population in 2005, greatly weakened Syria's position within the Sunni Arab League, with whose mandate the Syrians had been operating in Lebanon since 1976. The efforts to keep their distance from Iran ended abruptly with the beginning of the Arab Spring, although it remains a myth that is still cherished today, and not just by people like Oliver M. Paicha or Thomas von der Osten-Sacken, that it was the Assad regime's brutal crackdown on peaceful protests that transformed a secular movement into an Islamic, i.e. Sunni one. The fact that the Assad regime was wary of the protests was not only due to the fact that it sought to brutally stifle even the smallest public protest, but was also based on the knowledge of the existentially threatening Sunni potential in the country. This had already become apparent in the 1970s, when the Muslim Brotherhood, the archenemies of any pan-Arab secularization idea, used widespread terror against the Ba'ath rulers. Father Hafiz's abrogation in 1971 of the constitutional principle that only a Sunni could hold the office of president caused particular anger among the Sunnis. This was subsequently legitimized in 1973 with an amendment to the Constitution, which stipulated that it was sufficient for the president to be a Muslim, a clause that on the one hand was to be understood as a concession to the Sunnis and on the other once again proclaimed the unique nature of Assad's secularism. The fact that Hafez, as an Alawite, called himself a Muslim led to great indignation in view of the prevailing Sunni doctrine that Alawites are not Muslims and are even considered enemies of Islam. As an argument against the Sunni outrage, Assad not only referred to the legal opinion of the Shiite leader and founder of the Lebanese Amal movement, Musa as-Sadr, in which it was stated that Alawites were also Muslims and that this was probably primarily a favorable fatwa. Even more important was the reference to the fatwa of the notorious Muhammad al-Husseini, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who, as an avowed Arab nationalist, dreamed all his life of Jerusalem being the capital of a greater Arab nation. The fact that Husseini regarded the Alawites as part of the Ummah weighed heavily because, despite his nationalist ambitions, the Grand Mufti was always a recognized supporter and friend of the Muslim Brotherhood, which rejected any kind of nation-state, and as such also established contacts between Nazi Germany and the Brotherhood due to his well-known Hitler connection and the exile he was granted in the Nazi state. The reason why, unlike in Egypt, President Morsi, or in the flagship country of the Arab Spring, Tunisia, Ennahda Party, for example, the Muslim Brotherhood has not only not played a significant role since the rise of the anti-Assad protests in 2011, but has in fact played no role at all, is that the Brotherhood was crushed in the early 1980s and membership of it was subsequently declared a capital offense punishable by death. In the 1970s, the Brothers succeeded in establishing themselves as the leading force in the fight against the Assad regime, which in their eyes was undoubtedly infidel, and popularized themselves among the population in demonstrations as well as in attacks and military assaults against Ba'athist and Alawite targets, culminating in 1979 in a massacre of 50 Alawite cadets at an artillery school in Aleppo, in which non-Alawite officer candidates were demonstratively spared. The following sentence in the English Wikipedia entry on the activities of the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood captures the mood at the time and the role of the Brotherhood. Not all Sunni notables believed in fundamentalism, but even those who did not often saw the Brotherhood as a useful tool against the Ba'ath. When Father Hafiz narrowly escaped an assassination attempt in 1980, he immediately ordered the liquidation of several hundred imprisoned Muslim brothers as an act of revenge. After the failed assassination attempt and the reaction to it, the brothers attempted to broaden their base and enter into an alliance of convenience with opposing Ba'athist and Alawite forces with the aim of overthrowing Assad. A simultaneous uprising in several cities, combined with a coup d'état, was intended to bring about the end of Assad's rule. When these plans were uncovered and the security forces retaliated, a military uprising against the local Ba'ath representatives and institutions took place in the city of Hama, which had several 100,000 inhabitants and was considered the stronghold of the brothers. As a signal, Hama was declared a liberated city, but nowhere else in the country dared to revolt. The regime responded with widespread bombardments and the encirclement of Hama. Several tens of thousands of people fell victim to the extremely bloody recapture of the city, the vast majority of whom were combatants. After the massacre, all the Muslim brothers responsible fled the country, with a large number of them fleeing to the hated infidel West of all places, not least to London, where the brothers' headquarters are now located, from where they operate globally with hardly any interference from the British authorities, a fact that prompted Trump's Vice President J.D. Vance, among others, to polemically call the UK the first Islamist nuclear power. After the events in Hama and the sharp increase in repression and persecution since then, the entire Syrian opposition was in a state of shock for a long time, which only lifted with the emerging protests of the Arab Spring. It was suspended for a brief moment when son Bashar inherited his father in 2000. This was followed by a short period of limited public criticism and debate, which became known as the Damascus Spring. Since Hama, the Muslim Brotherhood was considered to have been crushed and since then has only acted against Assad from outside Syria. It is said that they have continued to enjoy great sympathy among the Sunni majority population to this day, but have had little direct influence on the ground due to decades of absence. It remains to be seen whether these sympathies remain because Yusuf al-Qaradawi, who was considered the chief ideologue of the Muslim Brotherhood until his death in 2022 and was extremely popular in the Sunni world, not only declared the Shia to be un-Islamic, but also found the Alawites to be more unbelieving than Christians and Jews as recently as 2013. It is true that the Brotherhood played a leading role in the founding of the Istanbul-based Syrian National Council immediately after the start of the Arab Spring. However, it had to cede its position to the Doha-based National Coalition of Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces only a short time later, in which the brothers were able to maintain their leading position. On balance, however, the Muslim Brothers have more influence within the exiled communities than on Syrian forces in the country itself. This means that, for the time being, there are unlikely to be any personal ties with the new HTS rulers. What is certain is that the fall of Assad has given the Muslim Brotherhood an enormous boost throughout the region, especially in precarious Jordan, but also in Egypt, the motherland of the Brotherhood. The Alawites in Syria never benefited from the fact that their father Hafiz had already ordered them to adapt to the Sunni environment, which some called Sunnization and which involved moving their own religious rituals and festivities into the private sphere, no longer even mentioning them publicly and even building their own Sunni-style mosques. The fact that an Alawite clan was able to come to power at all was only due to the special constellation since the French colonial period, when the French preferred not to recruit Sunnis for the army. The army offered the Alawites, who were significantly poorer and more marginalized than the average Sunni, a unique opportunity for social advancement. The overrepresentation within the Syrian armed forces was the prerequisite for Father Hafiz being able to push his way to power and the Assad family becoming the ruling family, which turned the Alawite community into hostages of the regime, FAZ, according to the principle of carrot and stick. When in doubt, the Alawites were held up to the threat of Sunni danger, which was not just invented, if the Assads lost power, and for this reason alone demanded strict obedience, which after the outbreak of the Arab Spring became a particular curse for the Alawite men fit for military service, who were preferentially conscripted into the army and burned to death. The Alawites were bled dry like no other population group. Some Alawite villages have lost almost an entire generation of men. FAZ, December 16, 2024. The fact that Bashar Assad did not succeed in implementing his plan to proclaim a new Alawite state after his overthrow in December 2024, according to rumors, the Russians refused to act as its protecting power cannot be regretted against this background, even in the face of the real Sunni threat, because it would not have meant the end of Assad's hostage-taking for the Alawites, but probably a worsening of their living conditions. The pseudo-secular Assad regime as a whole did contain real secular elements that set clear limits to Sharia law. There is no doubt that the seizure of power by the HTS has already brought about a social desecularization that is evident in every corner of the country and that hits women the hardest. Anyone who knows what it means when a professed Muslim like Assad offers his hand in greeting to a woman at any time or refuses it like the new ruler Ahmed al-Shara, combat name Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, could recognize this. This refusal is not a matter of folklore or another cultivated ritual, but of the symbolic humiliation of the woman, of showing her that she is not socially equal to the man, but at most complementary to him as prescribed in the Quran. The act of refusing to touch a woman, which completely sexualizes her, turns her into an object of threat for the man, constantly sending out dangerous signals of seduction to the man through her skin, curves, body language, voice, or gaze. This abysmal contempt for women is often passed off by Muslims in this country as a special respect for women, and is usually accepted in good faith and tolerance without contradiction. When the new Syrian ruler refused to shake hands with Foreign Minister Baerbock, this was publicly downplayed in Germany, which indicates that people do not want to admit what they are dealing with in Syria in 2025. Critics have interpreted the refusal to shake hands as misogynistic, according to the Tagesspiegel, as if there is even the slightest room for interpretation if you want to maintain the equality of men and women. It would be a pleasure to take a look at the new school curriculum introduced in Syria to see whose brainchild the new rulers are, who consider themselves committed to the Shafi'ite school of law, which is one of the 4 Sunni schools and rejects particularly strict local traditions within Islamic jurisprudence. In future, Syrian pupils will only learn that the Big Bang and evolution theories are the devil's work of the infidels. Syria's pre-Islamic history will be taboo in lessons, and women who were important to Syria's history will simply no longer be mentioned. The new curriculum includes changes in the way Islam is presented. The phrase defense of the nation is to be replaced by defense of Allah. Path to goodness has been changed to Islamic path, while those who are damned and have gone astray has been changed to Jews and Christians. End quote. The Islamization curriculum, which ultimately only contains the standard Islamic curriculum and therefore cannot even be called Islamist, is justified by the fact that only teaching content that glorifies the fallen Assad regime has been changed, according to the current Minister of Education, who is unquestioningly believed by countless people in the West. Certainly, Syria's new rulers are neither the Taliban nor IS. It is unlikely that girls will only be allowed to go to school up to the 6th grade, or that those accused of unbelief will be publicly crucified by order of the state. In the end, however, it could not mean greater differences if the path to goodness is only allowed to be the Islamic one. Anyone who, like the HTS, professes in their very name to be an anti-national committee for the liberation of the Levant, is openly admitting that they cannot be concerned with Syria, whose conquest is only a milestone on the road to liberation. They are admitting that they are concerned with something great for Allah, i.e. against the West and its freedoms, until it finally submits to the only true religion, Israel is destroyed and the already far advanced de-Christianization of the Orient is complete. Anyone who, as president of a country with the battle name Abu Muhammad al-Jilani for Golan, proudly declares that he only finally and properly became Allah's fighter when the Second Intifada opened his eyes to what a true Muslim has to do against Jews, and for whom Alawites are of course heretics, should be denied advance praise and given zero credit. We should harbor a general suspicion of such people instead of jumping to their aid like Syria expert Thomas von der Ostensacken and, where else, comparing apples with oranges in the jungle world by issuing the cautionary prognosis that Syria under the HTS would become an entity similar to the Arab rentier states of monarchs, sultans and sheiks, as if completely different initial conditions and circumstances did not prevail in Syria. Such an uncompromising general suspicion would be the only appropriate reaction from the West, contrary to the signals from Europe, especially from Germany, which is appeasingly posing as a critical accomplice to the new rulers. It would be a matter of preventing the worst for Syrians who are clearly in the minority, such as the supporters of the Secular Syrian Equal Citizenship Alliance founded in March 2025. They are not interested in defending Allah, but instead in Syrian nation-building with man-made laws and indiscriminately equal citizenship, regardless of whether, like the Kurds in the north, they rely on as much federalism as possible or, like others, on more central authority. Ensuring at least relative freedoms in Syria because thanks to the anti-secular Sunni revival brought about by the Arab Spring, nothing more is possible, could only mean positioning them not with, but strictly against the HTS and its Turkish, Saudi or Qatari supporters. In Damascus, the seat of government, those responsible must be forced to surrender, as one HTS education official for the period of rule in the Idlib retreat enclave had to meekly admit. No one would have continued to support us if we had taught HTS content. This development is countered by the fact that the political left in this country, which goes beyond the specifically pro-Israel milieu, lacks any critical concept of Islam anyway, because its pre-worshippers and post-worshippers are primarily imagined as victims of anti-Muslim racism from the right. Although subsidiary protection status, on the legal basis of which a large proportion of Syrians living in this country are staying in Germany, should be up for discussion at least for a significant number of these Syrians, due to the removal of the original reasons for flight, there is still no perceptible debate, let alone serious political steps to repatriate all those Syrians whose need for subsidiary protection has probably ceased as a result of the changed political situation in their home country even several months after the fall of the Assad regime or the apparent end of the civil war. This is also irritating insofar as, based on the thesis of an allegedly Islamophobic mood in the country, as is often assumed by the left liberal public discourse, it should theoretically be urgently necessary to no longer expose the Sunnis, who make up more than 50% of the Syrians who have come to Germany as a result of the Syrian civil war, to the hatred and agitation of the autochthonous population, but to return them to the country where Islam is preparing to become the new state religion. Of course, only those who have not subordinated their political judgment to the fight against the right as an all-important moral dogma, in which migration is presented as something generally enriching and good, while remigration is presented as the spawn of evil, will recognize such a logic. The potential threat to domestic security posed by Sunni Syrians, whose loyalty is more likely to be to the new regime in Damascus than to German laws, is also lost sight of, especially if the rulers there were to turn back to the concept of a global jihad after a consolidation phase. However, the AfD and its political environment do not present themselves as the rule of law party that they would like to be perceived as in this matter either, but also lack any ability to differentiate and make a judgment based on the standards of constitutional procedures with their mirror image demand for the immediate remigration of all Syrians. Strictly speaking, the question in question is not an originally political, let alone moral, question, but political only in the sense that the right of residence as a legal norm is subject to clear guidelines and regulations, the enforcement of which should be insisted upon in accordance with the rule of law. In the case of an individual right such as the right to stay, the only consequence of the political upheaval in the country of origin would be the demand for a swift reassessment of each individual case, with the outcome likely to vary greatly depending on whether the specific case involves Yazidi, Christian, Alawite, Kurdish, Druze, or Sunni Syrians, given the emerging political situation in Syria. But with pithy slogans here and moralizing empathy simulation there, it is unfortunately easier to appeal to the emotions of one's own ideologized clientele than with an emphatic reference to compliance with or the restoration and enforcement of the civil and constitutional codes and procedures that have often been suspended in this country since 2015. An awareness of their necessity would be the minimum prerequisite that would have to precede any partisanship for the liberal and secular heritage of the West. The electoral success of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood in 2005 and that of Hamas the following year can be linked to the American campaign to democratize the Middle East. However, it is not a question of whether the campaign produced these results. Election results only reflect the existing majority conditions. Democracy, by its very nature, is the rule of the majority over the minority. The more interesting question would therefore be what sense such a campaign could have made at all if the majority situation was already known. The answer lies in the American idealism of the time. The idealism of the American government at the time was that it believed that democracy itself, or democracy per se, had the power to change the majority situation in the Arab states. If a man has a choice, he chooses freedom. Or, in the words of Condoleezza Rice in the summer of 2005, in today's world, a growing number of men and women are demanding their freedom, and when these people have the power to choose, they choose democratic governments that protect their natural rights. This idealism involved a dangerous underestimation of the power that social relations have over the individual in general, and the power of Islamic education in particular. The Muslim Brotherhood, on the other hand, proved to be free of such idealism. Education to become an obedient and abstinent brother was considered a prerequisite for its success from the very beginning. The real policy of the USA, on the other hand, was, God be praised, more pragmatic. The overthrow of the Taliban in Afghanistan and the Ba'ath regime in Iraq by military force was intended to create the social conditions that would enable citizens to make decisions as freely as possible. The creation of schools for boys and girls was a fundamental building block of nation-building in Afghanistan. The girls' schools in particular were defended with the utmost determination by the coalition forces against the fanatical attacks of the Taliban, who were fully aware of the importance of these schools. Hassan al-Banna had already condemned equal education for girls and boys as godless. When George W. Bush announced a war against Islamic terror after September 11th, the duration of which was as unpredictable as its actual course, he demonstrated more realism than the world public, in its state of differentiated blindness, was capable of. The democratization of the Arab states, on the other hand, as a mere democracy by definition, has so far proved to be a hopeless undertaking. Where the Arabs can vote, they do not vote for freedom but for Islam. Democracy in the Arab states is Islamic democracy. The Israeli armed forces will generally prepare themselves for a phase of increasing unpredictability on the part of their neighbors. The next concrete threat remains the Iranian nuclear missile program. If politics is supposed to be the art of manipulating public opinion, Barack Obama could count on his policy of the outstretched hand, being perceived in Tehran as an offer that could not be refused and could not be accepted, because the regime also knows something about the trade and easily saw through the fact that that hand was not being extended to greet him, but was reaching for his nuclear missiles, which no one is supposed to know about, which everyone knows and no one wants to know about. For now, it is not this weapon that gives him power, but the secret that is made about it and shrouds it in a veil of innocence. His power is therefore not his own, but borrowed, the political power of a global public that wears a veil over its face so as not to have to see what can no longer be overlooked, and in this way protects the regime. But Barack Obama's policy, the ideologue of all people, finally wants to reveal the naked truth. Of course, his supporters see it differently, i.e. they don't understand it, and that's how it should be because this policy is made for them. They take him at his word and believe that his policy is what it should be. Peace policy. Who knows whether Barack Obama means it that way? The only certainty is that the regime understands more. In the end, it doesn't matter because it is a policy that does not follow an opinion, but a logic, namely its own realpolitik. And these are its real conditions. The regime is building nuclear missiles and only a war can stop it. It probably has its own military power to deter an attack. It can, as everyone knows, block the Strait of Hormuz, for example, long enough to give the world economy a new crisis boost. It can destabilize Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon, and Yemen, impose a two-front war on Israel and carry out a terrorist attack anywhere in the world. But it cannot deter an attack by the USA with any certainty. The surest protection against an attack by the USA is therefore not its own military power, but a borrowed one, the political power of the international public, especially the American public. To ensure its protection, however, the regime must fulfill a minimum condition. It must keep it secret. On the one hand, this public appears as a boundless mass of opinions spread across the continents, divided into a variety of nations, groups, organizations, parties, and institutions, and may therefore produce just as many reasons to protect the regime from an attack by the USA, too many to dwell on. Strangely, however, there is a single condition that holds this unmanageable multiplicity of reasons together as a political force. The secret, the lack of proof that the regime is actually building nuclear missiles. If this proof could be produced, the whole flock of its protectors would split apart like the proverbial chicken coop startled by a visit from a fox. The only difference is that these chickens do not want to recognize a fox as a fox. The explanation of this strange phenomenon would again require a separate train of thought, which need not be pursued here. We can rely on the fact that, if not the world public as a whole, then at least a part of it, e.g. the majority of the American public, is civilized enough to demand that a regime adheres to a minimum set of rules in order to be allowed to protect it. Where exactly such a measure sets the threshold remains to be seen, but a gang of Revolutionary Guards armed with nuclear missiles who do not abide by any rules would certainly be too much for most Americans, who are the ones who matter most here. There is also empirical evidence for this strange phenomenon, which is provided by observing the negotiations of recent years since the discovery of the Iranian nuclear missile program, which have been about nothing other than absolving the regime of suspicion. The protocols of the International Atomic Energy Agency and the EU's written agreements with the regime are our witnesses. During this time, the world's most important think tanks produced countless expert reports on the subject, covering every technical detail, which always came to the same conclusion. You can't be sure. The journalists couldn't have known any better. The Russian government and the Chinese government didn't want to know any better. The regime itself made no effort to conceal what was to be concealed. Only Mahmoud Ahmadinejad's cheeky grin, which he could never refrain from wearing when he once again made the promise to the world public that it wanted at regular intervals, revealed the unvarnished truth. But it was not regarded as proof. This poses the following problem for politics. The regime is building nuclear missiles. The USA has the military power to stop it, but it does not have the political power to attack it because the international public, including the American public, is unwilling to face the truth. The political task is therefore simple and clear. The secret must be snatched from the regime. Since the regime, to which the secret gives political power, will do the devil to give it up voluntarily, politics has to work with a trick. It works like this. We say that Islam is a peaceful religion, whether we believe in it or not, because it definitely lightens the mood to talk like that, and the world public, which believes everything, will no longer be able to say that we are coming along with evil intentions. Of course, the regime doesn't believe such nonsense. After all, it knows best how peaceful its religion is. But it doesn't matter what the regime believes because politics is something for the public. This ploy is without question the silliest part of Barack Obama's politics, his special, personal touch, so it's almost safe to assume here that it represents his inner convictions, which again is not what matters. It is also a political tactic, but with or without inner conviction it is misleading, because it makes the false assumption that the source of anti-Americanism is America's bad behavior, whereas this tactic and Barack Obama as a person prove the opposite, namely that anti-Americanism is the source of good American behavior. Then everyone has to play dumb, forget what happened, because we start all over again and say whether we believe it or not. The regime says it's not building nuclear missiles, so it probably is, but it's just a hypothesis that will be put to the test. We are now making the regime an offer, a peaceful offer that will put an end to all conflicts. However, the offer is formulated in such a way that, if it is accepted, it will hinder or even end the construction of nuclear missiles. Otherwise, the regime has lied. That's clean math, a seamless line of reasoning. If there weren't a problem with the calculability of some variables, you would realize that it is politics after all. The exactness of the formulation of the offer, which must not allow any evasion, seems to be decisive for achieving a clear result. How successful this is can only be judged on the basis of a specific case. Generally speaking, it can be said in advance that the formulation of the offer, its presentation and its consideration by the regime in any case require a certain amount of time, which is either gained or lost, depending on what this time is used for by the respective side or to what other use it could otherwise have been put. What is certain is that both sides are rearming during this time, without knowing for sure which will benefit more. For the regime, it is in any case a gain of time, insofar as it can continue building its nuclear missiles in the meantime. It should also be noted that, in addition to accepting or rejecting the offer, the regime has the option of a third reaction, namely a vague acceptance or rejection, of which it is not clear whether it should be this or that. Or, which is the same thing, the regime makes a counteroffer that undermines the unambiguousness of the original offer. In fact, the regime has reacted in this way, thereby revealing another general weakness of this policy, independent of the concrete formulation of the offer, which at first glance seems so simple and logical. In this case, the regime can keep it secret while more time passes. Moreover, the burden of proof has shifted from it to us, because now we have to explain why we do not want to accept its counteroffer, which is just as peaceful as our original offer. If it acts cleverly, it can get even more out of it, namely by deflecting the suspicion that rests on it, but which we have not been able to substantiate, onto us and claiming that they want to foist these nuclear missiles on it in order to have a pretext to attack it. An insidious act that we have already been caught doing in Iraq. You can see that the only certain outcome of this policy is that it takes time, and we only know to what extent the regime benefits from it. It is therefore not clear whether the consumption of time is an intended function of this policy. Its other function, the unveiling of the regime, is intended, but the result is uncertain, or more precisely, it is always an uncertain result, i.e. none. What is clear, however, is that this policy cannot have any other function than the two mentioned, according to its premises and logic. Experts claim that politics can have another function. They believe, or at least say that they believe, that a suitable mixture of concessions and threats could change the regime's mind. They thus show themselves to be experts not in politics, but in public relations, in their business. If you take them at their word, politics should not only be able to force the regime to make a commitment, but to make a specific commitment, namely to deny its true intentions. But it already denies them. In order to assert their expertise, they must therefore themselves deny the regime's true intentions. This circular reasoning can be studied in all its weakness in the experts of the Israel Solidarity Campaign Stop the Bomb, because they assert such a function of politics without further ado against their own commitment to be champions against any kind of appeasement policy and to have no illusions about the true character of the regime, and therefore make the contradiction into which they must enter more clearly apparent than all their colleagues. They say, for example, that the regime is apocalyptic and suicidal, so that it cannot even be deterred with nuclear weapons, that the logic of mutual deterrence through the threat of mutual annihilation, which prevented a nuclear war between the superpowers during the Cold War, cannot therefore be applied to this regime, that the fear of a nuclear counterstrike would not prevent it from attacking Israel with its nuclear missiles, and so on. At the same time, they claim that tougher, if that doesn't help, more effective economic sanctions would prevent it from building the same nuclear missiles. So the regime is now afraid after all, but it fears the pain caused by the sanctions more than its nuclear annihilation. Such sanctions are therefore the last remaining alternative to a war against the regime, which they paint as apocalyptic a picture of as the regime itself. In other words, in order to attribute to politics a power that it cannot have over such a regime, they have to deny the apocalyptic character of the regime, which they initially claim, in order to present the war against the regime as an apocalypse instead. The result is merely the appeasement they imagine they are fighting against. For all the diversity of reasons, the reason for these experts to protect the regime from an attack by the USA is easy to determine. It is the desire to do something they are not capable of doing: politics. The execution of policy. Barack Obama cared about power before he cared about policy. Because when he propagated a different policy 2 years ago, there was no more than one clear thought behind it. It would win him the presidential election. Everyone knew that the American electorate, not unlike the global public, wanted a different policy. Dialogue, understanding, reconciliation, peace. But neither he nor anyone else knew at the time exactly what this meant, how such a policy would actually turn out, and what the outcome would be. The voters were so enthusiastic that everything would soon be different, that they didn't listen very carefully anyway. After all, hadn't he, just like the other president, promised to prevent Iran's nuclear armament? Or had he, contrary to the other president, ruled out a war against the regime if the different policy did not lead to the desired result? As president, he used the initial period to talk about the peacefulness of the Islamic religion and to extend his hand to the Taliban, a gesture that was not taken seriously by either side and which was later followed by a troop increase as the year drew to a close. The secret services used the time of fine speeches to do the unpleasant things they always do, but which are not intended for the public. For example, instead of merely tracking down from whom the regime was acquiring on the international black market which electronic dual-use devices needed for nuclear missile construction, They tampered with the parts and software in order to mislead the regime with this little bit of sabotage and thereby buy more time for their president's policies. And while the president qualified for the Nobel Peace Prize in Cairo by calling for the abolition of all nuclear weapons and granting Iran the right to the peaceful use of nuclear energy, the White House was formulating the finer points of the offer that would soon be put on the regime's table. The extent to which the U.S. may have made a modest contribution to strengthening opposition to or within the regime through intelligence machinations, its Farsi language radio stations, mysterious dollar donations, and such favors is irrelevant in this context, as the related events in Iran itself could initially have had only an insignificant impact on Barack Obama's policies. It goes without saying that those protectors of the regime who want to get rid of it, but not through an attack by the USA, immediately pounced on the Iranian opposition as the last remaining alternative to war against the regime, which had previously been economic sanctions. However, Barack Obama's policy was interested in these events insofar as the accompanying news from Iran put the regime in a bad light, damaged its reputation, and thus reduced or unsettled the ranks of its protectors, without the USA having to contribute directly to this and thus expose itself to the suspicion of insidious attempts at destabilization. A suspicion that was therefore only raised by the regime, but not shared by the world public, which is what matters. The accusation against Barack Obama that he has not taken sides with the Iranian opposition energetically enough is therefore based on a misunderstanding of his policy. In fact, the accusation should first be directed at the Iranian opposition, which would only have grown from an opposition within the regime to one against the regime if it had made such U.S. interference its own concern. It is of course all too understandable that it shies away from this confrontation, but fear of the regime will not be the only reason for this. However, if it is pietyless to make an issue of it, there is no need to say a word about Barack Obama's non-interference either. So while the regime on the home front was putting itself in a bad light, others made sure that, even before it was confronted with the offer, some details about its nuclear missile program came to light that did not make it look good in this respect either. First, dossiers hidden in the drawers of the International Atomic Energy Agency were leaked to the press, which its inspectors had written some time ago when they came to the conclusion that the regime had already undertaken extensive research into the design of a nuclear missile warhead and had gained sufficient knowledge to build a nuclear weapon. This fact was long disputed, and Mohammed el-Baradei, the now retired director of the agency and perhaps the most loyal protector the regime ever had, felt he had to hide these files from the world public because their disclosure could cause a disruption in negotiations with the regime. The next piece of disruptive news was that a large group of Russian nuclear weapons specialists had been assisting the regime in this work for years, which could hardly have happened without the knowledge of the Russian leadership, information that was well suited to tarnishing the reputation of a second loyal protector. To this day, apart from the sinister figures responsible for this, of course, no one knows exactly who the traitors were who caused the regime and its loyal followers this inconvenience. But the spook was far from over, so one is inclined to assume a chain of revelations that can best be explained by the fact that they were coordinated by state agencies. This speculation is also supported by the most important revelation of the year, because the traitors were clearly identified. It was the Prime Minister of the UK and the Presidents of France and the USA. Their revelation was not only coordinated, it was staged. It was the now almost forgotten revelation of a second uranium enrichment plant on or under a site belonging to the Revolutionary Guards near Qom, which is designated as a military area and therefore excluded from routine inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency. The facility is located in a tunnel deep under a mountain, where it is supposed to be safe from satellite cameras and bombs. The regime spared no effort to keep it a secret, and yet the American Secret Services had known about it for a year. It is quite possible that the spies of the People's Mujahideen were able to give them some clues, as in previous cases, and without prejudice to the fact that the American authorities have this organization on their list of foreign terrorist groups. They had patiently observed the construction work and waited until now, exactly one day before they were to make the offer to the regime, to reveal it. An analysis of the facility shows that it is too small to produce fuel rods, but large enough to produce 1 or 2 nuclear weapons a year. This revelation therefore demonstrates the following. The offer was thus almost more carefully prepared than it was formulated. It itself takes up a request by the regime to the International Atomic Energy Agency to supply it with uranium enriched to a medium level, 20%, needed for the operation of a research reactor in the service of medicine that is running out of fuel. However, the regime itself already has around 1.5 tons of uranium, albeit only slightly enriched, 5%. The offer now has the following content. Iran delivers 3/4 of its own uranium to Russia, a protector, where it is enriched to the required level, the enriched uranium is passed on to France, a non-protector, where it is packed into fuel rods and sent back to Iran, ready for the operation of the research reactor. The initial thinking seemed to be that the material processed in this way would no longer be suitable for further enrichment to a weapons-grade level over 90%. But this is not entirely true. The uranium can in principle already be recovered from the fuel rods, although as far as is known the regime does not yet have the technology to do so. Either way, accepting the offer would not have meant the end of nuclear missile construction, as the regime could have compensated for the loss within a year with the facilities and stocks it already had. Either way, however, it would have had to accept a corresponding loss of time. The offer was followed by further revelations, including satellite images showing that the regime had secretly intensified the recovery of its uranium or deposits and documents revealing its knowledge of the design of a trigger for a nuclear explosive device. But things turned out as they had to. The regime first asked for time to study the offer, then let the repeatedly postponed deadlines pass before finally presenting its counteroffers. At one point, it offered to have its uranium enriched in Turkey, a newly acquired protector, instead of in Russia and France. And since it regarded the whole process as a provocation on the part of the arrogant powers anyway, it also defied them by announcing that it would soon build 10 or 20 new enrichment plants along the lines of the one just unveiled at COM. The International Atomic Energy Agency documented its unwavering denial of reality in its last Iran resolution, still signed by Mohammad el-Baradei, in such formulations as that it needed even more information to rule out the existence of possible military dimensions of Iran's nuclear program. Among the scientists from the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists and the Institute for Science and International Security who were heavily involved in the issue, a dispute developed over the presumed capacity of the unfinished facility at COM, i.e. how effectively the 3,000 centrifuges planned to be installed there would have worked, i.e. exactly how long the regime would have needed to produce the fissile material for a bomb if the facility had not been discovered and had begun secret operation. In perhaps a year. It looked as if everything had remained the same, as if Barack Obama's policy had failed from start to finish. The fine speeches had come to nothing, as had the revelations and the offer. At the end of the year, Hillary Clinton was more realistic than ever. I don't think anyone can doubt that our efforts and our concessions have had very little success in terms of any kind of positive response from the Iranians. If by efforts and outreach she used the word outreach, she meant the fine speeches and expected the regime to fall for them, there is indeed no doubt. The title of the article from which the quote is taken, however, reads, "Evidence of Iran's knowledge of nuclear weapons is growing," or, if you want to translate it a little more brashly, evidence of Iran's knowledge of nuclear weapons is solidifying. Seen in this light, the foreign minister's statement could also be interpreted as an understatement, if one considers the prerequisites of politics, namely that it is beyond their power to prevent the regime from building nuclear missiles, because this requires military power, so that politics must limit itself to creating or improving the conditions for military power to come into play. Increasing the evidence or consolidating the evidence that the regime is indeed building nuclear missiles would not be such a bad result of a policy that is aware of the limitations of what it can do. Those who expected more understand less of it. The article states that, despite all the sanctions, the regime has managed to acquire the know-how to make virtually every bolt and switch in a nuclear weapon. If this is the journalist's current state of knowledge, something has actually happened in the past year. The controversy between the scientists of the Bulletin and ISIS did not, strictly speaking, simply follow the pattern of earlier expert debates, which ignored reality and took refuge in their world of numbers and formulas. This time, the fact that the facility in COM was not intended to serve any purpose other than a military one formed the premise of the discussion, which was not questioned at any point. Undoubtedly, not everything can be attributed to Barack Obama's policies, and certainly not to what he himself may have been thinking. But can anyone doubt that the regime's reputation has suffered some damage in the past year and that politics has made a contribution to this, albeit one that is difficult to quantify? And undoubtedly the time is still far away when it will have fulfilled its purpose, the demonstration of its futility. In the coming year, we will first have to wait until the threat of sanctions, and then the sanctions themselves, which test the regime's tenacity, fail to achieve their purpose. If the policy serves its purpose, the regime and its protectors will suffer further political damage in the process. It is likely that the Iranian opposition will make its costly contribution. We do not know what will happen next, only that this helplessness will lead to the realization that the power of politics is limited and that its means will eventually be exhausted. that it cannot achieve its ultimate purpose of dissuading the regime from its course of confrontation. With this realization of its futility, it would have served its purpose, and Barack Obama would have to decide whether he wants to remain the ideologue of world public opinion or become America's president. Because the Americans, who in their enthusiasm for the other policy had not really listened when nobody knew what it was and where it would lead, will eventually remember his second promise, to prevent Iran's nuclear armament. And then it will turn out, or rather it has already turned out, that they can't have it both ways, so that if the current president, whether his name is Ocasio-Cortez or Vance, makes the wrong decision now, the next president could be Tom Cotton. In 2002, the political world looked bleak for the Democratic Party in the USA. After losing the 2000 presidential election by just a few votes in Florida, the so-called midterm elections also went down the drain. The Republicans won the Senate and strengthened their majority in the House of Representatives. After 8 years under Bill Clinton, who stood for a then contemporary, modern, international type of politician, the ticket to the Oval Office with his Vice President Gore and Senator Joseph Lieberman, who was also respected among Republicans, was actually considered a sure thing, especially against George W. Bush, who came across as rather old-fashioned with his compassionate conservatism. His sudden popularity after September 11th resulted in unusual gains for the presidential party in the midterm elections and caused many Democrats to suddenly take a very pessimistic view of their party's future. The book of the hour for party strategists at the time was The Emerging Democratic Majority by John Judas and Rui Teixeira. Their core argument was that demographic change and social development in the USA were shifting the political landscape in favor of the Democrats. If the party pursued progressive, centrist policies as in the Clinton era, a coalition of women, workers, the socially disadvantaged, the academically educated and ethnic minorities would secure the party a solid structural majority in the future. The shrinking of the working class means that academically educated professionals, women and members of ethnic minorities in particular will form the central building blocks of the Democratic majority. The book can certainly be read as a guide for Obama's presidential campaigns, which relied on feel-good slogans such as hope and change as central slogans instead of concrete or even radical political positions. Although efforts were still made not to scare away the core voters, it was primarily women and ethnic minorities who allowed the young black candidate Obama to triumph over the old white men McCain and Romney. The question arises as to why this strategy failed so badly after Obama that in the election year 2024 of all years, for the third time in a row, more Americans identified with the Republicans in various polls. In other words, with the party that has always been the smaller one for decades, even in times when it provided an extremely popular president, such as under Reagan. Donald Trump was able to win all contested states and even the majority of all votes in the 2024 elections, something the Republicans had only managed once before since 1992. In the re-election of G.W. Bush in 2004 against a presidential candidate named John Kerry, who was considered unfit even within his own ranks, Judas and Teixeira had correctly recognized the demographic and social changes and thus also saw that, based on the current preferences of the growing population groups, the dominance of the Republicans at the beginning of the 2000s could not last. However, it was already apparent under Bill Clinton that a snobbery that is rightly referred to as globalism would prevail at the top of the Democratic Party. This indifference towards those male workers and other members of the lower middle class who are tied to one place and have to make a modest living from their labor for sale made it increasingly questionable whether they could continue to be counted in the Democratic camp. All the more so as the members of this social group, if they are white, were also treated with invectives such as trash or deplorables. What could not have been foreseen, however, was the progressive identity politics madness in the post-Black Lives Matter era, which accelerated the divide to such an extent that white, male workers and employees without a college degree now form the Republicans' most reliable voter base. As early as 2023, a year before the historic defeat that the Democrats suffered despite an extremely expensive election campaign backed by significant sections of American capital and a huge majority of celebrities, the media and colleges, Judas and Teixeira published a new book entitled Where Have All the Democrats Gone?, which was far less well received than its predecessor. This is probably mainly due to the fact that, although it outlines the fundamental developments that have led to the collapse of the prophesied Democratic majority, the authors do not offer a concise program for a solution. For example, it is stated that not only the white but also the black and Latin American proletariat are now increasingly voting Republican. And it is indeed remarkable that the voting behavior of Latinos in the 2024 presidential election differed so little from voting behavior overall that the fastest-growing population group in the USA can simply no longer be seen as a source of hope for the Democrats. The views of many Latinos on illegal immigration, identity politics, religion, and family are entirely compatible with the Republican platform. According to the Associated Press, Trump only won 28% of the vote in this demographic group in 2016 and 32% in 2020. But by 2024, this figure had risen to 42% and even 47% among men. The Black Lives Matter riots and looting, identity politics, strict coronavirus measures, and open borders. The trend towards Trump was particularly clear near the borders in Texas and New Mexico. Did not go down well with this demographic either. Judas and Texera cite the so-called shadow party, consisting of activist groups, think tanks, foundations, publications, and websites, as well as major donors, celebrities, and intellectuals who are not part of the official party organizations, but who strongly influence them and identify the public with the party as the cause of the increasing rift between the party and voters. Unlike its predecessor, the book leaves the reader somewhat perplexed, not least because it views the rift between the Democrats and their voters merely as a problem of detached elites who steered the party in the wrong direction. Real policy issues, the huge inflation resulting from ever-increasing government spending and the southern border, where some 8.5 million illegal entry attempts were recorded in 4 years under Biden, are thus downgraded to a kind of cultural class war. Yet the issue of secure borders is essential to more and more citizens in a country that has massive problems with drugs, gang violence, organized crime, etc. At a congressional hearing in November 2023, Biden's Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, said that his agency expects over 600,000 illegal immigrants to enter the U.S. in 2023, Wikipedia, which is probably the bare minimum that can no longer be denied. A return to political stability by upgrading legitimate institutions without alienating large sections of the shadow party would have been a balancing act for Biden's presidency in order to continue to secure a majority of voters. In 2020, Biden only won the election because, as an old white man and after decades of political activity, in the eyes of many voters he still stood for a party that conjured up an America in the spirit of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and at least offered reforms to improve the situation of wage earners. His frugal campaign and the absence of a real program were seen as a glimmer of hope that after 4 years under Trump, the old America could still be restored. However, nobody in the Democratic Party knows what this might look like, as their intellectual front organizations such as the New York Times or the American elite universities have suffered a decline that was unimaginable in the 1990s or 2000s. At first glance, completely ridiculous figures such as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cory Booker, or the Islamists Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, who openly support Hamas and other murderous extremists, are now representative of the party's young activists, and thus its mainly female, academically educated base. The party's establishment is increasingly comprised of individuals who have fallen up the ladder on at least one identity politics ticket despite proven ineptitude, such as Claudine Gay or Kamala Harris, who lost dramatically to Biden in all demographic groups and states in the presidential election, with the notable exception of young, white women with college backgrounds, in particular blue-collar and white-collar males, whether white, black, Asian, or Latino, turned against him. When announcing Harris's nomination as vice presidential candidate in the summer of 2020, Biden had already made it clear why she had been chosen. This morning, little girls all over the country woke up, especially black and brown girls who so often feel overlooked and undervalued in our society, and may have seen themselves differently for the first time, namely as the wood from which presidents and vice presidents are carved. Twitter/X, December 8, 2020. Comedian Bill Maher, who is close to the Democrats and known as a critic of identity politics, commented immediately after the election that Harris performed poorly in all demographic groups, but had excellent poll numbers among illegal immigrant prison inmates who wanted a sex change. What sounds like a malicious joke merely reflects a demand that Harris actually made in the 2019 pre-election campaign. As the demands of the progressives, who are usually referred to pejoratively as woke in the USA, surpass any parody or polemic in their ridiculousness, they are beneath criticism and therefore not accessible to successful satire, which, as we all know, should not operate with a sledgehammer. An election commercial from the Trump campaign proved to be particularly effective in this respect, as it simply played back candidate Harris's statement and came up with a catchy slogan. Kamala is for them/them, Donald Trump is for you. According to internal surveys conducted by the Trump campaign, the clip is said to have particularly appealed to women from the suburbs who were unaffiliated with political parties and who were central to Biden's election victory in 2020. The fact that populist campaigns draw their greatest strength from the fact that the political and academic circles of left liberalism firstly no longer have anything to do with the lives of most people and secondly have increasingly been hijacked by progressives and thus turned into lunatic asylums does not need to be explained further at this point. Neither does the fact that, for all the potential and actual disasters that a Trump presidency may bring, one thing is beyond doubt. The defeat of this kind of identity politics and the failure of the progressive stratagem aimed at a coalition of all against the deplorable and despicable white men is a cause for unalloyed joy. For only under this condition is it possible to make central political issues seriously debatable again. For Judas and Teixeira, the alienation between Democrats and the working class goes back to the 1960s, when simple jobs in production were about 25% better paid in real terms than they are today. The black and white proletarians, who were largely unionized at the time, were increasingly replaced by lower-paid and non-unionized Latinos, a quarter of whom were illegal immigrants, especially when strikes occurred. It is therefore hardly surprising that Democrats and trade unionists were staunch opponents of illegal immigration at the time, while wealthy, classically conservative Republicans close to the business community still have little objection to the immigration of skilled and cheap labor. It was not until the modernization of the Democrats under Bill Clinton that, on the one hand, the absurd idea arose that opposition to the immigration taking place was solely due to xenophobia or racism. On the other hand, they actively promoted the already imminent upheaval that was being negotiated after the end of the Cold War under the banner of globalization. Particularly in his second term of office and with the involvement of the Republicans in Congress, Clinton pursued a neoliberal policy aimed at deregulating the financial markets in particular, which also included numerous free trade agreements and the inclusion of China in the World Trade Organization. Within the Democratic Party, the voices that rightly warned that this policy would lead to an acceleration of the relocation of production to Asia, a huge trade deficit and social destruction in the USA were finally marginalized. Anyone looking around the former Rust Belt of the USA today, with its capital Detroit, will immediately realize why the word tariffs, which Donald Trump describes as one of the most beautiful of all, has such a good ring to it. It is true that the tendency to relocate parts and stages of production, particularly those based on simple labor, from the affluent regions to the emerging economies of Asia and Latin America was unstoppable due to the costs involved. Nevertheless, how this outsourcing takes place and whether there is political control, including countermeasures, is decisive for the social and political effects. The social destruction of the Rust Belt, which is comparable to that of the industrial north of England, is an impressive illustration of the effects of such decline. Holding on to and protecting certain key industries can be as decisive a social and strategic undertaking for an entire society as independence in central sectors from potential enemies and supposed allies, as Israel's experience after October 7th shows. Since the end of the Democrats as the classic Workers' Party, Donald Trump was the first presidential candidate to actually hold out the prospect of halting the trend of relocating industrial work, even bringing it back to swing states such as Pennsylvania or Michigan, while at the same time at least slowing down the onslaught of ever more illegal immigrant cheap labor. The fact that this agenda meets with the approval of workers and ordinary employees rather than democratic identity politics for neatly segregated, supposedly or actually discriminated groups can only come as a surprise to those who refuse to face reality, i.e. who are in fact not particularly awake. Even where the left wing around Sanders and Ocasio-Cortez, who are making embarrassing appearances across the country as the spearhead of the resistance against alleged fascism, sometimes puts the social issue on the agenda, the poor are little more than another discriminated subpopulation affected by so-called classism. Unlike his election in 2016, which was still seen as an expression of helpless political protest or an accident, the fact that Trump became the first president in living memory to win 2 non-consecutive elections must be seen as a historic upheaval that represents nothing less than the end of the post-Cold War political-economic order. This is probably exactly what is meant when German transatlanticists complain in despair about Trump's election that the liberal world order and the prosperity order associated with it are up for grabs. However, as with other conceptual deceptions, there is nothing wrong with this, because this order was not particularly liberal or orderly and certainly did not apply to the whole world, nor was it to the advantage of many Americans who have to live from selling their labor. Ideas such as those that were popular in the 1990s, which conjured up, if not an end to history, then at least a golden global order, seems strangely naive today. The predicted unstoppable drive towards freedom and democracy, changes and revolutions everywhere, which were blithely extended to all regions of the world by genuinely pleasing developments and upheavals in Eastern Europe and parts of Southeast Asia, to Russia, the Middle East, China, and even to Africa, where only a golden future awaited after the end of apartheid, has not materialized. The reality is that today the USA and its allies face an enemy that is more powerful and more equal to them in terms of demographic, economic, and military strength than the Soviet Union ever was. However, it was not least the West, in its globalist mania of the 1990s, that really enhanced China's status by integrating it into the global economy and relocating centralized production, thus putting it in this position. To this day, Kissinger and Nixon are considered by many to have made a particularly clever move by traveling to Beijing in the 1970s in order to free the country from the Soviet Union's grip, even with fatal political concessions such as the acceptance of the One China policy directed against Taiwan, and subsequently to integrate it into the global market after the death of the mass murderer Mao. However, the idea that the resulting dynamic of an invisible hand would inexorably lead to the democratization of this country, like a law of nature, proved to be a complete misjudgment, which inevitably led to a reassessment of the objectively pro-China policy from Nixon to Clinton. In the meantime, the balance of power has been radically reversed. Russia and what is left of the Soviet sphere of influence, mainly Belarus and most of the Central Asian former Soviet republics as well as Iran, which is allied with them, have more or less long since been degraded to satellites and suppliers of raw materials to China. When Trump's Secretary of State Rubio described the Ukraine war as one between proxies, he was quite right in that, from an American perspective in particular, the interpretation is obvious that China is having the strength and resolve of the USA and its allies tested by its most powerful military satellite before taking serious steps in the Pacific itself. As early as 2014, and even more so since 2016, the USA has been saying that this war of aggression against Ukraine should fall within the remit of the Europeans, which they largely ignored despite all the talk of the Zeitenwende, until the renewed Trump shock after the memorable appearance with Zelensky in the White House. In order to organize reliable protection against China and its allies, a European military power commensurate with its economic power is no longer merely an option, but an unavoidable necessity. The fact that the Europeans were hesitant to respond to Trump's appeals during his first term of office, and that the German delegation at the United Nations even laughed at him when he warned of Germany's dependence on Russia, has not been forgotten in the USA. As can be seen from an internal signals chat, parts of which were published by the Atlantic newspaper, Vice President Vance and Defense Secretary Hegseth in particular make no secret of their internal contempt for the European free riders, who are perceived as weak and dependent. Another such war was unleashed by Iran against Israel on October 7, 2023, in which not least the Houthis in Yemen are acting as a chain dog of Tehran, with the at least indirect approval of Beijing, which is estimated to purchase around 90% of Iran's raw material exports, as highwaymen against global shipping traffic. However, it is not only safe shipping routes in the Red Sea or through the Panama Canal that are central to global competition in order to avoid having to take huge detours such as those around the Cape of Good Hope or Cape Horn. The energy supply of the USA, secured by an expansion of energy production in its own country, the alliance with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and its influence in Iraq, and the stability of its allies such as Egypt, for which the shipping traffic through the Suez Canal attacked by the Houthis is elementary, is also to be disrupted by the terrorist war against Israel launched by Iran and supported by China and Russia. The main purpose of the images from Gaza is to undermine the alliance with Israel in the USA and in the Arab world. Israel, as the only modern state in the region with an economy independent of raw materials, plays the central role in the continued existence of the Abraham Accords, which are to be understood more as an alliance led by the USA, which Saudi Arabia unofficially joined at the latest with the launch of Iranian missiles aimed at Israel. In addition, only Israel has the military capabilities to eliminate the destructive forces supported by Iran in the region largely without a U.S. presence. Trump's election is likely to doom the attempt by the Sino-Russian-Iranian axis to break Israel out of this alliance and thus destroy it for the time being. It is remarkable that the institutions of the supposedly liberal world order, the EU, the UN, and all their institutions and courts, are acting as the ideological arm of the Chinese axis and thus openly against American interests, while at the same time demanding American protection against Russia. The escalating conflict with China on many fronts and the need to rely on modern warfare equipment that would make the crossing and landing of a Chinese invasion force so costly that the country would shy away from attacking Taiwan or other American allies in the Pacific, always has the problem that China has much greater capacity to produce industrial goods. The USA, on the other hand, allowed this capacity to shrink dramatically at home from the 1980s to the 2000s. The slogan, "Make America Great Again," MAGA, refers not least to the fact that the USA currently lacks greatness in many respects and that other countries are now outperforming it in key areas. The healthcare system in Western Europe works better and results in a higher life expectancy. The economic crisis and the sometimes considerable inflation are destroying the livelihoods of those who often work long and hard with only a few vacation days. Their American dream, or even that of a better future for their children, is increasingly proving to be a sham. The idea of countering this through tariffs, trade wars, and the repatriation of production, the outsourcing of which to low-wage countries makes the wealth of goods in developed countries possible in the first place due to the low prices of everyday consumer goods, is probably doomed to failure from the outset. The huge increase in government spending since the start of the COVID pandemic with its numerous shutdowns and bailouts, which has caused inflation to rise to record levels and contributed to the growth of huge speculative bubbles of all kinds, for example in the cryptocurrencies loved by Trump and Musk, are harbingers of the coming crisis. Concerns about how bad the American policy change in the economy or in Ukraine policy will actually be under Trump often obscure the view of the fundamental development. The main question is whether the end of the ideology known as globalism of delegating decisions that supposedly have no alternative to supranational organizations such as the IMF, WTO, NATO, EU, international courts, etc. in the sense of the liberal world order, which would not be a pity in any case, will also bring an end to the idea of internationalism, cooperation and solidarity between states that know individual freedoms. It is no coincidence that the biggest export profiteers to date, Germany and China, regularly appear as joint champions of the global status quo. The post-global world would no longer be one dominated by the West insofar as the term refers to a political bloc of reasonably democratic countries. The fact that this increasingly no longer exists has been demonstrated not least by the reactions to the speech given by Vice President Vance at the Munich Security Conference. The populist Trump movement, which gathers under the MAGA slogan, has its forerunners in the Tea Party movement, which saw itself as foreign in its own country. Their narrative can be captured in the following image. While you yourself are working hard and standing pretty far back in line to fulfill the American dream and may have to wait until doomsday to do so, vast numbers of later arrivals are jostling in front of you in line. Worse still, special interest groups, whose political arm is the Democrats, provide guidance, support, and abuse to anyone who complains about those jumping the queue. The increasing difficulty of supporting a family with 2 children on one job, including a house with a front yard in suburbia and 2 cars in the garage, did not, contrary to leftist ideology, lead to a demand for more state socialism. On the contrary, the Tea Party movement was, and the MAGA movement is an expression of a longing for more capitalism, more free play of forces, and the demand for an end to state support programs. And this by no means only concerns those that favor members of minorities according to the principle of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, but was sparked by the bank bailout in the wake of the 2008 crisis and Obama's attempt to guarantee universal health care, which was pejoratively regarded as the introduction of a socialized, or even socialist healthcare system. Left liberal identity politics and DEI programs are, as has often been shown, the death of any policy oriented towards equality and solidarity, and as such should be fought against and abolished. However, it should not be overlooked that they too are only an expression of the increasing competition for the best places in society and the difficulty or impossibility of social advancement through work and diligence alone. In disadvantaged neighborhoods with high crime rates, class is perceived and described as a racial society. It cannot be claimed that members of the so-called middle class, who earn roughly the median income, are worse off economically. What has increased, however, is the gap to the rich, because the relative purchasing power of average to low incomes is dwindling as a result of the accumulation and concentration of wealth and the inflation of the money supply through state crisis intervention. This also increases the pressure to permanently generate higher incomes and take on additional jobs in order to maintain the standard of living. This permanent competitive pressure to which individuals are exposed results in an increasingly evident lack of solidarity. Politically, this is expressed not only in the establishment of special rights based on skin color, etc., the fight against a universal healthcare system that would guarantee a minimum standard for all, or the rejection of state support for the poorest, but also in the rejection of support for Ukraine in its struggle for existence against Russia at our expense. This lack of solidarity penetrates deep into people's social relationships, severely damaging their ability to make friends, maintain family ties, and participate in the local community. However, without idealistic surplus, which in the USA has its center in the Christian or Jewish religion, be it in the question of increasing the common good, improving living conditions on a small scale, or spreading, defending, and promoting freedom to the outside world, this society is capitalist but loses what once defined it as bourgeois to an increasingly authoritarian, sealed-off basic attitude of the subjects. The worldview of Donald Trump and his supporters is teeming with actors who would exploit and take advantage of America. Even if this is particularly true with regard to international trade agreements and especially NATO, these institutions have always been an expression of American strength and American mission, i.e. American ideology. America's withdrawal into itself, as demanded by the radical parts of the MAGA movement, is not associated with greater difficulties in any country and is possible with greater damage to its achievements than in the USA. Since the country was founded on the idea of freedom and universal human rights, it cannot have a nationally definable people from the outset. Turning away from fighting criminal regimes and spreading democracy collides with the founding document of the USA, the Declaration of Independence of 1776, which states, directly following the most quoted passage from it, that men are endowed by their Creator with the inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are institutionalized by men who derive their legitimate power from the consent of the governed. And further, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect safety and happiness. The merely bigoted attitude of many Trump supporters that it is none of their business whether Ukraine is destroyed and what goes on in the rest of the world buries a central idea of the American Revolution, which cannot simply be dismissed as an isolationist whim. If in France and the UK there may be remnants of an idea of what is considered French or British, and in Israel hardly anyone apart from a few madmen questions that it is and must be a Jewish state, this is much more difficult in immigration countries such as the USA. It is clear that every state needs a border and control over who is allowed to immigrate and why, whereby many in the MAGA movement are not only concerned about illegal immigration, but immigration in general, which is essential for the success of large American corporations, as Elon Musk emphasizes. The drive to redemocratize politics against party leaders and re-empower national institutions, which is at the heart of modern populism, can be welcomed as a basis for establishing people-friendly conditions, while the outsourcing of decisive powers to global institutions and the judiciary makes any democratic influence more difficult. The idea of revolutionary masses storming the institutions of power is only a farce in the US today, as exemplified by the attack on the shadow party democracy in the Capitol on January 6, 2021, which was played up as a coup d'état. However, in the absence of an idealistic surplus necessary for the USA, it is still completely unclear in Donald Trump's second term of office what the electorally won power is actually to be used for, if not just for its own sake. On the fringes of the MAGA movement, not only isolationism is flourishing, but also anti-Semitism, as everywhere where not just global institutions but internationalism as a whole is called into question. On the internet, people like Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, or Candace Owens provide explanations of who the American wars serve and who has a firm grip on state institutions, which is why ordinary Americans are always the losers. If anti-Semitism is rightly regarded as the domain of the political left in the USA today, at the latest since it was finally made acceptable by Obama and as evidenced by conditions at universities, it should not be overlooked that those within the MAGA movement who reject not only support for Ukraine, but also Israel in particular, are also clearly speaking out. So far, this attitude is much less widespread within the Republican Party than among the Democrats, where only a minority still see themselves as pro-Israeli. In contrast, the vast majority of Republicans support Israel, which was also made clear at Donald Trump's nomination convention with numerous Israeli flags. But here, too, there is a significant difference between the old party base on the one hand and the influencers and activists who are clearly audible on the internet, i.e. the new Republican shadow party. This does not bode well for the future and future crises, not least the development of the Democrats since the financial crisis of 2008. The name some have come up with for the particularly wacky part of the MAGA movement is the woke right. But what have the fringes of the political right in the US ever been but a circle of insiders and awakened people who are the only ones who see through how the world works? Through the internet and alternative media, the cunning among them can operate a business model as smart Alex who explain to their devout followers that there is no corona pandemic and no Russian war of aggression and why economics and international trade are a zero-sum game in which those who sell something cheaply to others simultaneously rip them off, which is why the overreaching USA should impose huge tariffs on Cambodia, Laos, and Madagascar. Because this kind of pre-modern thinking is also typical of the left, for example in the sense of the no globals and Occupy Wall Street, the attribute woke, originally used as a self-designation, has been able to establish itself as a mocking name for the postmodern left. The difference to the conspiracy beliefs of right-wing nutters on the internet lies mainly in the official certification of left-wing woke madness by an unleashed academy and press. That such thinking always and remotely boils down to Jew hatred is hardly surprising. It was not known at the time of going to press whether Cody Balmer, who torched the residence of Pennsylvania Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro because he is Jewish and pro-Israeli, was a political figure or simply an individual perpetrator who linked his madness to that which is rampant everywhere when he attempted to burn a Jew and his family in protest against the war in Gaza. What was still possible in 2002, namely predicting a trend such as the coming Democratic majority, is much more difficult today. This is not so much because the tariff policy, the abandonment of the American mission, and the withdrawal from the defense of Ukraine will prove to be a success in reviving America. The question is therefore more likely to be whether voters in 2028 will be willing to believe a Democratic candidate who promises normality and a return to sanity. After all, it would not have been very long ago that the senile Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was pushed through as the centrist fig leaf for the continuation of the hated DI identity politics as the candidate against the Democratic base, which supported Bernie Sanders of all people. He also had the backing of the press, social media, and intelligence agencies, who systematically covered up any concerns about his mental and health conditions, as well as the findings regarding the activities of his corrupt son Hunter. When Barack Obama, of all people, speaks out against deporting anti-Semitic students and limiting funding for proven anti-Semitic universities, he may be doing the Democrats a disservice similar to one of his campaign appearances for Kamala Harris when he accused his brothers, i.e. black men, of sexism because they were not willing to vote the way he wanted for the Democratic presidential candidate. The idea of being able to capture certain groups of voters for one's own agenda through identity suffered a setback in the 2024 election. However, it is currently not clear which direction will prevail for either the Republicans or the Democrats. The Democrats currently have no nationally visible political leadership. Approval ratings are at an all-time low, and the only politicians filling halls are Sanders and Ocasio-Cortez, who stand for more of the same. Among the Republicans, J.D. Vance, a candidate who is close to the isolationist parts of the MAGA movement and lives politically from pride in his origins as a hillbilly, may currently have the best prospects. Central political tasks such as the fight against poverty, the organization against the Chinese threat, and the empowerment of key allies for self-defense, a halfway tolerable pacification of the war in Ukraine, internal security and borders, drugs, poverty and homelessness, inflation, and the looming global economic crisis, which require a huge social effort, cannot be tackled with the means of identity politics and the declaration of enemies within. Their popularity as an expression of crisis points to the fact that the economic crisis is also a political economic crisis, i.e. always a political and social crisis at the same time. On March 3rd, Jonah Goldberg of National Review published an op-ed in USA Today entitled "Trump Redefining So-Called Conservatism." Goldberg concludes his indictment of Trump by writing, "Democrats can't see it, but Trump represents a massive victory for the left insofar as he's the first major Republican figure to successfully reject libertarianism, even rhetorically. If Trump is successful, liberty-oriented conservatism will be replaced by so-called common-sense statism." Now think about how peculiar that statement is. According to Goldberg, Trump is a deadly threat to conservatism because he distinguishes between conservatism and libertarianism. But all schools on the right which are not libertarian by definition reject libertarianism, in whole or in part. To return to the 1980s, movement conservatives, paleocons, neocons, and the religious right all rejected one or another aspect of libertarianism, as the pure libertarians of the time gathered around the townhouse that was then the home of the Cato Institute on Capitol Hill, never ceased to remind anyone who would listen. In the last quarter century, many of the blue-collar voters who had been integrated into the FDR to LBJ Democrats and then became Reagan Democrats in the 1980s have had no intellectuals or policy wonks of their own. No think tanks and magazines that respected their values and interests. Organized labor, which once represented their interests, is nearly extinct outside of the public sector. The cultural left despises and vilifies working-class white men as privileged bigots. Period. Neoliberal New Democrats focus on an audience of tech billionaires and Wall Street financiers. Conservatives praise the service of working-class men and women in uniform. But God forbid that the same heroic veterans should ask for a raise or a higher Social Security benefit or try to join a union or vote for paid family leave. Lacking any establishment advocates and sympathetic intellectuals, on left, right or center, many white working-class Americans have therefore turned to demagogic outsiders like Trump. Where else are they to go? Why did the neocons turn their backs on the working class in general, and working-class whites in particular? Many of the first generation of neoconservative thinkers came from working-class or lower-middle-class or small-town families. The two largest working-class groups in the Roosevelt coalition, northern white ethnics including Jewish, Irish, and Italian Americans, on the one hand, and non-elite white Southerners and Southwesterners on the other, were overrepresented among early neoconservative intellectuals. There was a working-class northeastern Jewish contingent, represented by Irving Kristol and others, a southwestern contingent represented by Jeane Kirkpatrick. Daniel Patrick Moynihan was an Irish-American whose childhood was divided between Oklahoma and Hell's Kitchen in New York City. Most of the original neoconservatives were Roosevelt, Truman, Kennedy, Johnson Democrats. Some were moderate socialists. They rejected both the identity politics and anti-military fervor of the New Left. At the same time, they rejected the mainstream conservatism of Buckley, Goldwater, and Reagan, which for first-wave neocons was tainted by opposition to the New Deal and support for segregation in the South. Many early neoconservatives had close ties with the culturally conservative and staunchly anti-communist AFL-CIO. Within the Democratic Party in the 1970s and 1980s, neoconservatives in groups like the Coalition for a Democratic Majority and the early Democratic Leadership Council sought to win back working-class whites alienated by the increasing liberalism of the McGovern wing of the Democratic Party. For its part, the early Democratic Leadership Council, dominated by Southerners like Senator Sam Nunn of Georgia and Midwesterners like Missouri Senator Richard Gephardt, emphasized a national service proposal that sought to build on the popularity of the GI Bill among traditional white working-class Democrats. The early DLC was quite different from the later DLC, the Progressive Policy Institute and the think tank Third Way, which were focused on Wall Street and Silicon Valley, not Middle America. I observed all this in the late 1980s and early 1990s, from a vantage point as a research assistant to William F. Buckley Jr. and executive editor of the National Interest. At the time, there were four distinct ideological movements on the right: paleoconservatives, libertarians, the religious right, neoconservatives, and movement conservatives. With the exception of the religious right, which was focused on a small number of issues like school prayer, pornography, abortion, and gay rights, and had little to say about economics or foreign policy. Each of these movements on the right represented a more or less coherent worldview combining domestic policy and foreign policy. The paleoconservatives thought that everything had gone downhill with the election of Franklin Roosevelt in 1932, if not with Woodrow Wilson and TR in 1912 or Lincoln in 1860. They wanted to repeal the New Deal at home in favor of some kind of decentralized pre-New Deal economic system. In foreign policy, their spokesmen like Pat Buchanan wanted a return to the America First isolationism of Robert A. Taft and Charles Lindbergh. The Paleocons had their own institutions and journals, like the magazine Chronicles. Like the Paleocons, the libertarians favored a minimalist foreign policy and the repeal of New Deal and Great Society programs like Social Security and Medicare. Unlike the Paleocons, they opposed government regulation of sex and drugs and favored mass immigration, which Paleocons tended to oppose on racist grounds. The libertarians also had their own separate infrastructure: the Cato Institute, Reason magazine. The neocons, as heirs to New Deal liberalism, had no objections to Social Security, Medicare, or federal civil rights enforcement. Many were first- or second-generation Americans, so they tended to be sympathetic to immigrants and opposed to nativism. Nor did most neocons have objections to organized labor. Many indeed had backgrounds in, or close ties to, the AFL-CIO and the American Federation of Teachers. Along with working-class Democrats in general, for reasons that cannot be simply dismissed as racist, many neocon intellectuals worried about means-tested welfare programs undermining family formation and the work effort. Neoconservative thinkers opposed both Paleocon-style white racial nationalism and New Left multiculturalism, in favor of the centrist liberal ideal of a common melting pot nationality. Of all of the movements on the right circa 1990, fusionism, also known as movement conservatism, was in the greatest decline. Having launched the political campaigns of Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan, movement conservative institutions like Young Americans for Freedom, YAF, had lost much of their importance. On the intellectual right, National Review and Modern Age and Human Events had been eclipsed by more sophisticated neoconservative journals like Commentary and The Public Interest and The National Interest, while the Heritage Foundation was taken less seriously than the Neoconservative American Enterprise Institute. The attempted fusion by the thinkers around National Review of three incompatible ideologies, crusading anti-communism, economic libertarianism, and social conservatism, into a single right-wing intellectual synthesis had failed. One result by the 1980s had been the emergence of separate libertarian and religious right or theoconservative movements outside of the movement conservative Big Tent. At the time, remember, we are talking about the late 1980s and early 1990s. I expected all of these movements on the right to wither away, except for the one with which I identified, neoconservatism. Everything else on the right seemed to me to be headed for extinction. Old right paleoconservatism was a cranky sect with a few professors and journalists but no voters. The libertarian movement was funded well by rich people who wanted lower taxes and less regulation. But it was clear to me then, as it is still clear, that the American people did not want to repeal the New Deal and return to the Roaring Twenties or the Gilded Age. As for the religious right, it was evident even in the 1980s that its appeal was limited to a portion of the U.S. population that was in long-term decline, given the social liberalization of Western society. And National Review's fusionist movement conservatism peaked with Reagan's election in 1980, and by the time he left office it was running on fumes. I therefore expected that in the 1990s and 2000s neoconservatism in its original version would emerge as one of two dominant ideologies in American politics. The other would be some version of McGovernism, emphasizing race and gender-based identity politics, hostile to the U.S. military as such and emphasizing post-industrial green romanticism. In other words, I expected the two wings of the Democratic Party of the 1970s to become the next two-party system. Everything to the right of neoconservatism would just die out, like the free silver movement or agrarianism. In the long run, I believe I will be proven to have been right. In the short run, I could not have been more wrong. When an intelligent and moderate American right finally does appear, it will look a lot more like the first-generation neoconservatism of the 1970s and 1980s than like today's crumbling establishment right. Among other things, like first-generation neoconservatism, the next American conservatism might actually look at the economy from the perspective of the working-class majority of all races in the United States, not solely from the vantage point of the capitalist or the corporate manager. It is possible to imagine a future American right which would take an approach to the needs of working-class Americans different from those of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Cato Institute and the billionaires who fund Republican politicians. Why not? What is conservative about immiserating most of your own nation's population by abolishing the minimum wage, flooding the labor market with low-wage immigrants, and lowering the median annual Social Security benefit of $1,275.28, or roughly $15,000 a year? For all their doubts about utopian social engineering, the first-wave neocons like Pat Moynihan and Gene Kirkpatrick and Nathan Glazer and Daniel Bell thought that Social Security and Medicare were triumphs of American social policy. But the second-wave neocons teamed up with the Social Security privatizers and the Medicare voucherizers. What did they gain from their alliance on domestic policy with the earnest, unworldly followers of Hayek and Mises and Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand? When Jonah Goldberg, champion of libertarianism and liberty-oriented conservatism, is old enough to be eligible, I predict that Social Security and Medicare will be there for him, in more or less their present form. All those Social Security privatization plans, all those articles about abolishing Medicare with a completely different, market-oriented system, all for nothing. Most Americans are working-class people without college educations. If their values and interests are not represented or taken seriously in any think tanks or any scholarly journals or any political party factions, they will find someone to represent them eventually, perhaps a reality TV star. In a crude and demagogic way, Trump is representing a constituency that the original neoconservatives, with their modest social backgrounds and ties to organized labor, once represented in a sober and enlightened way. Jonah Goldberg cannot imagine a pro-blue-collar American right that is not just donor-class libertarianism camouflaged by flags and Bibles. But I can, because I belonged to such a movement once. It was called neoconservatism,